Chapter 1865. Taoist Hongjun spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood essence at the expense of his primordial qi, which increased the power of the 9-star alignment by a large margin. The void that was sealed by the 9-star alignment was directly annihilated and turned into a piece of chaos. Gu Fei was in great danger when he was trapped in that piece of chaos. However, he was not killed by the power of the 9-star alignment because of the power of 20 times ascension. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. He was already at the edge of life and death, but at this moment his mind was extremely clear. He could still clearly feel the circulation of the martial true force in his body. Even the slightest change could not be missed. Not only did the 9 Tao patterns seal Gu Fei's body, preventing his martial physique from collapsing, but it also blocked the mighty power of the 9 stars outside his body. Gu Fei's martial body started to crack due to the overload of the secret skill of rising. Blood kept seeping out from the hideous cracks. Gu Fei could clearly feel that his bones were about to be crushed by the extremely powerful power. This was the second time he used the secret skill of 20 times ascension. He used it when he was fighting against Azure Dragon. At that time, his martial body almost collapsed. At that time, he used the Tao patterns to seal his body. That was why he could barely control the peerless power of the secret skill of 20 times ascension. Although he was already a half-sage and had condensed the blurry 9 Tao patterns, his martial body almost collapsed when he used the secret skill of 20 times ascension. The secret skill of 20 times ascension seemed to be the limit for those below the sage realm. Those below the sage realm could only increase the power of the secret skill of 20 times ascension. If he wanted to surpass this limit, he might have to wait until Gu Fei became a sage. Of course, only Gu Fei dared to use the power of 20 times ascension. If it was an ordinary half-sage, or even a sage-to-be, they would not dare to use it. This was because no one below the sage realm had a physical body as strong as Gu Fei's. It's unbelievable. He can even block this attack. Everyone was shocked. The energy fluctuations emitted by the 9 stars were too powerful. The space sealed by the 9 stars had already turned into primal chaos. Even so, Gu Fei's energy fluctuations could still be sensed from the primal chaos. In other words, Gu Fei was still alive despite the attack. This is unbelievable. This kind of power is already at the saint level. The mysterious woman said. She knew that even if she were to fight against Taoist Hongjun, it would be difficult for her to win. The power of the 9-star alignment was extremely terrifying. Countless stars flickered in the sky. The 9 stars drew upon the power of the stars in this part of the world and then displayed such an attack. Because of this, Taoist Hongjun's vitality was greatly damaged. His black hair turned white. This was a sign that his vitality was greatly damaged. He had consumed too much of his original essence qi. Roar! This is still not enough to kill me. If you have any other tricks up your sleeves, then use them all. Gu Fei's roar rang out from the primal chaos. He was hovering on the brink of life and death. He attacked with all his strength, using this extreme method to stimulate his body's potential. Boom! He punched out, causing the entire primal chaos to tremble. 20 times the strength of ascension was unleashed. This punch punched a hole in the primal chaos. Bang! A chaos god fist punched out from the primal chaos, smashing onto one of the 9 stars, causing it to tremble continuously and almost fall from the sky. What a powerful energy fluctuation spread out, almost causing Taoist Hongjun to fall from the sky. At this moment, his vitality was already greatly damaged. He had fallen from the half-step saint realm to the half-step saint realm. At this moment, even an ordinary half-step saint would be able to severely injure Taoist Hongjun. Just as Gu Fei was attacking the 9-star alignment, In the depths of this part of the world, a huge tomb suddenly exploded. A shocking aura appeared in the world. This is high up in the sky. Everyone in the God City could feel this powerful aura, especially the 3 leaders of this part of the world. Their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? How is he still alive? Even Taoist Hong Jun couldn't help but be shocked. Ha ha! A figure rushed out of the huge tomb that had exploded. That person burst out of the tomb and laughed into the sky. This was an old man. His hair was sparse and his clothes were tattered. It was as though he was a corpse that had been buried underground for thousands of years and had just crawled out of his grave. Return of the original self. The old man's voice was like a bell. He didn't look like an old man at all. As the old man spoke, the spirit chi of the world gathered over from all directions and entered the body of this old man. The old man's divine body was going through a shocking change. The old skin on his body began to fall off as his sparse hair began to grow. Very soon, a head of thick and black hair grew out from his head. His bent back straightened. In a few breaths, this old man had transformed into a middle-aged man with vigorous chi and blood. The middle-aged man opened up a void that he had opened up and took out a set of green robes. He then changed out of the tattered clothes on his body. It's the Green Emperor. He's actually not dead. How is this possible? In the God City, the Black Dragon was shocked. It turned out that there had originally been 4 leaders in this part of the sage world. Among the 4 leaders, Taoist Hong Jun and the Green Emperor had the highest cultivation and power. However, a mountain couldn't contain 2 tigers. The conflict between Taoist Hong Jun and the Green Emperor had been going on for a long time. After the sage world of this part of the world had disappeared for 50,000 years, the conflict between Taoist Hong Jun and the Green Emperor finally erupted. Taoist Hong Jun and the Green Emperor fought in the depths of the mountains in this part of the world. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. The mountains in this part of the world were almost razed to the ground. After that battle, a huge tomb appeared in the depths of the mountains. Then, Taoist Hong Jun carried out a great purge and killed all the people who followed the Green Emperor. The 4 leaders of the sage world were reduced to 3. The Black Dragon and the mysterious leader knew that they were no match for Taoist Hong Jun, so they submitted to him. Could it be that the Green Emperor faked his death back then? Apart from being shocked, the 3 leaders could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. This Green Emperor was really good at enduring. After all, it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years since his battle with Taoist Hong Jun. Hong Jun's expression changed greatly. At this time, he had already suffered a great deal of damage in order to deal with Gu Fei, and the Green Emperor's cultivation seemed to be even stronger than before. Swoosh! The Green Emperor raised his head and looked at the God City in the sky. Ha ha! Hong Jun, to think that you would have such a day. This is really bad karma. Chapter 1866. The Green Emperor was one of the 4 giants of the sage world. Like Taoist Hong Jun, the Green Emperor was also a general under the command of the ancient sage and commanded 100,000 ferocious beast soldiers. Moreover, the Green Emperor's cultivation and strength were not below Taoist Hong Jun's. The 2 of them had been fighting openly and covertly for many years when the ancient sage was still around. After the ancient sage disappeared, the entire sage world was split into 2 factions. The Green Emperor and Taoist Hong Jun each took over half of the world. In the tens of thousands of years after the ancient sage disappeared, although the Green Emperor and Taoist Hong Jun had fought, they had not reached the point where they would fight with their lives on the line. However, the conflict between the 2 had been going on for a long time and would eventually erupt. In the final battle, Hong Jun had won. The Green Emperor had died. And Hong Jun had unified the sage world, becoming the true controller of this world. Even the other two giants had to act according to Hong Jun's wishes. However, just as Taoist Hong Jun had been severely injured, the Green Emperor, who had been dead for tens of thousands of years, suddenly leaped out. This caused Taoist Hong Jun to turn pale with fright. "I've already killed him. How is this possible?" Taoist Hong Jun was both shocked and furious. The Green Emperor had been killed in a battle with him tens of thousands of years ago. How had he managed to escape death? He could not understand. After all, he had used many methods to defeat the Green Emperor. Some of these methods were even shameful. At that time, Taoist Hong Jun was sure that the Green Emperor was dead and could not have survived. Moreover, he had personally buried the Green Emperor's corpse deep in the mountains. "Hong Jun, your death is here." The Green Emperor charged over with great momentum. Demonic aura surged into the sky, and a huge beast's shadow appeared indistinctly in the demonic aura. It was a green celestial wolf that was as large as a mountain and emitted an extremely horrifying aura. "It's really him." The black dragon's heart trembled when he saw this. Even his voice trembled. The Green Emperor was the ruler of the demon race. His cultivation and strength had already touched the saint level tens of thousands of years ago. He was half a step away from being a monster saint. After tens of thousands of years, just how much had his cultivation gone? "You four-legged snake, after I kill Hong Jun, I'll make you my next target." The Green Emperor rushed over from afar. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of green demonic light. Within the demonic light, there were demon clan Tao patterns. He swept a cold glance at Black Dragon. "Boss Green Emperor." The Black Dragon turned pale with fright. He knew the strength of the other party, and he also felt guilty in his heart. He had participated in the matter of Taoist Hong Jun and caused the death of the Green Emperor. However, who would have thought that the Green Emperor would actually survive that sort of situation? Rumble. At this moment, Gu Fei unleashed his power that was 20 times stronger than before. His pair of chaos divine fists caused the heaven and earth to collapse. Even the 9-star alignment couldn't suppress him. This is when the Green Emperor noticed the 9-star alignment. He also noticed Gu Fei. When he caught sight of this, he was extremely shocked as well. To think that this powerful being of the human race would be able to fight against the 9-star alignment. After all, the Green Emperor had perished under the 9-star alignment all those years ago. The reason why Taoist Hong Jun was able to defeat the Green Emperor was because he had obtained a saint weapon of that ancient sage. This saint weapon was the 9-star alignment. Boom! A chaos divine fist tore through the void and struck out from within the 9-star alignment. The power that burst forth from the fist was earth-shattering. It was so strong that it could send chills down one's spine. A power that was 20 times stronger than the heavens was way too strong. This was a power that surpassed that of a quasi-saint and even a half-saint. This was the strongest power that anyone below the sage realm could muster. Even the power of the 9-star alignment couldn't suppress Gu Fei. Without any suspense, Gu Fei broke through the ceiling power of the 9-star alignment forcefully and rushed out. The chaos chi surged for 30,000 miles, causing the entire world to lose its color. Too strong. Even the Green Emperor couldn't help but change his expression. This human before him was way too strong. To think that even the void around him wouldn't be able to contain his true body with the power of chaos. The void around Gu Fei was vibrating as a series of black cracks appeared. Hong Jun, prepare to die. With a single step, Gu Fei arrived before Taoist Hong Jun, punching out with a single fist. A supreme amount of power burst forth from his fist. Ugh! The white-haired Taoist Hong Jun did not dodge at all. With that, he was turned into a blood mist by Gu Fei's punch. Even his essence spirit didn't manage to escape as his body and spirit were destroyed. What? When the masses caught sight of this, they were completely dumbfounded. To think that Taoist Hong Jun, one of the three powerful beings of the saint world, would be killed by a single punch from Gu Fei just like that. When the Green Emperor saw how Gu Fei had killed Taoist Hong Jun with a single punch, he was stunned as well. Everything had happened way too quickly. By the time he came back to his senses, Taoist Hong Jun was already dead. After Taoist Hong Jun died, the 9 scarlet stars in the skies dimmed down immediately. Their divine splendor was retracted as that earth-shaking energy ripple receded like a receding tide. Shoo! The Green Emperor came back to his senses and roared. He shot up into the skies and charged towards the 9 scarlet stars, wanting to take them away. Humph, you sure know how to take advantage of others. A figure suddenly appeared before the Green Emperor, blocking his path. The chaotic aura on this person's body surged for 30,000 miles. This person was none other than Gu Fei. The Green Emperor stopped. He had no choice but to stop because he could already sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the other party's body. As long as he continued charging forward, the other party would definitely make a move. The 9-star alignment was the other party's spoils of war. It was not something that could be taken by others. To be able to kill Taoist Hong Jun with a single punch, this person's battle prowess was unparalleled. This caused the Green Emperor to feel immense pressure. The other party definitely had the strength to kill him. The Green Emperor wasn't a fool. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. "Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand," the Azure Dragon said, and then he retreated. At this moment, that extremely powerful energy ripple on Gu Fei's body was gradually weakening. The time limit for his Heaven Ascension secret skill was up. He could no longer maintain his battle prowess in this state of invincibility. However, other than He Tian, who was present, no one else knew that Gu Fei was at his weakest right now. After the borrowed energy was used up, he would feel as though he was on the verge of collapsing. His entire body was aching. It was as though his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh had been sliced up by a sharp knife. Gu Fei kept the 9 scarlet stars in the skies into his inner world. He then used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress them completely. He had obtained a flawless saint weapon. Chapter 1867. Gu Fei displayed 20 times the strength of Ascension and killed Taoist Hong Jun with a single punch. Then he collected Taoist Hong Jun's 9 star-aligned pearls. They were 9 scarlet pearls that were the size of an adult's fist. Tao patterns could be vaguely seen on each of the pearls. This was a flawless sacred artifact. Everyone was very envious of it, but no one dared to compete with Gu Fei for it. At this time, he could already be said to be invincible with his 20x ascension power. Even a flawless saint weapon could not kill Gu Fei. If no one else had a saint weapon, they would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. Even the Green Emperor did not make a move. The Green Emperor had faked his death for tens of thousands of years. But when he jumped out, his mortal enemy was killed right before his eyes. This feeling of not being able to take revenge with his own hands was something that others could not understand. The Green Emperor was a proud son of the heavens. He was a powerful being of the ancient Sky Wolf bloodline. The ancient Sky Wolf was extremely strong, and the ancestor of the Sky Wolf was a heavenly beast. The Green Emperor had the bloodline of the Sky Wolf flowing through his veins. His talent was even greater than that of Taoist Hong Jun. Back then, Taoist Hong Jun had used some extreme methods to defeat the Green Emperor. This was also the reason why the Green Emperor was unconvinced. Hong Jun, he died just like that, looking at how Gu Fei killed Taoist Hong Jun with a single punch, the Green Emperor was filled with mixed emotions. The opponent that he had fought with for half his life had been destroyed just like that. Ever since the Green Emperor and Taoist Hong Jun were recruited by the ancient sage, the two of them had been fighting openly and secretly. Both of them had fought for half their lives, and yet this was the outcome. I want to fight. After keeping the 9-star alignment, Gu Fei looked at the Green Emperor. This Green Emperor was really strong. He seemed to be even stronger than Taoist Hong Jun. Furthermore, the Green Emperor's true form was a sky wolf. The sky wolf bloodline was famous in the ancient times. One must know that the ancestor of the sky wolf race was a heavenly beast. Heavenly beasts were existences that were comparable to the supreme beings. Although the physique of this kind of monstrous beast was not the strongest, it could still compete with the god-fiend body when cultivated to the greater success realm. However, it was still a little inferior to the greater success human race martial body. The Green Emperor shook his head. Right now, he wasn't a match for this human. The energy ripples that were emanating from the other party were way too strong. Unless he were to use his ultimate trump card, it would truly be hard for him to fight against the other party. And at this moment, the supreme energy fluctuations on Gu Fei's body suddenly began to converge back into his body. That powerful energy was fading away. In just a few breaths of time, that oppressive energy fluctuation had completely disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, as if a boulder had been lifted from their hearts. Oh no, boss time is up. He Tian was taken aback. He knew Gu Fei's background. There was a limit to how long the Ascending Secret Art could be used. Once the time limit was exceeded, the Ascending Secret Art's power would dissipate. The changes on Gu Fei's body had everyone bewildered. No one knew what was going on with his body. Fellow Taoist, how about we join forces to break through the seal of the main hall? The Green Emperor asked Gu Fei. Compared to the item within the main hall, what he was thinking about the most right now was how to get out of this world. This world wasn't a huge one. Even though the spirit chi here was denser than the outside world, there was a flaw in the heaven and earth here. Therefore, even if the cultivators of this world were to cultivate to an extreme state, it would be impossible for them to give birth to a sage. Within this heaven and earth that was created by the sage, it was impossible for anyone to become a sage. Join forces. The moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Earlier on, Taoist Hong Jun had wanted to join forces with him as well. However, he still chose to join forces with the 9th Sword Emperor. This was undoubtedly a fatal decision on the part of Taoist Hong Jun. Taoist Hong Jun had chosen the wrong person. Hence, he had died. If he had chosen to stand on the side of Gu Fei, he might not have died. Old dog, it's your turn now. Boom. The killing formation was activated. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. Rays of divine light of destruction appeared in the formation and pierced towards the 9th Sword Emperor, who was trapped in the killing formation. Taoist Hong Jun's death caused the 9th Sword Emperor to turn pale with fright. He knew that they had lost the upper hand, and no one could contend against Gu Fei. Buzz. The Saint Ruler's golden dragon sword vibrated in the 9th Sword Emperor's hand. He wanted to break out of the killing formation. However, he had no time to care about anything else. The light of the golden dragon sword shot into the sky. This was the power of a flawless saint weapon. Even the killing formation of He Tian could not completely suppress this power. Bang! Just as the 9th Sword Emperor shook the killing formation and wanted to rush out, a huge seal descended from the sky and smashed towards the 9th Sword Emperor's head. This huge seal was filled with auspicious chi. Divine light shot into the sky. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on its surface. A wave of heaven transformation power spread out, able to melt everything. The heaven transformation seals suppressed the sky and forced the Ninth Sword Emperor, who was about to rush out of Tion's killing formation, to retreat. The battle continued. The others attacked as well. They all wanted to defeat each other. However, those who stood on Taoist Hong Jun's side were extremely dispirited because they stood on the wrong side. Kill! Chiu Wuqing shouted. He held his halberd and charged towards the black dragon. He wanted to kill all the giants in this area first. The 3 stoneman warriors also soared into the sky and joined the battle. Swoosh! The mysterious lady shot an arrow. This divine arrow pierced through the void and locked on to the mysterious giant. In an instant, it arrived in front of the mysterious giant. Freeze the heavens and earth, yelled the mysterious giant. An extremely cold aura rushed out of her body, freezing the space around her in the blink of an eye. Bang! The divine arrow shot by the mysterious lady broke through the frozen void around the mysterious giant. It brushed past the mysterious giant's body and shot towards him. The mysterious giant was shocked. She never expected that her ice domain would be pierced through so easily. This was the first time something like this had happened. However, the mysterious giant was not out of danger yet. The divine arrow shot by the mysterious lady would not stop until it was stained with blood. Swoosh! The divine arrow turned around in the void and continued to shoot towards the mysterious giant who had just dodged it. Humph! The mysterious giant sneered. Then she waved her hands in front of her. A black hole appeared in the void, emitting a cold aura. The divine arrow was swallowed by the black hole. The mysterious giant used this method to neutralize the arrow. This, Chapter 1868. The mysterious giant cultivated the power of extreme yin and extreme cold. To think that she had cultivated her own inner world as well. She used her inner world to dispel the arrow shot by the mysterious woman. Although he had only taken a glance at the inner world, Gu Fei knew that this inner world was very special. There didn't seem to be any life in it. It was a world that was only cold. Bang! The divine arrow that was sucked into the mysterious giant's inner world exploded in that part of the world. Terrifying energy waves shook the entire world. Rumble! The sound was like tens of thousands of horses galloping. Some of the mountains that were covered in snow started to have avalanches. Inner world! The mysterious woman muttered to herself. To think that the other party had cultivated out an inner world. This was really shocking. One should know that it was not that easy to cultivate out an inner world. Some people could cultivate their entire lives, but could not even touch the edge of an inner world. Swoosh! The mysterious woman shot out another arrow. This arrow was even more powerful than the previous one. This was a divine arrow that was completely formed by the Nanming leaf fire. The Nanming leaf fire was one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. Legend had it that the Nanming leaf fire was a divine fire that was formed when the vermilion bird race was reborn. It was extremely powerful and could even burn a vermilion bird to ashes. Nanming leaf fire. The mysterious giant was shocked. This divine arrow that was formed by the essence of the divine fire was extremely terrifying. If she were to attack that divine arrow, it would definitely explode instantly. As long as she was touched by a trace of the Nanming leaf fire, even a half-sage or a quasi-sage would be burned to death. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the mysterious giant retreated, and the leaf fire divine arrow chased after her. Just as the mysterious woman was fighting the mysterious giant, the 3 stone warriors rushed towards the Green Emperor. Their killing intent was so strong that even the sky changed color. One had to admit that these stone warriors were really strong. It was no wonder that they were an invincible force under the hands of the ancient sage. These stone warriors were much stronger than the beast warriors. Humph! The Green Emperor sneered. He then waved his robes, and a divine light rushed out. Within the divine light, one could vaguely see the great Tao marks. It looked like a casual wave, but the power contained within it was astonishing. The Tao pattern rushed out and sealed the 3 stone warriors. The 3 stone warriors seemed to know how powerful it was and immediately retreated. Kill! The Green Emperor roared out and charged straight into the encirclement of the 3 stone golem generals. He then struck out at the 3 stone golem generals at the same time with unparalleled might, fighting the 3 stone giant battle generals alone. The combat prowess that the Green Emperor displayed was shocking. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud explosion rang out. Gu Fei had just slammed into the suppressive force of the Grand Hall ahead of him. The entire Grand Hall was enveloped by an invisible force. Bang! Gu Fei attacked with all his strength and punched out. A layer of misty celestial light immediately appeared in the transparent void. This layer of celestial light enveloped the hall. Apart from the formation patterns, there were also the Tao patterns left behind by the ancient sage in the celestial light. Everyone was shocked when they saw Gu Fei attacking the array. Extraordinary indeed. Gu Fei's eyes shone with a bright gleam. This was a formation laid down by the ancient sage himself. The great Tao of the ancient sage was imprinted within the void. It was extremely difficult to break through this formation. Even a true sage would have to expend some effort to break through this formation. Gu Fei was not a sage. With his own cultivation state and strength, it was impossible for him to break through this formation. The only thing he could rely on was his extreme Tao sacred weapon. Very soon, the formation patterns and Tao patterns that appeared in the void due to the impact of Gu Fei's attack disappeared back into the void, as though they had never appeared in the first place. This formation was extremely mysterious. It was no wonder why it was laid down by the ancient sage himself. It was not easy to obtain that item within the Grand Hall. However, it was not impossible for Gu Fei. It was just that he would have to spend quite a bit of time on it. The extreme Tao sacred weapon could not be used easily. In order to unleash the power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon, various preparations had to be made. However, under the current situation, it was difficult for Gu Fei to calmly prepare. It was not something that could be done in a day or two if he wanted to unleash the true power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. The stone men in the Divine City would definitely not allow Gu Fei to do as he wished. They had to stop him. At this time, the 100,000 beasts were still fighting against the stone men in the Divine City. More than half of the beasts were dead or injured. Blood flowed like a river in the Divine City, and the smell of blood was extremely heavy. In order to resist the 100,000 beasts, the stone men that guarded the Divine City had also suffered great losses. As one of the 3 giants, the Black Dragon was fighting against Huo Mian at this time. The dragon Qi was vast and mighty. His dragon claws constantly tore through the void, trying to tear Huo Mian into pieces. Buzz. The black halberd in Huo Mian's hand was vibrating. He had the god-fiend body, so his physique was extremely strong. The power of his physical body and the god-fiend power were perfectly fused together. Bang! The black dragon was pushed back. The black dragon was shocked and furious. He was a half-step saint while his opponent was only a half-step saint. No one would believe that he, a half-step saint, was actually pushed back by a half-step saint. However, the truth was so cruel. Huo Mian was too strong. He was simply the second Gu Fei. His combat strength was so strong that he could challenge those with higher cultivation than him. The path that Qiu Wuqing had taken was somewhat similar to Gu Fei's, constantly improving and improving his cultivation and strength in the midst of a desperate fight. The black dragon was suppressed by Qiu Wuqing and was at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the battle between the mysterious giant and the mysterious woman was not as intense. However, the level of danger was not any less. The first to be decided was between He Tian and the Ninth Sword Emperor. Without any suspense, the Ninth Sword Emperor could not withstand He Tian's overwhelming attacks in the end. His body was pierced by the invisible sword released by He Tian. The killing intent on the invisible sword was very shocking. The moment the sword was pierced, the killing intent severed all of the Ninth Sword Emperor's vitality. Even the Ninth Sword Emperor's primordial spirit was heavily injured. Bang! The heaven transformation seal above the formation fell. The power of heaven transformation was vast and vast. It completely destroyed the Ninth Sword Emperor in the killing formation. His body and soul were both destroyed. Within the killing formation, there was only a golden divine sword floating in the air. Chapter 1869. A flawless sage weapon was extremely attractive to every cultivator. Even He Tian, who had reincarnated countless times, was the same. As He Tian's cultivation level increased, he could awaken more and more memories of his past life. The things hidden in the depths of his soul were shocking. This was He Tian's secret. He didn't even tell Gu Fei. Haha, this is mine. When the sage ruler golden dragon sword was in his hand, He Tian felt his hand sink. This divine sword was extremely heavy. He was so shocked that he almost lost his grip on it. Everyone was jealous, but no one came forward to snatch it. This was because He Tian was on the same side as Gu Fei. Gu Fei's strength was obvious to all. Good sword. He Tian looked at the golden divine sword in his hand. On the body of the divine sword, there were indistinct Tao patterns. A restrained Tao aura circulated. The flawless sage weapon was flawless. If it landed in the hands of a saint-level expert, this divine sword would be able to unleash its greatest power. With He Tian's current cultivation level and strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of this divine sword. I'll keep it first. I'll study it slowly in the future. He Tian muttered to himself. Then he threw the golden divine sword into the array world that he had created. His array world was a type of inner world. It was a world of arrays. Of course, this kind of world could also be transformed into a real world. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing had gained the upper hand in his battle with the black dragon. The mysterious woman and the mysterious giant had also reached a climax. It wouldn't be long before a winner was decided. On the other hand, the battle between the Green Emperor and the three golem warriors was earth-shattering. Roar! The Green Emperor roared angrily. A green celestial wolf shadow appeared on his body, displaying the ferocious might of a demonic beast. Although it was 1 against 3, he still had the upper hand and suppressed the three golem warriors. Green Emperor, even you want to betray, master? A stoneman warrior roared angrily. Humph, what kind of betrayal is this? I just want to leave this world. The Green Emperor's cultivation had already reached the limits of this world. Although this world was created by the ancient sages, it was not a true world after all. The world was flawed. In such a world, it was impossible to become the strongest in the world. The Green Emperor had great ambitions, and he couldn't stay in this world forever. He wanted to charge out of this world and charge into the saint realm. Sophistry. When Master returns, all of you traitors will die. The other stoneman general shouted. The The stone general's loyalty to the ancient sage had not changed even after hundreds of thousands of years. This was because the stone general was a puppet without a soul and only had its own consciousness. This kind of puppet would never betray the master who had created them. There's no need to say anything more. As long as I'm strong enough, so what if Master returns? As the Green Emperor spoke, he displayed the celestial wolf race's great technique. The green celestial wolf phantom that appeared on his body gradually became clearer. Roar! The celestial wolf howled, and the world shook. The Green Emperor exerted his strength, and the 3 stoneman generals were sent flying. This wolf cub is really strong. From afar, Tian was shocked when he saw this. The celestial wolf bloodline of the Green Emperor was awakening, and a strong wave of energy exploded from his body. The 3 stoneman generals were no match for the Green Emperor. Swoosh! The Green Emperor's divine form flashed, and he caught up to one of the generals. He then grabbed the general's legs and tore him into 2. There was no blood and flesh splattering. In front of the Green Emperor was a pile of rubble. An extremely strong general was killed just like that. The stoneman general collapsed, and the Tao patterns within it dissipated. A stoneman general had become history just like that. So strong. The black dragon, who was fighting with Huo Wuqing, could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Huo Wuqing made use of this opportunity to display the God-fiend battle technique. The halberd in his hand struck the waist of the black dragon viciously. Dragon scales shattered and blood splattered. This attack almost split the black dragon into 2. Roar! The black dragon let out a long roar, and a huge wave shattered the void, forcing Huo Wuqing to retreat. Countless transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye rippled in the surrounding void. This long worm, Huo Wuqing's ears were ringing from the black dragon's roar, and his spiritual soul was shaken. Blood seeped out of his ears, and he could not hear anything for the time being. The black dragon's roar was a great technique of the dragon race. This was a legacy of the dragon race. Every generation of the dragon race would have the dragon race's cultivation technique hidden deep in their souls. Although the black dragon was not of noble birth and did not have the royal bloodline of the dragon race, he was a dragon after all. Deep in his soul was the legacy of the dragon race. I'm going to kill you. The black dragon's son roared furiously. The wound on his waist was healing rapidly, and the dragon blood that had splattered flew back and returned to his body. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The black dragon let out a loud roar, and he displayed another great technique of the dragon race. He soared into the sky, and the dragon energy around his body was vast and mighty. His cultivation had doubled in an instant. Then, when the black dragon was about to attack, his battle strength had already doubled. The 2 forces were stacked together, forming an extremely powerful force. The dragon soars to the 9 heavens. When he attacked Huo Wuqing, his strength had already increased 9 times in a row. Every time he attacked, it was as though he had broken through a layer of heaven and earth. This was the power of the dragon soars to the 9 heavens. 9 forces stacked together before he attacked. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Huo Wuqing and the black dragon. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw the black dragon displaying such a great technique. This great technique of the dragon race seemed to be similar to the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the heavenly ascension secret technique. However, compared to the heavenly ascension secret technique, this great technique of the dragon race couldn't be compared. First transformation of the celestial demon. Huo Wuqing could no longer maintain his composure at this moment. He had no choice but to display the great technique of the celestial demon race. At this moment, His body underwent a shocking transformation. A thick layer of black scales appeared on his skin, and two protrusions grew on his forehead like two horns. His eyes were extremely bright, and there was a divine light of the immortal path circling around them. Everyone was shocked to see Huo Mian transform into a demon king. This was the physical body of the demons, but it was the soul of the celestial race. Chapter 1870. Huo Mian displayed the secret technique of the divine demon clan, the first layer of divine demon transformation. Rumble, the void was shaking. Streaks of black astral energy circled around Huo Mian's body. His shirt was already torn, revealing his body that was covered in black scales. This was the physical body of the demons. It was extremely tough, especially the layer of scales on his body. It was impenetrable, and ordinary divine weapons could not break through the defense of the scales. The strength of this demonic body was undeniable. What was even more frightening was that Huo Mian did not fall into a frenzy of killing because of the existence of the demonic power. His mind was extremely clear. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. He possessed the soul of the divine clan. This was a mysterious state. Boom. Without saying a word, Huo Mian charged towards the black dragon that was charging towards him. The power of the first layer of divine demon transformation was too shocking. Huo Mian's battle power had increased by at least 3 to 4 times. A simple wave of the halberd in his hand shattered a large area of the void and struck out the chaotic aura. The halberd in Huo Mian's hand collided violently with the dragon claw. Buffed. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Huo Mian's mouth. He had suffered a great impact just from the contact. The power of the 9th layer of true dragon was too strong. The power of the 9th layer of true dragon had far exceeded the limits of the black dragon. This was a desperate technique. If he still could not defeat Huo Mian, the black dragon could only wait for death. Roar. 9 dragon shadows appeared around the black dragon, emitting waves of dragon energy. Those were the 9 dragons. He had raised his strength to the limit. If this attack did not succeed, he would die. The power of this attack was displayed. Huo Mian was sent flying. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The scales on his body were also stained with blood. His hands were in extreme pain. Cracks had appeared on the bones of both his arms. The palm that was holding the halberd was already a bloody mess. Some parts of the palm were even showing the bones. However, he still held on to the halberd tightly. Roar. Huo Mian roared into the sky. The injuries on his arms were healing rapidly, and the cracks on his arm bones were disappearing rapidly. New flesh and blood were growing rapidly on his badly mangled palms. Huo Mian's demonic body was very strong, and his recovery ability was even more shocking. In just a few breaths' time, his heavily injured arms had completely recovered. The demon body is truly formidable. Seeing this scene, the crowd could not help but exclaim. Die. The black dragon charged over. He wanted to kill Huo Mian in one go. He was very clear that if he allowed Huo Mian to catch his breath, he would be the one in trouble. Huo Mian roared. His divine body changed once again. A series of explosions rang out from within his body. His entire divine body actually grew taller by about a foot. The 2 bulges on his forehead finally turned into 2 demon horns. The demon horns pierced through his skin and grew out. Second transformation of the fiend god, Huo Mian was going all out. He displayed the 2nd layer of divine demon transformation. With this transformation, the demon horns on his head finally grew out. However, the 2 demon horns stopped growing after growing for half a foot. They were 2 small black horns. The aura of the demons on Chiu Wuqing's body became even stronger. His physical body was getting closer and closer to that of the demons. However, this was still not a complete demonic body. Kill! Chiu Wuqing's combat power soared once again. This time, even Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura from Chiu Wuqing. Chiu Wuqing did not display the 9 transformations of the fiend god race's secret technique during their previous battle. Buzz. Chiu Wuqing shook the halberd in his hand. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the halberd, and a surge of saint-level energy erupted from it. He was not a sage, but he had already condensed his own Dao. Of course, Chiu Wuqing was not like Gu Fei, where his Dao patterns turned from complex to simple and condensed into the embryonic form of 9 Dao patterns. Boom! Chiu Wuqing was like a black demonic sun crashing towards the 9 dragons. This was a strange phenomenon that shook everyone's mind. 9 dragons crashing into the demonic sun. This was a great destruction. Even the divine city below was affected. The divine city shook, and the Dao patterns imprinted by the ancient sages appeared. The Dao patterns condensed the power of the Dao and protected the divine city. This time, Chiu Wuqing was not sent flying. He was evenly matched with the black dragon. A large area of the void was annihilated, and the destructive power spread in all directions. Many stone men nearby were affected. They were instantly shattered into countless rocks by the destructive power. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated far away. They did not dare to get too close to the place where the 2 experts were fighting. Such power was not something they could contend against. Humph! These fellows only show their true strength when they are fighting with their lives on the line. None of them are simple. He Tian also retreated. Chiu Wuqing and the black dragon were really fighting. He could see that these 2 fellows were really fighting with their lives on the line without any scruples. Chiu Wuqing was the successor of the divine demon clan in the depths of the fallen god sea. No one knew what kind of heritage this mysterious and ancient inheritance had. At this time, the Green Emperor had already decided the winner. The 3 Stonemen warriors had all been shattered by the Green Emperor. These Stonemen warriors were war tools refined by the ancient sage. They had once helped him attack cities and seize territory, conquering a piece of territory in the great desolate world. However, after today, these Stonemen warriors, who were once killing tools in the hands of the ancient sages, would become history. Swoosh! At this time, the mysterious giant suddenly used a secret technique and tore the void apart. He appeared at the city gate in an instant and rushed out without looking back. This shocked the mysterious woman who was fighting with the mysterious giant. The mysterious giant did not lose, but he retreated. Why? Could it be that the mysterious giant was afraid that the Green Emperor would settle the score with her? The Green Emperor was extremely powerful. He had directly destroyed the 3 Stonemen warriors. Such combat strength was definitely shocking. One should know that the 3 Stonemen warriors had combat strength that surpassed a demi-sage. The mysterious giant disappeared at the city gate. The Green Emperor did not make a move. He had his eyes on the black dragon, who was fighting with Chiu Wuqing. Back then, when the Green Emperor and Taoist Hongjun were fighting for the rights to rule this world, the Black Dragon stood on Taoist Hongjun's side. It was also because of the Black Dragon that the Green Emperor was defeated by Taoist Hongjun. The reason why the Green Emperor had appeared at this time was to take revenge for what had happened in the past. However, the Green Emperor was destined to be disappointed. The Black Dragon could not possibly survive the battle with Chiu Wuqing. Buzz. The halberd vibrated. Chiu Wuqing immediately used the triple transformation of the celestial demon. A 3-headed, 6-armed celestial demon shadow appeared on his body. His combat strength soared again. Swoosh! Chapter 1871. The Black Dragon had died. It had been nailed to death in midair by Huo Wuqing's halberd. Dragon blood flowed down Huo Wuqing's halberd. Everyone was shocked by this outcome. Anyone who had come out of the forbidden land of life was extraordinary. Huo Wuqing had actually cultivated the 9 divine demon transformations, a secret technique of the divine demon clan. His battle strength had also increased to an unimaginable level. Such a person was almost invincible among his peers. He could challenge existences of a higher realm than him. Although Huo Wuqing only had the cultivation of a half-step saint, his battle strength would instantly soar once he displayed the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Not to mention other half-step saints. Even a half-step saint could be slaughtered. Such an existence could not be understood with common sense. The Green Emperor was speechless when he saw this outcome. 2 of his greatest enemies had actually died in front of him, one after another on the same day. Furthermore, the person who had killed them was not him. Of the 4 giants of the Sage Realm, only the Green Emperor and the mysterious giant were left. The Green Emperor had never expected such an outcome. Who are these people? The Green Emperor's gaze swept across Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others. From what he knew, these people were the second batch of people to enter this realm in tens of thousands of years. Before this, only one person had entered this realm. However, he had been severely injured by Taoist Hong Jun. Then, he had escaped using a forbidden weapon. That forbidden weapon was very powerful. It had actually torn apart this realm and allowed that person to escape. However, forbidden weapons were different from other divine weapons. They could only be used once. After they were used up, they would self-destruct and leave nothing behind. Outside the Sage Realm, there was a Sage King formation that the ancient sage had personally set up. As long as one could pass through the Sage King formation, they would be able to enter this realm. The ancient sage's idea was actually very simple. Anyone who could pass through the Sage King formation would definitely be a Sage King or an existence even more powerful than a Sage King. Anyone below the Sage King level, even if a sage came, would not be able to break through the formation. When the ancient sage had set up the Sage King formation, he had never imagined that Gu Fei and the others would be able to pass through the formation and enter this realm. The Green Emperor did not dare to underestimate Gu Fei and the others. These people were all extremely powerful, especially Gu Fei, who could actually shake a Sage King formation with his body alone. This kind of physique was too powerful. He had once followed the ancient sage, thus he knew many secrets of the heavens and earth. This person called Gu Fei was most likely walking the path of the supreme martial progenitor. The strength of the human clan's martial body was unquestionable in ancient times. It was recognized as one of the strongest physiques. After killing the Black Dragon, the divine body of Huo World would disappear. After killing the dragon with the halberd, he would be, and would be, Huo. The layer of black scales covering his body also disappeared, and the 2 demon king horns on his head gradually shrank until they finally disappeared. The characteristics of the demonic body disappeared. Very soon, Huo Wuqing's body disappeared completely. Only the halberd in his hand was still dripping with blood. At this moment, there were only a few of them left in the entire divine city. When the 100,000 ferocious beast warriors saw that Taoist Hong Jun and the Black Dragon were dead, and that the mysterious giant had escaped, they turned around and fled as well. All of them rushed towards the direction of the city gate. After fighting with the dire beast warrior for so long, many of the stone golems were killed by the dire beast warrior. However, even though the 4 stone men warriors had been smashed into pieces, the stone men continued to advance towards Gu Fei and the others. This was an instinctive action. The ancient sage had created the stone men to protect this divine city. These stone men were not much of a threat to Gu Fei and the others. However, when countless stone men gathered together, the power they formed was enough to shock them. "Friend, it's better for us to join forces," the Green Emperor said to Gu Fei. They wanted to break the seal of the hall, but it was not something that could be done in a short time. If they joined forces, it would be beneficial for both parties. If they were to focus on their own matters, it was likely that no one would be able to break the seal. "Boss, what do you think?" He Tian was a little tempted. After all, the Green Emperor's cultivation and strength were there for all to see. If they joined forces, they might be able to save some time. After all, they would not use the extreme path sacred weapon if they could. "All right," Gu Fei nodded. At this moment, it would be beneficial for everyone to join forces with the Green Emperor. He felt a little uneasy. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. It can't be that guy, right? Gu Fei thought of Long Badeo, this guy from the extraterrestrial divine mountain. He had to be wary of him. This guy was a ruthless character who could do anything. Therefore, everyone struck out together and sealed up all the stone men within the city. After that, everyone's gazes were focused on the grand hall in the middle of the city. This was a grand hall that wasn't all that glamorous. From the outside, this grand hall looked ancient and majestic. It was hard to imagine that an ancient sage had once resided within this grand hall. "Green Emperor, you've once followed that ancient sage. I'm sure you should know how to break this formation," He Tian said to the Green Emperor. The Green Emperor's background was not simple. Since this guy had once followed the master of this world, he should know this world like the back of his hand. Everyone looked over at the Green Emperor. "Brother Black, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Even though I've followed my master for a period of time, the formation laid down by my master isn't something that I can break," the Green Emperor said helplessly. The strength of the ancient sage was not something he could comprehend. Besides, to that ancient sage, the Green Emperor was nothing more than a beast that he had subdued. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a little disappointed. The Green Emperor was so strong and was a half-step saint. However, he was still not taken seriously by that ancient sage. If one was not a saint, one would still be an ant. Only by becoming a saint would one be able to stand on equal footing with the ancient sage. One should know that in the world of cultivation, strength was everything. The weak would not be taken seriously by the strong. "Brother Gu, looks like you'll have to do something," the mysterious lady said. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious lady and said, "You think too highly of me. I can't break the formation of a king saint." He was speaking the truth. Even a saint would not dare to break the formation laid down by a king saint, let alone Gu Fei, who had yet to become a saint. However, if he wanted to break the formation, there was still a way, and that was to use an extreme saint weapon to slowly erase the formation. Chapter 1872. The Sage King formation was a formation set up by an ancient sage king. Among everyone present, no one could guarantee that they could break it. Even formation Grandmaster He Tian was not confident. He needed to deduce it, but it would cost him a lot of energy. If the deduction failed, all his efforts would be in vain. He would not do something so strenuous and unrewarding. Gu Fei pondered. There was an aura of heaven and earth lingering in the hall, in front of him. It was the origin of this world. As long as he obtained the origin of this world and refined it, this world would belong to him. "Old He, you should do it." Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, "Boss, this." He Tian could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He did not want to work hard for others. He had worked so hard to break the formation, but in the end, the thing would belong to others. he would only be able to obtain something that was not very useful. Don't you want that thing? How can you not put in some effort? Gu Fei said. He knew He Tian very well. This guy would not do anything without benefits. He would run faster than anyone else when there were benefits. Boss, you mean to give me the thing inside? He Tian's eyes immediately lit up. He knew what the thing Gu Fei was talking about was. That thing in the hall in front of him was the most precious thing. In the whole sage world, there was nothing more precious than that thing. Yes, Gu Fei nodded. Haha, good. Old He, even if I die of exhaustion for that thing, it will be worth it. He Tian felt great, as long as Elder Gu nodded. Who would dare to fight with him for that thing? It was a world created by a sage. Everyone was jealous when they heard this, but they did not say anything. In the world of cultivation, the one with the strongest fist would get the best things. In the world of cultivation, everything depended on one's strength. The weak had no right to speak in the cruel and realistic world of cultivation. The dragons in the sky would never care about what the weak ants on the ground thought. The origin of heaven and earth. He Tian's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew that if he could refine the source of heaven and earth in this world, he would be able to take this world away. More importantly, he could fuse the formation world that he had created with this world, allowing the formation world that he had created to have limitless possibilities of transformation. The inner world that He Tian had opened up was incomplete. When he fused this sage's world into his inner world would be complete. No one knew better than He Tian what a flawless world meant. Such a world had almost infinite space for growth. He Tian walked up and seriously deduced the sage king formation in front of him. At this moment, He Tian's eyes were shining. Under the scanning of his yin-yang divine eyes, the countless formation patterns hidden in the void had nowhere to hide. In He Tian's eyes, the void in front of him was densely packed with formation patterns. These formation patterns enveloped the entire hall, and as the formation patterns intertwined, he sensed a sage-level power wave. Good Lord, this formation is hiding a killing intent. He Tian's heart trembled. The Sage King formation in front of him that enveloped the hall not only had defensive capabilities, but also various offensive methods. If one barged in without knowing the details, even a sage would be in danger. He Tian began to seriously deduce the formation in front of him. He was a formation grandmaster, and only he could study and deduce the formations set up by others. Even the formations set up by the Sage King had flaws. However, even He Tian would have to spend a lot of time and effort to find these flaws. Everyone was watching, and no one thought that He Tian could break the Sage King formation in front of him. He Tian was only a half-sage, and he was not a sage. His cultivation and strength were far inferior to a sage's. Who would believe that a half-sage could challenge a sage? However, nothing was absolute in this world. With He Tian's array Dao cultivation, although he could not break the formation, it was not easy to find a flaw in the formation. The others could only watch as He Tian constantly deduced the formation. He sat down cross-legged and waved his hands in front of him. Formation patterns constantly appeared between his hands before dissipating in the void. He Tian sat down for 10 days and 10 nights. Even he did not know that he could only deduce a portion of the power of the Sage King formation in those 10 days. How is this possible? He Tian constantly scanned the formation in front of him with the yin-yang divine eyes. Among the countless formation patterns of the formation, there were quite a few true Dao patterns. In those 10 days, Qiu Wuqing was the first to attack. He attacked the shrine, but it was all in vain. The gate of the shrine was unbreakable. Qiu Wuqing used various methods in an attempt to open the seal and retrieve the item in the shrine. However, there seemed to be a transparent wall in front of him. Unfortunately, even though Qiu Wuqing used the killer move of the Divine Demon Clan, it was still difficult to break the layer of seal outside the Divine City. After Qiu Wuqing attacked, the mysterious woman also attacked. She pulled the divine bow with all her might, and the essence of heaven and earth immediately gathered from all directions and entered the divine bow in her hands. Buzz! The divine bow vibrated, and a tricolored divine arrow appeared on the bowstring. The mysterious woman had shot this arrow, but even such a powerful attack could not break the seal set by the Sage King. At this moment, Gu Fei was standing behind He Tian. He seemed to sense a pair of eyes staring at him, but when he released his divine consciousness, that feeling disappeared. Who is spying on me? Could it really be that guy? Gu Fei thought of a person. This person was decisive and did not hesitate. Moreover, he hid in the dark and was a great threat to them. However, Gu Fei realized that other than himself, no one else seemed to sense anything strange. Even the Green Emperor did not feel like he was being spied on. Could it be that he was too nervous? Gu Fei was thinking about how much longer that person could hide for. That person was ruthless and could do anything. This was what he was most worried about. One had to know that he was a ruthless person who could jump out and stab you at any time. Everyone was being used by him. Long Badeo, what are you trying to do? Gu Fei muttered to himself. Where was this guy from the extraterrestrial divine mountain hiding? Chapter 1873. In the depths of the heavenly city of the Sage Realm, everyone who had entered this realm had already gathered. There was a large hall in front of them. In this world created by the ancient sages, the most precious thing was in this hall. Everyone wanted to get their hands on that thing. However, this hall was protected by a formation personally set up by a Sage King. No one could break this formation, not even someone like Qiu Wuqing. Although the mysterious woman had a saint-level divine bow, it was still difficult for her to break this formation. Although the divine bow was a saint-level weapon, it was still a formation set up by a Sage King. At this time, the divine city was very quiet. No one spoke. Everyone was waiting, including Gu Fei. Of course, there were not many people who could hold on until now. Only Gu Fei, He Tian, Green Emperor, Qiu Wuqing, and the mysterious woman could hold on until now. He Tian was seriously deducing the formation that protected the divine city. This formation was very extraordinary. When no one touched it, all the formation patterns were hidden in the void and could not be seen. However, once someone touched the formation patterns that were hidden in the void would immediately appear and gather the power of a Sage King to block people outside. Gu Fei and the others were very patient. They waited for half a month. During this time, He Tian did not stop. Formation patterns constantly appeared in front of him. During this time, Green Emperor left once. After that, all the ferocious beasts in the entire Sage Realm were subdued by Green Emperor. He wanted to find the mysterious giant to settle the score, but the mysterious giant seemed to have disappeared. Even he could not find him. There was another person who did not appear again. That person was Long Badeo. Long Badeo was a very scheming person. Moreover, he was the successor of the mysterious extraterrestrial divine mountain. Even Gu Fei did not dare to underestimate this person. He knew how powerful Gu Fei was, so he had been hiding. Of course, no one knew what he was doing in the dark. Gu Fei could ignore Long Badeo, but it would be dangerous for Gu Zhong and Zhong Limeng to meet Long Badeo. One must know that Long Badeo was a half-step saint, while Gu Zhong and Zhong Limeng were only almighty cultivators. However, Zhong Limeng and Gu Zhong had been taken into Gu Fei's inner world. Under such circumstances, he would not let them out, unless Gu Fei had already killed Long Badeo. Cultivators who came out of the Forbidden Zone for life would always avoid them, not daring to provoke them. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, these people were nothing special. Gu Fei was not afraid of these people. It's done, it's finally done. On this day, as Gu Fei was meditating on the ground, He Tian's voice suddenly rang out. Success. Gu Fei opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. He Tian had really created this sage ruler formation. How was this possible? This was a formation set up by a sage ruler. How could it be created so easily? However, it had to be said that Mahakala's title as an array formation grandmaster wasn't just for show. He had the ability to deduce the sage monarch array and actually found a flaw in it. Of all the people present, only Erebus had the ability to deduce that the sage monarch array was flawed. Gu Fei walked over. I'm confident. Gu Fei asked. They had been waiting in the sage realm for many days, but the item was still inside. If they couldn't break the formation, they wouldn't be able to get the item inside. I'm confident that I can break this formation, but, boss, you have to lend me the mountain and river cauldron, He Tian said after pondering for a while. If he had the mountain and river cauldron, he would need to shorten the time needed to break the formation. You're trying to steal my mountain and river cauldron again. Gu Fei glanced at Erebus, a faint smile on his face. Boss, please help me. He Tian knew Gu Fei's ability very well. If he had Gu Fei's help, it wouldn't be so hard for him to break the formation. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong. Gu Fei pondered for a while before flipping his right hand. An ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. An ancient aura spread from the ancient cauldron in his hand. This is the mountain and river cauldron. The crowd couldn't believe that such an inconspicuous little cauldron was the legendary mountain and river cauldron. The extreme path saint, weapon mountain and river cauldron had finally returned to Gu Fei's hands. Thank you, boss. He Tian was extremely excited when he saw that Gu Fei was really willing to lend him the mountain and river cauldron. With the mountain and river cauldron, he was 100% confident that he could break the sealing force of this sacred city. After receiving the mountain and river cauldron from Gu Fei, He Tian started to set up a formation. Formation runes flew out from his hands and intertwined with each other, activating the power of the heaven and earth. Not everyone could withstand the power of the heaven and earth. Those who couldn't withstand it would die to the tribulations, while those who could would have a breakthrough, and their cultivation base would increase by a lot. He Tian placed the mountain and river cauldron in the center of the formation. Then, he personally activated the formation. Just as the formation was successfully activated, a smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. This was a spirit-gathering formation, and it was extremely huge. When the formation was activated, the spiritual qi in the heaven and earth immediately gathered from all directions. In reality, He Tian's idea was very simple. He wanted to activate the mountain and river cauldron and cause it to release an extreme power to create an opening in the Saint Ruler formation. Of course, this was only an idea of He Tian. He would only know if it would work after he tried it. Brother Gu, is this really the mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. It should be known that the mountain and river cauldron had actually landed in Gu Fei's hands. If this news were to spread, the cultivation world would probably be in an uproar. Those people would do anything to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. It's the real deal. Gu Fei only said these 4 words. When everyone saw that Gu Fei had actually admitted it, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was an ancient cauldron that had existed since the era of myths and legends. Its origin was mysterious, and no one knew who had refined this ancient cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron could be said to be the most ancient and mysterious extreme saint weapon among all the extreme saint weapons. The Green Emperor's eyes lit up as he looked at the mountain and river cauldron that He Tian had placed in the center of the formation. Who wouldn't covet an extreme saint weapon? Even the mysterious woman couldn't help but be moved. Only Chiu Wuqing still had a cold look on his face. As someone who had walked out of the depths of the God-fallen sea, his knowledge was naturally extraordinary. However, Chiu Wuqing only sought the strongest power. He didn't know much about the outside world. However, this didn't mean that Chiu Wuqing didn't know what an extreme saint weapon was. Buzz. The huge spirit-gathering formation continuously provided the mountain and river cauldron with spiritual qi. Very soon, the ancient cauldron in the middle of the formation vibrated. Ha! This method really works. He Tian laughed out loud. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was gradually awakening. This meant that the item in the main hall would sooner or later belong to him. No one dared to act rashly, because Gu Fei was at the side. However, even if He Tian used the spirit-gathering formation to attract endless spiritual qi for the mountain and river cauldron, it would definitely be difficult for the mountain and river cauldron to display its power in a short period of time. However, as time passed, some of the Tao patterns on the mountain and river cauldron really began to awaken. A wave of power that shook one's spiritual soul spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. As it was affected, the transparent void around the main hall started to reveal lines of formation patterns. The king of Sage Array seemed to have a mind of its own and seemed to have sensed danger. The spiritual qi in the sage realm was much denser than the spiritual qi in the outside world. The essence of the heaven and earth gathered from all directions and entered the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled no matter how much it was filled. However, the ancient cauldron was really awakening. However, the speed at which the mountain and river cauldron was recovering was very slow. The Tao patterns on the body of the cauldron were gradually lighting up. The mysterious woman, Green Emperor, and the others were all extremely shocked. They had never seen someone actually awaken an extreme path sacred weapon. This He Tian, Green Emperor, was very displeased. At this moment, he could already tell that He Tian had the ability to break the array in front of him. However, he needed a reward. Who would do something that did not benefit him? He Tian's reward was the item in the main hall. A few days passed. Divine light flowed on the mountain and river cauldron, and blurry images appeared on the body of the cauldron. It was a world with flowers, birds, insects, fish, birds, and beasts. It was all-inclusive. Even the figures of the ancient ancestors appeared on the body of the mountain and river cauldron. All right. Chapter 1874. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. An ancient cauldron, like a primordial god mountain, slowly moved towards a palace. The god city below began to tremble, as if it were about to fall from the sky. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They never expected Gu Fei to use such a direct method to break the sage ruler array. Boss is really fierce. Even He Tian was extremely shocked when he saw this. At this moment, Gu Fei's entire body was emitting chaotic divine light. He was using his full strength. It was not an easy task to move the mountain and river cauldron. As his cultivation level increased, Gu Fei realized that it was getting harder and harder for him to use the mountain and river cauldron because it consumed too much yuan qi. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, it was still not enough. He did not dare to use his own strength to move the mountain and river cauldron. He was afraid that the mountain and river cauldron would suck all his yuan qi dry. Of course, with He Tian, a formation grandmaster, Gu Fei did not need to use much of his own yuan qi to move the mountain and river cauldron. However, it would take a lot of time to set up a huge spirit-gathering array. Gu Fei used his full strength. Everyone retreated far away. The energy waves that spread from the mountain and river cauldron were too strong. Such power was at least at the sage level. Of course, this was only a phenomenon of the mountain and river cauldron showing signs of awakening. In fact, Gu Fei did not think that the spirit qi gathered by He Tian's spirit gathering array could completely awaken the mountain and river cauldron. As long as it recovered a little, it would be enough. He could feel that the artifact soul in the mountain and river cauldron was still in a deep sleep. Bang! The huge mountain and river cauldron finally collided with the sage ruler array, countless runes intertwined, and a powerful sage ruler-level power appeared in the divine city. Buzz! The sage ruler array that protected the hall was shaking. The collision of the mountain and river cauldron had directly shaken the array, and some runes were dissipating. Even the array that the sage ruler had personally set up suffered an unprecedented impact. Some runes were directly obliterated in the void. He really managed to shake the formation. Qin Wentian muttered. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. However, when they thought that the most important item in the hall had already been decided, they didn't feel good. One had to know that even a sage would be jealous of that item. Sigh. The Green Emperor sighed. In the tens of thousands of years that he had faked his death, he had been plotting how to invade the God City in the sky, obtain the item in the God City, and then settle the score with Taoist Hongjun. As long as he refined that thing, Taoist Hongjun wouldn't be a match for him even if he had 10 flawless sage tools, let alone a single flawless sage tool. However, once the source of heaven and earth was obtained by the other party, he would only become a prisoner. However, it seemed like it was useless to think about this now. He just wanted to leave this world as soon as possible. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. The mountain and river cauldron was too heavy. With his cultivation, he could only push it slowly. The power of the Sage King array was completely unleashed. A huge figure stood up from the formation. That is, the moment he saw that figure, the Green Emperor couldn't help but shiver. The figure gave off a familiar wave that he would never be able to forget. Mas, Master. The Green Emperor was shocked. He had once followed the ancient sage in this world, and he knew very well how strong and terrifying this sage was. Otherwise, the Azure Dragon and Taoist Hongjun would not have only started to fight for the leadership of this world after the sage had disappeared for 50,000 years to become the ruler of this world. Boom! The great formation protecting the Great Hall was in operation. The illusory figure actually began to solidify as if a real ancient sage was about to appear. Bang! The shadow standing in the middle of the array moved and punched the mountain river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. Wow! Gu Fei felt a huge force coming from the mountain and river cauldron. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of a sage king was too strong. Even if it didn't hit his body, he still suffered a huge impact. Sage, Gu Fei's eyes glistened. It was just an attack from a figure, and it could hurt him. If it was a real sage, what would the scene be like? The strength of a sage was unquestionable. They were existences that stood above all others. If one didn't reach that level, one would never know how strong a sage was. Rumble, Gu Fei didn't stop. He continued to use the martial path true force in his body and pushed the mountain and river cauldron forward. Boss, seeing this, He Tian couldn't understand why Boss would personally push the mountain and river cauldron. He didn't have to do this. As long as he activated the primordial chaos chi in the mountain and river cauldron, he would be able to break this formation. The primordial chaos chi was the ancestor chi of heaven and earth, not to mention the Sage King formation. Even the extreme Tao array could destroy it. He Tian couldn't understand, but he seemed to have sensed something. Bang! The figure formed by the formation punched the mountain and river cauldron again, although the powerful force was mostly dissipated by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei still vomited blood. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and the primordial chaos chi started to appear on the mountain and river cauldron. An extremely ancient aura immediately spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. Primordial chaos chi. Seeing the essence chi surrounding the mountain and river cauldron, the mysterious woman and Qiu Wuqing couldn't help but be moved. That was the ancestor chi of heaven and earth. No wonder the mountain and river cauldron could suppress heaven and earth. One had to know that even a wisp of primordial chaos chi could crush a mountain. It wasn't without reason that the mountain and river cauldron was said to be able to suppress 3,000 worlds. The appearance of the primordial chaos chi accelerated the collapse of the Sage King formation. In the void, countless array patterns and Tao patterns dissipated in the primordial chaos chi. This really is the legendary primordial chaos chi. The Green Emperor was dumbfounded. His master was so powerful in the past, but even with his strength, it was difficult for him to obtain a wisp of primordial chaos chi. Something that even sage kings couldn't get their hands on had actually fallen into the hands of Gu Fei. However, at this moment, Gu Fei was seriously injured. The Sage King formation was collapsing, but he kept vomiting blood. The shadow was very powerful and displayed the power of a Sage King. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Fei's martial body was so strong that it was abnormal, he would have died long ago. Even so, he was still seriously injured. This was something that rarely happened in recent years. Open for me. Gu Fei's chest was stained with blood. He used all his strength and pushed the mountain and river cauldron forward. Countless array patterns and Tao patterns dissipated continuously, and the power of the formation was rapidly retreating. He really broke through the Sage King formation. Everyone was extremely excited. However, at this moment, no one dared to rush forward. It was important to know that the destructive storm that spread after the collision of the two great powers was something that even a half-step sage would find hard to resist. No one wanted to go forward and die. Just as Gu Fei was exhausted, a figure suddenly appeared behind Gu Fei and directly attacked Gu Fei's head with a palm. "How dare you?" He Tian roared angrily and pounced towards the person who had suddenly appeared to ambush Gu Fei. This person actually dared to sneak an attack on Gu Fei. He deserved to die. Buzz. Qiu Wuqing also attacked at the first instant. The halberd in his hand slashed towards the head of the person who had suddenly appeared, wanting to force the person to defend himself. However, the person's movements were extremely fast. Moreover, he accurately calculated the moment when Gu Fei was using all his strength to push the mountain and river cauldron and could not stop. "Gu Fei, go to hell!" The person shouted loudly. His palm was about to hit Gu Fei's head. The person had used all his strength in this attack. Even the void between heaven and earth was pierced. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered. His body suddenly moved 10 feet to the side. The person's full-strength palm immediately lost its target. This shocked everyone. What? The person was shocked. Boom. The person's full-strength palm hit the mountain and river cauldron squarely. Then an unimaginably strong force rebounded from the mountain and river cauldron. Wow. The recoil was very strong. The person directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never thought that this would be the result. The attack that he had been plotting for a long time had failed. "Humph, Long Bideo, you finally came out." Gu Fei turned around and looked coldly at the person who had sneakily attacked him. This person was none other than Long Bideo, who had been scared away by Gu Fei and He Tian. You Seeing that Gu Fei had turned around and stopped pushing the mountain and river cauldron, Long Badeo knew that he had fallen into a trap. From the beginning to the end, his opponent had been acting. His goal was very simple. He wanted to lure him out, and he had really been tricked by his opponent. He had actually jumped out on his own accord. Humph, let's see where you can run this time. He Tian approached. He held the Heaven Transformation Seal in his hand. The invisible sword turned into a sword light that was almost invisible to the naked eye and circled around him. Despicable. Long Badeo was really afraid this time. However, he still looked calm on the surface. Ha! Speaking of despicable, how can we compare to you? He Tian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also approached. They formed a circle around Long Badeo, blocking all his escape routes. Long Badeo knew that he had failed miserably this time. Moreover, this was a fatal mistake. He would not be arrogant enough to fight against Gu Fei and the other 4 experts alone. Even if Gu Fei attacked alone, Long Badeo might not be a match for Gu Fei. Swoosh. Chapter 1875. Gu Fei had successfully lured Long Badao out. Long Badao was indeed lurking at the side, waiting for a chance to deal a fatal blow to Gu Fei. When he thought that Gu Fei had been injured in order to activate the mountain and river cauldron, his chance came, so he decisively attacked Gu Fei. However, he never thought that this was just a trap set by Gu Fei, waiting for him to jump out. Swoosh! Long Badao was very decisive. He knew that he was no match for Gu Fei, so he immediately turned into a beam of divine light, wanting to escape. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold laugh and threw out a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, Long Badao was punched by Gu Fei. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked that Gu Fei's vitality was not injured at all. How is this possible? He clearly saw that Gu Fei had been injured in order to activate the mountain and river cauldron to attack the Saint Ruler formation. How could Gu Fei still be so powerful? Long Badao, we've been tricked by you, the mysterious woman said coldly. She held the divine bow in her hand and slowly pulled it back. Spiritual chi from all directions immediately gathered towards the bow and the person. At this time, Long Badao was surrounded by 5 experts. Even if he was extremely intelligent and quick-witted, beads of sweat could not help but appear on his forehead at this time. It should be known that any one of them here was no weaker than him in terms of cultivation and combat ability. Despicable, what kind of hero are you? If you have the guts, come and fight me. While speaking, Long Badao's mind was constantly calculating how to resolve the crisis in front of him. But at this moment, he was so anxious that he was covered in cold sweat. Hearing this, He Tian smiled. Little Long, I'm not a hero, and I don't care to be one. If you want to fight, I'll grant your wish. Come, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Long Badeo's eyes were cold, and a murderous aura spread from his body. Under the impact of this murderous aura, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Hee, I didn't say I wanted to fight you one-on-one. Why are you being so fierce? As He Tian spoke, he glanced at Gu Fei. Boss, you should be the hero. He Tian said such words. Long Badeo was taken aback. He was most afraid of fighting against Gu Fei. One must know that even the cultivation madman Qiu Wuqing was not Gu Fei's opponent. Shua. At this moment, Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared. Long Badeo was shocked. Gu Fei had made his move. In the next moment, Gu Fei appeared behind He Tian and kicked the unresponsive He Tian towards Long Badeo. Ah, boss, you're murdering me for money. He Tian screamed, but at the same time, he attacked Long Badeo. His hands seemed to be dancing randomly, but countless formation runes rushed out from his hands and interweaved into a big net, shrouding Long Badeo. Formation in the void. Long Badeo thought that it was Gu Fei who attacked him, but when he realized that it was not him, he heaved a sigh of relief. But He Tian flew towards him. Boom! The power in Long Badeo's body exploded. The powerful force caused the void around him to vibrate, and visible ripples spread out. Roar! A huge phantom rushed out from Long Badeo's body, filled with killing intent. The phantom directly punched out, creating a big hole in the net that was shrouding it. Shwa! Long Badeo took a step and rushed out from the big hole in the big net. Then he stretched out his hand, and a big gray hand appeared in the void, grabbing towards He Tian. Blacking devil art. He Tian was startled. Long Badeo's claw was a great art of the devil path called the profound Great Chi Na hand. As long as one was caught by him, they would be destroyed in body and soul. Moreover, the scary thing about the Black Devil art was not the Black Great Chi Na hand, but the fact that it could absorb the essence, chi, and spirit of other cultivators to enhance one's cultivation and combat power. In other words, those who cultivated this kind of demonic art would have their battle prowess gradually increase. This was because their opponent's essence, chi, and spirit would be gradually absorbed by them when they fought. Even if someone with the same cultivation and combat power fought with someone who cultivated the Black Devil art, the one who cultivated the Black Devil art would win in the end. This was because the opponent would use less and less power, while the cultivator would use more and more power. Devil art. Everyone was shocked to hear this. One should know that demons were the enemy of all living beings. Their gazes towards Long Badeo changed. But what was strange was that when Long Badeo used the devil art, they couldn't feel a trace of the unique demonic nature of the devil Dao. He Tian quickly retreated. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent, so he had no choice but to get serious. Kill! Long Badeo once again used the Black Great Chi Na hand, grabbing towards He Tian. He wanted to kill He Tian with a thunderous method and then escape. Humph! Although the Black Devil art is powerful, your Grandpa He has nothing to fear. He Tian's hands were constantly moving in front of him. Formation runes flew out from his hands and imprinted themselves in the air. Long Badeo didn't say a word. He wanted to defeat He Tian in one move. However, He Tian was also a half-step saint, and he knew the ins and outs of the Black Devil art. Long Badeo couldn't devour his essence, chi, and spirit. Wind rise! While retreating, He Tian finally attacked again. Following his shout, a gust of astral wind descended from the sky, turning into countless transparent wind blades that flew towards Long Badeo. Humph! Long Badeo sneered. He directly used the Black Great Chi Na hand to shatter all the wind blades. In his opinion, such an attack couldn't cause any harm to him. Cloud movement! He Tian shouted again. At this time, clouds and mist suddenly appeared around Long Badeo. The appearance of these clouds and mist was very special, as if they appeared out of thin air. Lightning Devil Slayer. He Tian pointed his right hand towards the sky. Then, a dazzling lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning carried a destructive power, falling towards Long Badeo's head. What? Long Badeo, who was trapped by the clouds, was shocked. This He Tian was not simple. He actually used the power of lightning. In the end, he still fell for it. Long Badeo dodged the lightning at the same time. This was the power of heaven and earth. Even a half-step saint wouldn't dare to contend against it. Wind, clouds, and lightning, these three powers of heaven and earth were drawn by He Tian. In the air around Long Badeo, formation runes constantly appeared. He Tian laid out a great formation, trapping Long Badeo inside. He Tian seemed to be casually drawing out formation runes, but he quickly laid out a great formation that was enough to trap Long Badeo. Everyone has the right to slay a devil. Fellow Taoists, if you don't act now, when will you? He Tian shouted. He didn't want to fight Long Badeo alone because he was not a hero. He knew that the ending of a hero was always miserable. Swoosh! As soon as He Tian shouted, the mysterious woman made her move. A divine arrow was shot out. The divine arrow turned into a nearly transparent flame, piercing through the clouds in the formation and shooting towards Long Badeo. You guys, Long Badeo was shocked and angry. If everyone attacked together, he wouldn't have any chance. Ha! Long Badeo, you're dead. He Tian's voice came. Damn it, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Long Badeo was trapped in the clouds. He couldn't sense the mysterious woman's almost untraceable arrow at all. When he sensed danger, the extremely weak flame pierced through his shoulder. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron had already smashed a hole in the protective formation of the hall. Through this hole, everyone could sense an unusual aura in the hall. Azure Dragon saw this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wanted to sneak into the hall while everyone was dealing with Long Badeo and take away the 9-star alignment. However, when he saw that Gu Fei was looking at him, Azure Dragon did not dare to move. Since this human ancient martial art practitioner could kill Taoist Hongjun and take away the 9-star alignment, a flawless sacred weapon, he had the ability to kill him. Buzz. At this moment, there was a sudden rumble in the hall. Then, rays of divine light shot out from the hall. Powerful energy ripples spread out from the rays of divine light. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. But they quickly reacted. Then, someone rushed into the sky and grabbed at the divine light. Divine weapons with intelligence. Even Gu Fei was shocked. The divine lights that had rushed out from the palace hall were all divine artifacts. Moreover, they were all intelligent objects. Once they sensed danger, they would automatically retreat. There were as many as 18 beams of divine light that rushed out from the hall. These divine weapons had been sealed in the hall by the original masters of this world. At this time, the formation was broken. The 18 divine weapons immediately changed. They turned into divine lights and rushed out, wanting to escape. The mysterious woman also rushed into the sky and used a great technique to grab at the divine lights. Clang! When the mysterious woman grabbed a beam of light, her expression immediately changed drastically. An extremely pure ripple of sword chi erupted from the thing in her hand. What? The mysterious woman was shocked. She wanted to let go of the sword in her hand, but at this time, her right hand was already a bloody mess. She was injured. This divine sword was definitely a killing sword. Even if there was no one to control it, the sword energy that spread out from the divine sword could still hurt people. The mysterious woman couldn't grab the divine sword and let it escape. Chapter 1876. The god weapons that were worthy of being collected by the ancient sages were naturally different. After the mountain and river cauldron broke the seal of the main hall, the 18 god weapons turned into light and soared into the sky, trying to escape. God weapons with spirits belong to the fated. However, everyone present was an expert. How could they let these god weapons escape, just like that? Swish! Someone made a move and grabbed a few god weapons. Ha! The Green Emperor laughed out loud. He grabbed a piece of golden god armor. This golden god armor trembled in his hand and wanted to fly away. However, it was restrained by his power. Good stuff. The Green Emperor looked at the golden god armor in his hand and was extremely excited. This was a flawless saint armor with saint-class Tao patterns on it. When worn, it could withstand attacks from saint-class experts. Buzz. Just as the Green Emperor grabbed the golden god armor, the mysterious woman made a move as well. She had her eyes on a killing sword. However, the killing sword buzzed and shook her hand away. This was a saint sword filled with killing intent. It was a flawless saint weapon, and the sword chi it emitted actually pierced through the mysterious woman's palm, causing her palm to be a mess of blood and flesh. The mysterious woman was extremely shocked. She could feel a cold sword chi invading her palm and moving up her arm. "I'm at a disadvantage." The mysterious woman had no choice but to retreat. She then sat cross-legged on the roof of a pavilion in the God City and channeled her mystic technique to expel the sword chi from her arm. Such a strong killing intent. Gu Fei noticed the killing sword as well, and his heart skipped a beat. To be able to gather such a strong killing intent, how many living beings must have been killed? The original owner of the killing sword must have been a ruthless person who entered the Tao through killing. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the killing sword, completely unafraid of the sharp sword chi coming from the killing sword. As expected, the killing sword in the sky was grabbed by Gu Fei. Buzz. The killing sword was like an agile snake that struggled in Gu Fei's hand, trying to break free. However, Gu Fei's hand was gripping the killing sword tightly. No matter how the killing sword struggled, it couldn't break free from Gu Fei's control. Immortal slaying. Gu Fei saw that there were two ancient characters on the sword. The sword's name was Immortal Slaying. By then, the Green Emperor had already taken action one after another. He had already grabbed a few divine artifacts. However, there were 18 divine artifacts in total. It seemed as though some of the divine artifacts were about to fly away. "Boss, help me catch a few." Hei Tian's voice resounded in Gu Fei's heart. These divine tools were all flawless divine tools. He was extremely envious, but he was fighting with Long Bideo, so he couldn't grab them. This guy, Gu Fei, could not help but shake his head. Afterwards, he charged into the air, and with a wave of his hand, 3 god artifacts that were about to flee were immediately sucked into his sleeve. This was a flawless saint weapon, and even Qiu Wuqing was trying to collect it. Humph! Just as everyone was collecting the god artifacts, the mysterious woman had already forced out the sword chi that had invaded her arm. Afterwards, she charged into the sky and threw out a huge net with a wave of her hand. She caught all the god artifacts that were about to escape before pulling them back. It was a net of water. It was like a hazy ball of water vapor. There were a total of 8 god artifacts that were enveloped by the net. The god artifacts tried to break free from the net, but not a single one of them was able to do so. Very quickly, the 18 divine artifacts were taken away by everyone. "How dare you?" Suddenly, Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in the main hall. At this moment, there was already a figure standing in the main hall. In the spacious main hall, there was only a ball of divine, light the size of an adult's head. Above the ball of divine light, there were circles of ripples spreading out. Those ripples dissipated in the void and fused with the surrounding void. A surge of heaven and earth energy rippled in the main hall. Origin of heaven and earth. At this time, the person who came in before Gu Fei was performing a great technique, wanting to take away the origin of heaven and earth that was floating in the main hall. "It's you." Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that person. It was a middle-aged man, one of the 12 half-saints invited by Long Bideo. He had seen this person before. However, the fluctuation coming from this middle-aged man was not the cultivation of a half-saint. It was the aura of a half-saint. "You've hidden yourself well." Gu Fei walked towards that person step by step. That person was also shocked to see Gu Fei. He had been hiding at the side and only made a move now. He wanted to take away the origin of heaven and earth in the main hall without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, his opponent was Gu Fei. Buzz. That person didn't say anything. He directly raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Gu Fei. It was a demon spear, surrounded by demon chi. A shadow of a demon dragon emerged from the demon spear. Those from the demon Dao deserved to die even more. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This person was not invited by Long Badeo, but was in cahoots with him. Long Badeo's method was indeed brilliant. No one would have thought that he would do this. Long Badeo and this middle-aged man were not demons, but demon Dao cultivators of the human race. If they were pure demons, they definitely wouldn't have been able to hide from Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei used the omniscient void steps and dodged the middle-aged man's stab. Then, he pressed his palm towards the middle-aged man. A powerful force gushed out from his palm, causing the space in front of him to collapse. Yes, the middle-aged man was startled. He directly rushed up to the sky, wanting to dodge Gu Fei's palm. However, although the hall was not small, in Gu Fei's opinion, it was the most suitable place for close combat. He had already successfully closed in on the middle-aged man, so of course he wouldn't let the middle-aged man widen the distance between them just like that. Gu Fei followed like a shadow and attacked again. This time, he used the primal chaos fist. Bang! The middle-aged man was shocked and could only take a blow from Gu Fei. He only felt a stabbing pain in his hand. His wrist had already been shattered by the power of the demon spear. The demon spear almost flew out of his hand. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He was a half-step saint, much higher than Gu Fei in terms of cultivation level, but his opponent was very strong. He had secretly observed the battle between Gu Fei and Taoist Hongjun. He knew that Gu Fei only survived because he used the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. If Gu Fei hadn't mastered the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, this human martial body would have been killed by Taoist Hongjun long ago. Chapter 1877. A martial artist's body was strong, and their close combat skills were unmatched by other cultivators. Gu Fei was a martial saint, so his close combat skills were even more shocking. This was a combat skill that he had learned and perfected through countless life and death battles. There was nothing fancy about it. It was the most practical combat skill. It was simple and direct. Usually, he could kill his opponent with one move. In ancient times, no cultivator would dare to let a martial artist get close to them when they were fighting. Once a martial artist got close to them, it would mean death. Bang! In the main hall, Gu Fei was like a shadow, and with a single punch, he sent the middle-aged man flying. He was extremely powerful. Roar! The middle-aged man roared. Black, demonic chi rushed out of his body. A layer of black scales appeared on his body, and his eyes turned blood red. Everyone has the right to kill those who practice demonic arts. Gu Fei shouted. He instantly chased after the middle-aged man and appeared above him. He then stomped on the middle-aged man's head. Rumble. As Gu Fei stepped on the middle-aged man, there was the sound of thunder and lightning under his right foot. Lightning flashed under his feet, and a destructive force came down. The middle-aged man didn't expect Gu Fei to be so fast. He attacked wave after wave, not giving him any chance to breathe. Gu Fei wanted to kill him with a thunderous method. Let's fight! The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and raised the demonic spear in his hand to block. Boom! Gu Fei fiercely stomped on the demonic spear, causing it to bend downwards. An extremely ferocious power erupted under his feet. Bang! The middle-aged man was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei's foot and smashed onto the floor of the hall. Wah! The middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his entire body was falling apart. Every bone in his body was broken, and it was extremely painful. The floor of the hall was extremely hard. There wasn't even a crack under the middle-aged man's ferocious attack. The hard floor made the middle-aged man suffer. Half-step sage is just SOSO. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He didn't hold back and stomped on the middle-aged man again. This time, a tyrannical destructive force erupted from his left foot. This was the 8 kill steps. Gu Fei had taken the second step, and the power of the second step was several times that of the first step. Without any suspense, under the premise of close combat, Gu Fei succeeded in seriously injuring the half-step sage. When the second step of the 8 kill steps fell, the middle-aged man's chest collapsed, and his body was seriously injured. Roar! The middle-aged man roared as he desperately circulated his demonic arts, pushing Gu Fei back. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so he didn't dare to fight anymore. After pushing back Gu Fei, he crawled up from the ground and rushed out of the hall without looking back. He didn't even want the demonic spear that had fallen to the ground. At this time, escaping was the most important thing. Under the premise of survival, nothing else mattered. How could Gu Fei let this guy escape so easily? He kicked the demonic spear on the ground, and it immediately flew out. Buffed, the demonic spear instantly caught up with the middle-aged man and pierced through his back. A strong force pushed the half-step sage a few steps forward and nailed him to the ground. Just when the middle-aged man was nailed to the ground by the demonic spear, his head suddenly exploded. A demonic light wrapped around a small person and rushed to the sky, wanting to escape. Primordial spirit. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This guy who had fallen into the demonic path was actually so decisive. He didn't even think before exploding his Naiwan palace, allowing his primordial spirit to escape. Swoosh! Just when the demonic primordial spirit flew out of the hall, a divine arrow was shot from afar and hit the demonic primordial spirit. The demonic primordial spirit immediately collapsed. I can't accept this. When the primordial spirit of the devil Tao dissipated, it sent out an extremely weak wave of divine will. A figure flashed at the entrance of the hall, and the mysterious woman walked in. When she saw the ball of light floating in the hall, she couldn't help but be extremely shocked. This is feeling the power of heaven and earth that spread from the divine pearl. The mysterious woman knew what it was. The source of heaven and earth. It's the source of heaven and earth. The mysterious woman was moved. The divine pearl before her was many times better than the 18 divine weapons. One should know that as long as this divine pearl was refined, the heaven and earth left behind by the sages would belong to that person. Although she was jealous, the mysterious woman didn't go forward. She knew that with Gu Fei here, this divine pearl of heaven and earth already had an owner. Gu Fei was extremely powerful. The mysterious woman knew that she wasn't a match for Gu Fei. As for Qiu Wuqing and the Green Emperor, they didn't even enter the hall. They knew that even if they entered, they wouldn't dare to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei kept the mountain and river cauldron and sat in front of the divine pearl of heaven and earth. Looking at this magical pearl, even he couldn't help but be moved. One should know that this was a heaven and earth created by an ancient sage. Such a heaven and earth was naturally much better than his inner world. However, he had promised He Tian that this divine pearl of heaven and earth had already caught He Tian's eye. Ha ha, boss, thank you. He Tian laughed heartily. He knew that this heaven and earth created by the sage was about to have a new owner, and this owner was himself. Kill. He Tian attacked with all his might. He no longer had any worries. The void formation appeared and interweaved rays of destructive divine light, piercing towards Long Bideo, who was trapped in the formation. Long Bideo's cultivation and strength were still very strong. Although he was trapped in the formation, it was still very difficult for He Tian to kill this guy. Xian Yin technique, frozen 30,000 miles. Long Badeo risked his life. He had just watched helplessly as his senior brother was killed by the mysterious woman's arrow. This made him shocked and angry. Endless Xian Yin cold chi surged out from Long Badeo's body. Even the void seemed to be frozen. Countless formation runes immediately became dim. Even He Tian, who was in the depths of the formation, felt the bone-chilling cold. This guy, He Tian, couldn't help but be moved. The Xian Yin devil technique was very powerful, and the Xian Yin devil chi was the nemesis of pure yang weapons and magical treasures. He didn't dare to be careless. Sun transformation. He Tian shouted. The killing formation that trapped Long Badeo was activated again. This time, the formation communicated with the power of fire of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Boom. Chapter 1878. Rumble. In the middle of the killing formation, divine fire filled the sky. Endless divine fire gathered towards the center of the formation. This was one of the changes in He Tian's formation, sun transformation. Long Ba Dao cultivated the black Yin devil art. His devil chi was extremely Yin and cold. His true yang energy was the nemesis of the black Yin devil chi. At the center of the killing formation, a divine sun was forming. Endless yang energy gathered and burned the void. It was as if a real sun had appeared in the middle of the killing formation. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be moved. The true yang essence was vast and mighty, and everyone could feel a blazing heat wave surging towards them. Roar! Long Ba Dao roared again and again. The true yang energy was a great threat to him. The black Yin devil chi around him was constantly being destroyed by the true yang energy. This wasn't a good thing. He Tian wanted to refine him to death. Long Ba Dao knew He Tian's intention, but he couldn't change anything unless he used his life-saving forbidden weapon. Otherwise, he would be in danger. You guys are ruthless. Long Badeo saw that the situation was far from good and immediately took out his forbidden artifact. It was a pitch-black demonic plate. Without any hesitation, he took it out. Boom! The demonic disc flew up from Long Badeo's hand, and countless demonic runes rushed out from it. An unimaginably powerful demonic power rushed out from the demonic disc, directly piercing through the void between heaven and earth. This was a demonic Tao forbidden artifact that displayed tremendous demonic might. Even Black Sky's killing formation couldn't stop it. The demonic plate opened a spatial passage. Long Ba Dao wanted to rush into it, but at this time, the passage in front of him suddenly collapsed. Buzz! A deafening sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. An ancient cauldron came crashing down from the sky. A powerful shockwave spread out from the ancient cauldron. What Long Ba Dao's shock was no small matter. One had to know that this life-saving forbidden tool of his could only be used once. Unless it was a life and death situation, he would never use it. However, to his disbelief, his forbidden weapon lost its effect. The ancient cauldron suppressed everything, blocking all his escape routes. Want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? A voice resounded. At this time, a figure walked out from the main hall. This person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was holding a divine light in his hand. Ha! He Tian laughed. The divine light in Gu Fei's hand was emitting pure heaven and earth energy. Needless to say, this divine light was the origin of heaven and earth. Kill! At this moment, it was as though my Tian was on steroids. His entire aura was different as he attacked with all his might. The killing formation was activated, and within the formation, a divine sun was forming. You dare to kill me? This time, Long Ba Dao's expression changed. Countless cracks appeared on the demonic disk in the sky. Then it crumbled and lost its demonic nature. Why not? Who do you think you are? He Tian said disdainfully. Endless divine light trapped Long Ba Dao in the killing formation. Endless pure yang energy was evolving into a divine sun. Long Ba Dao's demonic energy was constantly being destroyed. Kill me, and you won't be able to live either. Long Ba Dao roared. He was truly afraid. He couldn't escape even after using his forbidden weapon. He was truly trapped. Is that so? Hearing this, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. He took a step forward and entered the black sky's killing formation, quickly approaching Long Ba Dao, who was trapped in the center of the formation. Long Ba Dao sensed Gu Fei's arrival and turned pale with fright. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly used the heaven-covering palm. A huge palm covered the sky, enveloping Long Ba Dao, and then slammed down. Black in devil body, Long Ba Dao didn't dare to be careless. He didn't want to die either. He was the most outstanding genius of extraterrestrial divine mountain, and the only son of the mountain master. He was destined to take over extraterrestrial divine mountain in the future. How could he die here? A powerful demonic energy burst out of Long Ba Dao's body. Almost instantly, a layer of black scales appeared on his body. A silver horn grew out of his forehead, and his eyes turned blue and black. Long Ba Dao let out a beast-like sound. His body emitted the sound of bones rubbing against each other. His height increased by a full 3 feet. The extremely cold black Yin devil chi spread out from his body and unexpectedly resisted the pure yang energy of He Tian's killing formation. The divine fire couldn't get close to him. Bang! Long Ba Dao sent out a palm to meet Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm head-on. 2 powerful forces collided in an instant. The void was annihilated, and the surrounding divine fire was affected, dissipating in the void. What Long Ba Dao withstood Gu Fei's attack, which surprised everyone. One should know that Gu Fei had even defeated the half-step devil saint of extraterrestrial divine mountain. Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm dissipated in the void. Why did he choose to be a demon instead of a human? Everyone present disdained Long Ba Dao's behavior, but they had to admit that the black Yin devil body was really strong. The black Yin cold chi seemed to have frozen the void around him. Humph, what's wrong with being a demon? You can be free and do whatever you want without any scruples. Long Ba Dao's voice sounded. Eat my fist. Gu Fei held a ball of divine light in his left hand and clenched his right hand into a fist. He then punched towards Long Ba Dao. There was no violent power fluctuation, nor was there any dazzling divine light. It seemed to be an ordinary punch. It was this punch that shocked Long Ba Dao. This seemingly ordinary punch made Long Ba Dao feel that it was hard to dodge. There was no powerful fluctuation, but the fist intent of Gu Fei's punch made Long Ba Dao turn pale with fright. Gu Fei was really forcing him to take it head-on. It was hard to avoid. He could only go all out. Blacking great capture. Long Ba Dao stretched out his hand and displayed a great demon technique. A huge hand met Gu Fei's punch, and a powerful magic fluctuation spread out from that huge hand. Bang! Gu Fei's fist smashed into Long Ba Dao's huge hand. This time, Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch contained an extremely powerful force. It was a move that could turn something rotten into something magical. Long Ba Dao's huge hand was immediately shattered. Long Ba Dao was sent flying hundreds of meters away by Gu Fei's punch before he could stabilize himself. A trace of scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Long Ba Dao was extremely shocked. His opponent's power was too strong. He could actually hurt his black devil body. It was really unbelievable, without any suspense. Even if Long Ba Dao used his black devil body, he was still no match for Gu Fei. Gu Fei's punch shattered his black devil body. Gu Fei did not care where Long Ba Dao came from, or what kind of background he had. He killed him. You will regret it. Long Ba Dao's spirit soared into the sky, wanting to escape. You are the one who will regret it. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Long Ba Dao's spirit back. Don't kill me. At this time, Long Ba Dao did not care so much. He hurriedly begged for mercy from Gu Fei. If his black devil body had not been destroyed by Gu Fei, he would have already knelt at Gu Fei's feet. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly crushed Long Ba Dao's spirit. The most outstanding descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain died in the hands of Gu Fei. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. Roar. At the moment when Gu Fei killed Long Ba Dao, in the depths of the starry sky, in a chaotic void, there was an earth-shattering roar. Who killed my son? In the depths of the chaos, there was another world. It was an almost perfect world. There was no large land here, only mountains floating in the void. This was the mysterious sky beyond heaven. Since ancient times, there were not many people who could find sky beyond heaven. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was in the depths of sky beyond heaven. There was an incomparably huge Divine Mountain there. At this time, on the Divine Mountain, there was a mighty aura. A demonic shadow loomed on the peak of the Divine Mountain. My son is actually dead. No matter who it is, whoever dared to kill my son must die. The demonic shadow roared. All the creatures on the Divine Mountain were trembling. Many demonic experts rushed out, inexplicably shocked. Long Ba Dao was dead. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was under the control of the demonic path. The demonic shadow on the peak was the mountain master of extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. No one knew how powerful the mountain master of extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was, but the demonic experts on the Divine Mountain knew how powerful and terrifying Long Ba Dao was. Long Ba Dao was a half-demon saint. His son was already so powerful, let alone his father. Where is Wind Demon? The demonic shadow on the peak was summoning the experts under his command. Whoosh! A gust of black wind blew on the Divine Mountain without warning. In the black wind, there was a figure faintly discernible. The black wind blew directly to the peak of extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. When it reached the peak, the black wind suddenly disappeared, and a man in black walked out. Greetings, Mountain Master. The man bowed to the demonic shadow on the peak. Go and capture the man who killed my son. The Mountain Master directly ordered Wind Demon. Yes. The man then turned into a gust of black wind and rushed out from the peak, quickly disappearing into the distance. At this time, Gu Fei killed Long Ba Dao and gave the divine light in his hand to He Tian. Although everyone was extremely jealous, they did not dare to snatch the thing in Gu Fei's hand. However, Gu Fei and the others did not know that the Mountain Master of Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain had sent an extremely powerful demonic expert to capture Gu Fei. After He Tian obtained the origin of heaven and earth of this world, he immediately began to refine the origin of heaven and earth. He wanted to merge this world with his formation world. Chapter 1879. Refining a source of heaven and earth was not an easy task. Back then, when Gu Fei refined the source of heaven and earth from the Naraka Tao, it took him hundreds of years. Of course, the world created by the ancient sage could not be compared to the Naraka Tao at all. The Naraka Tao was one of the 6 Taos created by the ancient Buddha. The heaven and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord was already infinitely close to the flawless great heaven and earth. However, the heaven and earth created by the sage was worlds apart from the flawless great heaven and earth. In the divine city, a ball of divine light floated in front of He Tian. Above this ball of divine light, the aura of heaven and earth permeated. This ball of divine light was one with the surrounding void. The laws of heaven and earth in this world originated from this ball of divine light. He Tian was refining this ball of divine light. However, the progress was extremely slow. This was because this ball of divine light was imprinted with the mark of the ancient sage. Only by erasing the imprint left behind by the ancient sage and branding it with his own would black heaven be considered to have refined this part of the world. However, how could the mark left by the ancient sage be so easily erased? Even though He Tian had reincarnated countless times, he had no way of dealing with the great Tao mark left by the ancient sage. He could only use the method of consumption to erase the great Tao mark in the source of heaven and earth. He Tian wanted to use his own strength to slowly erase the great Tao mark in the source of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was protecting He Tian. If not for Gu Fei, the Green Emperor would probably be the first to rush up and attack He Tian to snatch the source of heaven and earth. However, with Gu Fei protecting He Tian, no one dared to act rashly. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman were waiting patiently. This matter could not be rushed. They also did not want to offend Gu Fei. They could only wait for He Tian to refine the source of divine light. Only the Green Emperor was a little frustrated. He was also a little worried. Once He Tian refined the heaven and earth source of this world, would he attack him? The Green Emperor's worries were not without reason. As long as He Tian refined the heaven and earth source of this world, he would be the ruler of this world. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for He Tian to destroy the Green Emperor. However, the Green Emperor did not dare to do anything to He Tian. Wherever Gu Fei stood guard, who in this world could touch He Tian? Everyone was waiting, but their moods were different. He waited for half a year. At this time, the ball of divine light in front of He Tian grew brighter and brighter. The imprint of the great path left behind by the ancient sages within the divine light was finally shaken by him. Although He Tian's method would take a long time, it was the safest method. There was no day or night in cultivation. He Tian sat there for 10 years. During these 10 years, Gu Fei's cultivation made another breakthrough. He had accumulated a lot of experience, and his cultivation rose from the first layer of half-step saint to the third layer of half-step saint. After the breakthrough, Gu Fei's vital energy and blood became stronger. Every move he made seemed to be able to shake the void of heaven and earth. His cultivation had become even more unfathomable. A martial artist at the third heaven of the half-saint realm could even fight against a quasi-saint without relying on any external forces. In the divine city, the others were also cultivating. Qiu Wuqing's talent was simply heaven-defying. During these 10 years, he had actually improved by a major realm and became a sage-to-be. The mysterious woman had also improved. Although she had not broken through to the sage-to-be realm, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the sage-to-be realm. The Green Emperor, one of the 4 giants, was still a half-step sage. During these 10 years, the Green Emperor's cultivation had not improved at all. This was because he would become a sage if he improved any further. However, sages were not allowed to appear in this part of the world. Rumble. On this day, a thunderous sound came from where He Tian was. Rays of divine light rushed out from the source of heaven and earth in front of him, and then dissipated in the void. At this time, He Tian spat out a mouthful of blood towards the ball of divine light in front of him. This was He Tian's blood essence. Each drop contained He Tian's life imprint. This was the blood of his heart, which was incomparably precious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, He Tian's expression immediately became weary. Erebus's heart blood was completely absorbed by the ball of divine light as soon as it touched the ball of divine light. It's done. Although He Tian's expression was weary, he was still extremely excited. 10 years. He had been cultivating this ball of divine light day and night for 10 years, not daring to be distracted. At this time, he had finally gotten something. Virum. After devouring the blood of He Tian, the ball of divine light vibrated continuously and let out a loud sound. A series of blood-colored Tao patterns appeared on the divine light. That was the imprint of He Tian's Tao. At that moment, Mahakala's mark of the great path replaced that of the ancient sage. Then, the ball of divine light began to recede, and soon a matured, fist-sized orb appeared before everyone's eyes. I've finally succeeded. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. When everyone else saw that He Tian had cultivated the source of heaven and earth, they let out different expressions. This was especially so for the Green Emperor. Right now, the Green Emperor was filled with jealousy and hatred. Ha! He Tian laughed out loud as he stood up from the ground. He had expended quite a lot of energy. If he wanted to recover completely, he would need some time. However, it was all worth it. Even if his energy was greatly damaged, it was still worth it. Swoosh! He Tian kept the pearl into his body. The pearl entered He Tian's Niwen palace. Then, with a single thought from He Tian, the entire world shook. Swoosh! A beam of divine light shot out from He Tian's glabella, opening up a spatial passageway. Those who wish to head out, please do so. He Tian opened up the passageway between this world and the outside world. The Green Emperor was the first to rush into the sky and disappear into the spatial passageway. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. The outside world was the place for him to show off his skills. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman left as well. They had stayed here for 10 years and did not know what was happening in the human realm. After everyone left, Gu Fei was the last to leave. He Tian wanted to try and fuse the world created by the sage into his own world of formations. Therefore, he did not want to head out. Gu Fei naturally knew what He Tian wanted to do. Without any hesitation, he left this world. This is when Gu Fei came out of the spatial passageway. He realized that he was still on a red star. This was a huge, barren star. However, there were many ancient beasts lurking on this huge star. Roar. Chapter 1880. Gu Fei exited the sage realm and appeared in an unknown region of the vast crimson planet. The place was filled with red sand, and the surrounding terrain was undulating with many hills. This was a region without any signs of life. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. On this crimson planet, the spiritual qi was so thin that it was almost non-existent. However, in such a place, there were many powerful beasts lurking. Roar! Just as Gu Fei was about to leave this region, a roar was heard from behind a nearby hill. Then, an exotic beast scuttled out from behind the hill and pounced at Gu Fei. Gu Fei moved and instantly disappeared from where he was. The next moment, his figure appeared thousands of feet away at an extremely fast speed. Boom! With a loud noise, the crimson sand filled the sky. The exotic beast pounced down from the sky, and the place where Gu Fei was originally standing was instantly destroyed. A ferocious and ruthless aura began to spread in the air. At this moment, Gu Fei had a clear view of the exotic beast. It was red all over and covered with a thick layer of red scales. There was a black horn on its head, and there was a yellow light lingering on it. This was an unknown exotic beast. At least, Gu Fei had never seen it before, nor had it appeared in the ancient books that he had read. Evil creature, you're courting death. Although this exotic beast was powerful, its strength was at most at the peak of the almighty realm. Compared to the two exotic beasts that Gu Fei encountered when he first came to this crimson planet, it was far weaker. Swoosh! Gu Fei pointed a finger, and a chaotic ray of light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger, directly piercing the forehead of this unknown exotic beast. Puffed! A stream of blue blood rushed out from the eyebrows of the exotic beast. Then, with a boom, the exotic beast fell on the red sand, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. Boom! Just as Gu Fei killed the exotic beast, a loud sound rang out from afar. Gu Fei felt the entire ground trembling. The red sand on the ground undulated like waves, and a shockwave spread out. What happened? Gu Fei was startled. This kind of fluctuation was a bit shocking. It was as if most of the star had been shaken. Could it be that something big had happened on this star? Although the crimson star was not as huge as the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not small either. A power that could move half of the crimson star was already very shocking and terrifying. Shua! Gu Fei disappeared from where he was and rushed in the direction of the fluctuation. In next to no time, he saw a crimson-colored wave appear in front of him. Yes, it was a wave that was completely formed from crimson sand was surging towards him, and this wave was over 10 kilometers tall. Gu Fei could not help but be moved. He rushed into the sky and dodged this wave. Seeing this wave surging behind him, even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. What kind of power could form this wave that affected more than half of the crimson star? Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was shocked, the void in front of him suddenly trembled. Looking from afar, he saw that tens of thousands of miles away, there were rays of divine light rushing up, and terrifying energy fluctuations appeared again. What is that? Gu Fei discovered that within the rays of divine light there were actually Tao patterns, and they were ancient Tao patterns. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a shocking evil aura appeared in the sky. A huge figure stood up from the ground. What? At this time, Gu Fei could not stay calm. The crimson star was not simple, and it seemed to have sealed a peerless evil demon. At this time, the evil demon had appeared, and it was world-shaking. What is going on? Is it related to the grotto heaven of the ancient sage? It was already abnormal for the ancient sage's grotto heaven to appear on this barren crimson star. Now that the evil demon had appeared, Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something. Roar! The figure that stood up from the ground roared into the sky, and the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The figure was entangled by many metal chains. 9 rays of divine light descended from the sky and entangled the figure, binding it tightly. This was a kind of confinement technique. The divine chains of the great path had bound the evil demon in the void of this world, trapping it there. Boom! Dazzling lightning appeared in the sky above the crimson star, and a power of heaven and earth appeared in the sky above the figure. The power of the evil demon had exceeded the limit allowed by this world, and a heavenly tribulation of extermination was about to descend. Whereas Meng Tian, a spiritual consciousness, spread out from the figure, and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Boom! At this moment, the void above the figure suddenly collapsed. A god city broke through the void and appeared above the head of the evil demon. Buzz! The void shook, and a shocking power exploded from the divine city. Then, the entire divine city pressed down on the figure below. When Gu Fei saw the palace, he could not help but be extremely shocked. The appearance of the palace confirmed his guess. The ancient sage indeed had a conflict with the evil demon. Rumble! Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts raged in the sky, and a heavenly tribulation of extermination descended. That was because two powers that surpassed the sage level had appeared in this world. The powers that surpassed the sage level could threaten the great Tao laws of this world. The heavenly Tao sensed the threat, and hence sent down countless heavenly lightning. The countless heavenly lightning engulfed half of the crimson star. Gu Fei quickly retreated. The heavenly lightning of extermination was extremely powerful, and it was much more powerful than the heavenly tribulation of a half-sage. If Gu Fei was struck by the heavenly lightning of extermination, his body and soul would be destroyed. The countless heavenly lightning of extermination was wreaking havoc, and the entire crimson star was shaking. Many beasts that were hiding in the crimson star escaped. The heavenly lightning of extermination covered a huge area, and most of the beasts were destroyed by the sudden heavenly lightning of extermination. At this moment, half of the crimson star was engulfed by the heavenly lightning of extermination. However, the divine city was safe and sound amidst the endless heavenly lightning of extermination. Not a single heavenly lightning of extermination could land on the divine city. The powerful evil demon was also fine in the sea of lightning. The power of the heavenly lightning of extermination could not get close to it. The evil demon that had been sealed for countless years was too powerful. In the current world, existences that surpassed the sage level were not allowed to appear. The world felt threatened, and hence a terrifying heavenly lightning of extermination was about to descend. Chapter 1881. No one knew how powerful the power of a universe was. Even a sage would not dare to go against the power of the entire universe. Although a sage could break the restraint of the great Tao of heaven and earth, going against the power of the entire universe was an entirely different matter. The appearance of two powers that surpassed the sage level on the Scarlet Star had already made the great Tao of heaven and earth feel threatened. Hence, a heaven calamity of annihilation descended. Endless thunder calamity almost engulfed the entire Scarlet Star. Even in the starry sky, the heaven calamity was extremely dazzling. What's going on? How can there be such existences in this universe? Those guys have returned. When the two earth-shattering powers appeared on the Scarlet Star, the invincible existences on the soaring dragon ancestral star that was thousands of miles away from the Scarlet Star sensed the changes on the Scarlet Star immediately. Rumble, in an extremely hidden mountain on the soaring dragon ancestral star, a lifeless god city tore the void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. In the main hall of the god city sat a supreme ghost Tao. This supreme ghost Tao was Ghost Emperor Fengdu, who had created the ghost cultivation path and had lived for countless years. This god city was the legendary ghost city of Fengdu. There were 10 halls in the city, and the legendary 10-court Yama resided in the 10 halls. Swoosh! In the main hall, Ghost Emperor Fengdu's gaze tore through the void and saw through the universe. He saw the extremely huge figure on the Scarlet Star under the heaven calamity. I've already killed the evil lord. I didn't expect there to be another existence that is comparable to the evil lord. Ghost Emperor Fengdu muttered to himself. That day, he had displayed his great divine power and killed Thousand Illusion Evil Lord. That battle was extremely intense and earth-shattering. However, although Thousand Illusion Evil Lord was powerful, he was still killed by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. At the same time, in the sky above a devil's den in the northern devil region, a man who was sitting on the yin-yang divine pattern looked up into the sky. His gaze crossed the endless starry sky and landed on the Scarlet Star. Meng Tian and Xian Xia. The man on the yin-yang divine pattern said, "These two guys have been fighting for their entire lives. Are they still fighting now?" In the 10,000 great mountains of the southern wasteland, An old man chopping firewood stopped, raised his head to look at the sky, and then muttered to himself. After that, the old man continued to wave the rusty machete in his hand. Roar! From the depths of the abyss of immortals and demons, at the border between the northern demon region and the northern demon region, came a terrifying roar. The other regions of the soaring dragon ancestral star also sensed the energy ripples of supreme experts. What had happened on the Crimson Planet had alarmed these supreme experts who had never shown themselves. Roar! Meng Tian, you want to suppress me with a god city when you are not here in person? What a joke! On the Crimson Star, evil Lord Xianxia, who was bound by the divine chains of the Great Path, was howling. His howls reverberated in all directions. Around Xianxia, on the ground, and in the air, matrix patterns appeared. These array patterns were all Saint King Great Array patterns, and it was a killing array. Back then, evil Lord Xianxia and King Sage Meng Tian fought in the galaxy. In the end, King Sage Meng Tian defeated Xianxia and suppressed him on the Crimson Planet. In fact, the Crimson Planet was not a lifeless planet. Most of the planets that were adjacent to the soaring dragon ancestral star had lives. It was because of that battle that the planet became a barren land. Rumble, it was not a big deal for the God City to suppress him from the sky. However, the God City actually triggered the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation and suppressed Xianxia with the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation. What? Xianxia was shocked. How was this possible? Could it be that Meng Tian's cultivation level had reached the stage where he could control the Heaven Tao? This was definitely impossible. If Meng Tian's cultivation level had reached the stage where he could control the Heaven Tao, he would have become an extreme grade supreme being long ago. If Meng Tian was already an extreme grade supreme being, he would be able to kill Xianxia effortlessly and would not need to suppress him on the Crimson Planet. In the God City, there was a wave that resonated with the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation and triggered the terrifying power that could destroy everything in the world. Roar! Xianxia was ferocious. He roared towards the sky, and his white hair danced wildly. The divine chains of the great path on his body clanged, and he used a supreme technique to create a black hole. Boom! A heaven-devouring power surged out from the black hole and devoured everything in the world. Even the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation was shaken, and it was extremely terrifying. Countless bolts of lightning were devoured by the black hole. The God City was shaking, and it was being pulled towards the black hole by the black hole. This, tens of thousands of miles away. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. Could it be that Erebus was still in the divine city? This wasn't a good thing. Swoosh! Just as the God City was being pulled towards the heaven-devouring power from the black hole, a figure stood up from the God City, and a terrifying aura of a king of sages could be felt from the figure. Buzz. The void shook, and the faint figure formed a seal with his hands. The boundless power of the heavenly tribulation was triggered by the figure and struck towards the black hole below. Xianxia was shocked. Although the exterminating heavenly tribulation was terrifying, the power of the heavenly tribulation could not be concentrated at one point. Therefore, it could still be resisted. However, once the power was concentrated at one point, it would be a different story. The ancient king of sages was truly heaven-defying. He could actually use the power of the exterminating heavenly tribulation for his own use. The power of the heavenly tribulation was continuously gathered and concentrated towards Xianxia. The black hole created by Xianxia's supreme technique immediately became unstable. Preposterous! Xianxia had been suppressed for countless years. Only now could he rush out from the depths of the Crimson Star and no longer be burned by the true fire of the Earth core. However, he could not truly break free. The ancient king of sages, Meng Tian, also had a backup plan. Swoosh! On the crimson star, outside the exterminating heavenly tribulation, a figure suddenly appeared. He stood in the starry sky and stared at the evil lord who was restrained on the crimson star. This person's robe was whiter than snow. It was the Ghost Emperor in Fengdu. The Ghost Emperor's arrival attracted the attention of the evil lord on the crimson star. "It's you." When Xian Xie saw the Ghost Emperor in Fengdu, an extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Xian Xie was stunned for a moment. He actually turned around and walked back into the cage that had imprisoned him for countless years, not daring to come out again. Rumble, the black hole collapsed, and the God City fell from the sky. Bang! Chapter 1882. The arrival of Ghost Emperor Fengdu shocked the evil lord who had just broken out of the seal and hid in the seal again. Gu Fei was in disbelief. What's going on? Such a thing was too outrageous. Could it be that Ghost Emperor Fengdu could actually kill such an existence? Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. White-robed Ghost Emperor stood quietly in the starry sky and watched the scene on the crimson star. He did not make a move. When he saw the divine city pressing down and sealing the evil lord again, he turned and left. Roar, a deep roar, was heard from below the divine city. Xian Xie, evil lord, was unwilling to give up. He had spent a lot of time and effort to break out of Sage King Meng Tian's seal. However, he actually encountered that person when he came out. Rumble, Sage King Dao pattern surged out of the divine city, and the seal that Meng Tian had set up was being repaired rapidly. This time, the power of the seal was much stronger than before. "Meng Tian, you can't stop me." Xian Xie, evil lord's voice was heard from the crimson star. However, his voice soon disappeared as the power of the seal isolated everything. As the seal was repaired, the two powers that surpassed the sage level also disappeared. The terrifying, destructive, heavenly tribulation lost its target and gradually dissipated in the void. In this short period of time, more than half of the crimson star was destroyed. The ground collapsed, red sand filled the sky, and countless beasts died. Most of the beasts were actually the descendants of the followers of the evil lord. Back then, Xian Xie evil lord dominated the chaos era and had many followers. The entire crimson star was a prison that sealed the evil lord. Gu Fei did not expect an unparalleled evil demon to be sealed on the crimson star. It was a supreme being from the ancient era that could go against a king of sages. If the evil demon was allowed to be born, there would not be many people who could go against the evil demon in this world without sages. Hey Tian, when Gu Fei came back to his senses, his expression couldn't help but greatly change. When he came out of the ancient sage's world, Hey Tian was still in the divine city. But now that God City had shattered the void and appeared on Crimson Star. Moreover, it had suppressed that evil demon again. Was He Tian still in God City? Shua. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps, displaying the world's fastest speed as he rushed towards the divine city. When Gu Fei arrived near the divine city, he couldn't help feeling bewildered. There was no aura of life coming from the divine city. In other words, there were no living beings in the divine city. Even the stone men in the divine city had disappeared. The divine city was silent. There was no sound at all. This was an empty city. Nothing had changed in the city, but it lacked vitality. Old Black, Gu Fei's spiritual, entered the God City, but he didn't discover anything. He Tian wasn't in the God City, which made him heave a sigh of relief. That guy should still be in that world. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He Tian had obtained the origin source of the world created by the sage. The first thing he had to do was to refine that origin source. Perhaps He Tian had left the divine city when he saw that the situation wasn't looking good. Gu Fei wandered around the divine city for an hour, but he didn't discover anything. Thus, he left Crimson Star and headed in the direction of the soaring dragon ancestral star. The soaring dragon ancestral star was different from the Crimson Star. The soaring dragon ancestral star was many times larger than the Crimson Star. The vast star gave off a suffocating pressure. The soaring dragon continent was just a part of the soaring dragon ancestral star. The soaring dragon continent didn't even occupy 1/10 of the entire soaring dragon ancestral star. However, the areas outside of the soaring dragon continent were mostly inaccessible places. Some places were even shrouded in demonic qi. One look, and anyone could tell that they were forbidden lands. Some areas were filled with demonic qi. It was very likely that they were the territories of the demon race. It's too big. It was Gu Fei's first time looking at the soaring dragon ancestral star in the starry sky. The vast aura shocked him to the extreme. The ancestral star seemed to have more than one supreme great Tao law. It was unusual for an ancestral star to have such a situation. It should be known that only ancestral stars that had produced a few supreme great Taos would have such a phenomenon, where several supreme great Taos coexisted. When a supreme achieved the Tao in an ancestral star, the ancestral star would have the supreme great Tao imprint of the supreme great Taos. On the soaring dragon ancestral star, there was more than one supreme. The situation of several supreme great Taos coexisting was rare even in the ancient untainted land. It seemed that it was difficult for supreme great Taos to meet each other. For example, during the era of the supreme Tao ancestor, the ancient Buddha Lord would not have appeared to compete with the supreme Tao ancestor. It was said that the collapse of the ancient untainted land was likely due to a battle between supreme great Taos. Of course, this was only a legend. However, it wasn't impossible. It should be known that a battle between supreme great Taos could destroy a large area of the world. Gu Fei charged toward the soaring dragon ancestral star with his 8 steps extreme speed. Just as Gu Fei was about to reach the soaring dragon ancestral star, he suddenly realized that there were countless ruins floating in the sky 100,000 li away from the soaring dragon ancestral star. That's a huge pile of ruins floating in the sky, shocked Gu Fei. Could it be that there was a huge battle outside the soaring dragon ancestral star? Gu Fei immediately changed his direction and flew toward the ruins. A distance of 100,000 li was considered a long distance in Gu Fei's eyes. It took him half an hour to get close to the ruins. He saw countless broken bricks, rocks, and mud floating in the ruins. There were even corpses of cultivators mixed among them. An ancient battlefield. Gu Fei finally realized what he had encountered. This was a battlefield within the starry skies, one that had existed for an extremely long time. Broken weapons, mutilated corpses. Everything made Gu Fei's scalp go numb. The ancient battlefield in the sky was huge, covering a radius of 100,000 li. Moreover, it wasn't static, but moving. It was unknown how long this ancient battlefield had been floating in the sky. At this moment, Gu Fei wasn't in the mood to explore. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. How is this possible? He sensed an extremely weak aura of life. In this lifeless ancient battlefield, there was actually an aura of life. This made him feel very surprised. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei walked in the direction of the weak life aura. Soon, Gu Fei approached the place where the presence of life was coming from. What he saw next almost made him lose control. It was a transparent crystal coffin. Chapter 1883. In the depths of the ancient battlefield of the stars, a crystal coffin was floating. The appearance of a crystal coffin in this deathly, silent ancient battlefield was a bit strange. When Gu Fei saw this crystal coffin, he felt his scalp tingle. He had seen this crystal coffin before. Inside the transparent crystal coffin, there was a sleeping woman. How could the crystal coffin from the eternally ominous city appear here? All of this was inexplicable, which made Gu Fei horrified. When this crystal coffin appeared, it was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't do anything to it. The woman inside the crystal coffin should be the remains of a supreme. However, this supreme's remains had changed and were sealed in the eternally ominous city by other supremes. That day, the virtual sky world attracted countless experts to fight for the supreme treasure of the eternally ominous city. But in the end, the crystal coffin appeared, and the supreme experts of the human realm also came. That battle even reached the depths of the primal chaos, and even the eternally ominous city was half destroyed. The crystal coffin that escaped that day actually appeared here. Moreover, the breath of life in this battlefield of the stars originated from the crystal coffin. Reborn from death, this is too heaven-defying. Gu Fei knew that the woman inside the crystal coffin was incredible. After being dead for countless years, she unexpectedly gained vitality and showed signs of rebirth. He didn't dare to approach it. Even a supreme expert like Ghost Emperor Fengdu couldn't do anything to this crystal coffin. If he approached it, he might not even know how he died. Gu Fei was about to retreat, but at this time, he suddenly had a creepy feeling as if something extremely dangerous was peeping at him. In the ancient battlefield of the stars, there were a lot of broken weapons and even skeletons. Some ancient corpses were still dripping with blood. After countless years, their bodies were still immortal. Could it be that there is some evil existence here? Gu Fei's heart trembled. He used 8 desolate void steps and quickly retreated back the way he came. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Boom! At this time, the entire ancient battlefield suddenly shook. The countless fragments scattered in all directions quickly gathered together, and a terrifying breath of death appeared between heaven and earth. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. Sure enough, there was an incomparably powerful evil spying on him from the side. When he wanted to retreat, this evil hidden in the dark immediately jumped out and intercepted him. The deathly aura was vast and boundless as countless fragments flew over from all directions. They then fused together, and a gigantic figure appeared in the middle of this space battlefield. Gu Fei could clearly sense how powerful this evil being was, because the black aura of death had almost condensed to the point of being solid, turning into rays of black light that lingered around the huge figure. This demon had concealed itself very well. Even Gu Fei had been deceived. At this time, the death aura seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was incomparably abrupt. Haha, what a powerful blood essence. A divine will came from the 10,000 zhang tall figure in front of him, and a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Rumble, the void was shaking. Countless fragments actually formed a 10,000 zhang tall humanoid monster. 2 rays of blood light shot out from its gigantic head. The powerful deathly aura shook the surrounding void. This was a very strange evil being. Its battle prowess had most likely reached the saint realm. That kind of powerful aura caused even Gu Fei to not have any thoughts of resisting. However, the strange thing was that despite such a powerful existence, the heaven and earth actually didn't send down a heaven's calamity. Such an existence was not allowed to exist. The ancient battlefield was 100,000 miles in radius. The deathly aura of the entire ancient battlefield seemed to have gathered on the body of this humanoid monster. This was a strange type of undead creature. To think that it could actually avoid the detection of the heaven and earth. From a certain perspective, This undead creature couldn't be considered as a real living creature. Perhaps it was because of this that the heaven and earth didn't send down a heaven's calamity. Human, contribute your essence, blood. The humanoid monster stood there, and the void around it was trembling. Black spatial cracks kept appearing and being repaired by the power of the heaven and earth. Contribute your head. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he wasn't that afraid of this humanoid monster. Because although this humanoid monster was strong, it was still far from being comparable to a real saint. Touch. The humanoid monster didn't say anything else. It directly stretched out its huge hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The vigorous qi and blood on Gu Fei's body was the nourishment that this undead creature needed. All undead creatures had one thing in common, and that was to increase their strength by devouring life essence. Buzz. A huge cauldron emerged from the void around Gu Fei's body. It wrapped around Gu Fei and instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. The place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago was immediately hit by the huge hand. A chaotic hole with a radius of thousands of feet was formed. The void between the heaven and earth was directly penetrated. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This monster was able to cause such destruction with just a casual attack. It was really shocking. You think you can escape? The divine will transmit it, and a voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the monster. He directly turned around and left. With his current cultivation and combat power, he wasn't a match for this monster at all. Only an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu might be able to suppress this guy. Rumble. Seeing that Gu Fei wanted to escape, the monster immediately chased after him. Its powerful force shook the heaven and earth. With just one step, the monster overtook Gu Fei and intercepted him. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. How could the other party's speed be so fast? However, he quickly understood that the opponent's strength had reached the saint level and was much stronger than him. They couldn't be compared at all. The opponent wasn't proficient in any kind of extreme speed technique, but with just one step, the opponent could instantly cross a distance of tens of thousands of feet. Swish! The monster stretched out its huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. This time, the monster's huge hand enveloped the heaven and earth and sealed all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Gu Fei could feel that the void around him seemed to have frozen in an instant. He couldn't open his inner world even if he wanted to. At this time, he finally understood the terrifying power of the saint level. So what if the saint level had cultivated his inner world? When the saint level's power released a restrictive force, he couldn't open his inner world at all. Chapter 1884. The humanoid monster was extremely powerful. It was a different kind of saint-tier life form. The power of the saint-tier could confine the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not even hide in his inner world. Boom! The humanoid monster extended its hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. The powerful saint-tier power made Gu Fei unable to resist it. If not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he might not even be able to stand. Roar! At this critical moment, Gu Fei roared angrily. An ancient cauldron rushed out of his body. This was not the shadow of the ancient cauldron, but the real body of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, he had no choice but to use the extreme saint weapon to protect his life. The opponent was too much stronger than him. However, just as the humanoid monster attacked Gu Fei, the crystal coffin floating in the void suddenly shook. Bang! The humanoid monster's body suddenly exploded. The crystal coffin appeared where the humanoid monster was. Then, an endless aura of death gathered towards the crystal coffin. This Gu Fei escaped death. He could not help but be shocked. After the humanoid monster was hit by the crystal coffin, it turned into a vast aura of death. Meanwhile, the crystal coffin was crazily devouring the surrounding aura of death. Just as the crystal coffin smashed into the humanoid monster's body, Gu Fei felt his body loosen up. The invisible pressure immediately disappeared. Roar. The humanoid monsters will let out an unwilling roar. The aura of death was continuously devoured by the crystal coffin. However, the crystal coffin shone with various divine lights. The endless aura of death was actually being converted into spiritual energy. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be stunned. The method of converting the aura of death into spiritual energy was too shocking. Could it be that the crystal coffin appeared in this ancient battlefield of the stars because of the aura of death? If that was the case, then the woman in the crystal coffin was really going to be reincarnated against the heavens. This was a saint-level death energy, and it had already developed intelligence. It had long since become a humanoid monster. The appearance of the humanoid monster was actually a coincidence. It was condensed from the unyielding remnant thoughts of countless experts who had fallen in the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the humanoid monster's body exploded from the impact of the crystal coffin, turning into boundless deathly aura that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of miles. Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and charged out from the explosion of death energy. Rumble, the space around the crystal coffin trembled. Death energy gathered from all directions and entered the crystal coffin. A powerful fluctuation was emitted from the crystal coffin. Gu Fei didn't dare to get too close. He retreated 50 to 60,000 miles away and stood in the starry sky. Looking at the surging death chi in front of him, he was shocked. This was the death energy of a saint rank expert. If it was completely devoured by the woman in the crystal coffin, would she be able to defy the heavens and be reborn? Gu Fei immediately realized that it was impossible. If the woman in the crystal coffin was really the remains of a supreme martial artist that had developed intelligence, even the power of a saint rank expert wouldn't be able to truly defy the heavens and be reborn. What shocked Gu Fei was that the mass of deathly aura that enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of miles was rapidly being devoured. This is too fast. Gu Fei was shocked once again. The woman in the crystal coffin was truly too frightening. At this rate, the endless deathly aura would soon be completely devoured by her. As expected, in just an hour, the death energy of a saint rank expert was completely devoured by the crystal coffin. Within the crystal coffin, the spiritual energy was vast. The vast spiritual energy that was converted from the deathly aura entered the woman's body. Soon, the spiritual energy in the coffin was completely absorbed by the woman. The wisp of life aura that came from the crystal coffin seemed to be slightly stronger. Sensing this change, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. After such a vast amount of spiritual energy was absorbed by the woman's life aura only became slightly stronger. It was really too difficult to defy the heavens and be reborn. Swoosh! After devouring all the deathly aura in the ancient starry sky battlefield, the crystal coffin flew towards the depths of the starry sky. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He then chased after it. The crystal coffin was moving very quickly in the starry sky. However, Gu Fei had the fastest movement skill in the world. Even so, he could only barely keep up with the speed of the crystal coffin. The starry sky was boundless. Even with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could still get lost in the starry sky. After a few hours, the crystal coffin arrived at the border of the soaring dragon ancestral star. At this moment, Gu Fei could only barely sense the aura of the soaring dragon ancestral star. The starry sky of an ancestral star was usually very vast. Only experts whose cultivation base had reached the half-saint realm would dare to walk in the starry sky. Soon, the crystal coffin entered a dim starry sky. There were fragments of broken stars floating everywhere. Some of the stars were already half destroyed. This was an alien battlefield. In the past, a terrifying war had taken place here. Almost all the stars in this starry sky had been destroyed. The dim starry sky was filled with a deathly aura. There was no sign of life. The spiritual energy in a place like this was almost depleted. Cultivators could not cultivate here at all. The crystal coffin entered the depths of the dim, starry sky. There was a huge planet floating there. Although the huge planet was not as huge as the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not much smaller. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. His instincts told him that this huge planet should be the ancestral planet of this starry sky. However, there was no sign of life coming from this huge planet. What exactly happened here? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. An ancestral planet with life had turned into a dead planet. Could it be that there was a great battle between supreme existences in this starry sky? It seemed that only such existences could destroy a starry sky and kill all the living beings on an ancestral planet. The crystal coffin's destination was the dead and silent huge planet. This huge planet was covered with wounds. There were hideous cracks and huge pits on it. This ancestral planet had suffered an unimaginable impact in the past. It was almost destroyed. However, this ancestral planet was not destroyed in the end. Gu Fei knew why this ancestral planet was not destroyed in the end. It was because he could feel the great Tao fluctuation of an extreme grade supreme on this huge planet. This was an ancestral planet that had once produced an extreme grade supreme. It should be the great Tao seal of the extreme grade supreme that protected this ancestral planet. Otherwise, this ancestral planet would have been destroyed. Why did the woman in the crystal coffin come here? Chapter 1885. Amidst the deathly stillness of space, a once glorious ancestral star was revolving. The crystal coffin's destination was actually such a place. This puzzled Gu Fei. Did the crystal coffin come here to absorb the death chi as well? However, although this star domain had been destroyed, he discovered that there weren't any corpses of powerful existences left in the entire star domain. Apart from the destroyed stars, there was not even a shard of a divine weapon. The war that almost destroyed the entire star region seemed to have only left behind a desolate battlefield. Swoosh! The crystal coffin did not stop. It carried the woman and charged towards the huge star. Gu Fei followed suit. Even though the huge star was almost destroyed and suffered an unimaginable impact, it still gave off a feeling of vastness. There was also the fluctuation of the supreme Tao here. An extreme supremacy had once been born here. A life star that could produce an extreme supremacy was extraordinary. For example, the soaring dragon ancestral star was still the cradle of life, and there were still countless experts rising to power. However, the ancestral planet of this star field had turned into a dead planet. It was something that no one had expected. A great battle had almost destroyed an ancestral planet of life. All life on the ancestral star was wiped out, and nothing was left behind. However, from the wreckage of the buildings on the ancestral star, one could tell that there were countless cultivators and powerful existences on the ancestral star in the past. Today, everything from the past no longer existed. Bam! The crystal coffin descended from the sky and smashed into a pitch-black crack on the Death Star. It then disappeared into the darkness. Just as the crystal coffin disappeared into the crack, Gu Fei suddenly sensed that the aura of the crystal coffin had disappeared. This made his heart skip a beat. Swoosh! He directly entered the huge star. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was about to land on the edge of the crack, a sword chime was heard. Then, a sword ray shot out from the crack and pierced towards him. This is Gu Fei was taken aback. He immediately soared into the sky and dodged the sword. The sword light swept past him and only dissipated in the void after soaring tens of thousands of feet. The chilling sword chi fluctuations caused him to be shocked. Hidden within the pitch-black crevice was a peerless killing intent, causing Gu Fei to be alarmed. That sword attack just now was very sudden and powerful. Even Gu Fei did not dare to face it head-on. There was a kind of invincible sword intent. What happened? There were no more fluctuations of sword chi in this big crack, which made Gu Fei anxious. He didn't dare to be careless, because in this place, a careless mistake could put his life in danger. However, Gu Fei had seen the crystal coffin enter the huge crack with his own eyes. When the crystal coffin entered the huge crack, there was no sword light. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from Gu Fei's body. Then, the shadow of an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body and enveloped him. He used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. No one knew how long the pitch-black crevice was. It was a hideous wound on the ancestral star. No one knew how deep the crevice was, but it was pitch-black inside. Even Gu Fei couldn't see what was inside. He carefully walked forward, after using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Even if he encountered the sword light earlier, it would not be a threat to him. However, unexpectedly, the powerful sword light did not appear this time. Gu Fei successfully entered the big crevice. Although Gu Fei was surprised, he couldn't think of the reason why the peerless sword light suddenly appeared. This made him feel a little uneasy. As he went deeper into the big crevice, Gu Fei felt the temperature below gradually drop. Rumble. At this moment, the whole big crevice suddenly shook. A monstrous death chi surged out from the depths of the big crevice and enveloped the sky and earth. Within the death chi, there were faint, strange noises, as if there were countless ghosts howling. What happened? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The death chi covered the sky and the earth. In the darkness, it was as if the gates of hell had opened and all the evil spirits ran out. That crystal coffin. Gu Fei immediately thought that such a movement should be caused by the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin seemed to need a large amount of death chi to be reborn. However, why was there so much death chi on this ancestral star? Although the ancestral star was destroyed, there was no death chi on it. Could there be some secret inside the ancestral star? Only a battle between supremes could affect the entire star field. Even the ancestral star of this star field was destroyed, and all the lives on the ancestral star were wiped out. The means of a supremes was unimaginable. Could it be that someone had tampered with the ancestral star? That seemed to be the only explanation. Gu Fei did not stop. The illusionary figure of the cauldron of mountain and river blocked the deathly aura that surged towards him from all directions. Then, with a flip of his right hand, a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. This was the divine weapon that Gu Fei refined himself, the 9 heavenly stars sword. The 9 heavenly stars sword was a divine sword refined from the 9 heavenly stars iron, an immortal divine material. Immortal divine materials were exclusive to supremes. Immortal divine materials were too rare, even for ancient supremes. Not every one of them could obtain an immortal divine material. Being able to obtain the 9 heavenly stars iron was also a kind of opportunity for Gu Fei. Gu Fei continued to descend. Soon, he noticed that the surrounding death chi was gradually decreasing. An extremely weak life force came from the depths of the crevice. As expected, Gu Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. The crystal coffin was devouring the deathly aura, but this time, the deathly aura here was many times stronger than the deathly aura in the ancient starry sky battlefield. The woman in the crystal coffin wanted to be reborn, and the amount of death qi she needed was too shocking. The crystal coffin moved in the starry sky as if it was searching for death qi. The mysterious woman in the crystal coffin turned the death qi into spiritual qi to nourish herself. Gu Fei continued to descend, breaking through the layers of death qi. After an unknown period of time, he felt his body lighten as if he had entered another world. He felt the fluctuation of other heaven and earth energies. There was indeed another world inside this ancestral star. The ground was dark, the sky was dark, and the ground was covered with white bones. Broken divine weapons and magical treasures could be seen everywhere. These divine weapons and magical treasures had all lost their spirituality. Another ancient battlefield. Chapter 1886. Gu Fei channeled the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. Passing through layers of death energy, he entered a dark world. This place was filled with death energy, and blood-colored clouds drifted in the sky. On the other hand, the ground was covered in white bones. As far as the eye could see, there were countless weapons and treasures scattered around the bones. Of course, some of these weapons and magic treasures had already been damaged. Although some of them were still intact, they had lost all their spirituality and energy. They had turned into scrap metal. Time had worn away everything. At this moment, in the depths of this world, a crystal coffin was floating in the middle of this world. It was devouring the endless essence of death energy. Countless amounts of death energy gathered towards the crystal coffin from all directions. After entering the crystal coffin, it was converted into pure spirit energy and absorbed by the woman in the coffin. The life aura of the woman in the coffin was gradually growing stronger. An existence born from death was already a strange life form. It was a new life form. The woman in the coffin must have condensed a blood bead of life. Gu Fei had sensed the faint life force fluctuations emanating from the blood orb of life within the woman's body. Roar! Just as the crystal coffin was devouring the death energy from all directions, a furious roar rang out in another area. Following that, a mountain of bones exploded and a creature with green hair all over its body charged out. That is, seeing this, Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. That green-furred creature was an evil creature known as the green-furred zombie corpse. It was an evil life form born from the endless death energy. Swish! The green-furred zombie corpse was incomparably powerful. It moved through the void at high speed. In just a short while, it had arrived before the crystal coffin. Bang! The green-furred zombie corpse swung its fist at the crystal coffin. Just as the green-furred zombie corpse's fist made contact with the crystal coffin, a shocking change happened to the crystal coffin. A powerful force suddenly emerged from the crystal coffin, sucking in the green-furred zombie corpse's fist. Roar! The green-furred zombie corpse roared furiously. The death energy on its body was rapidly devoured by the crystal coffin. In just a short while, the 3 zhang tall, incomparably ferocious zombie corpse was sucked dry by the crystal coffin. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Roar! Roar! In another part of the world, 2 more furious roars resounded. 2 green-furred zombies rushed out of the bone mountains and rushed towards the crystal coffin. This vast, ancient battlefield actually gave birth to such a monster. It was truly unbelievable. The green-haired zombie corpse was extremely powerful. It was one of the evilest existences in the world. This was because this zombie corpse's entire body was filled with fatal corpse poison. Once someone was infected with the corpse poison, they would die without a doubt. Even Gu Fei was wary of this kind of evil monster. Fortunately, these green-furred monsters did not attack Gu Fei, but the crystal coffin. However, The difference between the two was too great. These green-furred monsters could not harm the crystal coffin at all. The two green-furred monsters that attacked the crystal coffin were also sucked in by the crystal coffin. Following that, the energy of death on these two green-furred monsters was continuously absorbed by the crystal coffin. Soon, the two green-furred monsters were sucked dry by the crystal coffin. After absorbing the energy of death from the three green-furred monsters, the life force coming from the crystal coffin became much stronger. It was as if an era had been buried in this world. The interior of the ancestral star was simply a super huge tomb. It was as if all the living beings on the ancestral star had died here. Gu Fei had already seen the crystal coffin absorb the energy of death. This time, he did not pay much attention to the crystal coffin. He then walked around this world of death. Soon, he found an ancient monument at the foot of a mountain that had been split in half at the middle. The ancient tablet was engraved with ancient divine characters. Gu Fei did not recognize these divine characters, but everyone knew the meaning of the ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. This was because the ancient tablet still had the spiritual imprint of the powerhouse who left the ancient tablet. Clear Jade Mountain Gate. This was the meaning expressed by the four ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. Could it be that this mountain used to be the location of a sect? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked at the thought of this. How could a sect's mountain gate appear here? It was really unbelievable. Gu Fei continued to walk around this world of death. Soon, he found another ancient tablet that was damaged. He also did not recognize the ancient divine characters on the ancient tablet. However, even though he didn't recognize these ancient divine characters, he knew what they were trying to convey. Northmont Sword Sect. Gu Fei was very surprised. There were also sword cultivators on this ancestral star. However, it was obvious that this so-called Northmont Sword Sect no longer existed. After regrouping, Gu Fei found the mountain gates of more than a dozen sects in succession. However, without exception, these sects were all destroyed without a single survivor. The places where these sects were located were razed to the ground by a great force. Could it be that this place really buried everything on this ancestral star? It was hard to say. This super huge tomb was not simple, but it was unknown who did it. Who sealed these things inside this ancestral star? No one knew. The person who did this must be a sovereign. In the past, there might have been sovereigns watching the battle between the sovereigns. After the battle, a sovereign took action and sealed all the corpses on this ancestral star into the inner world of this ancestral star. Of course, this lifeless world was definitely created and not something that had originally existed. Who could have done something so extravagant as to bury all the living beings in this star domain? Not many people would know about such a great secret of the world. Rumble, just as Gu Fei was about to continue his search in this world full of corpses, the entire void suddenly trembled. Gu Fei suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a huge mistake. However, it was already too late. Go. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He immediately rushed towards the exit of this world. The world energy in this world that seemed to be boundless was being drawn. Someone was refining this part of the world. At this time, in the direction of the crystal coffin, there were thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. The vast heaven and earth energy expelled all the death chi. The lid of the crystal coffin had already been opened. A woman sat up, holding a divine pearl in her hands. Streams of heaven and earth energy rushed out from this divine pearl and merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. Chapter 1887. In the depths of the ancestral star, a crystal coffin floated high up in the sky. Boundless heaven and earth energy emanated from the hands of a woman in the coffin. The pulse of the entire world was under the woman's control, but she could not stand up from the coffin because her body below her abdomen was still deathly gray, lacking vitality. Even after devouring the boundless death chi, the death chi in her body had not been completely expelled. Only her upper body had regained its vitality and regained its color. Being born from death was truly difficult. This was defying the heavens. However, this crystal coffin was a strange object that could convert the death chi into life energy. Even so, the death chi in this woman's body was still difficult to be completely expelled. However, if this woman could successfully refine this world, she might be able to completely restore the vitality of her body and be reborn. Swoosh! Gu Fei executed the 8 Desolation Void steps and sprinted in this dark world. He had already displayed his extreme speed, and with a single step he was already thousands of miles away. He wanted to escape from this world while the woman in the crystal coffin was refining this world. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave this place. The woman in the crystal coffin had a mysterious origin. She was the corpse of a supreme being that had regained consciousness. This was a different kind of life form. No one knew if the woman in the crystal coffin was the same supreme being of the extreme Tao, or if she had retained the memories of her previous life. However, this had nothing to do with him. Right now, what Gu Fei wanted to do the most was to hide as far away as possible. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. The weather in this super great tomb changed. Boundless heaven and earth energy was awakening. On the ground, the soil undulated like waves. Even the bones buried in the ground were dug out. Bolts of lightning flashed across the dark sky, illuminating this world from time to time. This world that had been buried for an entire era was finally no longer silent. Boundless laws intertwined, and this world was about to close. Gu Fei was extremely anxious. The exit was right in front of him. Without thinking, he used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and charged forward. Buzz. At this moment, a sword chime rang out. The sword ray that appeared out of nowhere appeared again and slashed at Gu Fei. Gu Fei ignored the sword light. The sword light instantly struck the ancient cauldron's shadow outside of Gu Fei's body. Although the sword light was powerful, it couldn't break the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron. The defense of the cauldron of mountain and river was probably the strongest among all the supreme saint weapons. Although the sword light was powerful, it was unable to break through the defense of the cauldron of mountain and river. The sword light was shattered, and Gu Fei rushed out of the ancestral star. At this time, the ancestral star's rift was disappearing. The rift that stretched across half of the ancestral star was being repaired. The great Tao of heaven and earth that was on the verge of collapse began to recover, and so did the marks of the great Tao left behind by the autarch. The almost destroyed ancestral planet seemed to have regained its vitality. Rumble, the ancestral star quaked as the various natural laws of the world were awakened. Bolts of lightning flashed across the entire ancestral star, dark clouds surged, and a heavy rain began to fall. All kinds of phenomena appeared on the ancestral star. The earth was nourished by the rain. Some places were flooded, others were snowing, and in some places the rain gathered and formed rivers and seas. Gu Fei flew up into the sky, and he couldn't help but feel shocked as he could feel that the ancestral star was no longer lifeless. He didn't stop and left the ancestral star. Every time he saw the woman in the crystal coffin, Gu Fei would feel his scalp tingle, and it made him feel uneasy. The autarch's body was extremely powerful, and even though she was no longer the autarch of the past, she was still not something that Gu Fei could fight against. Because of the changes that had taken place in the ancestral star of this star field, the stars that had not been destroyed began to shine with dazzling starlight again. The ancestral star of life was the center of a star field, and with the ancestral star of life as the center, an unknown number of miles of starry sky formed a star field. The star field was so vast that weaker cultivators wouldn't dare to travel between the star fields, because without a star chart, they could get lost in the vast starry sky. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the star field, a star in front of him suddenly exploded, and a powerful destructive force spread in all directions. The powerful destructive force made Gu Fei's expression change. Roar! A furious roar shook the starry sky, and a figure rushed out from the exploded star. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were filled with blood-red light. "Ha ha, I'm finally free. Where is Lord Taixien?" The man was arrogant, and as soon as he came out, he wanted to find Lord Taixien, which shocked Gu Fei. There weren't many people who could be called Lord Taixien since ancient times. Lord Taixien was said to be one of the 9 great disciples of the Supreme Great Elder. Gu Fei sometimes suspected that Taishien's sect might have received some of Lord Taishuan's inheritance, which was why it was called Taishien's sect. Of course, all of this could no longer be investigated. Taishien's sect had become history. Although Gu Fei wanted to rebuild Taishien's sect, the method he cultivated was not the inheritance of Taishien's sect. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't care so much, and he quickly retreated. The man discovered the existence of Gu Fei, and then took a step forward, directly appearing in front of Gu Fei. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Gu Fei. "Little ant, how dare you escape from me?" The man's words were extremely cold. "Hey, you are the heir of the martial ancestor." That person seemed to be startled, but very quickly a ripple came from that person's hand. It was a strand of divine sense. After this strand of divine sense entered Gu Fei's body, it rapidly entered Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace. Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Even with his cultivation and strength, he couldn't put up any resistance against this person. Moreover, this person wanted to read his memory. Buzz! At this critical moment, a powerful force exploded from Gu Fei's body, and the shadow of a big cauldron appeared on his body, shaking off the man's hand. The mountain and river cauldron, it really takes no effort to find it. When the man was shaken off by the shadow of the big cauldron, he couldn't help but be surprised, but then he was happy. His blood-red eyes shot out beams of demonic light, and he was inexplicably excited. Chapter 1888. There was a change in an ancestral planet that shook the world. An evil demon that had been sealed in a star broke free at this time. The nefarious demon was incomparably powerful. In front of this nefarious demon, Gu Fei simply had no way of fighting back. However, just as Gu Fei was about to use his trump card, a woman appeared. To be more precise, this woman was not her real body. It was just a clone. Even so, she still had a domineering aura. "It's you." When the evil demon saw the woman, it was shocked as if it had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Even its voice was trembling. The woman did not emit any divine will. Swoosh! The woman directly attacked the evil demon. With a wave of her right hand, 9 rays of divine light shot out from her hand and pierced through the evil demon. The evil demon soared into the sky, trying to avoid the 9 rays of divine light. However, the 9 beams of divine light followed them like shadows, changing their direction and continuing to pierce through the evil devil. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until they were stained with the devil's blood. The evil demon seemed to know the woman's background. He did not dare to fight her and turned to leave. However, the woman did not let the evil demon go. The 9 rays of divine light intertwined and formed a huge net that enveloped the world, trapping the evil demon. Roar! the nefarious devil roared again and again. It wanted to break the divine net and rush out, but the net was unbreakable. It trapped the nefarious devil inside. Rumble, a destructive force suddenly appeared in the sky. Endless lightning descended from the sky and struck the evil demon. This was a terrifying heaven's tribulation of extinction. The evil demon no longer hid its strength. It was actually a demon saint. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. A saint-level existence had finally appeared. The current world would not allow such a powerful existence to appear. Once a saint-level expert appeared, the world would sense it and send down a heaven's tribulation of extinction. However, a saint-level existence could not necessarily not appear in the current world. A saint-level existence could seal themselves to prevent a heaven's tribulation from descending. This demon had sealed itself, but at this moment, it had no choice but to release its seal and display its true saint-rank strength. The powerful energy fluctuations had indeed triggered the annihilation tribulation. Countless lightning bolts circled around the nefarious devil, but they were unable to truly threaten it. Schwa, after the evil devil displayed the power of the sage rank, it actually tore a big hole in the divine net. The fiend rushed out of the hole in the divine net. However, just as he rushed out, a fist came flying towards him. Bang! The slender fist smashed into the evil devil's nose bridge, and the evil devil's nose bridge collapsed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere as the evil devil was sent flying. That woman's punch had nearly smashed that fiend devil's head apart. At this time, Gu Fei had already fled far away. What a joke! If he were to be affected by a battle of this level, his body and soul would be destroyed. There was no suspense in the following battle. Although the woman did not truly descend, the combat strength she displayed was too shocking. Although the evil devil was a great demon saint, he was still no match for the mysterious woman. In the end, he was killed by the mysterious woman's clone in this starfield. After killing the great demon saint, the woman glanced at Gu Fei before disappearing. It's the person in the coffin. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The woman in the crystal coffin was extremely powerful. Just a clone was able to kill a great demon saint. How powerful was her combat strength? The performance of the evil devil made him feel even more uneasy. Of course, the great demon saint had been sealed for countless years, and his vitality had been damaged. He had almost fallen from the sage rank, so he could not display much of the true strength of a sage rank expert. Just as Gu Fei was feeling bewildered, a powerful wave came from the direction of the ancestral star. Gu Fei suddenly returned to his senses, and then he turned around and left without looking back. He knew that a change had finally appeared in this star domain after countless years of silence. Half a day passed. Gu Fei was walking in the starfield. He could no longer sense the wave of the huge star. He was already far away from that place. However, Gu Fei was in big trouble. He realized that he was really lost in the endless starfield. He did not have a star chart with him. Under such circumstances, it was difficult for Gu Fei to return to the soaring dragon ancestral star. It would be great if He Tian was here. With He Tian's attainments in formations, it would be a piece of cake for him to find the 4 cardinal directions. Gu Fei continued to travel through the starfield. He wanted to find an ancestral star with life. However, there were not many ancestral stars with life in this boundless starfield. Apart from the soaring dragon ancestral star that Gu Fei knew of, he had never seen another ancestral star with life. Gu Fei continued to wander in the starfield. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. Gu Fei, who was lost in the starfield, kept looking for a way back. After a few years, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a weak wave. He followed the wave, and soon a life aura appeared in this starfield. That is, Gu Fei finally saw the source of the life, aura. It was a blue star. 70% of the star was ocean, and the remaining 30% was land. Without hesitation, he flew directly towards the blue star. At this time, the humans on this blue planet saw an unbelievable scene through the satellites in space. A person actually appeared in space without any protective clothing on his body. Alien! The people in several secret places on the blue star were in an uproar, and explosive news was spreading rapidly, causing some people on the entire star to be extremely nervous. There were even powerful weapons that had locked onto the person who had appeared in space. Gu Fei, who sensed some kind of danger, disappeared from the outer space of the blue star. He directly entered the atmosphere of the star and landed on the highest mountain of the star. With the appearance of Gu Fei, a team of mountaineers who had painstakingly climbed the highest mountain in the world were scared to death. A person wearing simple clothing had actually descended from the sky. Could it be that they had encountered a legendary immortal? The spirit energy here is too thin. Gu Fei sensed the concentration of spirit energy on this star. Such a concentration of spirit energy was not suitable for cultivation at all. Even an existence with a heaven-defying physique would not be able to achieve much by cultivating on this star. In the next moment, Gu Fei arrived in front of a team of people wearing thick clothing. He reached out and pressed his hand on the head of a middle-aged man in the team. Chapter 1889. Compared to the soaring dragon ancestral star, the aqua blue planet couldn't be compared at all. This planet was too small, but there were many humans living on it. It was a completely different planet from the soaring dragon ancestral star. The soaring dragon ancestral star focused on cultivation, pursuing immortality. Longevity was the goal of all living beings. On this planet called Earth, although there were quite a few humans, the vast majority of them were not cultivating. Billions of them were mortals. Moreover, Gu Fei noticed that there wasn't even a single immortal on this planet. Even if there were some cultivators, their cultivation was pitifully low. Swish! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from this mountain called Mount Everest. Boss, we met an immortal. A tall youth came back to his senses and said with a trembling voice, everything that had happened in front of him was beyond his understanding. Immortals of legends. A middle-aged man muttered to himself. He was the leader of the team and was an experienced climber. This wasn't his first time climbing the highest mountain in the world. All the members of the mountaineering team were shocked to the extreme. What happened today could no longer be explained by science. A person wearing a thin set of clothes could actually appear on the world's highest peak. This had already exceeded everyone's understanding. When they regained their senses, they hurried down the mountain and sent the news to their friends and family. On this earth, there was something called the Internet and Weibo. News spread at an absurd speed. Soon, the news of an immortal appearing on Mount Everest spread. At this time, Gu Fei had arrived on Earth in a place called China. Here, there was a place with decent spiritual energy called Kunlun. Why would there be a mountain called Kunlun here? Gu Fei was shocked. There were also legends of Kunlun on the soaring ancestral star. It was a sacred mountain in ancient times. Legend said that a supreme female lived on it. This is when Gu Fei arrived at Kunlun. He was incomparably shocked. Kunlun Mountain was actually sealed by a formation. Someone had used great magic to hide the real Kunlun Mountain. The so-called Kunlun Mountain in the outside world was just a corner of the real Kunlun Mountain. In Gu Fei's eyes, this grand formation sealing Kunlun Mountain was nothing. However, this was definitely the work of a sage. Apart from a sage, no one could hide a sacred mountain. Land of the soaring dragon. When Gu Fei set foot on Mount Kunlun, he couldn't help but be startled by the momentum of the world before him. It was truly surprising that there was a land of soaring dragons on a small planet like Earth. However, the more Gu Fei observed, the more astonished he got. The terrain before him did not seem as simple as a soaring dragon ground. The outer perimeter of the entire Kunlun God Mountain was actually surrounded by mountain ridges, one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This time around, Gu Fei was truly stunned. How was this a land of soaring dragons, or what not? This was just a heaven-revolting terrain. There had never been a terrain as such in all of history. 10,000 dragon reverence. Gu Fei's voice was quivering right now. A terrain as such was way too heaven-revolting. Could this Kunlun God Mountain truly be that legendary ancient God Mountain? 10,000 dragon reverence. Could there be an ancestor dragon being nurtured within this Kunlun God Mountain? At the thought of this, Gu Fei was astounded beyond anything else. This wasn't impossible. The 10,000 dragon reverence ground was something that had never appeared in all of history. To think that it would appear on a small planet as such. No wonder there was someone who could seal up such a heaven-revolting terrain with their powers. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak at the outer perimeter of Kunlun Mountain. Just as he was about to enter this heaven-revolting region, a beam of God light bolted over from the distance. Sure, that beam of God light landed on the top of the mountain that Gu Fei was at. When the light dissipated, a young Taoist appeared before Gu Fei. This was a Taoist with a spiritual nature. His face was like a crown of jade, and his body was tall and slender. His long hair was tied up casually with a green ribbon that draped behind his head. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The tone of this Taoist was icy cold, with a haughty look on his face. In his opinion, the fact that a mere mortal like Gu Fei could make it into this Kunlun immortal realm was pretty unbelievable. However, anyone who could make it into this place would definitely have some immortal affinity. If their physiques were decent, they might even be able to be taken in as disciples by the immortal sects within the Kunlun immortal realm. The immortal sects within Kunlun were the rulers of this Kunlun immortal realm. Yes, the moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but feel a little displeased. Even though this man could make use of shifting lights, his cultivation state had yet to truly break through the shackles of post-celestial. It could be said that such a cultivator had not really entered the path of cultivation. Only by breaking through the shackles of post-celestial could he be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. There were so many people like this in the Tunglong continent. "It seems that your physiques as a mortal are not that good. I'd better kill you." After looking at Gu Fei from head to toe, the Taoist said such words. This made Gu Fei a little speechless. He could not believe that he had been ignored by an ant. If a person with average physiques happened to enter the Kunlun immortal realm, there would only be two outcomes. One was to be sent out by the people of the Kunlun immortal realm, and the other was to be killed on the spot by the people of the Kunlun immortal realm. Cultivators were very straightforward. They would do whatever they thought of. When this Taoist said that he wanted to kill Gu Fei, he was definitely not joking. He really wanted to kill Gu Fei. Gu Fei still had a calm expression on his face. This calmness surprised the Taoist. "I didn't expect you to have a good temperament, but it's a pity." The Taoist shook his head, seeming to feel a little sorry. However, since he had already wanted to kill Gu Fei must die. "Humph, it's a pity." Gu Fei looked at the Taoist and said indifferently, When the Taoist saw that Gu Fei was still so calm, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. This was too abnormal. After all, he was a disciple in charge of guarding the entrance of the Kunlun immortal realm. He had also encountered several mortals who had entered the Kunlun immortal realm by mistake. In front of him, None of those mortals behaved as calmly as the young man in front of him. Go to hell. The young Taoist didn't think too much. He directly took out a talisman, then recited an incantation and threw the talisman to Gu Fei. Boom! After the young Taoist threw the talisman, it immediately turned into a ball of flame and burned toward Gu Fei. This was an ordinary fireball talisman. Chapter 1890. Gu Fei had entered the Kunlun immortal realm. This was a world that had been opened up by someone. Protected by a barrier, it was not known to outsiders. However, on this planet known as Earth, there were countless of legends regarding Kunlun. Kunlun immortal realm. That was a place that only existed in myths and legends. But today, Gu Fei had stepped foot into this place that existed only in myths and legends. This was a place where the 1,000 dragons' reverence grounds were gathered. Around the Kunlun God Mountain, there were a total of 10,000 mountain ridges. Not only that, all of the mountain ridges were facing the Kunlun God Mountain as though they were kowtowing to it. The reason why the spirit chi on this planet was thin was most likely due to the terrain of this 1,000 dragons' reverence grounds. All of the spirit chi in the entire planet was gathered towards Kunlun. In the entire planet, the Kunlun immortal realm was the only place that was suitable for cultivators to cultivate. There were no other places on this planet that had any cultivators around. And just as Gu Fei was about to enter that heaven-revolting terrain up ahead to take a good look, a young man wearing a Taoist robe bolted out. Go to hell. Before long, that young man had already developed a killing intent towards Gu Fei. He then tossed out a fireball talisman at Gu Fei, wanting to burn him alive. Humph! Gu Fei snorted out coldly before waving his hand. Instantly, that fireball flew back towards that young Taoist. Bam! The fireball struck that young Taoist squarely, and the flames engulfed him entirely. When the flames dissipated, the young Taoist's entire face was charred black. There were a few huge holes in that Taoist robe that he was wearing. That head of elegant long hair of his was completely burnt off, leaving him bald. That bald head of his was still steaming. That young Taoist spat out a mouthful of turbid air before pointing at Gu Fei in shock, unable to say anything for a long time. Who's the ant? Who's the colossal dragon? Gu Fei calmly looked at the young Taoist priest, who was in an extremely pathetic state, and said those words. When the young cultivator heard this, he was stunned. Then he knelt before Gu Fei, and his entire body trembled. At this point, how could he not know that the young man before him was a powerful cultivator? Senior, please spare my life. At this moment, the young Taoist only wanted to stay alive. However, the cultivation world was definitely a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If the person who broke into the Kunlun paradise was not Gu Fei, the ending would be completely different. Any mortal who was hit by the fireball talisman would be burned to ashes, and not even their bones would be left. Furthermore, if he were to die, so be it. No one would be interested in a mere mortal. After all, within the Kunlun God Mountain, everyone from the Kunlun immortal sect was cultivating for the sake of longevity. I'll forgive you. Gu Fei looked at the young Taoist priest who was kneeling before him. His heart did not waver in the slightest bit. He was already used to seeing life and death. Something as such would not be able to move him at all. Senior, please just treat this lowly person as a fart and let him go. The young Taoist priest begged. The fact that the other party was not even afraid of the fireball talisman meant that he was at least an innate cultivator. Innate cultivator, an existence like that could squash a postnatal cultivator, like him to death, with a single finger. The difference between innate and postnatal was way too huge. One could only be considered as an official disciple of the Kunlun immortal sect after entering the innate realm. Otherwise, they would end up like this young Taoist priest who was just an errand boy who was ordered around by the official disciples of the immortal sect. This young Taoist priest was sent by the sect to guard the entrance of the Kunlun paradise. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and placed it on the top of the young man's head. He read the memories of this young man before tossing him out of the Kunlun paradise. As for whether this young man would fall to his death or not, he didn't care that much. Gu Fei stood on the top of the mountain and pondered for a while. Then, his figure began to change. Soon, he became the young Taoist who was directly thrown out of the Kunlun paradise. He decided to travel in the Kunlun immortal sect as this Taoist. Just now, he read the memory of this young Taoist priest and knew that this Taoist was a disciple of the Guanghan sect, one of the three major immortal sects of the Kunlun immortal sect. In this Guanghan sect, most of the disciples were female, but there were a few male disciples. However, in this Guanghan sect, the status of the male disciples was very low. They could only do some menial work and could not learn the superior cultivation secrets of the sect. The young Taoist priest was called Wu Gang. He was at the peak of the postnatal realm. In Huaxiao on Earth, such an existence could be regarded as the top existence. But in the Kunlun paradise, the cultivation at the peak of the postnatal realm was nothing at all. This Wu Gang wholeheartedly wanted to practice the real cultivation method of immortal cultivation. In the Guanghan sect, he worked hard without complaint because he wanted to become an official disciple of the Guanghan sect. However, it was much more difficult for a man to become an official disciple of the Guanghan sect than it was for a woman. It was Wu Gang's bad luck. Originally, it was the turn of another cultivator at the peak of the postnatal realm to guard the entrance of the Kunlun paradise. But that person had something to do at the last minute, so he took the position. As a result, the things mentioned above happened. In a few hours, someone will come to replace me. Gu Fei found a place and sat down cross-legged. He was now the young Taoist priest, Wu Gang. He was waiting for the arrival of the person who would replace him. 6 hours later, a beam of divine light rushed out from the depths of the Kunlun paradise. It was a middle-aged cultivator whose cultivation had reached the half-step to the innateness realm. Half-step to the innateness realm. As long as he advanced half a step, he would be a disciple of the immortal sect in the innateness realm. It was difficult to enter the immortal sect before reaching the innateness realm. This middle-aged man was the same as Wu Gang. He was just a coolie in the three major immortal sects. However, once someone broke through to the innateness realm, he would become an official disciple of the three major immortal sects. Brother Wu, you can go back now. The middle-aged man went straight to the top of the mountain. Gu Fei nodded, and then flew toward the depths of this world. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the mountains. The spiritual qi here, when Gu Fei entered the heaven-defying terrain, a stream of extremely pure spiritual qi rushed toward him. Gu Fei directly ran his magic skill and swallowed the spiritual qi. Just now, this was simply a place where treasures gathered. Spiritual qi overflowed everywhere. In some places, there were even spiritual springs and spiritual caves that were spewing spiritual qi. It was really strange that it was difficult for the cultivators here to break through to the innateness realm to cultivate in such a heaven-defying place. It should be known that such a heaven-defying terrain was most suitable for cultivators to cultivate. The spiritual qi in the thousands of dragons greeting sect was endless. The spiritual qi in the Kunlun paradise was almost endless. Even Gu Fei could not devour all the spiritual qi here. Wu Gang, you're back. Chapter 1891. Not everyone could enter the Kunlun immortal realm. There was only one entrance, and exit connecting the Kunlun immortal realm to the outside world, and very few people could break in. Of course, the spiritual qi in the outside world was thin, and the cultivators in the immortal realm were not willing to go out. The Guanghan sect, where Wu Gang was located, was said to be the inheritance of Chang Yi of the Moon Palace. However, whether it was really the inheritance of the Moon Palace was unknown. However, most of the disciples in the Guanghan sect were women, and there were very few male disciples. Moreover, the male disciples did not have a high status in the Guanghan sect. After reading Wu Gang's memory, Gu Fei knew that the current head of the Guanghan sect was Ming Xia Fairy, a great cultivator in the void-controlling realm. In the Kunlun immortal realm, the cultivators in the void-controlling realm were the most powerful cultivators. Immortals on this planet called Earth had already become a legend, and cultivators in the imperial void realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. This Ming Xia Fairy was actually an old woman who was 800 years old, but she had a technique to maintain her youthful appearance, so she still looked like a young girl of 18 or 22. The location of the Guanghan sect was one of the dragons in the 10,000 Dragons greeting sect. The location of the mountain gate was the place where the dragon condensed spiritual qi, which was also the place where the real dragon spits out pearls. The spiritual qi is so thick, but why is the cultivation of the people here so low? Gu Fei was puzzled. Take the Guanghan sect, for example. The place where the Guanghan sect was located was called the Real Dragon Spitting Pearls, and it was the place with the thickest spiritual qi in the dragon vein. It was reasonable to say that cultivating in such a place would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, in the entire Guanghan sect, there was only one Ming Xia Fairy. With the cultivation of the void-controlling realm, she was already able to compete with the leaders of the other two forces. Gu Fei, who was disguised as Wu Gang, returned to Wu Gang's residence. It was a very simple wooden house, and there was only a futon made of unknown grass. In the wooden house, there was only a futon and a wooden cabinet, and there was nothing else. Gu Fei found that there were many wooden houses nearby, and they could be seen in the forest. This was where the male disciples of the Guanghan sect lived, while the female disciples of the Guanghan sect lived on the mountain with the thickest spiritual qi. Wu Gang, come out! Just as Gu Fei returned to the wooden house, a woman's voice came from outside. Yes. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. Why would a female disciple of the Guanghan sect come to find Wu Gang at this time? He had only briefly read some of Wu Gang's memories, not all of them. Senior Ling Yu. When Gu Fei walked out, he saw a woman dressed in snow-white clothes standing under a tree, looking at him with a look of annoyance. This is bad. This woman was Wu Gang's lover. Her name was Ling Yu. She had been in the sect for less than 30 years. She was a disciple of the Guanghan sect's martial uncle. The three great immortal sects of Kunlun would regularly send their experts to the human world to take in some disciples with good physique, and then bring them back to the Kunlun immortal realm. This girl named Ling Yu had a good physique. Although she had only entered the sect for less than 30 years, she had already become an official disciple of the Guanghan sect. There was a huge difference between an official disciple and a nominal disciple, because only an official disciple could practice the various cultivation methods of the sect. As for a nominal disciple, they could only practice some of the most basic cultivation methods. Of course, if one's talent was heaven-defying, even if they practiced these basic cultivation methods, they could still enter the innate realm. However, this Wu Gang was a person who loved ease and hated work. His physique was not that good. He entered the sect 10 years earlier than Ling Yu, but his cultivation was still at the peak of the postliminary realm. However, this Wu Gang had a handsome appearance and hooked up with this junior sister Ling Yu. Senior sister. Gu Fei didn't want to expose his identity, so he had to walk towards the woman. He felt that there must be a big secret hidden in this Kunlun immortal realm. Moreover, in this thousand-dragon greeting land, he wouldn't make any moves before he figured out the situation. One should know that the thousand-dragon greeting land was a place where the ancestral dragon came from. Follow me. That senior sisterling, you just glanced at Gu Fei, then turned around and walked away. Gu Fei had no choice but to follow behind that senior sisterling Yu. Soon, they arrived at a forest. This Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. A man and a woman came to this hidden forest together. What were they doing? You bastard, did you take advantage of the time when I was in seclusion to hook up with other senior sisters and junior sisters? That senior sisterling, you suddenly turned around and grabbed Gu Fei's left ear with incredible accuracy. Then she twisted it hard, and a burst of pain spread from his ear to his brain. While Gu Fei was shocked, he couldn't help but be furious. He really wanted to slap this woman to death. Really, you can't judge a book by its cover. Originally, she was a quiet lady from a respectable family, but now she had indeed turned into a tigress. You what? Your wings have hardened, right? That senior sister Ling, you twisted Gu Fei's ear and refused to let go. Humph! Gu Fei let out a cold snort. Then, a force exploded from his body, causing senior sister Ling Yu to fly a dozen steps back and fall into the forest. Aya, you bastard, you're going to die. Senior sister Ling Yu was shocked and angry at the same time. She didn't dare to speak loudly. One should know that this was the Guanghan sect. If someone found out that she was having a tryst with a male disciple, it wouldn't be good. That senior sister Ling, you jumped up like a tigress. However, before she could stabilize herself, a big hand grabbed her head. As long as Gu Fei exerted some force, he would be able to kill this tigress. You're not Wu Gang. Who are you? At this moment, senior sister Ling, you finally realized that the person in front of her was not Wu Gang, because Wu Gang definitely didn't have this kind of cultivation and strength. One should know that someone who could easily suppress a Xiantian realm cultivator was definitely not a weakling. You don't have the right to know who I am. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He had already made up his mind to kill. One should know that ever since he started cultivating, no one had ever twisted his ear. This was the first time in his life. Senior sister Ling Yu's attack was fast and accurate. Moreover, Gu Fei had sealed his own cultivation. Therefore, he actually failed to dodge senior sister Ling Yu's grasp. Don't kill me. I can do anything for you. Senior sister Ling Yu was scared. She could feel the murderous intent of the other party. She was horrified. However, at this moment, her mind was still very clear. She knew that her life was at the mercy of the other party. Could it be that the other two forces in the Kunlun immortal realm are going to deal with the Guanghan sect? Thoughts flashed through her mind. What can you do for me? Chapter 1892. Gu Fei did not kill this woman called Ling Yu. However, he had placed a restriction on her body so that she had no choice but to work for him. This woman was pretty smart. She knew that her life was in the hands of Gu Fei. Her life or death was in the hands of the other party. The woman called Ling Yu did not dare to have any other thoughts as she returned to the inner sect. As for Gu Fei, he continued to use the identity of Wu Gang to stay in the Guanghan sect. He could sense that there was an earth-shattering secret hidden within this Kunlun. If he did not get to the bottom of it, he would feel uneasy. The spirit qi in the Thousand Dragons' revering grounds was extremely dense. However, for those who cultivated here, even if they cultivated to their strongest state, they could only break through to void ascension state. To Gu Fei, this state was way too low. One had to know that even if a sage were to appear in the Thousand Dragons' revering grounds, there would be nothing strange about it. However, not only were there no sages here, there were no immortals either. This was way too unbelievable. But before long, Gu Fei found out what was going on. On the third day he was here, he could already sense an invisible pressure in this world. This pressure was suppressing his cultivation state. When Gu Fei realized this, he could not help but be astounded. No wonder there wasn't a single immortal, even though the spirit chi here was so dense. To think that there would be such a suppressive force in the Kunlun immortal realm. This suppressive force seemed to originate from the Kunlun God Mountain. Could it be? Gu Fei thought of a possibility and broke out in cold sweat. If that were truly the case, he would have to leave this place as soon as possible. For the next few months, Gu Fei walked around the Kunlun immortal realm carefully. Other than the woman called Ling Yu, who knew that he was an outsider, no one else knew of his identity. There were no restrictions in the 1,000 Dragons revering grounds, and everyone could enter and exit freely. However, it was not that easy to leave the Kunlun immortal realm. That was because the 3 immortal sects had sent people to guard the exit. If one wanted to leave this place, one would have to obtain the approval of the 3 immortal sects. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation state, he could naturally enter and exit this place freely. However, the more Gu Fei learned about this place, the more shocked he became. What were these 10,000 dragon veins nourishing? Could there truly be an ancestor dragon level unparalleled existence hidden within the belly of the Kunlun God Mountain? That was because that sealing power that was spreading out from the Kunlun God Mountain was more than enough to affect the laws of the entire world. Only Gu Fei, who was at the 3rd heaven of the Sage-to-Be realm, could sense this suppressive force. Other people, even peak almighties, might not be able to sense the existence of this suppressive force. In other words, there was a startling power within the Kunlun God Mountain. This was a power that could affect the entire Kunlun immortal realm, or even the entire planet. Before this, Gu Fei only knew that only supreme beings could have such power that could affect the entire star. This planet called Earth was not simple. Someone had used supreme means to hide some things. Even an existence like Gu Fei could not discover too many things. One had to know that given Gu Fei's cultivation state, he was already invincible on this planet. But was he truly invincible on this planet? Gu Fei did not have much confidence. He already knew that there must be some sort of huge secret hidden within the heaven and earth within the 1,000 Dragons' revered grounds. Otherwise, there was no way a place as such could remain undiscovered until now. But of course, it was by chance that Gu Fei had come to this place. He had lost his way in the endless starry skies and had to wander for a couple of years before he stumbled upon a planet as such that had a large amount of life on it. This planet called Earth was simply way too small. Compared to the soaring dragon ancestral star, it was not even a millionth of its size. Even a random region on the soaring dragon ancestral star would be countless of times bigger than this planet. In the endless starry skies, a planet as small as this was simply way too insignificant. In the past few months, that woman called Ling, you had not been able to bring much useful information to Gu Fei. However, within the ancient records of the Guanghan sect, there was a record of something. This Kunlun God Mountain was originally the ancestral ground of this entire planet. In the distant past, this planet did not look like this right now. This place had a long history that had gone through a mythological era. In that mythological era, the Kunlun God Mountain had already existed. The Kunlun God Mountain was the Tao ground of a female supreme being. Of course, all of these were just legends. However, within the Kunlun immortal realm, all the cultivators believed that the existence of that female supreme being was real. That was because at the peak of the Kunlun God Mountain, there was a palace called the Jasper Pool. Jasper Pool, Jasper Terrace. Could there be some sort of connection between the two? Gu Fei could not keep his composure right now. One had to know that in the soaring dragon ancestral star, there were legends regarding female supreme beings as well. And in the ancient legends, it seemed as though there was only a single female supreme being in the entire world. Could there have been another female supreme being that had once appeared in this unknown star region? The so-called Jasper Pool Sacred Grounds was nothing more than an ancient ruin. As Gu Fei walked through the ruins, he was a little disappointed. There didn't seem to be anything of value left behind in this place. However, at the center of the ruins, there was a small pond. This pond wasn't too big, only having a radius of a few dozen feet. However, there were 3 figures seated cross-legged beside this pond. The appearance of Gu Fei startled the 3 of them immediately. 3 extremely powerful consciousness swept out at the location where Gu Fei was at. Gu Fei was taken aback. The ripples of these 3 consciousness were extremely strong and did not seem like something that a void ascending state cultivator should possess. However, these 3 people were truly only a void ascending state. Who are you? Forbidden grounds of Kunlun. Death to all trespassers. The 3 people beside the pond stood up as 3 powerful auras appeared within this ancient ruin. Instantly, the peak of the Kunlun mountain was filled with a killing intent. What the hell is going on? Gu Fei didn't pay attention to these 3 people. He only wanted to know why these 3 people, who clearly only had void ascending state cultivation, seemed to have a combat strength infinitely close to that of an immortal. Could it be related to the sealing force in this part of the world? Of course. Even if a real immortal appeared in front of Gu Fei, he would only be in existence akin to an ant. Taoist, Mingxia, look at this person's clothes. He seems to be from your Guanghan sect. Yes, that's right. This little guy is from the Guanghan sect. Taoist Mingxia, what do you say? Among these 3 people, there was a white-robed fairy, and the other 2 were 2 middle-aged Taoists. These 2 middle-aged Taoists had the intention to kill Gu Fei. The rules were set by the ancestors. You can do whatever you want of this person. Chapter 1893. At the peak of Kunlun, beside a small pool, sat the 3 grandmasters of Kunlun Immortal Realm. Mingxia Fairy of Guanghan Sect, Chang Chunzi of Kunlun Jade Palace, and Yun Zhongzi of Immortal Taishu Sect. These 3 were the void-controlling cultivators of Kunlun Immortal Realm. They were the 3 strongest grandmasters of Kunlun Immortal Realm, and they ruled Kunlun Immortal Realm together. Gu Fei's arrival had alarmed the 3 grandmasters. Kunlun Forbidden Grounds, trespassers shall die. Chang Chunzi of Jade Palace stood up and looked at Gu Fei coldly. Yun Zhongzi of Immortal Taishu Sect also had killing intent towards Gu Fei. Only Mingxia Fairy sat down cross-legged and did not say a word, not to mention a male disciple of Guanghan sect trespassing into Kunlun Forbidden Grounds. Even the most outstanding female disciple in the sect would not be able to protect her, because this was the rule left behind by the ancestors. Trespassers of Kunlun Forbidden Grounds would die. Humph, it's still unknown whether it'll be you guys or me who will die. Gu Fei's face was indifferent. A void-defending realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Initially, he did not want to alarm the 3 great immortal sections, but it seemed that it was impossible not to alarm the 3 great immortal sections. When he was in soaring dragon ancestral star, Gu Fei had seen the name Kunlun in ancient books. Of course, everything about Kunlun had been lost in the long river of time. But to think that there would be a Kunlun god mountain on this tiny little planet, not only that, there was even a heaven-revolting place where the ancestor dragon was born in the 10,000 Dragons Reverence sect. To think that he would have stumbled upon this legendary terrain. The strength of the ancestral dragon was undeniable. One should know that Old Tortoise's father was an ancestral dragon. Such an existence could compete with an extreme Tao supreme being. How dare you? Yun Zhongzi of immortal Taishu sect said angrily. In this Kunlun immortal realm, no one had ever dared to speak to them in such a tone. Did this young man think that he was a Tao ancestor? Kunlun was the origin of immortals in the divine land. There were countless legends about Kunlun. Little ant, go and die. Yun Zhongzi from the immortal sect of Great Void pointed with his finger. A beam of divine light shot out from his finger and pierced through Gu Fei's forehead. He wanted to pierce through the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows and destroy his Naiwan palace, causing Gu Fei's soul to dissipate. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and pointed his finger. A ray of light rushed out from the tip of his finger, and the two rays of light instantly collided. But with a loud sound, Gu Fei's finger light broke through Yun Zhongzi's immortal light and shot towards Yun Zhongzi. What Chang Chunzi and Fairy Ming Xia of the Hollow Jade Temple were shocked. They never expected that the young man in front of them would have such cultivation and combat power. Pooh! There was a flash of blood, and Yun Zhongzi's right shoulder was pierced. The immense force sent Yun Zhongzi, the sect leader of the Great Void Immortal sect, flying 100 zhang away. This Chang Chunzi and Fairy Ming Xia were dumbfounded by this scene. Who the hell are you? Fairy Ming, Xia asked Gu Fei. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Fei differently. Just one move, and this person had injured Yun Zhongzi. This was too unbelievable. One should know that on the entire earth there were definitely no more than 5 people who could injure Yun Zhongzi. And of these 5 people, 2 were here. Moreover, even if these 5 people wanted to injure Yun Zhongzi, it would not be so easy. Humph, the 3 grandmasters of Kunlun. What a great reputation. Gu Fei walked over step by step. He did not have any strong aura, but to the 3 grandmasters of Kunlun, this young man was extremely dangerous. Yun Zhongzi's face was ashen. He was injured in one move. He was shocked and angry. Ever since he reached the Yushu Grandmaster realm, he had never been pierced through by anyone. What about me? I'm not convinced. When Gu Fei came before the 3 of them, he remarked calmly. It was only at this moment that he realized that there was a boundless amount of spirit qi within that small pond. This was a spirit spring of Kunlun God Mountain. This spirit spring was far from simple. It carried the essence qi of the earth ancestor meridians. Cultivating beside this small pond would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. What Kunlun forbidden grounds? It was just some people who wanted to occupy this sacred ground for cultivation. Naturally, cultivating with the spirit qi of the earth ancestor meridians was much better than cultivating anywhere else. However, there was no way an immortal could appear on this planet. That was because the existence that was being nurtured within Kunlun God Mountain was suppressing this entire world. An existence as such was absolutely horrifying. The aura that it gave off could suppress an entire planet with life. Even if the spirit qi within Kunlun immortal grounds was even denser, it was impossible for an immortal to appear. Even if there were people with heaven-defying tendons and bones on this planet, they would not be able to cultivate to a higher state. They would only be able to stop at Yushu state. At this moment, the 3 grandmasters could not help but admit defeat. The pressure that Gu Fei was giving them was way too great. It was as though he could kill all of them with a single finger. Earlier on, this young man had already shown them mercy. Senior, where are you from? Could you be a powerful being who has returned from the outer worlds? The sect master of Hollow Jade Temple, Chang Chunzi, asked cautiously. His Hollow Jade Temple was said to be an orthodoxy passed down by the primordial Heavenly Lord. However, that was just a legend. whether or not the primordial heavenly Lord existed back in the ancient times. No one knew. As for the immortal sect of Great Void, it was said that it was an orthodoxy passed down by the ancestral Tao ancestor. As for that unparalleled ancestral Tao ancestor, he had a huge reputation in the soaring dragon ancestral star. Even though he had disappeared for countless of years, everyone still remembered that there was once an unparalleled being who had created the unparalleled immortal Tao in the distant past, returned from the outer worlds. The moment Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be stunned. This sect master of Hollow Jade Temple did have some foresight after all. Actually, Chang Chunzi could not be blamed for having such doubts. One had to know that the 3 grandmasters of Kunlun were already the strongest beings on earth. Even those fellas from the west were nothing in their eyes. However, this young man was so powerful that they had to look up to him. There was only one explanation for this, and that was that this young man was a powerful being who had returned from the outer worlds. The inheritance of the 3 immortal sects of Kunlun was incomparably ancient. There were countless books and records in the sections. They knew very well that there were still some immortals on Earth thousands of years ago. However, after a great change, Earth became unsuitable for cultivation. Even in a place like the Kunlun immortal realm, it was still difficult to cultivate the celestial immortal Tao. Therefore, those powerful beings left Earth one after another and entered the depths of the starry sky to search for the legendary path to heaven and enter the legendary heaven realm. In fact, the 3 grandmasters of Kunlun did not want to continue staying in the Kunlun immortal realm. However, they did not dare to enter the starry sky rashly. Of course, there was a transmission array in the Kunlun immortal realm that led to the depths of the starry sky. It was an ancient road. Some people who were nearing the end of their lifespans would eventually set foot on that ancient road to find a suitable place for cultivation in the outer worlds. There's actually a transmission array here that leads to the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 1894. Gu Fei was surprised that there was a teleportation formation in Kunlun immortal realm that led to the starry sky. However, on second thought, this place even had the heaven-defying terrain of the 10,000 Dragons greeting sect. What else was impossible? The 3 great masters of Kunlun had to admit defeat because they were no match for Gu Fei at all. In the cultivation world, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. The 3 great masters of Kunlun had to be careful. If Gu Fei was unhappy, they would be in trouble. Senior, are you really an expert who came back from the starry sky? Mingxia Fairy asked carefully. One had to know that many powerhouses had gone out from Earth. Over the past few thousand years, there had been powerhouses who had made a breakthrough in their cultivation and returned. Gu Fei did not answer. However, the 3 grandmasters had already determined that Gu Fei was one of the experts who had gone out from Earth and had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Of course, such people were very rare. Even in the past thousands of years, there were only 1 or 2. Moreover, those people had left after discovering that Earth was not suitable for cultivation. However, Mingxia Fairy still felt a little strange. How could an expert who went out from Earth not know about Kunlun immortal realm? This place is not bad. Get out of here. Gu Fei did not kill the 3 great masters of Kunlun. Instead, he drove them away. Mingxia Fairy and the others quickly retreated and left the ancient ruins. Who the hell is that person? After leaving the legendary Jade Lake ruins, Yun Zhongzi could not help but say angrily, he was defeated by that person in one move. He really had no place to vent his anger. How would I know? Chang Chunzi also felt very aggrieved. However, the other party's cultivation was there. So, what if he was aggrieved? We still have a trump card that we haven't used. Yun Zhongzi's eyes became sharp, and his face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Don't even think about it. If we can't kill that person, the three great immortal sects of Kunlun will be in big trouble. Mingxia Fairy said quickly, "We have to be careful." Chang Chunzi's face also became serious. If they used their trump card, it would cause too much movement. If they were not careful, they might lose more than they gained. No one could bear the consequences. The three grandmasters of the Kunlun sect descended the mountain. None of their sects were located on the Kunlun God Mountain. For others, the Kunlun God Mountain was a forbidden ground. This pool, after Gu Fei drove away the three Kunlun grandmasters, he sat cross-legged beside the pool. Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuation in the pool, even he couldn't help but be moved. This spirit spring was connected to the ancestral veins of Kunlun, and the spiritual energy was almost limitless. Of course, Gu Fei would not miss such an opportunity. He operated his Xian Qi and started cultivating next to the pool. The surrounding spirit Qi was quickly drawn and converged towards him. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there. Spiritual light constantly rushed out of the pool and entered his body. The spiritual Qi of the ancestral vein was different. Even a physique cultivator like Gu Fei could feel the benefits of this spiritual Qi to his martial body. Under the cleansing of the spiritual Qi of the ancestral vein, his martial body actually showed signs of improvement. His blood, flesh, tendons, and bones had become even stronger under the effect of the ancestral veins' spiritual energy. Those fellas sure are guarding over a treasure ground. Gu Fei lamented. If he were to guard over such a treasure ground, he would have long reached the quasi-saint state. However, in the Kunlun immortal realm, even with such a sacred cultivation ground, Fairy Mingxia and the others could only reach the imperial void state. If this were on the soaring dragon ancestral star, a sacred cultivation ground like this would definitely cause all the cultivation forces to fight over it. Even an existence like the ghost emperor of Fengdu might not be able to sit still. After a long time, Gu Fei's body suddenly gave off a heaven-devouring power that devoured all the surrounding spirit qi into his body. Thereafter, a series of explosions rang out from within his body as a chaotic glow circulated around his body. Gu Fei opened his eyes and let out a long breath before standing up. He could feel that his martial body had taken yet another small step forward. A tremendous amount of energy surged within his body as the chaotic true qi became even purer. Sure, Gu Fei took a step forward. The next moment, he arrived before a stone wall. On the stone wall, there was an ancient diagram that seemed like a totem. The totem was blurry and indistinct. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything strange about it. However, when Gu Fei released his consciousness, the ancient totem changed. There was an imprint left on the totem. Even after an endless amount of time had passed, this imprint had not dissipated. This was an epiphany. Gu Fei tried to sense this epiphany seriously. He just stood there, without moving for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, Gu Fei descended the Kunlun God Mountain and left the 1,000 Dragons' greeting grounds. Exiting the Kunlun immortal realm, he began cultivating in the secular world, training his heart in the secular world. Gu Fei sealed up his cultivation state entirely and turned into a mere mortal to roam the world. He traveled all over the Jiangnan competition, from all corners of the world, meeting all sorts of people and events. He spent every single day in an ordinary manner, experiencing all sorts of things in the secular world. After training his heart in the secular world for dozens of years, Gu Fei finally returned to the Kunlun immortal realm. Arriving before the stone wall once more, he sat down cross-legged. When the 3 Kunlun grandmasters caught sight of Gu Fei's return after dozens of years, they could not help but be astounded. This fellow was truly an oddity. They had thought that Gu Fei would never return. Just what in the world is that fella doing? The three grandmasters were guessing. However, they did not dare to disturb Gu Fei. And the moment Gu Fei sat down below the stone wall, another 10 years passed. His entire body was covered in dust, making him look like a clay figurine. Roar! On a dark and windy night, a long roar broke the silence of the entire Kunlun immortal realm. The voice boomed out in all directions, with the Kunlun God Mountain as the center. In fact, it even spread out into the outside world. A horrifying shockwave rippled out from the peak of the Kunlun immortal realm, causing the entire world to change in color. Even the sealing power that was being emitted by that existence within the ancestral vein could not suppress it. After dozens of years of training my heart in the secular world, I've finally broken through. Standing beneath the stone wall, Gu Fei reared his head into the sky and roared out. A startling aura spread out from his body. However, it didn't take long before the sealing power of that existence within the Kunlun God Mountain surged out from all directions, trying to take him down. Gu Fei was astounded beyond anything else. This time around, his Tao heart was even firmer than before, and his cultivation state had surged all the way to the pinnacle state of half-saint level 9. He was just a single step away from breaking through to the quasi-saint state. Not only that, he could sense that he wasn't too far away from the quasi-saint state. Training one's heart in the secular world was truly important. When one was able to experience the various forms of life, one's mental state would rise as well. Chapter 1895. After cultivating his heart in the secular world for decades, Gu Fei had traveled all over the world and even visited the Western families. He realized that there were a few places on this planet that were similar to the Kunlun immortal realm. Someone had opened up many small worlds with great power. All the cultivators hid in these small worlds and cultivated inside. Of course, these places could not be compared to the Kunlun immortal realm. When he traveled in the divine land, he had specially visited the famous mountains and rivers that had left behind legends of immortals. However, there were no immortals or people who really knew how to cultivate in these places. After coming to Earth for more than 100 years, Gu Fei felt that it was time for him to leave. However, this planet was not as simple as it seemed. He had a feeling that in the near future, there would definitely be a huge change on this planet. In the Kunlun immortal realm, the ancient teleportation formation was located on the mountainside of the Kunlun God Mountain. When Gu Fei came to the front of the teleportation formation, he could not tell that it was a teleportation formation at all. There was only a platform with a diameter of about 3 feet and a height of only 3 feet in front of him. Around the platform, there were 9 depressions. This was where the spirit stones were placed. This ancient formation platform needed spirit stones to provide energy to activate the power of this teleportation formation. Since Gu Fei was leaving, the 3 Kunlun Grandmasters naturally came to send him off. Even the woman called Ling Yu appeared near the teleportation formation. This woman called Ling Yu still had the restriction that Gu Fei had placed on her. Before Gu Fei left, he had removed the restriction on her. However, because this woman was valued by Gu Fei, she was secretly appointed as the next Guanghan sect leader by Fairy Mingxia. However, Fairy Mingxia did not know that in Gu Fei's eyes, this woman called Ling Yu was just an errand girl. In the past few decades, she had done a lot of things for him. "Senior, are you really going to leave?" Among the 3 Kunlun Grandmasters, only Fairy Mingxia had a good relationship with Gu Fei. At this time, she asked, in the past 100 years, Fairy Mingxia's appearance had not changed at all. However, her lifespan was only left with a few decades. A void-resisting realm cultivator only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Once their lifespan was up, they would also die. Only by breaking through to the demigod realm could Fairy Ming Xia survive. However, in the Kunlun immortal realm, it was impossible to break through to the demigod realm. One must know that in these thousands of years, there were already many void-controlling realm cultivators who had exhausted their lifespans and were unable to break through to the demigod realm. These cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans had either set foot on the ancient starry sky path or died of old age in the Kunlun immortal realm. There had never been an exception. Some people who were stronger than Mingxia Fairy also ended up the same way. Chang Chunzi from the Jade Void Temple and Yun Zhongzi from the Great Void Immortal Sect were both younger than Fairy Mingxia and had a few hundred more years to live. Naturally, they didn't know what Fairy Mingxia was feeling right now. This isn't a place for me to stay. Naturally, I have to leave. Gu Fei glanced at Fairy Mingxia. He knew that this Fairy Mingxia still had a few decades to live. If there was no miracle, this Grandmaster from the Guanghan sect would die of old age. If one of the three Grandmasters from Kunlun died, then the balance of power in the Kunlun immortal realm would be broken, and the Guanghan sect would be in trouble. However, these things had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He was just a passerby here. After staying here for more than 100 years, it was time for him to leave. No one knew how many things had happened on the soaring dragon ancestral star in the past 100 years. Gu Fei had to go back, but he didn't have a star chart, which was a problem. Although his cultivation had improved, it was hard to say whether he could find his way back. This is for you. If we are fated, we might be able to meet again. Gu Fei took out a young king herb from his inner world and handed it to Fairy Mingxia. A fragrance immediately spread out, and the three Grandmasters couldn't help but be shocked. They were knowledgeable, and they knew the value of this young king herb. It was a celestial medicine that could extend one's lifespan. Even in the Kunlun immortal realm, this kind of celestial medicine that could extend one's lifespan had long been picked. One should know that no one was willing to die of old age, especially those who had lived for more than 1,000 years. They were even more afraid of death. Chang Chunzi and Yun Zhongzi were extremely envious. Such a young king herb could extend one's lifespan by at least a few hundred years. This celestial medicine was also very important to them. The two Grandmasters were extremely jealous, but in front of Gu Fei, they didn't dare to be presumptuous. This is for me. Fairy Mingxia's voice trembled. Such a young king herb was extremely important to her, who didn't have much lifespan left. This was equivalent to giving her a second life. A young king herb was equivalent to letting Fairy Mingxia live a second life. No, Gu Fei said. Yes. Fairy Mingxia quickly took the young king herb from Gu Fei's hand carefully. Her hands were trembling. A few hundred years of lifespan was enough for her to cultivate a void-controlling realm cultivator. In fact, Fairy Mingxia really wanted to leave with Gu Fei. However, once she left, the Guanghan sect would face the threat of the immortal sect of Taishu and the Jade Palace. A sect without a Grandmaster could not exist in the Kunlun immortal realm. The Jade Palace and the immortal sect of Taishu would definitely attack the Guanghan sect. One should know that there were only so many cultivation resources in the Kunlun immortal realm. The three immortal sects seemed to be very harmonious, but in fact, the competition was very fierce. Fairy Mingxia had something in her heart, so she couldn't leave. Take this elixir immediately, and then I will help you refine its power. Gu Fei said. He didn't mind doing this Fairy Mingxia a small favor and extending her lifespan by 1,000 years. If Fairy Mingxia took this young king herb herself, with her cultivation, it would be difficult for her to completely refine the power of the young king herb. A part of the power would be lost. If Gu Fei helped, then the power of this young King Herb could be fully exerted. In this way, Fairy Ming Xia would really get a new life. Thank you, Senior. Fairy Ming Xia was extremely excited. This Chang Chunzi and Yun Zhongzi couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, the two of them were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Only now did they know that they had missed a great opportunity. They didn't express their goodwill to Gu Fei. For more than 100 years, they just had to deal with Gu Fei. They weren't like Fairy Ming Xia, who worked hard for Gu Fei. However, it was too late to regret now. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Fairy Ming Xia took the young King Herb. With Gu Fei's help, she only used a little less than an hour to refine the huge power of the young King Herb. Her cracked soul was now brand new. All the signs of her lifespan ending had disappeared. Fairy Ming Xia felt that her essence, qi, and spirit had recovered to their peak state. She could feel that she could live for another 1,000 years. Thank you, Senior. Fairy Ming Xia didn't know what to say. Gu Fei waved his hand and walked to the platform in front of him. He took out 9 immortal crystals and put them into the 9 holes on the edge of the platform. The 3 masters were shocked to see Gu Fei take out 9 crystals that contained a huge amount of spirit qi. Even they had never seen such crystals before. That's immortal qi, Chang Chunzi of the Hollow Jade Temple said in shock. Immortal qi. Fairy Ming Xia and Yun Zhongzi were shocked. Immortal qi. Could it be that this senior was actually an immortal? Otherwise, how could he have these crystals that contained immortal qi? Using crystals that contained immortal qi to activate this teleportation formation was such a waste. The 3 masters of Kunlun felt their hearts aching. However, at this moment, Gu Fei didn't have the time to care about the 3 masters' feelings. The teleportation formation had already been activated. The 9 immortal essences flowed into the teleportation formation. Buzz. The void trembled. A ball of divine light rushed out from the teleportation formation and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Then, the void suddenly collapsed. Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the teleportation formation. Immortal crystals. After Kunlun's 3 great masters saw Gu Fei disappear, they immediately went to snatch the 9 immortal crystals on the teleportation array. Those 9 immortal crystals still contained immortal spiritual qi. Activating the teleportation formation wouldn't consume too much immortal qi. A battle broke out between the 3 masters of Kunlun. This was something Gu Fei didn't expect. 9 immortal crystals actually caused a massacre. In the end, Fairy Ming Xia snatched 6 immortal crystals, Chang Chunzi snatched 2, and Yun Zhongzi only got 1. Such a result made Yun Zhongzi vomit blood. 100 years ago, he was injured by Gu Fei once. He didn't expect his cultivation to fall to the bottom of the 3 masters. This was something he didn't expect. After this battle, the relationship between the 3 masters of Kunlun was completely severed. The conflict between the 3 sects was finally about to erupt. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei anymore. This place is, after roughly 2 hours, Gu Fei appeared on a dark and cold star. The surface of the star was sealed by a thick layer of ice. Of course, this degree of coldness didn't affect Gu Fei at all. It can't be. When Gu Fei saw the surrounding situation clearly, he couldn't help but be speechless. He found that he was still in the solar system, and this cold star should be Pluto, one of the 9 planets of the sun. Gu Fei had experienced the process of refining his mind in the mortal world on Earth. Naturally, he knew all kinds of things about the universe near Earth. There was no life on this cold star. Under this kind of low temperature, no life could exist. Of course, except for abnormal existences like Gu Fei. On the silent star, there was not a trace of sound. It was as if even the air here had frozen. This should be the first stop of the cultivators on Earth. There must be a teleportation formation here. Thinking of this, Gu Fei began to look for it. The teleportation formation from Kunlun Immortal Realm on Earth was a one-way teleportation formation. Sure enough, Gu Fei soon found an ancient site. In the center of this site, there was an inconspicuous platform. Chapter 1896. Pluto was a cold star. The temperature here was very low, unsuitable for the survival of living creatures. Only cultivators, like Gu Fei, were not afraid of the cold here. On this star, there was a ruin that covered an area of more than 10 miles. In the center of this ruin, there was the thing that Gu Fei was looking for, a formation platform. It could be seen that this used to be a city. However, this city had turned into ruins. Furthermore, this city had been destroyed for a very long time. Around this formation platform, there were several people sitting cross-legged. Gu Fei sensed that there was no trace of life in these people sitting beside the formation platform. They were all dead, a total of 5 people. People from the Kunlun Immortal Realm. Looking at the clothes on these people, Gu Fei had already recognized their origins. These people were wearing the clothes of the 3 great immortal sects of Kunlun. They were the people of the 3 great immortal sects who were at the end of their lifespans and had to leave Earth. What a pity! These people were able to cultivate to the void-controlling realm in the Kunlun Immortal Realm. Their muscles and bones were absolutely amazing. Otherwise, it was impossible for them to cultivate to the void-controlling realm in that kind of environment. Among the 5 people sitting around the formation platform, there were men and women. There was an old man with white hair and a ruddy face, a middle-aged man, and even a young cultivator. For cultivators who had cultivated to the void-controlling realm, it was very easy for them to change their appearance. How did these people die? Did they die of old age when their lifespans were exhausted, or did they encounter something else? Gu Fei was about to step forward to check. At this moment, a chilly wind suddenly emerged without warning and then swept toward Gu Fei. There seemed to be something else in the chilly wind. Humph! A bright light burst out of Gu Fei's eyes. His gaze directly penetrated the chilly wind and saw the thing in the chilly wind. He directly reached out and grabbed the thing that was pouncing toward him. It was a black snake as small as a little finger. The snake's body was less than a foot long, and its whole body was pitch black. Some stripes could be vaguely seen. The black snake struggled in Gu Fei's hand and fiercely bit towards Gu Fei's wrist. Gu Fei could clearly see 2 poisonous fangs with blue tint sticking out of the black snake's mouth and stabbing towards his wrist. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. He was not afraid of the black snake's bite. He exerted force in his hand, and the black snake was directly crushed to death by him. He threw away the black snake in his hand and went forward to check if the 5 of them had any injuries. At this moment, he knew that this planet was not safe. Schwa. As Gu Fei approached the 5 people, the 5 people sitting on the ground suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Gu Fei couldn't help but jump in fright when he saw this scene. He knew very well that these 5 people didn't have the slightest trace of life on them. They were already dead. He was shocked to find that the pupils of these 5 people who opened their eyes were actually black, like a bottomless black hole. There was a strange power that wanted to devour people's souls. Playing tricks. Gu Fei strode forward. The 5 people stood up and faced Gu Fei. Traces of black gas emerged from their bodies and then lingered around them. There are people here who are proficient in ghost Dao cultivation techniques. Gu Fei could feel that these 5 people had the aura of ghost Dao. This was the power of Ghost Emperor Fengdu's lineage. Someone was using ghost Dao divine ability to control the bodies of these 5 people. Bang! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly punched out. A powerful fist force erupted, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void in front of his fist. The bodies of the 5 people immediately collapsed. They were all smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's punch and scattered in all directions. Just as Gu Fei's punch shattered the bodies of the 5 people, black martial arts shadows rushed out. They were 5 black snakes. These 5 black snakes were exactly the same as the black snakes that Gu Fei had pinched to death. What are these things? Gu Fei stretched out his hand, and the 5 black snakes that wanted to escape immediately flew back and fell into his hand. The moment the 5 black snakes were caught by him, they suddenly exploded and turned into a blood mist. This shocked Gu Fei. It seemed that someone was secretly controlling these black snakes, rats hiding their heads and showing their tails. As Gu Fei muttered to himself, a powerful wave of divine will rushed out from between his eyebrows and spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, his divine will had enveloped the entire Pluto. This planet is not simple. In just a few breaths, Gu Fei sensed that there were a few places on this planet that even his divine sense could not enter. Roar! Right at this moment, a deep roar resounded from within the star. After that, the entire star began to tremble as a shocking aura appeared in the world. Finally can't help but jump out. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The divine light in his eyes became even brighter. It was like 2 magic lamps had lit up in the dark void. Bang! Outside the ruins, a part of the ground suddenly exploded. Soil flew everywhere, and a huge black shadow rushed out from the ground. The huge black shadow rushed into the sky, and an extremely powerful murderous aura spread in all directions. It was a huge snake that was thousands of feet long. It had a single horn on its head and no claws under its abdomen. Insignificant human, it was you who killed my descendant. A cold voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. This was a communication at the level of divine sense. The huge black snake coiled in the air and raised its giant head high. A pair of huge black eyes stared at Gu Fei. Waves of black energy swirled around, and the huge snake's figure was faintly discernible. Blackwater mystical snake. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw the giant serpent. This serpent was actually the Blackwater mystical serpent of ancient times. Ho! Seeing that Gu Fei was ignoring it, the huge snake was enraged. It directly spat out a mouthful of black energy at Gu Fei. This black energy was not simple. It was the cold energy that this huge snake had cultivated for countless years. Even a true immortal would be frozen to death if it breathed out. The space enveloped by the black energy was annihilated. Wherever it passed, nothing was left behind. The huge black snake's origin was extraordinary. It was an ancient Blackwater mystical snake. This was indeed a surprise to Gu Fei. It should be known that this ancient species had long been extinct. He didn't think that there would be one hiding on Pluto. Even Gu Fei could feel the danger as the black qi surged forth. The space around Gu Fei trembled. A qi shield formed from chaotic energy emerged from Gu Fei's body and enveloped Gu Fei, resisting the black energy. The black energy collided with Gu Fei's qi shield. The qi shield immediately dimmed, as if it could collapse at any time. Gu Fei was startled. He quickly executed the 8 desolate void steps and quickly retreated, escaping from the range of the black gas. The Blackwater mystical serpent was very surprised to see that Gu Fei was not frozen to death by its black qi. It should be known that its natal cold qi was extremely powerful. As long as one was enveloped by this cold qi, there was no one who could survive. Kid, your cultivation is pretty good. The Blackwater mystical snake's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Kid, Gu Fei was speechless when the Blackwater mystical snake called him that. Although the snake was powerful, it couldn't unleash the power of a sage. This was strange. Could it be that this planet also had a sealing power that suppressed their cultivation? Gu Fei couldn't sense any sealing power. Who's the kid here? Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He no longer concealed his aura, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as his battle intent surged. The Blackwater mystical snake stared at Gu Fei in shock. It realized that it had severely underestimated this human cultivator's cultivation and combat ability. Whoosh! The Blackwater mystical snake turned and left. Once a battle of this level broke out, one side would die. The Blackwater mystical snake didn't think it was a match for Gu Fei yet. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Gu Fei took a step forward and caught up to the Blackwater mystical snake. In an instant, he then soared into the sky and arrived above the Blackwater mystical snake. His right foot stomped down on the Blackwater mystical snake. Boom! The Blackwater mystical snake's giant body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. The ground shook like waves. This Blackwater mystical snake wasn't fully grown yet. If it were an adult one, Gu Fei would have run as far away as he could. An adult Blackwater mystical snake was absolutely terrifying. Legend had it that an adult Blackwater mystical snake could fight against a sage and even kill one. Oh no! Gu Fei suddenly realized something and hurried down from the sky. By then, the Blackwater mystical snake was nowhere to be found. It had escaped through the earth. How dare you? Gu Fei was furious. The Blackwater mystical snake must have escaped into its nest. But that place was too dangerous. Even Gu Fei felt threatened. At this time, Gu Zhong and old Jiao, who had been thrown into his inner world by Gu Fei, were already in seclusion. It would be difficult for him to find a helper. This solar system was very unusual. There was a land of thousands of dragons on Earth, and a Blackwater mystical snake was lurking on this planet called Pluto. He wanted to subdue the snake, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He returned to the ancient formation platform. After carefully examining it, he couldn't help but be shocked. There were a few parts of the ancient formation platform that were damaged. Of course, a broken teleportation matrix couldn't be used. Chapter 1897. After scaring the Blackwater mystical snake away, Gu Fei came to the ancient transmitting formation in the center of the ruins. He wanted to repair the transmitting formation and then leave this place. There were some places on this star that even he could not see through, and the place where the Blackwater mystical snake was located was one of them. Otherwise, he would have rushed into the depths of this star. The Blackwater mystical snake was not yet an adult. If he could subdue it, it would definitely be a great help. The ancient teleportation formation was made up of countless mysterious runes. A portion of the runes were already missing and damaged. It should have been caused when the city was destroyed. Could it be that snake? Gu Fei muttered to himself. The Blackwater mystical snake was extremely powerful, and its combat capability was close to the half-saint realm. On this Pluto, such an existence was absolutely invincible. Those cultivators from the Kunlun fairyland were no match for this giant snake. Fortunately, Gu Fei's attainments in formations were also good. Although he was not as good as He Tian, who was a formation guru, it was not difficult for him to repair this transmitting formation. After more than 2 hours of deduction, Gu Fei finally succeeded in repairing this formation platform. He also made some modifications so that people who were teleported from the Kunlun fairyland to this star could directly appear on the formation platform. He left a few words next to the formation platform to remind the latecomers that there was danger here. After doing all this, Gu Fei threw out another 9 fairy crystals, activated the ancient formation platform, and then directly left this star. This ancient road was not easy to travel. At the first stop, he encountered a black water mystical snake that was infinitely close to the half-saint realm. Such an existence was not a match for the cultivators from Earth at all. They could only end up being killed. Where was the next stop? Where was the end of this ancient road? Gu Fei was very curious. He had refined his mind in the mortal world on Earth for decades and learned a lot about the legends of immortals and gods on Earth. These legends were surprisingly similar to some ancient legends on the Tunglong continent. Was there any connection between the Tunglong continent and Earth? Gu Fei did not know that there must be a great secret on Earth, and there were many secrets on the soaring dragon ancestral star as well. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation base and strength, he did not have the ability to solve these mysteries. Perhaps he would only be able to truly understand these things after he became a sage. After an unknown amount of time, the teleportation array teleported them to a very far distance, causing Gu Fei to almost forget about the passing of time. This is when he reappeared, he discovered that he was in the void, and below him was an endless expanse of yellow sand. The yellow sand danced in the air, enveloping the entire world. This was a world of yellow sand. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow sand. Gu Fei didn't sense any signs of life nearby. In other words, there was no sign of life within a radius of 10,000 miles. Given the range of Gu Fei's current spiritual force, even if he did not deliberately release his spiritual force, he could still sense the area within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. This was the ability of a peak half-sage. His martial body had reached the bottleneck of a breakthrough. As long as he made another breakthrough, his martial body would transform and become even stronger. The source of a martial artist's strength was the martial body. Only when the martial body continuously transformed and became stronger, the martial artist's combat strength would also increase. Could this be a Death Star? Gu Fei pondered for a moment, and then left this place. He wanted to find a teleportation array. There must be a teleportation array nearby, and this ancient road would not stop after 2 stops. Where is it? Yellow sand filled the sky, and it was difficult to find a teleportation array in such a place. One should know that everything here was covered by yellow sand. A strong wind blew, and the yellow sand danced in the air. Even if there was an ancient teleportation array, it would be buried under the yellow sand. Soon, Gu Fei discovered that this star was very big, and it was many times bigger than Earth. This was a huge star, and there was a divine sun in the sky of this huge star. This was a rare star that could have life. However, it was very strange that there was no life here. There were no rivers, lakes, mountains, or plains. There was only endless yellow sand. Could something have happened to this star, and it became like this? This was not impossible, because a battle between sage-level experts was enough to destroy a star with life. If a battle between sage-level experts had happened on this star, then this star might have become a Death Star. However, in this endless yellow sand, Gu Fei did not find any traces of a battle between sage-level experts. Of course, this was not what Gu Fei was interested in. Right now, he wanted to find the teleportation array, or he would not be able to continue his journey. In this way, he would be lost in the vast universe again. The universe was unbelievably vast. Even an expert like Gu Fei would be in trouble if he got lost in the endless starry sky. One should know that Gu Fei did not have a star chart. Where is it? Gu Fei walked through the entire huge star, but he still could not find the teleportation array. This yellow star would occasionally produce sandstorms that were tens of millions of meters wide. In such a harsh environment, only cultivators could survive. Could it really be underground? Gu Fei had no other choice. He directly broke through the yellow sand and entered the interior of this star. After passing through thousands of meters of yellow sand, he encountered a large number of skeletons at the bottom. Countless living beings had fallen here and were buried here. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Just what happened on this star back then that caused all the living beings on this star to fall? This star was so huge that it definitely had billions of living beings. The bottom of the yellow sand buried an extremely powerful aura of death. When Gu Fei sensed the aura of death here, his expression changed. The aura of death condensed from the deaths of billions of living beings was too powerful. In the void, there seemed to be the souls of billions of living beings howling and screaming. Such a land of death was a paradise for cultivators who cultivated demonic arts. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Demons loved the aura of death the most. Ghost cultivators were the same. If a group of ghost cultivators were to gather here, they would probably turn this place into a ghost domain. In the depths of this star, Gu Fei did not dare to go too close. There seemed to be an unimaginable existence lurking there. Even Gu Fei felt danger. He walked underground, searching for the ancient teleportation formation. Sure enough, he found a ruin buried deep in the yellow sand. Among the ruins, there was an inconspicuous array platform that had broken into 4 or 5 pieces. Chapter 1898. In an underground ruin, Gu Fei finally found the formation platform. However, the formation platform had been broken into 5 pieces and was destroyed. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This ancient road that started from Earth had been broken for many years. Even the ancient transportation formation was destroyed. However, judging from the ruins around the ancient transportation formation, this ancient road was already very prosperous in the past. With the ancient transportation formation as the center, a city had already been formed. However, this ancient road still changed in the end. The ancient transportation formation was destroyed, and the cities around it were not spared. The ancient road was completely cut off. In the present world, Gu Fei came to Earth and continued this ancient road. Gu Fei directly moved the broken ancient formation platform to the surface of the star and laid down a formation to protect the formation platform. However, just as he was laying down the formation, a few black shadows suddenly rushed out from the surrounding yellow sand. A powerful death aura appeared in this area. Seeing these black shadows, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but narrow. These were 5 evil corpses shrouded in a black death aura. Each of these corpses was wearing tattered clothes. Some parts of their bodies even revealed white bones. A strong corpse stench diffused from these 5 corpses. Ancient corpses with intelligence. Gu Fei was shocked. This star had buried billions of creatures. After these billions of creatures died, the death aura generated was simply endless. Under the nourishment of the endless death aura, some ancient corpses with immortal bodies could very likely regrow their intelligence and become evil corpses. However, Gu Fei quickly discovered that these 5 evil corpses were not ancient corpses with intelligence. They were puppets controlled by some kind of power. The existence deep underground finally couldn't help but take action. Humph! Gu Fei directly slapped the 5 evil corpses with his palm. Bang! The 5 evil corpses that were rushing towards Gu Fei immediately suffered a great impact. Their bodies exploded, turning into 5 clouds of black blood mist that dissipated in the void. Roar! A deep roar came from the depths of the earth. Gu Fei had actually killed his evil corpse puppet in one move. This caused the guy deep underground to feel shocked and uneasy. Bang! A cloud of yellow sand rose up, and another black figure rushed out of the ground. A powerful wave of death energy spread out from this figure. This was an intact ancient corpse. It was wearing blue armor, and its eyes were emitting a black light. A black death aura spread out from its body and enveloped the void for about 100 meters. So what? Gu Fei took a step forward and once again slapped towards the ancient evil corpse. A violent gust of wind swept up the yellow sand in the sky, enveloping the evil corpse. Bang! Without any suspense, the evil corpse was sent flying thousands of zhang away by Gu Fei's slap. Its body was actually not destroyed by Gu Fei's slap. Yes. Seeing this result, Gu Fei was also surprised. This evil corpse's body was too strong. It was hard to imagine how strong it was when it was alive. However, no matter how strong it was, it had now become an evil corpse without its own consciousness. It was controlled by someone and turned into a fighting puppet. Roar! The evil corpse roared and dashed towards Gu Fei from afar. It stretched out its huge hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. This evil corpse must have been a peerless character when it was alive. Even though it had been dead for countless years, its bones and muscles were still amazingly flexible. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei displayed his martial path battle skill. A huge hand covered the sky, covering the world. Boom! The evil corpse that was rushing over was slammed into the yellow sand, under the attack of the heaven-covering palm. The yellow sand within a radius of a few hundred li violently undulated and spread out like waves. Bang! A black shadow soared up to the sky. The evil corpse that was slapped into the yellow sand by Gu Fei was still fine and dashed out again. Who are you? Why are you disturbing my cultivation? The evil corpse stood in the air, and a voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Humph, it seems that you provoke me first. Gu Fei snorted. The existence deep underground was a guy that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once it realized that it couldn't defeat Gu Fei, it resorted to such a shameless method. This is my territory. You are trespassing on my territory. The voice resounded again. Humph, everything depends on strength. If you can't defeat me, this place is mine. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. The existence deep underground must be a terrifying opponent, but he was fearless. On the contrary, he yearned to fight against such an existence. When the existence deep underground heard this, it fell silent. Swoosh! The evil corpse suddenly swooped down from the sky, broke through the yellow sand, and disappeared into the yellow sand. Seeing this, Gu Fei was startled. Could it be that the fellow deep underground was scheming something? However, after waiting for a while, he didn't see the fellow deep underground attack him. Could it be that the fellow couldn't come out? However, if that existence really couldn't come out, then Gu Fei wouldn't need to worry about it. He could activate the teleportation array and leave this place. Gu Fei's guess was correct. The existence deep underground was at a critical point in its cultivation. It couldn't be distracted, nor could it move its body, or else all its efforts would be for naught. If that happened, then there would be no place for it to cry. Gu Fei ignored it and focused on the array runes on the platform. Very quickly, he realized that this teleportation array was much more complicated than the previous two. He spent the better part of half a day to successfully evolve all the runes of the ancient teleportation formation. Then, he began to repair the ancient teleportation formation. Several hours later, Gu Fei once again departed from this dead planet. After that, a muffled roar rang out from the depths of the earth. It was as if a primordial beast that had been in a deep slumber had awakened. A shocking energy wave spread out from the man's body. Preposterous! a ghost-like silhouette appeared before the teleportation array. It could finally come out, but it realized that the other person had already left. The silhouette lingered outside the array for a while before leaving. This is Chapter 1899. The starry sky was boundless, but there were very few planets with life. The birth of life was not that easy. When Gu Fei came out of the void transfer channel, a wave of life energy hit him in the face. This was a planet with life. He realized that he was in the sky above a primitive mountain forest. The fresh air, which he hadn't smelled in a long time, made him feel invigorated. Releasing his divine consciousness, Gu Fei sensed that there were many powerful beasts in this primitive mountain forest. He even found a human tribe thousands of miles away. That human clan had opened up a place in the forest that was suitable for human beings to live in. In that place, human beings had built a medium-sized city with large rocks. The outer city wall was built with huge rocks and was dozens of feet tall. Inside the outer city wall was an inner city wall. The inner city wall was not as tall as the outer city wall. It was only 70 to 80 feet tall. The inner and outer city walls protected this simple and crude city very well. Outside the city was a primitive mountain forest, but inside the city lived thousands of humans. Compared to the humans on Earth, the humans here were living the most primitive life. Most of the people in the city were hunters who relied on hunting for a living. Gu Fei arrived outside the city. He stood high in the sky and looked down at the city. The ancient road that started from Earth was actually a road of no return. This was because the ancient transfer channel was a one-way transfer. Once one left Earth, there was no way back. Because of this, the three Kunlun sect grandmasters were shocked by Gu Fei's return. This was a city built with rocks. There was a moat outside the city. It was noon, and the drawbridge over the moat had already been lowered. Many hunters wearing animal hides, carrying bows and arrows, and holding long spears were walking in and out of the city. There was plenty of prey in this primitive mountain forest. However, there were also terrifying beasts lurking in the forest. Once they encountered a beast, even the most powerful hunter in the city would suffer a calamity. At this time, a series of roars came from a valley several miles away. Gu Fei discovered that there were more than a dozen hunters hunting a fierce tiger in that valley. Roar! The roar of the ferocious tiger could be heard for dozens of miles. Even in the stone city, it could be heard. The young master of the Meng clan is finally going to hunt the tiger. Hearing the tiger's roar, some people in the city began to discuss. The Meng clan was one of the clans in Stone City. Ever since the founding ancestor of the Meng clan, they had been in charge of everything in Stone City. The young master of the Meng clan was currently undergoing his coming-of-age ceremony. In Stone City, 16 was considered an adult. Therefore, at the age of 16, all the youths in Stone City had to kill a fierce tiger. Only a teenager who successfully hunted a tiger could be considered an adult. The young master of the Meng clan happened to be 16 this year. In this savage world, the reality was cruel. Only the strong could survive, and the weak could only be eliminated. There was no such thing as mercy. Every year, there were always a few 16-year-old boys who failed to hunt a tiger and were bitten to death by a tiger. Roar! The roars of the ferocious tiger could be heard continuously. The dozen or so hunters were all watching from the surroundings. In the middle of the rubble, a man and a tiger were fighting. Meng Long put in a bit more effort. This big tiger is about to die. An old man stood on top of a 30 to 40 zhang tall boulder and shouted at a youth draped in animal skin in front of him. That was a bare-handed youth. The animal skin on his body was torn in several places, and blood was seeping out from under the skin. This big tiger's claws are really sharp. The bronze-skinned youth's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the ferocious tiger in front of him. This tiger was at least 20 zhang long, and it was incomparably ferocious. There were also many wounds on the tiger's body. This tiger wasn't a ferocious beast, and it didn't have any intelligence. It only hunted by instinct, and it wasn't as scary as a ferocious beast. At this time, the tiger was obviously enraged. It roared again and again, and its 4 claws dug into the ground. The muscles on its limbs were bulging, and it could pounce on the youth at any time. While the youth and the tiger were confronting each other, Gu Fei had already arrived nearby. He looked at the scene below with interest. This youth's qi and blood seemed to be more vigorous than ordinary people. Soon, Gu Fei noticed the abnormality of the youth who was confronting the tiger barehanded. This planet was incomparably huge, and the spiritual energy was dense. The humans who lived in this primitive forest seemed to have much more qi and blood than the humans on Earth. Gu Fei immediately understood the difference between the two in an instant. In this world, in the wilderness, to survive, one had to fight with the surrounding ferocious beasts and hunt for enough food to survive. People who lived in danger were definitely much stronger than those who lived in peace and prosperity. People were born in adversity and die in peace and happiness. This saying couldn't be wrong. Only with a sense of crisis could the human race continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, they would be eliminated. The muscles on the youth's body were tense, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from his forehead and rolled down his back, dripping onto the soil on the ground and seeping into it. Roar. The tiger roared and slammed its 4 claws on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Then it turned into a yellow shadow and pounced at the youth. This pounce was extremely ferocious. This was the tiger's most powerful attack. Before it pounced, a gust of wind blew over. Roar. The young man also roared angrily. He stomped his feet on the ground, causing the soil on the ground to sink a few inches. His entire body rushed out and instantly appeared below the ferocious tiger. Swoosh. His right leg was like an arrow kicking from the bottom up. It was like a divine arrow piercing the sky, extremely swift and fierce. Puffed. The youth's right foot directly kicked the position of the tiger's heart. The strength of this kick was all concentrated on the tip of the youth's foot. The tiger's sternum was broken, and then it was inserted into the tiger's heart. The figures of the youth and the tiger instantly crossed each other. Phew! The youth half knelt on the ground and let out a long breath of turbid air. Then his entire body relaxed. Bang! The tiger's body heavily smashed onto the ground. Then a gush of blood flowed out from the tiger's body, and it stopped moving. Phew! The surrounding hunters all cheered when they saw this scene, especially the old man, who was extremely excited. One should know that the youth was his grandson. To be able to kill a ferocious tiger at the age of 16, and in a clean manner without any serious injuries, this was already very rare. Not bad. Chapter 1900. There was only one human tribe in the great desolate mountain range. The rest of the mountain range was occupied by other races or beasts. There were only a few thousand humans. This tribe was not a big one. A few thousand tribesmen in the great desolate mountain range could easily be wiped out. However, the human tribe still managed to survive. Although the beasts were strong, the human tribe could build stone cities to defend against the beasts. This was the power of wisdom. If one could not fight against the beasts, they had to use their wits. It was very difficult to break through the human tribe's stone city. Even the beasts did not want to provoke the humans in the city. It was not a coincidence that the human tribe appeared in the great desolate mountain range. It was most likely that the cultivators from Earth came here to live and reproduce. In the Stone City, the Meng family made up about half of the population. It was one of the biggest clans in the city, and the leader of the city was from the Meng family. The leader of the Meng family was a 150 years old man. Although he was no longer in his prime, he was still a powerful cultivator. The average human in the great desolate mountain range could live for more than 100 years. Of course, in such a harsh environment, it was rare to find someone who could live for more than 100 years. Of course, this old man was not a cultivator. However, in the great desolate mountain range, even if the human tribe only knew a few simple body refinement techniques, they were still not something ordinary beasts could provoke. Today, there was a joyous event in the city. The direct descendant of the Meng family, Meng Long, had successfully killed a tiger and completed his coming-of-age ceremony. As night fell, the city was brightly lit. Torches were placed in every corner of the city, illuminating the entire city as if it was daytime. The young man named Meng Long was the star of the night. These guys, when Gu Fei saw that the people in the city had actually used a stone platform in the center of the city as a platform for the banquet, he was a little speechless. All the important people in the city were sitting around the stone platform. The leader of the Meng family was sitting on the highest seat, and next to him was the star of the night, the young man who killed the tiger with one kick. On the square, everyone was drinking wine and eating big pieces of meat. These people who lived in the primitive forest were straightforward and forthright. This kind of mentality made them very cohesive. Thousands of humans were tightly united. This kind of strength was the guarantee of their survival. The hustle and bustle in the Stone City lasted until the latter half of the night. Then, the people who had gathered in Guangqing gradually dispersed. Some people even rolled on the ground, snoring loudly in the square. Shua, Gu Fei descended from the sky and landed directly on the stone platform in the center of the square. Who is it? Enemy attack. Just as Gu Fei landed on the stone platform, a series of shouts rang out. Groups of hunters rushed into the plaza from outside. Not only did the hunting team go out to hunt, but they were also responsible for the defense of Stone City. Although they had partied for a whole night, the hunting groups in the city still maintained a high degree of vigilance. As soon as Gu Fei showed up, these hunting groups found him. Your reaction isn't slow. Gu Fei stood on the stone platform with a calm expression. In just a few breaths, the stone platform was surrounded by dozens of well-equipped hunters. You are not one of us. The elder of the Meng family walked out. This old man had already cultivated the body refining technique to the point where he could produce inner qi from the outside. This kind of situation was similar to the martial arts on Earth. Gu Fei had been cultivating his heart on Earth for decades and had encountered all kinds of things. There were people who cultivated martial arts on Earth. If the cultivation of this old man was judged by the martial arts on Earth, then this old man was already a martial master. This kind of existence could already be considered as a master. With this old man here, normal ferocious beasts would not dare to attack this stone city. Martial arts masters who cultivated energy into qi were much stronger than normal ferocious beasts. Could it be that you are from that place? The old man seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became excited. Why would a branch of the human race appear in the Great Barren Mountain Range? The appearance of the human race in this barren land was very abrupt. However, if this branch of the human race was from outside, then everything could be explained. You are quite observant, Gu Fei said. He did not put these people in his eyes at all, because there were almost no cultivators among them. Only this old man was a character. You really are from that place. The old man's face turned red. He seemed to know something. The origin of the Meng family might really be related to the cultivators from Earth. Gu Fei did not say anything. "Stand down, all of you," the old man shouted at the hunters. The hunters had already drawn their bows and pointed their arrows at Gu Fei. The arrowheads were glowing with a layer of blue light. It was the arrowheads that were stained with pain. This kind of arrowhead was meant to be used against the enemy, not the usual kind of arrowhead used for hunting. "Elder," a man who seemed to be the leader of the hunting group, said to the old man. "I said stand down. Did you not hear me?" The old man panicked. This person could enter the stone city without anyone knowing. This was enough to prove that this person did not care about them at all. Yes, although the middle-aged man was unwilling, he could not disobey the order of the elder. "Stand down." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the dozens of hunters immediately put away the bows and arrows in their hands, then retreated in an orderly manner. With one look, one could tell that this was a well-trained hunting team. Meng Qi greets, "Immortal Master." After all the hunters had left, the old man bowed to Gu Fei on the stone platform. "Immortal Master." Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He was not a cultivator, and it was only a coincidence that he chose this ancient path. Of course, if he didn't choose this ancient path, the path of the human race would have been broken, and no one would be able to continue it. "Immortal Master, are you from the ancestral land of Kunlun?" The old man did not stand up. He prostrated on the ground and asked respectfully, "So you do know about Kunlun?" When Gu Fei heard this, he knew that his previous guess was correct. This branch of the human race in the mountain was indeed from the Kunlun realm. They were said to be descendants of the Kunlun realm. He never thought that he would meet a descendant of Kunlun on this planet with life. "Immortal Master really came from the ancestral land of Kunlun. Please help us return to the ancestral land." The old man kowtowed to Gu Fei again and again. Tears streamed down his face. They had lived here for thousands of years. They had been through dozens of generations, all for the sake of returning to Kunlun. Return to Kunlun. Chapter 1901. The human race's ancient road was a road of no return. It was easy to come out, but it was not so easy to go back. Even an existence like Gu Fei would find it hard to return to the Kunlun realm. Only a formation grandmaster like He Tian would be able to reverse the formation and return to the Kunlun realm. Although Gu Fei had a certain level of attainment in formations, he was not a formation master after all, so it was difficult for him to reverse engineer a formation. In the great wilderness, it had been many years since someone came out from Kunlun. The first stop after leaving Kunlun was the end of this ancient road. The Blackwater mystical snake on Pluto was enough to wipe out all the cultivators from Kunlun. However, Gu Fei was an exception. With a cultivation base at the peak of Half Saint, he could do whatever he wanted even on the soaring dragon ancestral star. Gu Fei's arrival made the patriarch of the Meng family wild with joy. The patriarch invited Gu Fei to the ancestral ground of the Meng family. This was a forbidden area in Stone City, where the ancestors of the Meng family were worshipped, from the first generation to the current generation. In the ancestral ground of the Meng family, there were dozens of memorial tablets. According to the patriarch, the Meng family had been in the great wilderness for 68 generations. It had been 3,000 to 4,000 years. This period of time was nothing for immortals, but it was extremely long for ordinary people. The Meng family had been able to survive for thousands of years in the great wilderness because of a body-tempering technique passed down by their first-generation ancestor. Although this body-tempering technique was not a great technique, it was enough for the Meng family to protect themselves. From the patriarch, Gu Fei knew that this star with life was called the Great Desolate Star. However, nobody knew why this planet was called the Great Desolate Planet. It was a coincidence that the ancestors of the Meng clan fell here. It was an accident. The Great Desolate Star. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This name was very appropriate. This star was completely a wild world. Here, the strong preyed on the weak at every moment. Furthermore, this planet was much bigger than Pluto. Even with the range of Gu Fei's spiritual force, it was difficult for him to sense how big this planet was. According to the old patriarch, there were many terrifying forbidden areas on this planet. There were peerless, ferocious beasts residing there. These ferocious beasts were incomparably powerful. If they provoked these ferocious beasts, the human race here would suffer a calamity. Therefore, the people of the Meng family could only hunt in the vicinity of Stone City. They did not dare to go too far. The ferocious beasts in the depths of the mountain were not something they could provoke. 1,000 years ago, this branch of the human race was almost exterminated. The reason was that the human race broke into the territory of a fierce beast in the mountains. Even now, the humans living in the mountains were still threatened by this ferocious beast. Every year, they had to send a pair of virgin boys and girls to the ferocious beast as food, using virgin boys and girls as food. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Immortal Master, I have learned that this year's sacrificial day will be in a month's time. The old patriarch said carefully. This immortal master was able to descend from the sky. He must have extraordinary abilities. Perhaps he could help them get rid of this great threat. Damn it! Gu Fei released his spiritual force. His powerful spiritual force instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. All the ferocious beasts in this area felt a great pressure and were all terrified. What ferocious beast is this? Gu Fei stared at the old patriarch. Although this old patriarch was already 150 years old, in front of Gu Fei, he was still a kid. One must know that Gu Fei had already cultivated for hundreds of years. That's a water kirin. The old patriarch said. Water kirin. Gu Fei instantly locked on to a ferocious beast. It was a ferocious beast in a deep pool a few hundred miles away from the Stone City. The water kirin was a ferocious beast of the water element. It was best at escaping through water. However, in front of Gu Fei, the water kirin's escaping technique was like a three-legged cat's technique. No matter how it tried to escape, it was useless. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the ancestral grounds of the Meng clan. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky above a deep pool a few hundred miles away. There were traces of death, aura, lingering around this deep pool. It was unknown how many living beings this water qilin had killed to form this kind of death aura that was visible to the naked eye. Damn it! This water kirin had harmed countless lives. Without hesitation, Gu Fei pressed his palm down towards the deep pool. A powerful force came crashing down, causing the deep pool below to collapse. Spare me? From the deep pool came a horrified spiritual will. The water kirin hiding in the depths of the pool wanted to beg for mercy. However, Gu Fei was unmoved. With a single palm, he smashed the deep pool deep into the ground, completely destroying it. The water kirin hiding in the deep pool was instantly destroyed. Gu Fei could not let go of a ferocious beast that fed on humans. Such a ferocious beast deserved to die 10,000 times over. After killing the water kirin, Gu Fei returned to the ancestral grounds of the Meng clan. In just a few breaths' time, a ferocious beast had been eliminated. All right, no ferocious beasts can threaten you in the future. After Gu Fei sat down, he said to the old patriarch. Could it be? The old patriarch's voice trembled. In just a few breaths' time, this immortal master had killed the water kirin. That ferocious beast was a water kirin. It was definitely a king among the ferocious beasts. Yet this immortal master had killed it in an instant. The old patriarch felt that everything was so surreal. It's impossible to return to Kunlun. Gu Fei said, "What?" The old patriarch heard this and immediately woke up from his shock. How could this be? The old patriarch did not give up. For thousands of years, the Meng clan only had one wish, and that was to return to their homeland. Because this is a path of no return. Gu Fei looked at the old patriarch and said calmly, "A path of no return." The old patriarch was shocked to the extreme. The ancient path from Kunlun was actually a path of no return. This was hard for the old patriarch to accept. This star is not bad. It's rich in spiritual energy. You guys can cultivate here. When your cultivation is successful, you might be able to find your way back. Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. I'll let Immortal Master know that our Meng clan lacks a technique that can help you become an immortal. The old patriarch said helplessly. Swoosh. Chapter 1902. On the Great Desolate Star. Gu Fei had left behind a few cultivation techniques and imprinted them into the mind of the old tribe leader. Because the ancestors of the Meng family had passed down a simple body cultivation technique, Gu Fei had imparted a few martial arts techniques to the old tribe leader. If the people of the Meng family were successful in cultivating them, they would be able to become sages. These techniques that could be cultivated to the sage realm were extremely precious. If these techniques were circulated on the soaring dragon ancestral star, it would definitely shake the entire cultivation world of the soaring dragon ancestral star. Techniques that could be cultivated to the sage realm would definitely make everyone's eyes red with envy. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the Great Desolate Star, something big happened on the planet. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook, and the mountains collapsed. The entire Great Desolate Star was in chaos. Dark light rushed out from the ground, and a demonic power appeared in the sky. I didn't expect there to be a demon in this place. Gu Fei was shocked. In the depths of a mountain range on the Great Desolate Star, the ground collapsed, and endless demonic chi surged out from the ground, covering the sky and earth. It was originally a planet rich in spiritual chi, but now it was facing a great calamity. The demonic chi devoured the spiritual chi of the sky and earth. The spiritual chi of the Great Desolate Star was decreasing rapidly. The originally flourishing trees were gradually withering, and their vitality was being lost. How is this possible? This wasn't an ordinary demonic power. This demonic power was actually devouring the vitality of the planet. If this demonic power was allowed to continue devouring the vitality of the planet, it wouldn't take long for the planet to become a dead planet. This huge commotion affected the Stone City. However, the Stone City was protected by the formation that Gu Fei had set up, so the Stone City wasn't affected much. How extravagant! Gu Fei was shocked. Devouring the vitality of an entire planet was simply too terrifying. A demon that could do this must be an unparalleled demon. Swoosh, Gu Fei rushed out of the Stone City and came to the sky. A gigantic demonic figure vaguely appeared in front of them. The life force of the entire planet was being continuously devoured. It's not a real demon. It's just a remnant soul. Could it be that this demon wants to borrow the endless life force to be reborn? Gu Fei activated his martial Dao divine eyes and saw a shocking scene. There was a terrifying demonic embryo being nurtured, and it was precisely this demonic embryo that was devouring the boundless life force. You're unlucky to be born at this time. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly attacked. The demonic fetus seemed to feel threatened. Countless demonized beasts soared into the sky and charged at Gu Fei. Demonic clouds covered the sky. Roar! Countless demonized beasts were extremely ferocious. Under the control of the devil fetus, they all attacked Gu Fei without any regard for their lives. Die! Gu Fei punched out. With just one punch, the countless demonic beasts that attacked him were all turned into a mist of blood, completely dissipating in the void. This punch was too strong, shaking the heavens and the earth. Not only did it kill countless beasts, but it also almost dissipated the demonic aura that shrouded this part of the world. Who are you? We've minded our own business. Why do you want to stop me from achieving the way? A wave of divine will came, and a voice sounded in Gu Fei's mind. Demons! Everyone has the right to kill them. Gu Fei strode over, and the demonic fetus could not stop Gu Fei at all. Buzz! The void shook, and billions of demonic light shone from the demonic fetus. Black demonic chains appeared in the void, and then wrapped around Gu Fei. This was a type of divine chain of the great path formed by the interweaving of demonic patterns. Countless patterns of the great path appeared on the demonic fetus. A remnant soul entered the demonic fetus, and the power of the great path surged out from the demonic fetus. The demonic path was also a type of great path. When cultivated to the highest level, one could also become a supreme existence like the demon ancestor. After the remnant soul merged with the demonic fetus, the power of the entire demonic fetus soared to a level infinitely close to the saint level. The powerful power made the entire world shake. Demonic aura fell from the sky like dancing dragons, and the demonic might shook the world. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and weaved through the countless demonic chains, avoiding all of them. He killed his way to the vicinity of the demonic fetus and then attacked. Boom! Endless martial arts' true power burst out, and a huge hand covered the sky, covering the demonic fetus below it. The huge hand descended, and the powerful martial arts power shattered everything. Gu Fei displayed his formidable battle prowess and unleashed the heaven-covering palm. Rumble! The huge hand covered the sky and descended, shattering countless demonic chains of the great path. It slapped the demonic fetus that was covered in demonic aura down from the sky. A peak half-saint warrior was too strong, and his combat ability was unparalleled. Even the demonic fetus that was infinitely close to the saint level was not a match for Gu Fei. Of course, although the power of the demonic fetus was infinitely close to the saint level, it was still not the power of the saint level. Boom! The ground shook, and the demonic fetus was smashed down by the sky-covering hand. The huge hand smashed the demonic fetus deep into the ground. Many mountains collapsed, and the ground sank. Gu Fei's attack had destroyed everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. But Gu Fei knew that the demonic fetus would not be destroyed so easily. Just as he was about to kill his way into the ground, endless demonic aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the ground. The vast demonic aura wrapped around the demonic fetus and shot into the sky. It wanted to rush out of the great desolate planet and escape into the starry sky. Humph! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and used his fastest speed to chase after the demonic fetus. Roar! When my main body returns, you will be the first to be killed. The demonic fetus roared. This was a spiritual wave, and its voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. I am not afraid of you. I will destroy your remnant soul today, and then I will destroy your main body in the future. Gu Fei was fearless, and he chased after it. One chased, one fled, and very quickly they entered the starry sky. Gu Fei also caught up to the demonic fetus in the starry sky. Die! Gu Fei roared. After that, he made his move. He struck out with his primal chaos fist, shattering the void. His 2 fists were like 2 immortal divine mountains, emitting powerful fluctuations as they smashed towards the devil fetus. The strong fist energy caused the starry sky to shake. This was a battle without any suspense. In the end, the demonic fetus could not defeat Gu Fei. It was destroyed by Gu Fei, and it completely disappeared from the world. After the demonic fetus was destroyed, the great desolate planet regained its peace. However, the demonic fetus had devoured half of the life force on the planet, and the density of the spiritual energy on the planet had decreased significantly. Celestial Master, please take us away. Chapter 1903. The Great Desolate Demonic Calamity was quelled by Gu Fei. The demon fetus could not escape and was killed by Gu Fei in space. The demon fetus was unlucky. It was born when Gu Fei came to the Great Desolate Star. Otherwise, it might have succeeded, using the lives of the entire planet as the price to go against the heavens. This was too much. Perhaps the demon had already planned this countless years ago. After this battle, the spiritual energy of the Great Desolate Star decreased. When Gu Fei and the demon fetus fought, many regions were destroyed. After quelling the demonic calamity, Gu Fei returned to Stone City. "Immortal Master, are you leaving?" asked the Meng family's old chief. Gu Fei did not hide it. He was just a passerby. He would have to leave in the end. The soaring dragon ancestral star was where he should stay. On the path to becoming a saint, he had to occupy a place. However, he was already lost in the starry sky, so finding his way back wasn't an easy task. He could only continue on his way. He wanted to see where the end of the ancient Kunlun Road was. He was looking forward to the end of the ancient Kunlun Road. Perhaps Kunlun and the soaring dragon ancestral star were connected. "Immortal Master, bring us on our way." The Meng family's chief did not want to give up this chance to leave the Great Desolate Star. One had to know that the human race's lives here were too bitter. They could only live a primitive life of hunting. They were constantly worried that the beasts in the mountains would come out. If not for Gu Fei, they would still be bullied by the water Qilin. Every year, they would have to send a pair of young boys and girls to the beast as food. They had had enough of such days. "I'll bring you with me." Gu Fei looked at the respectful old man in front of him and couldn't help but frown. He had already imparted a few martial arts techniques to this old man. He didn't want to bring these people along with him. But now he had an idea. Didn't he want to build a faction? Perhaps these thousands of humans could be of use. The great ancient star was filled with spiritual energy. After living here for a long time, the spiritual energy here could change one's physique. Those who could survive on the great ancient star all had strong physiques. Although these people had only cultivated the simplest body technique, they could still kill beasts with their bare hands. Especially the young man named Meng Long. He was only 16 years old, but he could easily kill a tiger with a kick. Compared to the humans on Earth, he was much stronger. The physiques of these people were very suitable for the cultivation of martial arts. If he accepted these people under his guidance, he might really be able to teach a few powerful martial arts experts. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation erupt from his inner world in his dantian. Roar! In a valley within Gu Fei's inner world, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. That person's entire body flickered with golden light as rays of golden rainbows shot out from his body, illuminating the world. An extremely powerful wave of metal elemental energy rippled out from the golden body. The entire valley was shaking, and all living creatures in the surrounding area were trembling. "Ha! I finally broke through." Guzhong laughed to the sky. His voice shook the sky, and the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the rolling sound waves. After cultivating in seclusion for dozens of years, he finally broke through. This made Guzhong extremely excited. He had successfully broken through to the second heaven of Almighty. metal elemental energy circled around his body, making him look like a god of war made of gold. "Congratulations, Brother Gu." At this moment, a figure walked in from outside the valley. It was a woman. This woman was Zhongli Meng, who had been taken into Gu Fei's inner world, with Gu Zhong and old Jiao in the sage world. Gu Zhong stood up from the boulder. The powerful aura on his body began to recede like the tide. Soon, even the golden light on his body was completely retracted. Fairy Zhongli Meng. Gu Zhong could not help but be stunned when he saw this person. Behind Zhongli Meng were three extremely powerful undead creatures. They were the three undying emperors that Gu Fei had subdued. "Greetings, young master." The three undying emperors behind Zhongli Meng bowed to Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was Gu Fei's disciple and had an extremely powerful cultivation. They did not dare to slight him. Gu Zhong only nodded at the three undying emperors before his gaze landed on Zhongli Meng. He realized that Zhongli Meng's cultivation had increased by quite a bit over the past few decades, and he was not far from the peak of the almighty realm. "You can see it now. Cultivating in this place allows my cultivation to rise very quickly. I can't even imagine it. In just a few decades, I'm only half a step away from becoming a pinnacle, almighty being," Zhongli Meng said. It had to be said that Zhongli Meng's physique was indeed not bad. In the past, she had to take care of the drunken immortal abode and had too many things to worry about. It was difficult for her to calm down and cultivate. At this time, she took the opportunity to calm her heart and cultivate for a few decades. Her cultivation actually kept increasing, and she almost stepped into the realm of peak almighties. Gu Zhong was very envious of Zhongli Meng's continuous increase in cultivation. Zhongli Meng had cultivated for dozens of years, and his cultivation had increased by several small realms. On the other hand, Gu Zhong had only increased by one small realm. Even his junior brother's cultivation speed was much faster than his. However, even if you have broken through to the peak almighty realm, you are still no match for me. Gu Zhong was very confident. Although he had only advanced by a small realm, his fighting strength was strong enough to compete with a peak almighty. "Your lineage is really monstrous." It was impossible for Zhongli Meng not to be envious. Who didn't want to be invincible in the same realm? However, how many people were there in the same realm? However, there was such a person in front of her. She looked at Gu Zhong with a different gaze. "So you have broken through." At this moment, a voice came from the sky. "Master." Gu Zhong was surprised and overjoyed when he heard the voice. He had just broken through and wanted to go out and meet those people. He did not know that Gu Fei was no longer in the sage realm, nor was he in the soaring dragon ancestral star's star field. A figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. "Gu Fei." Zhongli Meng could not help but exclaim when she saw the person. "Greetings, master." The three immortal sovereigns hurriedly knelt down when they saw Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded and waved his hand to dismiss the three immortal sovereigns. He did not like the aura of death around the three immortal sovereigns. "Your junior brother is still in seclusion." Gu Fei looked at Gu Zhong and asked. "Yes, junior brother has been in seclusion for a long time. Do you want me to call him out?" Gu Zhong said. "No need."
Capítulo 2955. Suyu también estaba desesperada. 5. ¿Este es el vestido de novia que Yan Ruoxi usó en su boda? Se dio cuenta de que este vestido de novia se parecía al que había usado Yan Ruoxi. Sí, pero tampoco. El vestido que llevaba Yan Ruoxi era una réplica, los cristales y diamantes eran artificiales. Pero este es auténtico, costó 12 millones de yuanes. Huo Mian sonrió con satisfacción. Perpleja, Huo Mian miró el vestido de novia de aspecto insignificante. Probablemente debido a la falta de un foco, no parecía muy lujoso. Al escuchar las palabras de Huo Mian, vio que muchos cristales y diamantes decoraban el dobladillo del vestido. Después de todo, Huo Mian no mentiría al respecto. Era cierto que este vestido de novia valía 12 millones de yuanes. Mian, piénsalo bien, ¿recuerdas dónde lo viste antes? Huo Mian cruzó los brazos frente a su pecho y estudió a la hermosa Huo Mian. Huo Mian no habló mientras intentaba con todas sus fuerzas recordar. Cuando fue a la boda de Huo Mian con Inchu, comentó que el vestido de novia de Yan Roxy le parecía familiar. Pero no podía recordar por qué. Hoy, las palabras de Huo Mian despertaron algunos de sus recuerdos. Ella buscó información sobre este vestido de novia en su mente. De repente, se le ocurrió. Este vestido de novia. Te ganaste un premio en la escuela, ¿verdad? Huo Mian levantó la cabeza abruptamente y miró a Huo Mian a los ojos mientras preguntaba. ¿Finalmente lo recordaste? Huo Mian le dio una sonrisa misteriosa. Huo Mian sintió que se le ponía la piel de gallina por todo el cuerpo. Según recordó, Huo Mian había ganado el primer lugar con un elegante y lujoso vestido de novia en un concurso de diseño de la escuela. Se dijo que un estudio de fotografía de bodas quería comprar el derecho a realizar el diseño del vestido de novia, pero Huo Mian se negó a venderlo. En ese momento, muchas chicas de la escuela estaban secretamente enamoradas de Huo Mian. Después de todo, él era el hijo mayor de la poderosa familia Huo, aunque fue adoptado, provenía de una familia rica. Vestido elegantemente, parecía agraciado y de buenos modales. Pero nadie había vuelto a mencionar el vestido de novia, Huo Mian solo había visto la foto del vestido en el periódico de la escuela. Se había preguntado si Huo Mian era un pervertido ya que había diseñado un vestido de mujer, incluso un vestido de novia. Muchos años después, finalmente tuvo la oportunidad de ver el vestido de novia con sus propios ojos y descubrió que costaba una fortuna. Huo Mian se quedó sin palabras. Huo Mian se acercó a ella con una mirada obsesiva y maníaca en sus ojos. Cuando dibujé el diseño de este vestido de novia, imaginé que un día lo usarías para mí. Tal como esperaba, eres la única mujer en el mundo que merece usar este vestido de novia. Huo Mian se quedó en silencio. Mian, ¿creerías que ninguna mujer en el pasado podría conmover mi corazón, excepto tú? Huo Mian extendió la mano para tocar el rostro de Huo Mian, pero ella se agachó bajo su mano. Guárdate tu sucia mano para ti, Huo Mian lo fulminó con la mirada. Bueno, casi me olvido de tu mal humor. Vamos a ir despacio. Venga, vamos a cenar. Parecía que Huo Mian nunca se enojaría con Huo Mian. Cuando otra mujer decía una palabra equivocada, él se enfurecía y le daba una bofetada. Pero por más que Huo Mian se burlara de él no mostraba ningún signo de desagrado. Pensaba que Huo Mian era la única tribulación en su vida. Mian, ¿sabes cuánto tiempo he esperado este momento? Susurró Huo Mian al oído de Huo Mian. Capítulo 2956. Suyu también estaba desesperada. 6. En el apartamento dúplex de Sky Blessing Court, Yang Meirong de repente entró en pánico mientras miraba la televisión en la sala de estar. Mamá, ¿qué pasa? Al ver la inquietud de su madre, Fixin se levantó inmediatamente y se sentó a su lado. No sé, simplemente me siento incómoda. ¿Por qué? Hace demasiado calor en la habitación. Encenderé el aire acondicionado. No, Fixin, siéntate. Sí, mamá. Tu hermana no ha venido a visitarnos últimamente, ¿verdad? Dijo Yang Meirong. Está muy ocupada. Se tomó unos días libres y está ocupada cuidando a los gemelos en casa. No lo creo. Me enviaba mensajes de WeChat o me llamaba por teléfono incluso si no podía visitarme durante unos días. Pero últimamente ha estado muy callada. Probablemente es porque está ocupada. En su casa hay mucha gente, como su cuñada y su suegra, etc. Ya sabes cómo es. Fixin todavía no sabía que su hermana había sido secuestrada. Le envié un mensaje de WeChat hace una hora, pero no respondió. Quizás esté tomando un baño o cocinando en la cocina. No, nunca había sucedido algo así antes. Mamá, ¿a qué te refieres? Me estás asustando. Fixin observó a su madre jadear con una mano en el pecho mientras hablaba de su hermana. Le pareció extraño. Fixin, llama a tu hermana. Ah, está bien. Tomó su teléfono celular y marcó el número, pero después de un largo rato nadie respondió. ¿Eh? No contestó. Espera un minuto, llamaré al teléfono de la casa. Esta vez, el mayordomo tío Lee de South Hill Manor respondió al llamado. Ah, ¿es así? Vale, ya lo entiendo. Terminó la llamada. Yang Meirong le preguntó inmediatamente a su hijo, ¿qué es? ¿Qué dijo? Mi hermana y mi cuñado están fuera. ¿A dónde fueron? No lo sé. El mayordomo contestó el teléfono. Nunca les escuché mencionar nada sobre un viaje familiar. Yang Meirong estaba aún más alarmado. No te preocupes, llamaré a mi cuñado. Entonces Cixin llamó a Inchu. Inchu estaba conduciendo por una precaria carretera montañosa y no respondió la llamada. Sonó durante mucho tiempo, pero nadie respondió. Ahora incluso Cixin sentía que algo no estaba bien. ¡Qué extraño! Mi cuñado tampoco respondió a la llamada. ¿De verdad les ha pasado algo? Al escuchar las palabras de Cixin, la respiración de Yang Meirong se volvió aún más superficial. Me he sentido inquieta toda la noche, preguntándome si tu hermana está en problemas. Ahora toda la familia está fuera de contacto. Tu hermana, los niños e incluso Inchu están desaparecidos. ¿Qué está pasando? Yang Meirong comenzó a llorar. Mamá, cálmate, por favor. Déjame pensar. Llamaré a la hermana Lingling y le preguntaré. Reprimiendo su impaciencia, Cixin llamó a Jian Xiaobei y Zhu Lingling, pero ninguno de ellos sabía sobre la desaparición de Huo Mian. Sus maridos no les contaron nada sobre el secuestro. Cixin y su madre realmente comenzaron a entrar en pánico. Yang Meirong se inquietó y quiso llamar a la policía. Mamá, no seas tonta. Solo puedes llamar a la policía después de un cierto periodo de tiempo de desaparición. Además, mi hermana y mi cuñado son súper inteligentes. ¿Cómo pueden desaparecer? Tal vez se fueron de viaje familiar. Cixin trató de consolar a su madre. Eso espero. Si les pasa algo, ¿cómo podré vivir? En la cima de la montaña Yuan, Huo Xiqian obligó a Huo Mian a sentarse a la mesa. Le sirvió una copa de vino tinto a Huo Mian. No lo voy a beber. No está envenenado, no te preocupes. Todavía no puedo beberlo. Desde que estaba embarazada, Huo Mian se había mantenido alejada de las bebidas alcohólicas. ¿Cómo podría beber vino ahora? Mian, parece que todavía no entiendes la situación. ¿Crees que tienes otra opción? Huo Xiqian sonrió con frialdad. Capítulo 2957. Suyu también estaba desesperada. 7. Huo Xiqian, estás cruzando la línea. Huo Mian estaba al final de su paciencia. Sonriendo, Huo Xiqian no insistió en el tema. Esta noche la luna está muy bonita, ¿verdad? Miró hacia arriba y vio la luna en el cielo alto emitiendo una luz brumosa. No te pongas romántica conmigo. Cualquier cosa que digas no tiene importancia para mí. En este momento, tú solo eres un secuestrador y yo soy tu rehén, dijo Huo Mian sin inmutarse. TSK. No eres romántica. Mi hermana Mian, ¿por qué te ves tierna y tierna como un gatito con Inchu, pero te transformas en un pequeño tigre frente a mí? Porque siempre me has desagradado y siempre me desagradarás. Muy bien, es un honor que me desagrades toda la vida, Huo Xiqian, ¿sabes lo pervertido que eres? Preguntó Huo Mian de repente. No creo serlo. ¿Conoces la existencia del tipo llamado Jack? Al escuchar el nombre de Jack, la expresión de Huo Xiqian cambió un poco. Mian, sabes muchas cosas. Tenía una leve sonrisa en su rostro. Por supuesto. Vi a Jack 2 veces con mis propios ojos. Huo Mian lo miró con seriedad. ¿Y entonces qué? Jack solo sale cuando me olvido de tomar la medicina. Ese idiota y loco no puede controlarme, comentó Huo Xiqian sobre el otro lado de sí mismo. ¿Crees que Jack y tú sois 2 personas compartiendo un mismo cuerpo? Por supuesto. ¿Qué más se te ocurre? ¿No crees que Jack no existe en absoluto y que todo fue producto de tu imaginación? Es solo otra faceta de ti. Tonterías. Él no soy yo, no soy tan estúpido ni imprudente. Obviamente, a Huo Xiqian no le gustaba su otra personalidad. Si niegas tu otro lado, te niegas a ti mismo. Huo Mian, mírate. Tienes 30 años, pero te has convertido en un completo fracaso. Ni siquiera puedes mirarte a ti mismo. Huo Mian lo despreció. ¿Estás usando tácticas psicológicas y burlándote de mí? No, Mian, no me hagas esas bromas. Son inútiles. Te conozco desde hace años, tu ingenio, tu sabiduría, tu indiferencia y tu frialdad no tienen ningún efecto sobre mí, dijo Huo Mian con una sonrisa. Huo Mian parecía tranquila pero sentía frío por dentro. Ella tuvo que admitir que Huo Mian estaba loco, era un loco con un alto coeficiente emocional. La conocía tan bien que no perdía la compostura ni mostraba debilidad cuando ella se burlaba de él. De repente se dio cuenta de que no sería fácil para ella escapar del control maligno de Huo Mian sin un rasguño. Su única esperanza era que Inchu pudiera encontrarla y rescatarla a ella y al bebé en su vientre lo antes posible. Hace viento en la cima de la montaña. Iré a buscarte un abrigo. Huo Mian regresó al auto para buscar un abrigo. Mientras tanto, Huo Mian miró a su alrededor y trató de encontrar una ruta de escape o un arma que pudiera usar. De repente, sus ojos se posaron en el cuchillo y el tenedor para el filete, estaban hechos de acero y parecían muy afilados. Sostuvo el cuchillo en la palma con cuidado y esperó tensamente. Luego, Huo Mian se acercó con un abrigo de cachemira negro, era un abrigo de hombre. Él se lo puso sobre los hombros. Sin embargo, su acto considerado no afectó a Huo Mian, en cambio, ella sostuvo el cuchillo contra su garganta. Mian, ¿no hagas esto? No es divertido. Huo Mian todavía sonreía con frialdad y no mostraba ningún miedo. Capítulo 2958, Suyu también estaba desesperada. 8. Huo Mian, déjame ir. Ahora. Huo Mian nunca había lucido tan seria y furiosa. Mian, no te metas conmigo. Realmente no quiero lastimarte. Ahora te estoy amenazando. ¿Entiendes la situación? Huo Mian estaba furiosa y frustrada. Ella tenía una personalidad apacible, pero ahora el pervertido Huo Mian casi la había vuelto loca. Nunca se había imaginado que se pondría un vestido de novia diseñado por Huo Mian y que tendría una maldita cena a la luz de las velas con él en la cima de una montaña remota. Parecía irreal. Entonces mátame, porque esta vez nunca te dejaré ir. Los labios de Huo Mian se curvaron ligeramente. Tú. No creas que no me atrevo a matarte. Entonces hazlo, Huo Mian continuó sonriendo. Huo Mian, no me hagas. Huo Mian estaba desesperada. Ella presionó el cuchillo sobre su cuello. La sangre empezó a brotar de su cuello. Déjame ir. No quiero matarte. No, por favor, mátame. Me encantaría morir en tus manos. A pesar de sus palabras, Huo Mian todavía no pudo hacerlo. Después de todo, ella solo había usado sus manos para salvar vidas y nunca había pensado en usarlas para matar a nadie, ni siquiera a los malos. Pero Huo Mian no se lo puso fácil. Mian, no puedes soportar verme morir, ¿verdad? Huo Mian continuó burlándose de ella. Desgarrada por la indecisión, Huo Mian cerró los ojos y quiso presionar el cuchillo hacia abajo. Convertirse en un asesino no era gran cosa. Ella no se sentiría culpable de matar a un hombre como él. A pesar del razonamiento, todavía no pudo hacerlo. Mian, no es bueno ser tan bondadoso. Vamos, te mostraré cómo hacerlo. Huo Mian agarró con fuerza la mano de Huo Mian y presionó el cuchillo sobre su cuello. Entonces empezó a salir sangre. Huo Mian sintió que su corazón casi se detenía en ese momento. Nunca se había imaginado que Huo Mian haría algo tan escandaloso. Al ver que la sangre fluía lentamente por su cuello hasta su mano y el mango del cuchillo, de repente se sintió enferma, girando la cabeza hacia un lado, vomitó. Estando embarazada, no podía soportar estimulaciones tan espantosas ni escenas sangrientas. La sensación era distinta a la de las cirugías. Después de todo, las cirugías eran para salvar, pero esta maniobra era para matar. Matar personas no era tan sencillo como matar un pez en la cocina. Después de todo, él era humano. Huo Mian tuvo que admitir que nunca mataría a nadie, ni a Huo Mian ni a nadie más. A diferencia de Luyan, ella no había recibido ningún entrenamiento a una edad temprana para enfrentar una situación así. Se había ablandado en el último momento. Al ver a Huo Mian vomitar, Huo Mian parecía aún más tranquilo. Sacó un trozo de gasa blanca y con mucho cuidado vendó la herida del cuello. No usó mucha fuerza al cortar, por lo que la herida no fue profunda. Lo había hecho para asustar a Huo Mian. Lo hizo a propósito para mostrarle a Huo Mian su propia debilidad, simplemente no podía soportar matar a nadie. Además, con su físico frágil, Huo Mian no sería rival para Huo Mian ni siquiera con un arma, sin mencionar un cuchillo. Después de todo, Huo Mian incluso podía manejar un feroz combate cuerpo a cuerpo con An, el guardaespaldas personal de Suyu. Como no puedes matarme, será mejor que lo olvides. En el futuro, no juegues con cuchillos, ¿de acuerdo? Es peligroso. Huo Mian se acercó a Huo Mian y la tranquilizó como si fuera una niña. Capítulo 2959, Suyu también estaba desesperada. 9. En ese momento, Huo Mian no pudo decir nada. Se puso en cuclillas y quiso vomitar, pero no pudo expulsar nada. Parecía dolorida. Entonces sonó el teléfono celular de Huo Mian. ¿Hola? Jefe, ya están aquí. Bien. ¿Quieres que les hagamos una emboscada? No, por supuesto que no. Tengo una buena obra que presentar, dijo Huo Mian con una sonrisa de suficiencia. Entonces esperaremos tu pedido. Sí. Proceda como está previsto. Huo Mian finalizó la llamada y miró a Huo Mian significativamente. Mian, la gente está aquí para asistir a nuestra boda, ¿estás contenta? Volviéndose lentamente, Huo Mian no sabía qué quería decir. Habrá mucha gente que verá nuestra gran boda en el acantilado. Dentro de un rato, tendrás que lucir lo mejor posible. Huo Mian permaneció en silencio. Ella nunca adivinaría qué cosas psicóticas haría Huo Mian. De hecho, el corte la había asustado. Si no fuera por su embarazo, Huo Mian habría querido pelear con él. No era propio de ella dejarse manipular de esa manera. ¿Ya terminaste de vomitar? Si es así, continuaremos con el siguiente paso. De pie detrás de Huo Mian, parecía estar sosteniendo algo. Antes de que pudiera reaccionar, Huo Mian la levantó y le hizo clic con algo alrededor de las manos. Cuando se dio cuenta de lo que era, vio que se trataba de un par de esposas pequeñas, eran miniatura pero muy sólidas. Con las manos atadas por las esposas, Huo Mian no podía moverse. Ella luchó con todas sus fuerzas pero descubrió que las esposas la apretaban aún más y le lastimaban las muñecas. No pierdas el tiempo luchando. Sé una buena chica. Huo Mian volvió a colocarle el abrigo sobre los hombros. Luego sacó un ramo de flores frescas y se lo puso en las manos esposadas. Parecía como si Huo Mian estuviera sosteniendo un ramo con él. ¿Qué música te gusta? ¿La marcha nupcial o la canción china Hoy me casaré contigo? Huo Mian se inclinó hacia ella y le preguntó. Prefiero morir antes que casarme contigo. No hables de la muerte en nuestro gran día. No me gusta. Huo Mian, ¿no te sientes infantil? Huo Mian pensó que todas las cosas que hacía no tenían sentido. No. Creo que hoy significa mucho para mí. Hace años que planeo este día. Ja. Anímate, cariño, es nuestra boda. Cuando Huo Mian permaneció en silencio, volvió a preguntar, como no te gusta ninguno de los dos, usemos Meri y Amor, aunque suene un poco triste. Encendió el sistema de sonido con el Bluetooth de su celular y Meri Amor de Richard Kleiderman flotó desde las 2 mini cajas de audio al lado de la puerta del arco. La triste melodía parecía bailar en el acantilado con la noche oscura. Huo Mian de repente quiso llorar. No se había casado con Inchu, pero cuando se puso un vestido de novia por primera vez en su vida, tuvo que estar con Huo Mian y realizar una llamada boda en el acantilado. ¡Qué ironía! En ese momento, el sonido de los motores de los automóviles se acercó. ¡Mira! Aquí están, Huo Mian señaló el sendero de la montaña. 5 vehículos todoterreno aparecieron a toda velocidad, seguidos por una larga fila de coches de policía. Al detener el auto, Inchu saltó de él inmediatamente. Al ver a Huo Mian parada en el acantilado, se relajó un poco. Cariño, al instante, Huo Mian no pudo controlar sus lágrimas mientras el sentimiento de sorpresa y euforia la abrumaba de inmediato. Sí, su marido estaba aquí, para rescatarla. Capítulo 2960, Suyu también estaba desesperada. 10. Inchu no habló mientras observaba atentamente a Huo Mian. Con una sola mirada, comprendió toda su impotencia, su miedo y su confusión. En ese momento sintió un fuerte sentimiento de culpa. Si hubiera sido más cuidadoso y se hubiera puesto en guardia antes, Huo Mian no habría sido secuestrada de su casa y reemplazada por un impostor tan fácilmente. Llegaste justo a tiempo. Mi boda con mi hermana pequeña Mian necesita una audiencia, sonrió Huo Xiqian. Mierda. ¿Qué psicópata eres? ¿Secuestraste a la esposa de otro hombre para casarte contigo? Tang Chuan no pudo evitar maldecir. Luego, Wei Liao y Gao Ran también salieron de sus autos. Su Yu fue el último en salir. Miró a Huo Mian y sintió como si algo le hubiera picado el corazón cuando vio las manchas de lágrimas en su rostro. Sí, Su Yu no le tenía miedo a nada en el mundo excepto a las lágrimas de Huo Mian. Ella era muy fuerte y rara vez lloraba o fingía ser débil para ganar simpatía. Cuando ella lloraba significaba que estaba extremadamente triste. Por eso Su Yu se sentía tan mal por ella. Huo Xiqian, no digas tonterías. Date prisa y déjala ir, o te haré volar en cenizas. Su Yu estaba impaciente y fue directo al grano sin dudarlo. Todos están aquí hoy. Mian, todos tus amigos han venido, podemos comenzar nuestra boda ahora. Luego, sostuvo los hombros de Huo Mian y la llevó hacia la puerta arqueada, dándole la espalda a la multitud. Inmediatamente, Gao Ran sacó su pistola y apuntó a Huo Xiqian. No disparen, dijo Inchu. ¿Por qué? Mira la espalda de Mian. Señaló Inchu. Solo ahora vieron una pequeña cosa parpadeante en la parte posterior del abrigo negro que rodeaba los hombros de Huo Mian. Instintivamente sabían que significaba problemas. Efectivamente, Huo Xiqian detuvo sus pasos y miró hacia atrás con una sonrisa. Si quieres dispararme, hazlo, por favor. Pero la bomba en Mian explotará 30 segundos después de mi muerte. Ni siquiera el mejor escuadrón antibombas puede quitarla en tan poco tiempo. Así que no me importa si quieres dispararme. No importa si estoy viva o muerta, seré feliz mientras esté con la hermana Mian. Huo Xiqian, vete a la mierda. Maldito canalla. Eres la peor escoria que he visto en mi vida. Tang Chuan caminaba en círculos con furia, lanzando todos los insultos que se le ocurrían a Huo Xiqian. La especulación de Inchu era correcta porque sabía que Huo Xiqian no se habría expuesto tan fácilmente. Se atrevió a darles la espalda porque sabía que no se atreverían a disparar. Voy a destrozar esa escoria con mis propias manos. Conmocionado, Su Yu dejó caer su arma al suelo y quiso correr y tirar de Huo Mian hacia atrás. Pero solo había dado unos pasos cuando Inchu lo agarró. No te vayas, dijo Inchu. Mierda. Es tu esposa, Inchu. ¿No te duele por dentro verla sufrir así? Le gritó Su Yu a Inchu. Inchu lo miró con ojos ilegibles. Luego se agachó, recogió una pequeña piedra y la arrojó en dirección a Huo Xiqian y Huo Mian. En el momento en que la piedra cayó al suelo se produjo una explosión. ¿Puso minas terrestres? Cuando Gao Ran dijo esas palabras, la expresión de todos cambió drásticamente. Si Inchu no lo hubiera detenido, Su Yu habría sido convertido en pedazos. Sí, Huo Xiqian se había aislado a sí mismo y a Huo Mian en el borde del acantilado con minas terrestres. Nadie podría acercarse a ellos sin ser destrozado por las minas terrestres. Estamos en un gran problema. Incluso Wei Liao, que era famoso por su ingenio e inteligencia, frunció el ceño ligeramente. Capítulo 2961. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 1. Chu, ¿qué hacemos ahora? Gao Ran miró a Inchu y preguntó en voz baja. Encuentra una oportunidad para rescatarla. Inchu pronunció 6 palabras con calma. ¿Cómo? No podemos acercarnos a ella. Gao Ran frunció ligeramente el ceño. ¿Deberíamos tirar piedras y detonar todas las minas terrestres? Estoy seguro de que no podría haber colocado innumerables minas terrestres aquí. A Tang Chuan se le ocurrió una idea inteligente. No, no podemos. Las explosiones serán demasiado fuertes. Huo Mian está embarazada, se opuso Su Yu de inmediato. Oh, olvidé que estaba embarazada. Tang Chuan sacó la lengua. Los hombres y los policías detrás de ellos no pudieron acercarse a Huo Xiqian y Huo Mian. Huo Xiqian se enfrentó a todos ellos él solo, incluso envió lejos a todos sus hombres. ¿Cómo podría hacerlo si no estaba bien preparado? En ese momento, Huo Xiqian tiró de Huo Mian para que se diera la vuelta. A todos, gracias por asistir a mi boda con Huo Mian, dijo. Maldita sea, Su Yu estaba lívido de furia. Estaba frustrado por no poder ayudar a Huo Mian mientras ella estaba sometida a esta tortura. Se sintió incluso peor que la muerte. Huo Xiqian, ¿qué quieres a cambio de dejar ir a Mian? In-Chu la miró con calma. Debería preguntarte qué es lo que quieres a cambio de dejar ir a Mian. In-Chu, la tuviste durante mucho tiempo, pero ni siquiera puedes protegerla. ¿Qué derecho tienes a quedarte con ella? In-Chu se quedó en silencio. Huo Xiqian continuó, Yan está al límite de su paciencia y pronto investigará los antecedentes familiares de Mian. Si lo descubre, ya sabes las consecuencias. Es un demonio malvado que ni siquiera Lu Yan puede controlar. Huo Xiqian no estaba exagerando. Todos sabían qué tipo de persona era Yan, al menos Gao Ran había visto cómo ese psicópata masacraba a la gente. Ella es mi esposa y la protegeré, dijo In-Chu. Deja de hablarme con dulzura, mentiroso. Sabes muy bien cuánto dolor ha sufrido Mian contigo en los últimos años. En resumen, ya no confío en ti. Después de la boda, la llevaré conmigo. Parecía que Huo Xiqian estaba decidido. En tus sueños. Todos estamos aquí. ¿A dónde puedes ir? No creas que puedes llevarte a Mian contigo, replicó Su Yu. Pero Huo Xiqian simplemente sonrió y no respondió. Mian, en este hermoso momento, ¿no quieres decirles algo? Huo Xiqian bajó la cabeza y miró a Huo Mian. Sus ojos parecían gentiles cuando sonreía. No lo lograrás. Mi esposo me salvará. Huo Mian miró a In-Chu con convicción. Sí, ella creía que In-Chu podía salvarla de cualquier situación. En el pasado, In-Chu había limpiado todos los desastres que ella había creado. Él la había recogido cada vez que ella se metía en problemas, por lo que solo necesitaba regresar a su trabajo como la voluntariosa doctora. Huo. Al escuchar sus palabras y enfrentarse a su confianza, In-Chu se sintió aún más culpable. Mian, In-Chu miró a Huo Mian y parecía tener muchas cosas que decirle. Pero cuando abrió la boca, tenía lágrimas en los ojos y no podía decir nada. Los ojos de Huo Mian también se pusieron rojos de lágrimas. Nunca se había sentido tan distante de In-Chu. Él estaba a solo una docena de metros de ella, pero parecía como si estuvieran a continentes de distancia. Capítulo 2962. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 2. Huo Xiqian, deja ir a Huo Mian y te prometo que te dejaremos ir sin obligarte a ello. Gao Ran intentó negociar con él. Huo Xiqian no le dirigió ni una mirada. No tienes derecho a negociar conmigo. Chu, habla con él. Gao Ran miró a In-Chu. Él tampoco tiene ese derecho, porque yo tengo el control. Te dije que no negociaras conmigo. Solo quiero a Huo Mian. Imposible, Su Yu se negó sin dudarlo. Podrían darle cualquier cosa menos Huo Mian. Aunque Huo Mian no era su esposa, al igual que In-Chu, la amaba profundamente. No pierdan el tiempo con él. Deben encontrar una solución. Hace mucho frío aquí y mi cuñada está embarazada, no podrá soportarlo más si esta situación continúa. Tang Chuan estaba ansioso. In-Chu miró a Gao Ran y le dijo algo en voz baja. Asintiendo, Gao Ran se alejó silenciosamente de la vista de Huo Xiqian. Huo Xiqian, debes dejar ir a Huo Mian. Después de todo, ella es tu familia y comparte tu apellido Huo. Wei Liao trató de disuadirlo. Es un asunto familiar y no necesita la intervención de un extraño. In-Chu, no esperaba que fueras tan tonto como para traer a tanta gente contigo para rescatar a tu esposa. Si hubiera sabido lo inútil que eras, nunca habría permitido que Mian se casara contigo. Se burló Huo Xiqian. De repente, Huo Mian abofeteó la cara de Huo Xiqian. Más exactamente, ella había puesto sus manos sobre su rostro porque estaba esposada por Huo Xiqian. Incapaz de sacar las manos, levantó ambas manos bruscamente y las agitó hacia él con todas sus fuerzas. Leer más capítulo en novelas web traducidas al español. Tomado por sorpresa, Huo Xiqian fue golpeado tan fuerte que su rostro se enrojeció, fue arañado por las esposas o golpeado por los puños de Huo Mian. No te burles de In-Chu. Nadie tiene derecho a insultarlo. Para mí, es la persona más amable del mundo. Huo Mian, enfurecida, le advirtió a Huo Xiqian. Hermana Mian, está siendo grosera otra vez. No te metas conmigo. Huo Xiqian se secó la comisura de la boca con una sonrisa. Mian, cálmate. Inchu estaba ansioso por la seguridad de Huo Mian. ¿Estás representando una escena de amor ante mí? Bien. Ya que estamos representando, hagámoslo como es debido. Dicho esto, Huo Xiqian se dio la vuelta y tomó una copa de vino tinto. Vamos a tomar un trago con los brazos unidos. Bájate. Huo Mian luchó con todas sus fuerzas. ¿No quieres beber? Muy bien. Te ayudaré. Huo Xiqian pellizcó la barbilla de Huo Mian con una mano y vertió vino tinto en su boca con la otra. ¿Huo Mian? Su Yu estaba desconsolada. Inchu no emitió ningún sonido, pero las lágrimas brillaron en sus ojos. Huo Xiqian, vete a la mierda. Bastardo. Tang Chuan pisoteó su pie y maldijo. ¡Qué maldito psicópata! Wei Liao nunca había visto a un hombre tan loco antes. Ejem. Cuando le obligaron a tragar el vino, Huo Mian se atragantó y comenzó a toser violentamente. Ella sintió que se quedaba sin aliento y que se iba a asfixiar. Huo Xiqian, no la toques. Inchu apretó los puños. ¿Qué? ¿No puedes soportar verla sufrir? Entonces, suplícame. Si te arrodillas y me suplicas amablemente, tal vez te muestre algo de misericordia. Huo Xiqian arrojó la copa de vino vacía al suelo, luciendo autoritario. Inchu, no lo escuches. Huo Mian sintió que le costaba respirar y su voz sonaba débil. Capítulo 2963. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 3. Huo Xiqian, eres basura, escoria y un hijo de P***ta. Tang Chuan no era mejor que su Yu cuando perdía los estribos. Si no fuera por las minas terrestres, habría corrido y golpeado a Huo Xiqian hasta dejarlo sin sentido. Después de que el vino tinto le fue ingerido a la fuerza, Huo Mian sintió que su estómago empezaba a convulsionar. Ella se desplomó en el suelo y comenzó a tener arcadas secas. Aunque sabía que el vino tinto no afectaría al bebé, no quería que el líquido rojo entrara en su estómago. Se sintió aún peor cuando Huo Xiqian bebió el vino a la fuerza de una manera tan pervertida. Ella no tenía ninguna arma encima. Después de todo, Huo Xiqian incluso había encontrado su rastreador, sin mencionar las agujas plateadas que tenía. En este momento, ella estaba envidiosa de Yan. Si ella tuviera las habilidades de lucha de Yan, incluso dos Huo Xiqians probablemente no serían rival para ella. Inchu, ¿qué estás esperando? ¿No quieres arrodillarte? ¿Quieres que le sirva un poco más de vino a la hermana Mian? Huo Xiqian extendió la mano y sacó a Huo Mian del suelo. Los ojos de Inchu se volvieron profundos e ilegibles, nadie podía adivinar lo que estaba pasando en su mente. Si fuera como una telenovela típica, el héroe se arrodillaría para salvar a su amada mujer y demostraría su amor por la heroína. Entonces el público estallaba en lágrimas. Pero la vida no era una telenovela, y las cosas en el mundo real no irían en esa dirección. De hecho, Huo Xiqian quería insultar a Inchu haciéndolo arrodillarse. Siempre le había disgustado que Inchu actuara tan poderosamente como si fuera un rey. Nacido con un aura noble y orgullosa, Inchu nunca se había sometido a nadie. Por el contrario, Huo Xiqian había pasado su infancia sufriendo malos tratos, viviendo una vida peor que la de un perro. También fue eso lo que distorsionó su mente y lo convirtió en la persona retorcida que era hoy. Entonces, solo quería ver a Inchu arrodillarse ante él y destrozar su orgullo. Pero Huo Mian se levantó con dificultad y miró a Inchu, susurrando, «No lo hagas. Por favor». Inchu entendió la mirada en sus ojos. Sabía que si se arrodillaba ante Huo Xiqian, Huo Mian se sentiría incluso peor que la muerte. Así que simplemente se quedó allí parado y no se movió. TSK. Mian, míralo. Te dije que no te ama. Solo se ama a sí mismo y siente que es vergonzoso arrodillarse. Si no puede hacer algo tan insignificante por ti, ¿cómo puedes esperar que muera por ti? No seas tonta. Él no merece tu amor. No intentes ponerme en su contra. Hemos sido marido y mujer durante años y el amor entre nosotros supera el amor común entre un hombre y una mujer. Somos las personas más cercanas del mundo y no puedes separarnos con unas pocas palabras. Inchu me entiende mejor que nadie en el mundo. Huo Mian se sintió feliz de que Inchu entendiera lo que quería decir. Ella se sintió satisfecha. Entonces bebamos un poco más, nena. Dicho esto, Huo Xiqian le agarró la barbilla, levantó otra copa de vino tinto y se la vertía en la garganta. No lo hagas. Huo Xiqian, te lo ruego. ¿Quieres que alguien se arrodille ante ti? Yo me arrodillaré. Las palabras vinieron de Suyu. Cuando vio a Huo Xiqian obligar a la embarazada Huo Mian a beber vino, casi se volvió loco. Sintió que era incluso más doloroso que ser cortado en pedazos con un cuchillo. Incluso ahora, todavía no podía ver a Huo Mian siendo torturada delante de él. Entonces, el arrogante Suyu cayó de rodillas como un derrochador frente a Huo Xiqian. ¿Todos quedaron asombrados por su acto? Capítulo 2964. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 4. Suyu, Wei Liao estaba un poco estupefacto. ¿Qué estás haciendo, Suyu? Levántate ahora mismo. Tang Chuan nunca había visto a Suyu así, luciendo como un cobarde, pero sabía que era por culpa de Huo Mian. La mirada de Inchu se oscureció. Miró a Suyu y permaneció en silencio. No dijo ni una palabra. A sus ojos, Suyu siempre había sido su mayor rival, su competidor más poderoso y el caballero más íntegro. Las lágrimas de Huo Mian se deslizaron por su rostro como un collar de perlas rotas. Suyu, levántate ahora mismo. No te dejaré hacer esto, dijo con voz temblorosa. Sí, ella no permitiría que ningún hombre se volviera así por ella y se arrodillara ante alguien como Huo Xiqian. Mira, Inchu. Puedes aprender de Suyu. Tu amor por mi hermana, Mian, ni siquiera se puede comparar con el suyo, comentó Huo Xiqian casualmente. Entonces, ¿puedes dejar de torturar a Huo Mian ahora? Suyu levantó la cabeza y miró a Huo Xiqian con ojos escarlata. Pero que te arrodilles ante mí es inútil. Quiero decir, no tiene ningún valor para mí. Huo Xiqian se retractó de su comentario anterior. Huo Xiqian, ¿eres un hombre o qué? Tang Chuan estaba furioso. Lo maldijo mientras arrastraba a Suyu. Es inútil que me maldigan. Sería mucho mejor convencer a Inchu de que se arrodille y se arrodille ante mí, sonrió orgullosamente Huo Xiqian. ¿Ni lo pienses? Huo Xiqian, es porque fuiste demasiado cobarde cuando eras un niño que te empujaron y maltrataron como a un perro. Es por eso que después de crecer, todavía tienes estos sentimientos de inferioridad, por lo que querías que alguien orgulloso como Inchu se arrodillara ante ti para obtener una sensación de satisfacción. ¿No es así? Leer más capítulos en novelas web traducidas al español com. Sí, hermanita, tienes mucha razón, se rió Huo Xiqian. No va a pasar. Inchu nunca haría eso. Que él me ame y que se arrodille ante ti son dos cosas distintas. No caeremos en tu trampa, dijo Huo Mian, apretando los dientes y diciendo esto palabra por palabra. Mientras tanto, a miles de kilómetros de distancia, en Oriente Medio, Lu Yan le dio una bofetada en la cara a un hombre grande, calvo y de 2 metros de altura. Jefe, lo siento. Hijo de puta, ¿qué tal si te corto la cabeza y luego me disculpo? ¿Eso está bien? Lu Yan estaba furioso. El hombre musculoso inclinó la cabeza. No se atrevió a responder ni a tirarse un pedo. Yao Fei observaba desde un costado y no interfería. Cuando Lu Yan castigaba a sus subordinados, era asunto suyo. Nadie se atrevía a entrometerse por una cuestión de etiqueta. ¿Cuál es la situación allí ahora? Solo sé que se llevaron a la hermana mayor. Su marido salió a rescatarla y no hay noticias concretas. ¿De qué me sirven ustedes? Algo tan grave como el secuestro de mi hermana y me lo están contando ahora, dijo Lu Yan con las manos en las caderas. Estaba tan enojada que le salía humo de las orejas. En esa época, jefe, todavía estabais en guerra, teníamos miedo de que una distracción como esta pudiera ser peligrosa. No me hables del peligro. Si tuviera miedo a la muerte, ¿sería un mercenario? Yao Fei miró a Lu Yan en silencio. Cuando regañó a sus subordinados en un inglés americano fluido, fue extremadamente encantadora. Cuando Lu Yan era así, una chica que no le tenía miedo a nada ni a nadie, eso hizo que él la amara con devoción. Prepara el avión para mí de inmediato. Yao Fei y yo regresaremos a China de inmediato. Después de que Luyan terminó de regañar, señaló con su dedo índice al asistente que estaba a su lado. Yan, no podemos ir. Yao Fei se levantó lentamente. ¿Por qué? ¿Ni siquiera tú crees que pueda ir a salvar a mi hermana? Luyan miró fijamente a Yao Fei. Capítulo 2965. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 5. No, solo creo que Yan nos ha estado siguiendo. Si volvemos a China, no solo no tendremos tiempo de salvar a tu hermana Mian, sino que podríamos causar más problemas. ¿Qué hago entonces? No puedo quedarme sentado sin hacer nada. No, solo pienso que, en primer lugar, si el marido de Mian no puede manejar las cosas por sí solo, tal vez no necesite nuestra ayuda. En segundo lugar, ahora estamos muy lejos. Incluso si tomamos el avión más rápido de regreso, tardaremos 7 u 8 horas. Tal vez después de 7 u 8 horas. ¿La situación ya será así ahora? Yao Fei analizó la situación. Luyan no dijo nada. De hecho, Luyan no era de las que actuaban con valentía temeraria, pero se ponía ansiosa cuando estaba preocupada por su hermana. Si crees que lo que digo no tiene sentido, volveré contigo. Al ver que Luyan aún no había hablado, Yao Fei agregó esto. Jefe, hay una actualización sobre la batalla. En ese momento, uno de sus mercenarios subordinados se apresuró a entrar y dijo apresuradamente. Dime. Luyan miró fijamente al hombre. Acabamos de detectar más de una docena de vehículos blindados que se dirigen hacia nosotros, y hay 3 bombarderos no tripulados, tenemos que irnos de aquí de inmediato. Mierda, simplemente no se van. Luyan estaba extremadamente molesto. Retiraos, todos os retiraréis al refugio antiaéreo. Aprovechando la guerra en países extranjeros, la organización terrorista de Yan se coludió con militantes antigubernamentales locales. Luego, utilizaron algunas armas de guerra a gran escala para obligar a Luyan a someterse. Esta vez, Luyan y Yao Fei ya habían estado fuera durante medio mes. ¿Estaban simplemente exhaustos? Pero la buena noticia fue que la familia Yao no pudo interferir. Ya fuera Yao Nan o el padre de Yao Fei quienes querían arrastrarlo de regreso, no tenían forma de comunicarse con él. La guerra no era tan simple como luchar y matar. Una bomba caía y mataba o hería a muchas personas de una sola vez. Con este tipo de muerte en mente, Luyan parecía volverse más valiente a medida que avanzaba la guerra, e incluso hasta el punto de estar un poco emocionado. Yao Fei también recordó que hace mucho tiempo, su padre y el profesor Lu, quien era el padre de Luyan, tuvieron una conversación. El padre de Yao Fei dijo en ese momento, Luyan es una niña después de todo. Si pasa su vida así, no es bueno. ¿Por qué no hacer que cambie su identidad y comience una nueva vida? La respuesta del profesor Lu en ese momento fue, cada vida tiene su propósito. Luyan se adaptará a este estilo de vida. Por el contrario, una vida aburrida desgastará su carácter. No la subestimes porque tiene poco más de 20 años. Ya es una soldado experimentada que ha salido de una verdadera pila de cadáveres. Entonces, la vida de Luyan está destinada a transcurrir en la batalla. Esta es también la razón por la que el padre de Yao Fei dijo que no quería que se casara con Luyan. Por un lado, le preocupaba que Yan causara problemas y, por otro, ¿quién querría una nuera guerrera? Incluso si fueras un gángster, solo fabricarías municiones, venderías armas y buscarías riqueza. Luyan, por otro lado, era una auténtica máquina de matar humanos. Cuando Yao Fei era joven, una vez vio a Luyan y le preguntó, ya que has matado a tanta gente, ¿tienes miedo de ir al infierno después de la muerte? En ese momento, recordó muy claramente la respuesta de Luyan. Ella sonrió con desdén. ¿No estoy en el infierno ahora mismo? Esas fueron las palabras de un adolescente. En ese momento, Yao Fei estaba atónito, pero también muy conmovido. Al mismo tiempo, estaba pensando que realmente quería usar su vida para proteger a Luyan y no dejar que ella saliera lastimada. La palabra apreciar ya no era suficiente para expresar este sentimiento. Ten cuidado. Se despertó de su ensoñación y Yao Fei presionó la cabeza de Luyan con una mano. Los dos se abrazaron mientras rodaban hacia una zanja del otro lado. Luego, El lugar donde habían estado acuclillados fue atacado por proyectiles y envuelto en llamas. Estabas distraída hace un momento, esto no es propio de ti. Yao Fei miró con ternura a Luyan. Capítulo 2966. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 6. Yao Fei. Justo ahora, Luyan tenía una expresión extraña en su rostro. ¿Qué ocurre? Acabo de tener un presentimiento especialmente malo. ¿Qué clase de premonición? Sentí como si algo me hubiera apuñalado en el corazón. ¿Estás bien? No pienses demasiado en ello. Yao Fei, ¿crees que mi hermana podría estar en problemas? Mientras Luyan decía esto, su mano inconscientemente se extendió y agarró firmemente la muñeca de Yao Fei. Sus ojos también estaban llenos de pánico, algo que Yao Fei estaba viendo por primera vez. Luyan rara vez tenía esa expresión en su rostro. Incluso cuando se enfrentaba a la muerte, nunca mostraba miedo. No pienses demasiado. La cuñada Mian estará bien. Si algo le pasa a mi hermana porque no regreso y no puedo llegar a ella a tiempo, me odiaré a mí mismo. Ella es mi hermana después de todo. Ella y mi papá son los únicos dos miembros de la familia que me quedan en esta tierra. Luyan estaba muy asustado. Desde hace unos años, cuando algo le sucedió a su madre Lin Ya, ella se asustó cada vez más. Después, cuando se alejó de su padre y a menudo no lo veía durante hasta un año, se volvió mucho más tranquila. Si su padre estuviera a su lado, sería una distracción para ella en las batallas. Su instinto le haría cuidarlo. Entonces decidió no ser una carga para su padre, y él no sería una preocupación para ella. Durante los últimos años, ambos habían vivido seguros y felices. Todo fue hasta que encontró a su hermana mayor. Después todo cambió. Al mirar a su hermana, su gemela, Luyan sintió que una sensación de felicidad brotaba de su corazón. Seguía brotando y esa sensación era increíble. Ese tipo de afecto era único, ya que la sangre era más espesa que el agua. Créeme, nada saldrá mal. La hermana Mian es una genio. Yao Fei extendió la mano y le apretó el hombro. En medio del fuego cruzado, ambos pensaban en cómo conservar sus vidas. Yao Fei también quería consolar al asustado Luyan. Sede del gobierno reaccionario turco, después de que Yan y el comandante reaccionario tuvieron su reunión, se marcharon. Llevaba un abrigo militar verde oscuro y era claramente el jefe de una organización terrorista, pero decidió vestirse como un héroe. De hecho, era el tipo de persona que no actuaba según el sentido común. ¿Se acabó el plazo que le habíamos dado a Huo? ¿Han encontrado a la persona que estoy buscando? Preguntó Yan. Jefe, parece que ha pasado algo allí, dijo con cautela la persona que estaba a su lado. ¿Parece? Oh, no me gusta que uses palabras así conmigo. El rostro de Yan se ensombreció. Jefe, la situación no es muy buena, cuéntamelo. ¿En qué es que no es bueno? Bajo la protección de sus hombres, Yan se subió a un vehículo todoterreno a prueba de balas. Jefe, fume un cigarro primero. Uno de sus subordinados le pasó con cautela un cigarro cubano a Yan. Llama a Huo, quiero hablar con él, ordenó Yan mientras fumaba el cigarro. Jefe, no podemos comunicarnos con el señor Huo. ¿No se puede llegar? ¿Qué significa eso? La mirada de Yan era gélida. Parece que ha ocurrido un incidente en China. No podemos localizar el teléfono móvil del señor Huo y no podemos encontrar a ninguna de las personas responsables de ponerse en contacto con nosotros. Entonces, ¿este chico me está traicionando ahora? Los ojos de Yan tenían lo que parecía una sonrisa, pero con una mirada extraña. No sabemos los detalles, pero no hay forma de contactarlos ahora, así que no sé qué ha pasado. Muy bien, esto realmente ha superado mis expectativas. Yan entrecerró los ojos y miró el humo que salía por la ventana. Luego se rió. Pero el sonido de su voz era muy espeluznante. En la cima de la montaña Yuan Gorran tomó una cuerda delgada y silenciosamente la colocó en las manos de Inchu. Chu, ¿esto realmente está bien? Gao Ran todavía tenía algunas preocupaciones. Inchu no dijo nada y silenciosamente tomó la cuerda por detrás. Quería salvar a Mian y parecía que no había otra manera. Capítulo 2967. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 7. Inchu levantó la cabeza y miró a Gao Ran. Dijo lentamente, no hay otra manera. No puedo dejar que Huo Mian me controle y que intimide a Mian. De hecho, cuando Huo Mian estaba siendo maltratada, Inchu era el que estaba bajo mayor estrés. Por supuesto, su expresión nunca cambió y no habló. Esto no fue como lo hicieron Su Yu y Tang Chuan, quienes mostraron su enojo en sus rostros. Pero su corazón estaba más atormentado que el de cualquier otro. Había gente así en el mundo. Eran personas tranquilas, serenas por naturaleza. Pero al final, las personas no son dioses. Es imposible tener una vida sin obstáculos. Era imposible hacerlo todo. Por lo tanto, cuando Inchu enfrentaba contratiempos, parecía tranquilo y sereno, pero, de hecho, su corazón ya estaba preocupado. ¿Lo has descubierto?, preguntó Gao Ran. Un poco. No necesitaba darse aires con Gao Ran, por lo que Inchu solo pudo decir que las probabilidades eran mitad-mitad. En este caso, era realmente difícil decir que seguramente podría salvar a Huo Mian, pero Inchu definitivamente usaría el 200% de su esfuerzo. ¿Porque Huo Mian era incluso más importante que él mismo a sus ojos? No hace mucho tiempo, cuando asistía a una clase de capacitación para altos ejecutivos, la maestra espiritual Enya se le ocurrió un tema para estos jefes. A cada persona se le dio una pequeña pizarra y escribieron los nombres de las personas que consideraban importantes. Tuvieron que escribir unos 5 o 6 nombres. En su pizarra, Inchu escribió por turno, Huo Mian, Pudding, Little Bean, sus padres, el segundo tío y Nin, luego Gao Ran y Rick. Entre estas personas se incluían amigos, familiares y amantes. Después de escribir, el instructor les dijo que debían imaginar que habían subido a un globo aerostático mientras viajaban. De repente, el globo aerostático se rompió y tuvieron que soltar algo de peso para garantizar la seguridad de los demás. En ese momento, tuvieron que eliminar a una persona. En otras palabras, tenías que renunciar a esa persona a cambio de la seguridad de los demás. Cuando todos oyeron esto, guardaron silencio. Era un tema muy cruel. Pero también era una pregunta obligada. Mucha gente tomó la tiza en silencio y comenzó a tachar nombres. Sí, la mayoría de la gente decidió tachar a alguien del círculo de amigos, porque los amigos parecían ser menos importantes que sus seres queridos. Inchu tomó su tiza y miró vacilante el nombre de Gao Ran antes de tachar un nombre. Inmediatamente después, el instructor dijo que continuara y tachara 2 más. Después de unas cuantas veces, en las pizarras de la mayoría de las personas solo quedaban 2 nombres. Un niño y sus padres. Un niño y la esposa. En la pizarra de Inchu estaban Huo Mian, Pudding y Little Bean. Él también podría haber imaginado la situación. A sus ojos, sus hijos y su esposa habían superado a sus padres. Esto no significaba que no fuera filial ni que sus padres no fueran importantes, sino que simplemente amaba más a su esposa y a su hija. En ese momento surgió el peor tema. El instructor dijo que por última vez, los jefes finalmente tuvieron que seleccionar a una de las 2 personas restantes y abandonar a la otra. Todo el mundo estaba indignado. Algunas personas incluso tiraron la tiza y gritaron, ¿qué clase de juego es este? Ya no juego más, es deprimente. Sí, el estado de ánimo de Inchu estaba extremadamente bajo. Aunque fue solo un juego de palabras cuando tachó los nombres de sus amigos y padres, 2 tíos y Nin uno por uno, sintió como si realmente los hubiera abandonado. Entonces, cuando el instructor les pidió que eligieran nuevamente, muchas personas se derrumbaron. Solo Inchu pensó durante unos 5 segundos, luego tomó su tiza. Lentamente tachó los nombres de Pudding y Little Bean. El único nombre que quedaba era el de Huo Mian. En ese momento, su rostro estaba cubierto de lágrimas. Pero él sabía que en este mundo, pase lo que pase, la persona que más amaba era Huo Mian. Chu, ¿cuándo planeas hacer tu movimiento?, preguntó Gao Ran, sacando a Inchu de su ensoñación. Capítulo 2968. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta 8, en cualquier momento. Inchu dijo estas 2 palabras y luego avanzó 2 pasos. Gao Rao no se atrevió a decir más, porque el proceso de pensamiento de Inchu era tan extraño como el de Huo Mian. Huo Mian llevaba un vestido de novia y estaba parada en medio de la brisa fresca en el borde del acantilado. De pie frente al arco deslumbrante, Huo Mian la obligó a participar en una boda en el acantilado. Por supuesto, todos los que estaban mirando estaban furiosos, pero no había nada que pudieran hacer. Una de las razones fue la bomba de tiempo adherida al cuerpo de Huo Mian. Otra razón fue que parecía como si ambos estuvieran rodeados de monos, quienes a su vez estaban rodeados de minas. Nadie podría siquiera acercarse. Huo Xiqian era mucho más poderoso de lo que pensaban y más anormal. Huo Xiqian, si eres un hombre, saldrás y lucharás uno contra uno. No hay necesidad de molestarte con la mujer, gritó Su Yu, utilizando un enfoque radical. Pero Huo Xiqian era muy inteligente. ¿Cómo pudo ser engañado tan fácilmente? Su Yu, no intentes provocarme. No caeré en la trampa. No importa si soy un hombre o no, o si peleo contigo uno a uno. No, la iniciativa está en mis manos, estoy al tanto de todo. ¿Por qué querría tratar contigo solo? ¿Qué tonto sería? ¿Qué ignorante? Huo Xiqian sonrió. Huo Xiqian, ¿no sigues diciendo que amas a Huo Mian? Entonces, ¿cómo puedes tratarla de esa manera? No la amas en absoluto, dijo Su Yu. En ese momento, Huo Mian se sintió muy angustiada. Con vino tinto salpicando su solapa, el vestido de novia estaba cubierto de manchas carmesí. Su cabello también se volvió un poco despeinado. Es posible que cuando Huo Xiqian le pellizcó la barbilla le doliera. La tez de Huo Mian era pobre y parecía débil. Su Yu estaba realmente angustiado y quería desesperadamente reemplazarla como rehén. Sí, amo a Mian, pero la forma en que la amo es diferente a la tuya. Tonterías, eres egoísta. Poseer a alguien contra su voluntad no es amor en absoluto. Amar a una persona significa querer que sea feliz incluso si no puedes tenerla, dijo Su Yu. Lo siento, no soy tan noble como tú. Solo quiero tenerlo. Entonces eres un hipócrita. Huo Xiqian, deja ir a Mian y yo tomaré su lugar como tu rehén. ¿Qué clase de broma es esa, Su Yu? Más despacio, tu coeficiente intelectual. Ni siquiera puedo ver con claridad. Huo Xiqian en realidad menospreció a Su Yu. Fue porque siempre sintió que Su Yu era estúpido y muy impulsivo. Por lo tanto, nunca le había prestado ninguna atención. Inchu, por otro lado, siempre lo había cuidado, pero ahora que Inchu había perdido a Mian, era como un cachorro perdido. Huo Mian era la debilidad de Su Yu y el talón de Aquiles de Inchu. Fue porque Huo Xiqian vio esto que se volvió aún más inescrupuloso y despiadado. Sabía que debía hacer todo esto frente a Inchu. Sería más tortuoso hacer esto que matarlo. Por esta razón, fue terrible encontrarse con un oponente que pudiera leer las mentes como Huo Xiqian. Él sabía exactamente qué hacer. Podía atravesar tu defensa psicológica y hacer que te derrumbaras al instante. ¿Te atreves a burlarte del coeficiente intelectual de Su Yu? Si le limpiaras el cerebro, lo sacaras y lo pesaras, pesaría 2 kilos más que el tuyo. Tang Chuan y Su Yu eran los mejores amigos. Tan pronto como escuchó a Huo Xiqian insultar a Su Yu, no pudo soportarlo más. Huo Xiqian no le prestó atención a Tang Chuan porque no quería relacionarse con personas que no le importaban. Mi hermana pequeña Mian, ¿estás cansada? Huo Xiqian bajó la cabeza y le preguntó a Huo Mian con ternura. En ese momento, sin perder un momento, Inchu usó la red de alambre que Gao Ran le había dado y la arrojó hacia afuera, cubriendo directamente todo el cuerpo de Huo Mian. Entonces Inchu tiró con fuerza. El cuerpo de Huo Mian voló directamente hacia Inchu. Huo Xiqian también reaccionó rápidamente. Agarró el pie de Huo Mian y lo bajó con fuerza. Huo Mian, los corazones de todos los presentes estaban en el aire mientras veían cómo se desarrollaba todo. Capítulo 2969. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 9. El método de Inchu era, por supuesto, un poco arriesgado. Pero era el único método porque como Huo Mian fue detenida en el aire, había menos riesgo de que detonara alguna mina terrestre. No esperaba que Huo Xiqian reaccionara tan rápido y pudiera agarrar a Huo Mian por el pie. Todos los que estaban alrededor vieron lo que estaba sucediendo y fueron a ayudar. Su Yu inmediatamente tiró de la cuerda detrás de Inchu. Entonces, Gao Ran, Wei Liao, Tang Chuan también atropellaron. La multitud comenzó a jugar al tira y afloja con Huo Xiqian. Todos, tengan cuidado, no lastimen a Huo Mian, recordó Gao Ran. Después de todo, Huo Mian era una mujer embarazada. Observó cómo estas personas intentaban sacarla. Huo Mian no tenía prisa y en algún momento apareció un microcontrol remoto en su mano. Lo presionó suavemente. Y la zona donde estaban las minas terrestres explotó inmediatamente, volando la cuerda por la mitad. Cuando Huo Mian cayó, Huo Mian la agarró y la llevó de regreso. Ella ni siquiera tocó el suelo. ¿Qué? Él la robó de nuevo. Tang Chuan se estaba volviendo loco. Cuando salió, no se olvidó de presumir. Le dijo a Inin mientras se palmeaba el pecho, «No te preocupes, esposa mía, salvaré a nuestra cuñada. Después de todo, somos familia». Inin sollozó en los brazos de Tang Chuan. «Tang Chuan, debes ayudar a mi hermano a salvarla. No puede perder a nuestra cuñada. No sabes qué le pasará si pierde a su esposa». Inin dijo esto mientras lloraba. Pero justo ahora, vio cómo Huo Mian fue rescatada por Huo Mian. En un instante, Tang Chuan se volvió realmente desesperado. Esa sensación era como cuando estás jugando a un videojuego y estás a punto de ganar, pero de repente se corta la luz. En pocas palabras, fue horrible. Al ver que la cuerda se rompía, Huo Mian estaba sujetado con fuerza por Huo Mian. La expresión fría de Inchu finalmente mostró algunos rastros de emoción. Era pánico, un pánico extremo que rara vez expresaba. Sí, tenía miedo. Tenía demasiado miedo de que algo le pasara a Huo Mian. Huo Mian, déjame ir. Huo Mian estaba fuertemente sostenida en sus brazos, tratando de luchar, pero con muy poca energía. El sonido ensordecedor de la explosión todavía resonaba en sus oídos. Su corazón seguía latiendo muy rápido. ¿Se asustaría el niño que llevaba en el vientre? Huo Mian seguía pensando en cómo proteger a su hijo por nacer, ya que era tanto su hijo como el de Inchu. «Inchu, realmente me has enojado ahora», dijo Huo Mian. «Huo Mian, si no quieres morir, déjala ir. Lo creas o no, puedo enviar un cuerpo del ejército para matarte en minutos». Su Yu estaba furioso. «Oh, te creo. ¿Por qué no lo haría? Ya que eres el único heredero de la poderosa familia Su, te resultaría muy fácil organizar un cuerpo militar. ¿Es solo que, crees que todo se resolverá a tiempo? ¿Te daría esta oportunidad? ¿Qué quieres decir con eso? Esto es un callejón sin salida. ¿Todavía tienes alas o algo así?», preguntó Suyu. «Suyu, ¿este idiota preparó un helicóptero para escapar?», preguntó Tang Chuan con cuidado. «Incluso si tiene un helicóptero, lo derribaré del cielo». Suyu estaba lleno de confianza. En ese momento, Huo Mian echó un vistazo a Inchu. «Inchu, estos años, he estado imaginando una escena como la de hoy, una escena en la que pierdes ante mí. La batalla aún no ha terminado, así que no he perdido», dijo Inchu. «No, ya has perdido, ¿por qué?». Al decir esto, Huo Mian se detuvo y miró a Huo Mian, a quien sostenía con fuerza, luego continuó diciendo, «Mian, mi hermana pequeña, a partir de este momento, será mía para siempre». Con esto, Huo Mian agarró a Huo Mian y se giró para saltar hacia el acantilado. En ese momento todos contuvieron la respiración. Era casi como si pudieras oír caer un alfiler. «No lo hagas», gritó Suyu mientras su corazón se rompía, pero en ese momento, Inchu no pudo emitir ningún sonido. Simplemente observó a Huo Mian sosteniendo a Huo Mian mientras saltaba, no había ningún otro lugar a donde ir. Al segundo siguiente, Inchu tosió una bocanada de sangre. Capítulo 2970. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 10. Chu. ¿Qué te pasó? Gao Ran se movió rápidamente y ayudó a sostener a Inchu. Suyu no prestó atención a Inchu, sino que pasó junto a él y persiguió a los otros dos. Wei Liao y Tang Chuan lo abrazaron con fuerza y no lo soltaron. «Déjame ir. Quiero salvar a Mian», gritó Suyu mientras lloraba. «Suyu, no te vayas. Hay minas terrestres enterradas por todas partes. Vas a volar por los aires. Tenemos que conseguir que alguien desactive las minas primero. Déjenme ir, ustedes dos, maldita sea». A Suyu no le importaban las minas terrestres, estaba preparado para perseguirlas por el costado del acantilado. Afortunadamente, cuando Tang Xuan y Wei Liao casi habían agotado todas sus fuerzas, llegaron refuerzos de seguridad pública detrás de ellos con un escuadrón de expertos en limpieza de minas. Limpiaron rápidamente todas las minas del lugar. En ese momento, Suyu y los demás corrieron. Después de mirar hacia abajo, todos se quedaron en silencio. Especialmente Suyu, cuyos ojos estaban llenos de dolor y desesperación. Abajo había un gran abismo. Eran las rugientes olas del Mar Negro. El mar de noche era como una bestia, silbando con la brisa del océano. Si un avión se estrellara contra él, sería succionado decenas de metros por las olas, y ni hablar de 2 personas vivas. Una vez que una ola golpea, todo desaparece sin dejar rastro. Ante la naturaleza, el hombre siempre fue tan insignificante. Huo Mian estaba agarrando a Huo Mian. Como eran 2 cuerpos de carne humana y saltaron, básicamente no había posibilidad de supervivencia. Sería como dejar caer una aguja en el mar. En otras palabras, incluso si tenías suerte, pasarían varios días antes de que te rescataran. Para entonces, probablemente el cuerpo ya habría comenzado a pudrirse. ¿Quién podría tener esperanzas de sobrevivir? ¿Huo Mian también está muerta? Suyu se arrodilló en el acantilado, mirando las olas del océano y preguntó distraídamente. Suyu, no seas así. Al ver a Suyu tan estupefacto, a Wei Liao le dolió el corazón por él. ¿Y bien? ¿Está muerta o qué? La voz de Suyu temblaba. Tenía miedo, estaba asustado y muy ansioso. Suyu. Todos estamos destrozados por esto, dijo Tang Chuan con dificultad, tratando de no dejarse llorar. Desgarrada. ¿Cómo puede estar muerta Huo Mian? Ella es un genio, y tan capaz. ¿Cómo pudo morir? Me estás mintiendo, Suyu estaba actuando como si estuviera loco. Parecía que quería ir aún más adelante. Parecía que se iba a caer. Wei Liao y Tang Chuan corrieron hacia él. Uno de ellos lo agarró y el otro lo tiró con fuerza por los hombros. En ese momento, Tang Chuan de repente pensó en Inchu. Así que, rápidamente se dio la vuelta. Gao Ran, ¿a dónde fue Inchu? Se desmayó. En ese momento, el estado de ánimo de Gao Ran estaba muy bajo. Huo Mian estaba siendo sostenido por Huo Mian en el momento en que saltó. Las pupilas de Inchu se agrandaron increíblemente. Esta escena y el impacto que tuvo en él fueron simplemente devastadores y casi perjudiciales. Todo ocurrió en menos de 10 segundos. Inchu escupió una bocanada de sangre y luego se estrelló contra el suelo. Gao Ran se asustó y rápidamente corrió a ayudarlo a levantarse, y luego fue a la ambulancia detrás de él para pedir primeros auxilios. Dios mío, ¿qué debo hacer? ¿Qué debemos hacer? Tang Chuan abrazó su cabeza y se puso en cuclillas en el suelo, llorando como si él también estuviera perdido. Wei Liao había estado sosteniendo a Suyu con firmeza, tratando de evitar que se emocionara demasiado. Gao Ran estaba nervioso y sus manos temblaban. Sosteniendo su teléfono celular, se estremeció, luego ingresó algunas palabras y se las envió a Ling Ling. Huo Mian está muerta. Solo 4 palabras. Fu Lingling lo llamó de inmediato. Gao Ran acababa de levantarse y comenzó a reprenderlo. Maldito policía, no hables tonterías de Mian. ¿Te lo estás buscando? ¿Quieres dormir en el suelo esta noche? Lingling, Huo Mian está muerta, dijo solemnemente Gao Ran. Vete, tú eres el que está muerto. No cuentes este tipo de chistes, da mala suerte. ¿Perdiste algún tipo de apuesta, así que me llamas para engañarme? Evidentemente, Fu Lingling no le creyó. Lingling, no te estoy mintiendo, explicó Gao Ran nuevamente, con lágrimas nublando sus ojos y su voz ahogada por los sollozos. Capítulo 2971. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 11. Gao Ran, esta broma no es divertida, basta ya, ¿de acuerdo? La voz de Fu Lingling estaba llena de miedo. Gao Ran no habló. Se quedó en silencio y luego se escuchó un sollozo bajo. Cariño, por favor no me asustes. Huo Mian secuestró a Huo Mian y los perseguimos hasta el borde del acantilado, ¿y luego? Huo Mian saltó con Huo Mian. El teléfono celular de Fu Lingling cayó al suelo con un ruido sordo. Esta vez por fin creyó que su marido no estaba bromeando. Algo realmente salió mal. Gao Ran le explicó todo lo que había sucedido, pero todo había sido tan repentino que a Fu Lingling le resultó muy difícil aceptarlo. ¿Algo le pasó a Huo Mian y todos estaban extremadamente tristes? Pero nadie estaba más triste que In-chu y Suyu. Suyu estaba bien porque todavía podía llorar, gritar y maldecir. En ese mismo momento, In-chu también se derrumbó por completo. Escupió sangre directamente y se desmayó, y nadie sabía qué le sucedería. Después de que todos regresaron, Suyu contactó inmediatamente al equipo de rescate, luego bajó al pie de la montaña Yuan para buscar los cuerpos. En la zona junto al mar comenzó la misión de búsqueda y rescate, y aún había un atisbo de esperanza. Suyu. Seré franco. En este momento, tratar de recuperar los cuerpos es realmente inútil. Las olas son grandes y ni siquiera los barcos pesqueros pueden acercarse a ellas. El cuerpo de Huo Mian es tan frágil. ¿Cómo podría soportar las olas del océano rompientes? Encontrar a alguien sería como tratar de encontrar una aguja en un pajar, y mucho menos encontrarlos con vida. Tal vez, incluso encontrar un cuerpo sería una posibilidad remota. Wei Liao sabía que en este momento podría ser difícil para Suyu, pero estos eran hechos objetivos que le permitirían a Suyu comprender la situación actual. Cállate. Mian no morirá, no lo hará. La encontraré. Suyu entrecerró los ojos enojado y agarró firmemente a Wei Liao por el cuello. Suyu, todos, hemos aceptado el hecho de que Huo Mian está muerta. Wei Liao también estaba muy molesto y todavía no le había dicho nada sobre esto a Jian Xiaobei. Conocía a Huo Mian desde hacía mucho tiempo y había visto cómo Huo Siqian la arrastraba y saltaba del acantilado con ella. Era imposible de entender para alguien que no lo había presenciado de primera mano. Cuando Wei Liao terminó esta frase, Suyu le dio un puñetazo en la cara. Wei Liao se tambaleó y casi cayó al suelo. Tang Chuan le estaba contando al equipo de rescate sobre la situación en ese momento. Cuando vio que en ese momento se desató una pelea, corrió inmediatamente. ¿Qué pasa con ustedes dos? ¿Es ahora el momento de pelear? Regañó Tang Chuan. Suyu no dijo una palabra mientras jadeaba en busca de aire. Wei Liao se secó la herida en la comisura de la boca y no se quejó de Suyu. Sabía que Suyu se estaba desmoronando y necesitaba desahogarse. Suyu, haremos todo lo que nos digas. Dijiste que buscaríamos y rescataríamos a la gente, y lo haremos. Dijiste que buscáramos los cuerpos, y eso es precisamente lo que haremos. Si no podemos encontrarla después de un día, entonces la buscaremos durante un mes. Si no podemos encontrarla durante un mes, entonces la buscaremos durante un año entero. Incluso la buscaremos durante el resto de nuestra vida si es necesario. ¿Qué te parece? Preguntó Tang Chuan a Suyu. Suyu se mordió el labio y no habló, pero su humor ya era terrible. Sí, ni siquiera quería decir nada. Después de una larga pausa, finalmente preguntó, In-chu, ¿cómo está? Está en coma. Lo están tratando en el hospital. Creo que nadie está más triste que él. Tang Chuan inclinó la cabeza y parecía muy agotado. Vámonos, dijo Suyu, luego se dio la vuelta para irse. Tang Chuan lo agarró. Suyu, dejémosles la operación de búsqueda y rescate. Tenemos que regresar ahora, los gemelos todavía están en tu casa. Cuando se mencionaron a los gemelos, Suyu se deprimió aún más. Capítulo 2972. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 12. Creo que como Pudding y Little Bean son tan inteligentes, tengo que contarles esto. Al final se darán cuenta. No, ¿no podemos decirles? ¿Qué pasa si Huo Mian regresa? Suyu rechazó inmediatamente esta idea. Está bien, pero aún tienes que regresar y consolarlos a ambos. De lo contrario, podrían pensar que algo anda mal y la tía Su no será suficiente para evitar que salgan. Si se escapan, eso será aún más peligroso. Tang Chuan en realidad quería desviar temporalmente la atención de Suyu y no dejar que pensara en salir al mar para buscar a Huo Mian. Debido al temperamento de Suyu, si no pudiera encontrarla, sería un gran golpe. Si la encontrara y fuera un cadáver, sería un golpe aún mayor. Si la encontraba y todavía estaba viva, eso sería simplemente un milagro con casi 0% de posibilidades de ocurrir. Todos entendieron esta lógica, y Suyu también podía entenderla en el fondo, pero se estaba engañando a sí mismo. Lo de la búsqueda y el rescate, Suyu no parecía tranquilo. Dejen que ellos se ocupen de la búsqueda y el rescate, ellos harán lo mejor que puedan, creo, el problema más urgente en este momento es Inchu. Está bien entonces. Al final, Tang Chuan convenció a Su Yu y el equipo de rescate se hizo inmediatamente a la mar para buscar a Huo Mian. Les informarían en tiempo real. Wei, ¿por qué no regresas tú también? Cuéntale a tu cuñada Xiaobei lo que está pasando, ella tiene derecho a saberlo. Tang Chuan le dio una palmadita en el hombro a Wei Liao. Está bien. Regresaré primero y luego iré al hospital para reunirme con ustedes, dijo Wei Liao. Tang Chuan asintió con la cabeza. Chuan. En cuanto a Su Yu, Wei Liao comenzó a hablar con preocupación y luego se detuvo. Después de haber sido amigos durante todos estos años, este entendimiento tácito todavía estaba ahí. Tang Chuan sabía lo que Wei Liao quería decir y asintió directamente. No te preocupes, lo vigilaré y me aseguraré de que no haga ninguna locura. Está bien, entonces está bien. Luego, Wei Liao se separó de ellos, sintiéndose exhausto, se fue directo a casa. Hospital del Distrito Militar, Su Yu llamó a su abuelo y le dio una aprobación especial para que Inchu fuera admitido directamente en el Hospital del Ejército. En primer lugar, el equipamiento médico era más avanzado y, en segundo lugar, era más privado. Si las empresas rivales de GK descubrieran que Inchu cayó en coma, definitivamente harían un gran alboroto al respecto y lo sacarían de proporción ante los medios. Cuando Su Yu y Tang Chuan llegaron, Inchu ya había sido llevado a la sala de emergencias. Solo estaba Gao Ran, sentado solo en un banco con una expresión demacrada en su rostro. Su Yu, ¿has vuelto? ¿Cómo está Inchu?, preguntó Su Yu. No estoy seguro. También estoy muy preocupado, dijo Gao Ran. No te preocupes, confío en que saldrá bien parado de esta. Posteriormente, Su Yu y Tang Chuan también se sentaron junto a Gao Ran y continuaron esperando. 10 minutos después, Fu Lingling entró llorando todo el tiempo. Al verlos, ella seguía preguntando, Gao Ran, ¿hablas en serio sobre lo que le pasó a Mian? ¿Qué estás haciendo aquí? No te dije que no vinieras. Gao Ran también estaba molesto. ¿Cómo no iba a venir con algo tan grande como esto? Estoy absolutamente desconsolada. Fu Lingling había llorado tanto que sus ojos estaban rojos como el rojo. Luego sacó su teléfono celular y marcó un número mientras hablaba. Creo que Mian está bien. Acabo de llamarla. Su teléfono móvil sigue encendido, es posible que haya sobrevivido, dijo Fu Lingling. Lingling, Mian no trajo su teléfono celular. Cuando Huo Mian la secuestró, todavía estaba en pijama. El teléfono probablemente todavía esté en su casa en South Hill Manor. Además, ¿algo le pasó? Todos lo vimos con nuestros propios ojos. También estamos muy molestos. Ni siquiera pensé que Huo Mian fuera tan trastornado y capaz de algo tan extremo. Pero esta es la verdad y tenemos que aceptarla. Después de que Tang Chuan dijo esto, Fu Lingling abrazó su cabeza con sus manos y se dejó caer al suelo, estallando en lágrimas. Mi Mian, ¿cómo puede ser esto? En ese momento, Nin entró corriendo todo el camino y jadeando por respirar. Después de ver a Tang Chuan, le apretó el brazo con fuerza. Tang Chuan, ¿cómo están mi hermano y mi cuñada? Capítulo 2973. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 13, UM. Nin, escúchame, dijo Tang Chuan con culpa mientras se levantaba. No sabía cómo decírselo a Nin, pero sabía que no podía mentirle más. No había forma de que pudiera ocultarle esto a todos en la familia In. Tang Chuan, dime algo. ¿Cómo está mi hermano? ¿Quién está en la sala de operaciones? La voz de Nin tembló y estaba al borde de las lágrimas. Ella supo que algo andaba mal cuando respondió la llamada de Tang Chuan. Ella siguió preguntando, pero él no se lo dijo por teléfono. Cuando ella le preguntó dónde estaba, él le dijo que estaba en el hospital del ejército, así que ella corrió hacia allí. Tang Chuan era una persona muy directa pero ahora dudaba en hablar. En cuanto a Nin, ella ya sabía que algo andaba mal. Nin, escúchame, pero tienes que prometerme que mantendrás la calma. Prométeme que... ¿Tienes que estar mentalmente preparada para esto? Date prisa y dilo. Me estás asustando. Nin sintió que su corazón se aceleraba. Cuando llegó a la sala de emergencias, vio a Su Yu, Tang Chuan, Gao Ran y Fu Lingling, todos muy tristes. Esto no era un buen presagio. Tang Chuan no tuvo el corazón para decirle la verdad porque sabía lo cercana que era Nin con su hermano y Huo Mian. Pero sabía que si no lo decía, nadie más podría decírselo. Todos allí estaban de un humor terrible. Nin, Huo Siqian abrazó a Mian y saltó de un acantilado con ella. Chu no pudo soportar esa noticia, por lo que escupió sangre y ahora está en coma. Tang Chuan apretó los dientes y finalmente le dijo a Nin la dura verdad. Nin lo miró fijamente después de escuchar la noticia. ¿Qué acabas de decir? Se sintió como si estuviera alucinando. ¿Mian ha muerto? Chu estaba devastado y ahora está en coma. Todavía está en cirugía. Todos aquí también se sienten bastante pesados. Tang Chuan abrazó los hombros de Nin y pronunció lentamente la noticia. No, no lo creo. No, no puede ser así, no así. Nin estaba tan sorprendida que siguió retrocediendo y sacudiendo la cabeza. Aunque dijo que no lo creía, ya estaba llorando. Tang Chuan, mentiroso. Te encantan estos trucos, ¿no? Estás tratando de asustarme, ¿verdad? ¿Dónde está mi cuñada? ¿Dónde la escondieron? Nin. Tang Chuan miró preocupado a Nin, que lloraba desconsoladamente. Tang Chuan, date prisa y devuélveme a mi cuñada. Pudding y Little Bean todavía están esperando que su mamá regrese a casa. Cuando Nin dijo esto, el estado de ánimo de todos se hundió aún más. Fu Lingling se había recuperado un poco, pero ahora estaba nuevamente angustiada. Se apoyó en los hombros de Gao Ran y comenzó a llorar. Cariño, ¿qué harían Little Bean y Pudding sin Mian? Esas pobres niñas. No tienen ni 4 años. ¿Cómo pueden perder a su madre a tan temprana edad? ¿Qué harán? Gao Ran era un hombre corpulento y rara vez lloraba. Sin embargo, al ver esto, se echó a llorar. No dijo nada, pero abrazó a Fu Lingling con fuerza. La pareja estaba muy angustiada. Su Yu ya estaba entumecido. Él todavía no podía creer lo que acababa de pasar. Siguió fumando. Ya había decenas de colillas en el suelo. Parecía haber filtrado la conversación de Nin y Tang Chuan. Nin debe ser fuerte y cuidar de Chu. Él debe hacerse más fuerte. Todavía hay 2 niños de los que necesita cuidar, dijo Tang Chuan mientras miraba a Nin. Eso es imposible. Si Mian está muerta, mi hermano también lo estará. El maquillaje de Nin se derritió y ella siguió sacudiendo la cabeza. No, él debe hacerse más fuerte por los niños. Él es y siempre ha sido un gran padre, dijo Tang Chuan. Ustedes no lo entienden. Mi hermano, Nin se detuvo allí. Capítulo 2974. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 14. Mi hermano mayor no puede vivir sin mi cuñada. Dijo Nin mientras lloraba. Nin, sé que Chu ama a Mian. Tang Chuan intentó consolarla. No, no lo entiendes. No entiendes nada. No sabes por lo que pasó mi hermano en Estados Unidos. Nin perdió el control y gritó. ¿Qué le pasó? Su Yu escuchó el mensaje clave y miró a Nin. En ese momento se abrió la puerta de la sala de urgencias. Joven maestro Su, el doctor se acercó a Su Yu. Todos rodearon al médico y esperaron que se anunciaran los resultados. Sí, doctor, todos, veteranos o nuevos, conocían a Su Yu en el hospital del ejército porque había visitado a menudo a su abuelo desde que era pequeño. La condición de tu amigo no es muy buena. ¿Cómo es eso? Preguntó Su Yu con calma. El corazón de todos se hundió cuando oyeron esto. Notamos que estaba devastado por algo y que su cuerpo básicamente no podía soportar el impacto emocional que acababa de sufrir. Por eso escupió sangre y ahora está en coma. Sí. Acaba de pasar por una gran calamidad, explicó Su Yu. Pero este no es el problema más grave. Descubrimos que hay una sustancia desconocida dentro de su cuerpo que ha erosionado todos sus órganos. La erosión ha persistido durante mucho tiempo, por lo que probablemente había estado usando esta sustancia durante un periodo prolongado. Algunos de sus órganos ya están muertos. ¿Qué? Eso es imposible. Gao Ran se sorprendió por la noticia. Desde su perspectiva, Chu siempre había sido una persona saludable. Eso es imposible, doctor. Debe haber algún error, dijo Tang Chuan. No. Después de los análisis de sangre, pudimos encontrar esa sustancia desconocida. Le hicimos una tomografía computarizada del hígado. Ustedes pueden verlo por sí mismos. Doctor, ¿qué podemos hacer ahora? Su Yu también estaba en estado de pánico. Pensó que In-chu cayó en coma debido al shock por el incidente de Huo Mian, pero se recuperaría muy pronto después de un poco de descanso. Para sorpresa de todos, el cuerpo de In-chu estaba en tan terribles condiciones. Por el estado de su cuerpo y el shock, su cerebro está en coma profundo. No sabemos cuándo podrá despertar, anunció el médico con un poco de culpa. ¿Cómo es que no sabes cuándo se despertará? Gritó Zhu Linglin. Lo siento, pero hicimos lo que pudimos. Con su estado, ¿no hay nada que podamos hacer al respecto? Para ser sincero, podría despertar en 5 días si tiene voluntad, pero de lo contrario, podrían pasar 5 años. No lo sabemos. ¿5 años? ¿Entonces ahora es un vegetal? Tang Chuan también estaba estupefacto. In-nin cayó al suelo y lloró incontrolablemente después de la noticia. Sí. Existe la posibilidad de que ni siquiera pueda despertarse en 3 o 5 años. ¿Puede que nunca despierte? Realmente no podemos decirlo, dijo lentamente el médico. ¿Cómo puede ser esto? Su Yu se quedó estupefacto y se hundió en el banco del hospital. Nadie habló. Los gritos de Zhu Lingling y In-nin resonaron en el pasillo. Sus lágrimas recordaron a todos lo desconsolados que estaban. Nin-nin, ¿qué es esa sustancia desconocida que ha estado tomando tu hermano? Deberías saberlo, ¿verdad? Además, ¿qué pasó durante los 4 años que tu hermano estuvo en Estados Unidos? Su Yu se dio la vuelta y le preguntó solemnemente a In-nin. Capítulo 2975. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 15. Todos miraron a In-nin después de que Su Yu hizo esa pregunta. Se dio la vuelta y miró a su alrededor. De repente sintió que era el momento de contarles a todos el secreto de su hermano, un secreto que ni siquiera Mian conocía. Dada la situación actual en la que Mian estaba muerta y su hermano en coma, no tenía sentido mantenerlo en secreto. Nin-nin, date prisa y cuéntanos. Solo si nos lo dices, el médico podrá identificar la causa raíz y tratar en consecuencia para salvar a In-chu. Tang Chuan estaba ansioso. Durante esos 4 años en Estados Unidos, mi hermano estaba en muy malas condiciones. Extrañaba tanto a Mian que contrajo una enfermedad, dijo In-nin lentamente. ¿Qué enfermedad? Su Yu se puso de pie después de darse cuenta de lo grave que era esto. Leer más capítulo en novelas web traducidas al español es una enfermedad rara. No estudié medicina, así que no estoy segura de qué es. Lo único que sé es que se llama trastorno de personalidad paranoide. In-nin finalmente había anunciado el secreto de su hermano. ¿Paranoico qué? ¿Qué es eso? Tang Chuan no tenía idea de lo que estaba pasando, tampoco Zhu Lingling o Gao Ran. Su Yu reaccionó rápidamente, sacó su teléfono y buscó en Google esta enfermedad. Inmediatamente apareció la descripción. Tal vez Su Yu quería que todos supieran qué era esta enfermedad, así que dijo en voz baja, la enfermedad de personalidad paranoica es una enfermedad mental. Se desconoce cuántas personas padecen realmente esta enfermedad, ya que rara vez buscan ayuda médica. Si su pareja o amigo tiene esta enfermedad, debe animarle a que busque asistencia médica, ya que la mayoría de los pacientes con paranoia se negarían a admitir que están enfermos. Por lo tanto, es difícil para los médicos determinar qué enfermedad tienen realmente. La paranoia suele originarse a partir de un shock repentino y el paciente no pudo salir del trauma. Según la Asociación Médica de las Naciones Unidas, entre el 2 y el 4% de la población mundial tiene paranoia. Sin embargo, muchos pacientes con paranoia ni siquiera saben o admiten que tienen esa enfermedad, este número probablemente esté subestimado. Es difícil para uno recuperarse de la paranoia porque cuando finalmente admiten que tienen esa enfermedad, son incapaces de controlar o cambiar su realidad. Incluso si buscan ayuda externa, no están dispuestos a recibir ayuda durante un periodo prolongado. Una vez que rechazan la ayuda nuevamente, se hundirán en un círculo vicioso de depresión y ansiedad. La mayoría de los pacientes con paranoia son hombres y no se han demostrado casos de recuperación total de la paranoia. La lectura de Su Yu hizo que el corazón de todos se hundiera aún más. Mierda. ¿Eso significa que Inchu ni siquiera sabe que tiene esa enfermedad porque la gente con paranoia se niega a admitir que está enferma? Preguntó Tang Chuan. Nin refutó inmediatamente, no. Mi hermano tiene formación médica. Rara vez hay un médico tan genio con un coeficiente intelectual tan alto como mi hermano. Mi hermano es uno de los pocos que admitiría que tiene esa enfermedad, por lo que ha estado tratando de curarla. Sin embargo, la medicina que tuvo al principio no estaba funcionando realmente, así que hizo su propia medicina. Su medicina de creación propia no era buena para su cuerpo, pero si no la tomaba, sufriría problemas mentales. Yo tampoco sabía qué hacer. ¿Mian sabe sobre esto?, preguntó Suyu. Por supuesto que no. Mi hermano no me dejó decírselo. Ni siquiera su padre sabe de esto. Solo Rick y yo lo sabemos. Mi hermano nos ordenó que no se lo hiciéramos saber porque se pondría muy triste si se enterara. Se culparía a sí misma, pensando que ella era la causa, y Nin miró hacia abajo y dijo. Entonces, eso significa que durante los 4 años que Inchu y Huo Mian estuvieron separados, mientras Inchu estaba en Estados Unidos, ¿extrañó tanto a Huo Mian que contrajo esta enfermedad mental? Preguntó Suyu. Capítulo 2976. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 16. Sí. Recuerdo que durante esa época, mi hermano se lastimó la pierna debido a la caída del avión. Estaba de un humor terrible. Cuando se estaba recuperando, solo sonreía cuando veía la foto de Mian. La extrañaba mucho, pero reprimió su deseo de volver a verla. Estaba gravemente herido, así que tenía miedo de arrastrar a Mian con él. Durante esos días, operaba en la oscuridad y estaba en contacto con algunas personas misteriosas. Tampoco estaba seguro de lo que sucedió. Simplemente sentí que mi hermano tendría sus razones para hacer lo que hizo, así que no pregunté. Nin recordó esos días cuando ambos estaban de regreso en los Estados Unidos. ¿Dónde están ahora sus registros médicos? ¿Hizo alguna cosa extraña? ¿Es una enfermedad mental?, preguntó Zulingling con curiosidad. No, mi hermano se comportó como antes. La única diferencia era el insomnio. El peor caso fue cuando no pudo dormir durante 5 días completos. ¡Oh, Dios mío!, exclamó Zulingling con las manos sobre la boca. Gao Ran abrió los ojos como si no pudiera creer lo que acababa de oír. Inchu nunca le había mencionado lo que había sucedido en Estados Unidos. ¿5 días completos? ¿Cómo se siente? ¿No estaría muerto de cansancio? Tang Chuan dejó escapar un largo suspiro. Sintió tristeza e impotencia. Nin recordó el dolor que tuvo que soportar su hermano. Dijo entre lágrimas, sí, fue duro para él. Puede que sea así como es, pero se pone toda la presión sobre sí mismo. Podía hacer cualquier cosa por Mian sin quejarse. Su acción lo dice todo. Durante esos días, sus ojos estaban todos rojos. La gente necesita dormir. Contactamos a los médicos más famosos de Estados Unidos. Había psicólogos, psiquiatras y especialistas que se ocupaban del sueño, pero nada funcionaba. Un médico dijo que si su condición persistía, moriría. Su corazón no podría soportar la falta de sueño durante un periodo prolongado. Sin dormir, podría sufrir un ataque cardíaco. Para poder volver y ver a Mian, mi hermano comenzó a desarrollar su propia medicina. Desarrollando su propia medicina. Seguro que es una persona increíble. Suyu respetaba mucho a Inchu en este momento. Inchu era un hombre de acción aunque parecía arrogante. Él nunca se quejaría ni siquiera mencionaría el dolor que tenía que soportar. Al regresar, le dio un cálido abrazo a Huo Mian. No dijo nada sobre los 4 años que tuvo que soportar. Incluso las múltiples cirugías en las piernas que fueron increíblemente dolorosas de atravesar, Inchu solo las había mencionado brevemente. Suyu respetaba a un hombre así, un hombre tan capaz y orgulloso. Leer más capítulo en novelas web traducidas al español. Desarrollar medicamentos no es una tarea sencilla. Al principio, solo conocía los conceptos básicos. A menudo se envenenaba al probar él mismo los medicamentos recién desarrollados. Los órganos dañados que el médico acaba de mencionar probablemente eran de esa época. Finalmente, encontró un compuesto que podía aliviar su dolor, pero no curarlo. Solo suprimía la enfermedad a un nivel superficial. Dijo que suprimía la estimulación del cerebro, lo que lo ayudaba a dormir. Solo entonces mejoró lentamente. Sin embargo, ha estado tomando ese medicamento religiosamente todos estos años, incluso hasta ahora. ¿La cuñada tampoco sabe nada de esto? ¿Su medicina tendría una influencia negativa en el hijo de Mian? Su Yu de repente se dio cuenta de este gran problema. Capítulo 2977. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 17. Probablemente no. Mi hermano utilizó nuestra gran medicina tradicional china como base para crear su medicina. Tenía miedo de que la medicina que tomaba influyera en el bebé. Cuando Mian quedó embarazada, se veía muy feliz, así que probablemente significaba que estaba bien. Pensé que un nuevo miembro llegaría a la familia y podrían vivir felices para siempre de nuevo. ¿Quién lo hubiera pensado? Nin comenzó a llorar sin parar otra vez. Para ser honesto, no podía aceptar el hecho de que Huo Mian estuviera muerta en tan poco tiempo. Cuando todos escucharon sobre el secreto de Chu, se hundieron aún más en el shock. Huo Mian estaba muerta, Chu estaba en coma. Una hermosa familia ahora estaba destrozada. Los ancianos y los niños aún no sabían nada de esto. Todavía estaban esperando que Chu y Huo Mian regresaran a casa. Yu, ¿qué deberíamos hacer ahora? Tang Chuan estaba perdido y no sabía qué hacer. Pensaré en algo. Me pondré en contacto con los expertos de la ciudad de Jing y veré si saben qué hacer. No podemos quedarnos sentados aquí sin hacer nada. No podemos dejar que Chu esté en coma. La posibilidad de encontrar a Mian solo sería mayor si está despierto, dijo Su Yu. Tang Chuan asintió y se acercó a Nin y la abrazó por los hombros. Nin, no te preocupes. Yu conoce a mucha gente. Incluso puede pedirle ayuda a los expertos que se dedican a tratar a los líderes del gobierno y del ejército. Chu estará bien. Nin se apoyó en el hombro de Tang Chuan y lloró, pero asintió. Ustedes deberían regresar por ahora. No tiene sentido quedarse sentados aquí. Habrá alguien cuidándolo las 24 horas del día, dijo Su Yu a Tang Chuan, Nin, Gao Ran y Zulingling. Está bien. Avísanos tan pronto como haya novedades. Volveré al trabajo y haré un seguimiento de la búsqueda de Huo Mian, dijo Gao Ran. Bueno. Después de que se fueron, el teléfono de Su Yu sonó antes de que entrara a ver cómo estaba Chu. Hola, presidente Su. Soy el asistente del presidente Yang. Hola. Es así. No puedo comunicarme con el presidente ¿Sabes dónde está? ¿Pasó algo urgente en el trabajo? Si es así, puedes decírmelo. Me ocuparé de ello por él, afirmó Su Yu. No es eso. Es que el presidente me dijo que te llamara si no podía comunicarme con él. ¿Qué más dijo? Dijo que si no podía comunicarme con él, debería decirle algo. ¿Le pasó algo al presidente Yang no era una persona estúpida. Cuando Chu le ordenó que hiciera eso, sabía que Chu probablemente se iría a hacer algo muy peligroso. Chu, de hecho, está en problemas. Su Yu sabía que Yang era una persona confiable, por lo que no había necesidad de mantenerlo en secreto. Oh, ya veo, Yang suspiró. ¿Qué mensaje quería que me transmitieras? Su Yu miró al hombre que yacía en la cama con una máscara de oxígeno a través de las ventanas de vidrio de la UCI. Ya no veía el aura deslumbrante alrededor del apuesto hombre que sorprendería a todos. En cambio, vio a un hombre que yacía allí tranquilamente. Estaba durmiendo profundamente. Aunque eran rivales en el amor. Aunque su oportunidad con Huo Mian sería mayor con Chu muerto. Al verlo así hoy, Su Yu todavía se sentía realmente deprimido. En cambio, sintió como si su buen amigo estuviera en una situación que amenazaba su vida. El presidente me dijo que iba a hacer algo muy peligroso. Me pidió que se lo dijera de inmediato si no regresaba. Yang comenzó a sollozar. Su Yu no interrumpió. En cambio, escuchó en silencio. ¿Era esta la voluntad de Chu? Capítulo 2978. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 18. Me pidió que le dijera, presidente Su, que está confiando al presidente Huo Mian y a sus hijos a su cuidado. Con dolor en su voz, Yang le contó la solicitud a Su Yu por teléfono. Pero Su Yu no sintió ninguna sorpresa ni alegría cuando escuchó la solicitud, en cambio, le dolió el corazón. Está bien. Lo entiendo. Al finalizar la llamada, Suyu respiró profundamente. In-chu era de hecho un hombre atento a cada detalle, se había preparado para el peor escenario antes de partir. Debió haber estado preparado para hacer todo lo posible para salvar a Huo Mian, incluso a costa de su vida. Uno de los peores escenarios era que él muriera y Huo Mian sobreviviera. Luego, le pediría generosamente a Suyu que cuidara de Huo Mian y los gemelos. Suyu se preguntó qué había estado pensando In-chu. Probablemente no quería que Huo Mian cargara con la pesada responsabilidad de cuidar a los niños ella sola o que viviera el resto de su vida en soledad. De todos modos, fue una decisión tomada con profundo amor. Suyu se sentía angustiado y caminaba de un lado a otro por el pasillo del hospital. Fumó más de 10 cigarrillos y cuando quiso coger más, descubrió que el paquete estaba vacío. Suspirando levemente, abrió la puerta de la UCI. La habitación estaba en silencio mientras In-chu yacía en la cama, solo se podía escuchar el pitido de los monitores. Doctor era un excelente médico en la ciudad, si decía que el caso era complejo, era complejo. La enfermedad de In-chu era realmente difícil de tratar. No entendía muy bien el trastorno de personalidad paranoide que In-nin había mencionado, pero después de leer la información sobre esta enfermedad en Internet, supo que era un tema complicado. En ese momento, Huo Mian había caído por el acantilado y nadie sabía si estaba viva o muerta. In-chu estaba en coma y también estaba al borde de la muerte. Dejó a Suyu a cargo de todo. In-chu le había pedido personalmente a Suyu que cuidara de los gemelos y de Huo Mian. Había que admitir que esta solicitud demostraba la total confianza que In-chu tenía en él. De las dos personas maravillosas y capaces, una estaba muerta y la otra estaba en coma. Suyu estaba al borde del desmoronamiento. Si Wei Liao y Tang Chuan no lo hubieran agarrado con toda su fuerza, probablemente ahora estaría en el fondo del océano. Después de mirar a In-chu en silencio por un momento, Suyu dijo en voz baja: recibí la solicitud que hiciste a través de tu asistente. Pero quiero decirte que me negué rotundamente a aceptarla. Solo quiero decirte que debes cuidar de tu propia esposa e hijos. ¿Cómo puedes entregárselos a otro hombre? No soy alguien que quiera asumir responsabilidades adicionales y no cuidaré de tu esposa e hijos por ti. Entonces, hombre arrogante y frío, será mejor que te despiertes pronto y asumas tus propias responsabilidades, ¿de acuerdo? Con los ojos fuertemente cerrados, In-chu no mostró ninguna conciencia. Entonces, ya está decidido. No te ayudaré. Si no despiertas, tu mujer y tus hijos vivirán en la calle como mendigos. Suyu dijo esas palabras con resentimiento para provocar a In-chu. Luego cerró la puerta con cuidado y salió en silencio. Quería encontrar un pequeño bar donde nadie lo reconociera y emborracharse. Quería olvidar todo lo que tenía en mente. Quería despertarse por la mañana y decirle buenos días al Dr. Huo en WeChat. Pero sabía que ya no podía hacer esas cosas. Aunque tenía la esperanza de que Huo Mian hubiera sobrevivido, todos sabían que estaba muerta. Su amado Dr. Huo ya no estaba en este mundo. Aturdido, Suyu condujo hasta la mansión de la familia Su. Los gemelos vieron a Suyu y salieron corriendo. Hermoso Su, has vuelto. ¿Dónde está mi mami? Preguntaron Pudding y Little Bean al mismo tiempo. Al escuchar su pregunta, Suyu sintió como si algo le atravesara el corazón. Capítulo 2979. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta. 19. Pudding, frijolito. Tu mamá, Suyu vaciló. No la recuperaste, ¿verdad? Al ver la mirada de Suyu, el corazón de Pudding se hundió. Pudding, escúchame. La situación es muy complicada, pero creo que tu mamá volverá sana y salva. ¿Volviste? ¿Se la llevó el gran villano? Pudding reaccionó rápidamente. Suyu no sabía qué decir. Si hablaba mal, los niños sospecharían. Pero no podía simplemente decirles que su madre estaba muerta, sería cruel para ellos. Guapo Su, ¿qué hay de mi papá? Pequeña Bean tiró de la manga de Suyu y preguntó, mirándolo con sus lindos ojos inocentes. Suyu sintió un nudo en la garganta y casi derramó lágrimas. Intentó con todas sus fuerzas reprimir sus emociones, con gran control, logró responder, tu papá está preocupado y no se detendrá hasta encontrar a tu mamá. Así que sigue ocupado por ahí. Ah, ya veo, los niños parecían decepcionados. ¿Se han portado bien hoy? Suyu les acarició la cabeza y preguntó con cariño. Por supuesto, todos fuimos muy obedientes a las palabras de la abuela Su, respondió Little Bean con un puchero. Yu, llegaste justo a tiempo para la cena. La señora Su salió de la cocina. ¿Qué hiciste, mamá? Suyu intentó parecer feliz ya que no quería que los niños vieran la verdad en su expresión. Preparé algunos de los platos favoritos de los niños, cerdo al vapor con polvo de arroz glutinoso, rodajas de raíz de loto fritas y pescado agridulce. Ah, preparé tu plato favorito, costillas de cordero guisadas en té. La señora Su sonrió suavemente. ¡Guau, genial! Hoy comeré una comida abundante. Suyu forzó una sonrisa y caminó hacia la mesa del comedor, sosteniendo las manos de los niños. Pensó que de hecho era la persona más adecuada para cuidar a los gemelos si Huo Mian realmente estaba muerta y Yinchu no podía despertar. Después de todo, él era la persona con la que los niños se sentían más cercanos. Mientras llevaba a los niños al comedor, Suyu escuchó sonar su teléfono celular. Echando un vistazo al número, respondió la llamada en voz baja y luego caminó hacia el balcón como si no quisiera que lo escucharan. Little Bean y Pudding se sentaron a la mesa en silencio. Little Bean vio que su hermana mayor miraba a Suyu con sentimientos complicados en sus ojos. Hermana, ¿qué tienes en mente? ¿Crees que Hansen-su nos dijo la verdad? Preguntó Pudding. Por supuesto. ¿Qué te parece? ¿Nos mintió? Little Bean no le dio demasiada importancia. Tengo la sensación de que ha ocurrido algo grave. El apuesto su parece raro hoy, murmuró Pudding. ¿Cómo has visto eso? No veo nada raro en él, replicó Little Bean. Leer más capítulo en novelas web traducidas al español, entonces no te diste cuenta de su sonrisa. Parecía forzada y nada sincera, explicó Pudding. Oye, estás pensando demasiado en eso. Mamá no ha vuelto y a Hansen-su le gusta mucho mamá, creo que es natural que esté preocupado. No, no es tan sencillo. Tengo la sensación de que nos está ocultando algo. Entonces podemos preguntarle más tarde. No tienes que molestarte en adivinar. Tonto. Si no quisiera decirnos la verdad, ¿crees que me respondería con la verdad? ¿Qué haremos entonces? Little Bean parecía desconcertado. No. Debo ir a hacer una llamada. Entonces Pudding se bajó de la silla en la mesa del comedor y salió trotando con su teléfono celular. Mi hermana está un poco paranoica, murmuró Little Bean para sí misma. Cuando Suyu terminó su llamada y regresó, se quedó desconcertado al ver solo a Little Bean sentado allí. ¿Dónde está Pudding? Salió a hacer una llamada telefónica. ¿A quién? Preguntó Suyu con curiosidad. No tengo idea. Pero, guapo Su, ¿nos estás ocultando algo? Preguntó Little Bean frunciendo los labios. Capítulo 2980. Todos dicen que Huo Mian está muerta 20, ¿Por qué preguntas? Suyu se sintió culpable. Porque mi hermana dijo que te ves rara hoy. ¿Lo hago? Suyu se sintió aún más culpable. ¿Quién sabe? No tengo la inteligencia de mi hermana, ella es sensible, pero quizás se lo haya imaginado todo. Pero nunca debes ocultarnos nada, o nunca te lo perdonaré. Mirándola con ojos ilegibles, Suyu no respondió. Tomó un vaso de jugo y se lo entregó a Little Bean. Bebe un poco de jugo para obtener vitamina C. Entonces la criada de la familia Su comenzó a poner platos en la mesa, pero Pudding no regresó. La niña aún no ha vuelto. Iré a buscarla. Suyu se levantó y salió del comedor. Buscó en la casa y finalmente encontró a Pudding en el balcón al final del pasillo del segundo piso. Su pequeña figura simplemente permaneció allí. Al pensar que Huo Mian estaba muerta y que esta niña ahora estaba sin su madre, Suyu sintió un dolor agudo en su interior. Pudding, ven a cenar. Apuesto Su, ven aquí, quiero preguntarte algo. Suyu la miró y se acercó lentamente. Guapo Su, cuéntame qué pasó realmente. No es nada grave. Es solo que tuvimos algunas dificultades para rescatar a tu mamá. Pero resolveremos los problemas pronto, continuó Suyu contando mentiras piadosas. ¿Todavía me estás mintiendo? Pudding estaba enojado. Pudding. Llamé al tío Gao Ran, a Ling Ling, a mi tía y al tío Tang Chuan, El corazón de Suyu se hundió. Pudín, de hecho, nunca me has mentido antes. Mamá dijo, la gente no puede mentir. Si una persona miente, necesitará otras 100 mentiras para respaldar esa mentira. A medida que pase el tiempo, se convertirá en un mentiroso perpetuo y nadie le creerá nunca. Así que, guaposú, por favor no me mientas. Incluso la verdad cruel es más aceptable que las mentiras bien intencionadas. Suyu se quedó en silencio. ¿Le pasó algo, verdad? Preguntó Pudín. Pudín, lo siento. Hicimos lo mejor que pudimos pero no pudimos traerla de vuelta. Dime qué diablos ha pasado. Quiero escuchar toda la historia. Pudín miró a Suyu con expresión seria. Ella no parecía una niña de poco más de 3 años, y eso le generó una gran presión mental a Suyu. Al ver la mirada madura en su rostro, sintió que tenía que tomarla en serio. Finalmente, suspiró levemente y caminó hasta pararse frente a Pudín. Le contó cómo Huo Mian cayó al océano. Cuando terminó, ella se quedó en silencio. Después de un rato, preguntó, ¿qué hay de mi papá? Tu papá, ahora está en el hospital. Probablemente por el shock, está en coma, le contó Suyu poco a poco. Los ojos de Pudín se oscurecieron, pero no lloró como otros niños harían en tales situaciones. Ella simplemente se giró en silencio y miró a lo lejos desde el balcón. Pudín, Suyu extendió la mano y le dio una palmadita en el hombro. Guaposú, ¿acaso Little Bean y yo, los estamos perdiendo a ambos esta vez? Papá ama tanto a mamá que no viviría en el mundo sin ella. ¿Nos han abandonado a Little Bean y a mí? Preguntó Pudín con tristeza. No, no. Tu mamá te ama y no quería abandonarte. Escucha, Pudín, no estamos seguros de que tu mamá esté muerta, tal vez aún esté viva. Envié un equipo de rescate para buscarla. Tu papá está inconsciente por el momento y se despertará. ¿Entiendes? Las lágrimas parecieron brotar de sus ojos pero no cayeron. Después de un largo rato, de repente giró la cabeza y le dijo algo a Suyu. Capítulo 2981. El maníaco asesino Luyan 1. No se lo digas a Little Bean, dijo. Suyu se quedó en silencio, pero el dolor en su corazón era aún más agudo, como si algo lo estuviera desgarrando. Guaposú, no se lo digas a mi hermana, se morirá de pena. Lo sé. Está bien. Entonces iré a cenar. Dicho esto, la pequeña figura de Pudín bajó las escaleras antes de que pudiera decir algo. En ese momento, sonó el teléfono de Suyu. Suyu. Era la voz de Tang Chuan. ¿Qué es? Te diré algo, pero debes prometerme que no te emocionarás. ¿Puedes contenerte? Dijo Tang Chuan misteriosamente. Vamos, cuéntamelo. Suyu estaba impaciente. Acabamos de recibir la noticia de que el equipo de rescate sacó el cuerpo de una mujer de esa zona del mar, pero, ¿qué? Suyu se sintió sofocado como si su corazón estuviera a punto de dejar de latir. Las palabras cuerpo femenino fueron la tortura más cruel para Suyu. Nunca había imaginado que se usarían palabras tan horribles para describir a Huo Mian. Cuando Tang Chuan hizo una pausa en la parte importante, Suyu casi se volvió loco de ansiedad. Pero el cuerpo había sido dañado por las rocas y los corales bajo el mar, y no podemos reconocer si ella es Huo Mian o no. Entonces, me pidieron que te llamara y te pidiera que identificaras si el cuerpo es Huo Mian o no. La voz de Tang Yu se hizo más pequeña mientras hablaba porque temía que Suyu se volviera loca. Está bien. Después de un largo tiempo, Suyu finalmente logró pronunciar esta palabra. Te esperaré allí. Nos vemos luego. Tang Chuan estaba a punto de colgar cuando escuchó que Suyu le preguntaba, espera un segundo, tengo algo que preguntarte. Tang Chuan, eres un bocazas. Olvidé darte instrucciones y me causaste problemas. ¿Qué quieres decir? Tang Chuan estaba desconcertado. ¿Por qué le dijiste a Pudín lo que había pasado? Ella es solo una niña, ¿cómo puede recibir un golpe tan fuerte? Suyu estaba furioso. Mierda. No lo hice. Maldita sea. No me eches esta mierda encima. Tang Chuan también estaba enojado. ¿No se lo dijiste? Ni siquiera me llamó. ¿Qué tal Nin? Nin ha estado conmigo todo el tiempo, tampoco ha hablado con Pudín. Tang Chuan estaba desconcertado. Suyu se quedó en silencio. ¿Qué? Pudin ya lo sabe, preguntó Tang Chuan. Hablamos más tarde. Su Yu finalizó la llamada cuando comprendió lo que estaba sucediendo. Pudin probablemente no había llamado a Gao Ran o Nin en absoluto, ella solo vio algo mal en Su Yu y fingió que había hecho estas llamadas solo para que Su Yu le dijera la verdad. Como un idiota, Su Yu le había contado todo. Para confirmar su sospecha, llamó al teléfono celular de Gao Ran. Como esperaba, Gao Ran dijo que no había recibido la llamada de Pudin. El niño Pudin es extremadamente inteligente, Su Yu suspiró levemente. Pero su reacción a la noticia no fue muy grande ya que todavía podía bajar a cenar. Al igual que él, ella no creía que Huo Mian estuviera muerta, por eso no se desmoronó ni lloró. Su Yu bajó las escaleras y vio que los gemelos estaban comiendo tranquilamente. Pudin incluso recogió comida y la colocó en el plato de su hermana menor como si hubiera crecido de la noche a la mañana, volviéndose más madura y considerada. Mamá, tengo que salir un momento. ¿Otra vez? Aún no has cenado. La señora Su no estaba contenta. Ha ocurrido algo urgente en la empresa y tengo que ir a solucionarlo ahora. Por favor, cena con los niños y luego llévalos a dormir. Guapo Su, Pudin giró la cabeza y miró a Su Yu. ¿Sí? ¿Volverás y pasarás la noche aquí? Pudin miró a Su Yu con nostalgia. Capítulo 2982 El maníaco asesino Luyan 2. Sí, lo haré. Su Yu sabía que este niño ahora se había vuelto muy inseguro. Como sus padres estaban en problemas, ella temía que Su Yu se fuera y nunca regresara. Su Yu rara vez pasaba la noche aquí, pero al escuchar la petición de Pudin, aceptó sin dudarlo. Está bien. Te esperaremos. Pudin miró a Su Yu con satisfacción. Él solo te escucha a ti, mi niña. No se queda a pasar la noche aquí ni siquiera por mí, su propia madre. La señora Su miró a Pudin con una sonrisa. Por supuesto. El apuesto Su hará todo lo que mi hermana le pida, se jactó Little Bean. Ustedes dos compórtense bien. Después de cenar, deben irse a la cama después de ver un poco de televisión. ¿Me escuchan? Les ordenó Su Yu. Entendido. No vuelvas tarde. Si todavía estoy despierto cuando vuelvas, espero que me traigas unos bollos de piña para mi merienda nocturna, dijo Little Bean con una sonrisa. No hay problema, pequeña máquina de comer. Parecía que Pudin tenía razón y no podían dejar que Little Bean supiera la verdad. Con una personalidad totalmente diferente a la de Pudin, Little Bean no podría soportarlo si supiera la verdad. Ella no estaría tan tranquila como Pudin. Después de que Su Yu se fue, Pudin comió un poco y se disculpó de la mesa. Pudin, comiste muy poco, ¿qué te pasa? ¿Tienes poco apetito? Preguntó la señora Su. Sí. ¿No te gustan los platos? No, no tengo hambre. Abuela Su, sigue con tu cena, por favor. Quiero subir y descansar un rato. Hermana, tu programa financiero favorito saldrá pronto. Little Bean miró su reloj y le recordó a su hermana. Tengo un poco de sueño y no lo veré. Me voy a la cama. Leer más capítulos en novelas web traducidas al español, Está bien. Little Bean no sabía por qué su hermana actuaba así y no se atrevió a preguntar. Después de que Pudin subió las escaleras, la señora Su le preguntó a Little Bean preocupada, ¿qué le pasa a Pudin? ¿Se pelearon? No. No me he metido con ella en 2 días. Little Bean parecía impotente. Creo que Pudin se siente un poco deprimido. No le hagas caso. Mi hermana es tan sensible como mi padre. No le gusta hablar de lo que piensa. Quizá esté en guerra fría con Wei Yunchu. ¿Quién sabe? Ajena a la verdad, Little Bean pensó que sus padres estaban bien y por eso todavía vivía su infancia feliz. En el dormitorio del segundo piso, para dar la bienvenida a los gemelos, la señora Su había pedido especialmente un nuevo juego de sábanas, fundas de edredón y fundas de almohada de Luxury Home. Todos eran de color rosa, con muñecas recién compradas y dulces. Esta habitación parecía el dormitorio de una princesa. Resultó ser el dormitorio en el que se había alojado Huo Mian cuando estaba embarazada la última vez. La familia Su había mantenido la habitación vacía y nunca permitió que otras personas vivieran en ella porque Su Yu venía ocasionalmente aquí para ver la habitación y saborear los recuerdos de cuando Huo Mian había vivido con la familia Su durante 1 año. Ahora dejaron que los dos niños se quedaran en la habitación durante su visita. Pudding subió las escaleras y caminó lentamente hacia la cabecera de la cama. Con aspecto perdido, se sentó en la gran cama rosa. Luego sacó su celular y sacó una foto de su familia. Esta foto fue tomada hace poco tiempo. Ese día, su mamá dijo que los hermosos tulipanes del patio trasero de South Hill Manor habían florecido, sacó a los gemelos y a su reservado papá afuera y tomó muchas fotografías en el jardín trasero. Esta foto familiar fue la mejor de todas. En la imagen, In-Chu y Huo Mian están en cuclillas con Little Bean apoyada en los brazos de In-Chu y sosteniendo su cuello con sus brazos regordetes. Pudding estaba mejilla contra mejilla con su mamá, luciendo muy íntima. Las cuatro sonrieron a la cámara con felicidad desde lo más profundo de sus corazones. «Mamá. Papá. ¿Volverás, verdad?», preguntó Pudding con su voz infantil. Mientras tanto, Suyu corrió al lugar del equipo de rescate en su Lamborghini negro. «Estoy aquí para identificar el cuerpo», dijo Suyu con frialdad. «Señor Su, por favor, venga por aquí». Un miembro del equipo de rescate condujo a Suyu hacia un cadáver femenino cubierto por una sábana blanca. Capítulo 2983. El maníaco asesino Luyan 3. Para decir la verdad, Suyu estaba temblando por dentro mientras caminaba hacia el cuerpo. Tenía miedo de que el cuerpo fuera el de Huo Mian. Pero al mismo tiempo, estaba ansioso por verlo. Si descubría que no era el cuerpo de Huo Mian, significaba que Huo Mian aún podría estar viva. En ese momento, todo tipo de sentimientos invadieron el interior de Suyu. Solo había dado unas docenas de pasos, pero sentía como si hubiera pasado un siglo. Suyu. De pie junto al cuerpo, Tang Chuan vio a Suyu y lo saludó. Asintiendo, Suyu se obligó a caminar. Ya vi el cuerpo, pero no pude ver nada que pudiera reconocer porque la cara está destrozada. Echa un vistazo, Tang Chuan extendió la mano para levantar la sábana blanca. Suyu lo detuvo inmediatamente. «Espera un segundo, ¿qué? ¿No puedes soportar verlo?». Tang Chuan habló sin pensar en lo que pensaba Suyu. Suyu lo fulminó con la mirada. «¿In-Nin sabe que estás aquí para identificar el cuerpo?». «Claro que no. La señora llora a mares todos los días. Si supiera que encontramos el cuerpo, se moriría de pena». «Bien. No les hables del cuerpo, creo que no es Huo Mian», dijo Suyu para consolarse. «Pero, ¿y si fuera ella?», preguntó Tang Chuan sin pensarlo dos veces. «Vete a la mierda. No seas agorero». «No soy un agorero. Suyu, todos vimos a mi cuñada Huo Mian caer por el acantilado, así que debemos estar preparados emocionalmente. Sé que aún no puedes aceptar el hecho y, para decirte la verdad, yo tampoco puedo. Después de todo, charlé con ella durante la cena hace unos días y ahora, de repente, está muerta. Es difícil de aceptar, pero a veces el destino es cruel y no deja de suceder solo porque no puedes aceptarlo». Tang Chuan afrontó todo el asunto con calma y objetividad. Pero Suyu sabía que Tang Chuan no era un hombre sin corazón. Había dicho esas palabras no porque fuera indiferente o no fuera cercano a Huo Mian. Después de todo, aunque la mayoría de ellos están devastados por este giro de los acontecimientos, algunos deben mantener la calma para manejar los problemas siguientes. «Lo sé. Lo entiendo». Suyu bajó la cabeza angustiado. «Joven maestro Su, puede identificarlo ahora y ver si este cuerpo es la persona que está buscando». El capitán del equipo de rescate se acercó y le dijo a Suyu respectivamente. «Bueno». Exhalando profundamente, Suyu extendió la mano y levantó la sábana blanca que cubría el cuerpo con una mano temblorosa. Por un instante sintió que su corazón se detenía. Cuando estaba en el ejército, nunca había tenido tanto miedo como ahora, incluso durante los ejercicios militares con municiones reales. Pero en ese momento, él tenía miedo. Tenía miedo de que ese cuerpo fuera el de Huo Mian y que su última esperanza desapareciera. Cuando levantaron la sábana blanca, Suyu y Tang Chuan miraron hacia abajo. El cuerpo estaba efectivamente irreconocible, probablemente porque había estado mucho tiempo sumergido en el agua del mar. Parecía hinchado y no tenía ninguna joya en ninguna parte del cuerpo, incluido el cuello. Suyu recordó que Huo Mian no llevaba ninguna joya cuando saltó. Es triste que Huo Xiqian haya tomado y tirado la única joya que llevaba encima, un collar de Bulgari. Entonces, a primera vista, El cuerpo parecía ser el de Huo Mian en este sentido. No puedo identificarlo así porque no hay nada con lo que pueda identificarme. Hagamos una prueba de ADN. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? ¿Le pedimos a Cixin o a la madre de Mian que consigan el ADN? Preguntó Tang Chuan. No. Cuando vuelva, le daré un pelo a Pudding o a Little Bean. Sí. ¿Cómo es que no lo había pensado? Porque eres un idiota, lo despreció Suyu. Tang Chuan continuó. Suyu, no creo que este cuerpo se parezca al de Mian, ¿qué opinas? Capítulo 2984. El maníaco asesino Luyan 4, no lo puedo decir, pero siento que no se parece a ella. Suyu había mirado el cuerpo con atención. Su rostro estaba arruinado y no podía darle ninguna pista, y la longitud de su cabello era casi la misma que la de Huo Mian. Hinchada por el agua del mar, la cabeza ahora estaba irreconocible. La parte que era fácilmente reconocible debería ser su ropa, ya que llevaba un vestido de novia blanco cuando se cayó. Pero el cuerpo de la mujer estaba desnudo cuando fue encontrado. Al estar en el océano durante mucho tiempo, el vestido probablemente se habría arruinado por los escombros y los corales, etc. Cuando escuchó que el cuerpo estaba desnudo cuando lo encontraron, Tang Chuan se preocupó. Si de hecho era Huo Mian, no quería que Suyu la viera así. Entonces, Tang Chuan ordenó a una mujer del equipo de rescate que le pusiera una bata de hospital al cuerpo. Como no pudieron reconocer el cuerpo por la ropa, lo único que pudieron hacer fue una prueba de ADN. Solo necesitaban tomar el cabello de Pudding o Little Bean y comparar su ADN con el del cuerpo. Al salir de la habitación, Suyu se sintió deprimido. ¿Qué tal una bebida?, preguntó Tang Chuan. Está bien. Debo irme a casa ahora. Los niños me están esperando. ¿De verdad los criarás?, preguntó de repente Tang Chuan. A Suyu le dolía el corazón pero no respondió. En su camino de regreso, Suyu recibió la llamada de Cixin. La madre de Huo Mian se sentía inquieta porque no podía comunicarse con su hija. Entonces, Cixin tuvo que llamar a Gao Ran, Fulingling, Wei Liao y Jian Xiaobei para pedir información, pero ninguno de ellos le dijo sobre el paradero de Huo Mian. Finalmente, cuando Cixin preguntó dónde estaban los niños, Gao Ran le dijo que estaban en la casa de Suyu. Entonces, Cixin llamó a Suyu. No puedo explicarlo por teléfono. Hablemos cara a cara. Suyu decidió decirle la verdad a Cixin ya que, después de todo, él era el hermano pequeño de Huo Mian. Si Huo Mian realmente estaba muerta, entonces alguien debía hacerse cargo de la empresa de Inchu y cuidar de la madre de Huo Mian. En el café cerca de Chungsi Road, Cixin llegó 5 minutos antes que Suyu. Cuando Suyu entró, Cixin se puso de pie cortésmente y lo saludó. Hermano mayor Suyu. Toma asiento. Suyu le indicó a Cixin que se sentara. Te traje un americano porque escuché que no te gusta el azúcar en el café. ¿Quién te dijo eso? Suyu se sorprendió. Pocas personas conocían esta pequeña costumbre suya. Mi hermana. ¿Tu hermana? Suyu se congeló. Sí. Cuando hablé con mi hermana mientras comíamos, ella mencionó que no te gusta el azúcar en el café y que el café americano es tan amargo como la medicina herbal. Recuerdo que bromeé diciendo que tal vez tenías un problema con tus papilas gustativas, y mi hermana te defendió diciendo que todas las personas a las que les gusta el café americano pueden soportar las dificultades. Ella dijo que no eres un holgazán ni un hijo rico que no sabía nada más que divertirse y perseguir chicas. Dijo que eras un héroe cuando estabas en el ejército. De todos modos, me reprendió por lo que dije. Cixin sonrió. Así es como habla de mí, Suyu se conmovió. Sí. Aunque no estés con ella, te considera uno de sus amigos importantes y te defenderá. Después de todo, le gusta defender a la gente que la rodea. Cuanto más hablaba Cixin, más quería llorar Suyu. Tomando la taza de café americano negro y rico, tomó un gran trago. Un rico sabor amargo se extendió inmediatamente por su lengua. Hermano mayor Suyu, ¿dónde está mi hermana? ¿Cómo es que no puedo comunicarme con ella? Ella no respondió a mis llamadas y mi cuñado tampoco. Cixin finalmente fue directo al grano. Capítulo 2985. El maníaco asesino Luyan 5. Algo le pasó a tu hermana. ¿Qué pasó? Al escuchar esas palabras, Fixin se tensó de inmediato. Es una larga historia. Déjame explicarte. Entonces Suyu le contó todo lo que había sucedido. Cuando terminó, vio que el rostro de Fixin estaba cubierto de lágrimas. Hermano mayor Suyu, ¿mi hermana está realmente muerta? Fixin soltó las palabras. No estamos seguros. Todavía estamos buscando. ¿Cómo puede alguien sobrevivir después de caerse de ese lugar? Todos ustedes piensan que mi hermana está muerta, ¿no? Fixin lloró incontrolablemente. No. Los milagros pueden ocurrir. ¿Cómo puede ser? La vida no es un drama y no tiene tantos milagros. No es de extrañar que mi madre se sienta inquieta. ¿Parece que la madre y la hija tienen una conexión especial entre ellas? Si sabe que mi hermana está muerta, ¿cómo podrá vivir? Fixin no se atrevía a imaginar qué le sucedería a su madre si supiera de la muerte de Huo Mian. Por ahora, será mejor que no se lo digas. Ella ya es mayor y no aguanta el golpe. Suyu había ordenado a todos que no le contaran a los padres de Inchu lo que le había sucedido a Huo Mian. Después de todo, la pareja de ancianos era frágil. ¿Inchu todavía está en el hospital del ejército? Sí, asintió Suyu. ¿Los médicos dijeron cuándo despertaría? Aún no. ¿Dormirá así? Preguntó Fixin. Suyu no pudo responder porque no sabía. Había hecho lo mejor que pudo. ¿Tenemos que esperar la opinión de los especialistas de la ciudad de Hind? He hecho arreglos para una consulta de especialistas sobre él. ¿Qué pasa con la empresa? Maldita sea. Ahora no quiero ir a trabajar. La vida es un desastre. Bajando la cabeza, Fixin lloró y dijo con resentimiento. Estaba a punto de hablarte sobre la empresa. Ahora que Inchu no está disponible, debes hacerte cargo de la empresa. Yang y la asistente llamada Bella son miembros de la élite de la empresa y te ayudarán. Debes mantener la empresa en marcha ya que tu cuñado ha trabajado duro por ella. No puedes simplemente renunciar a ella. Si se despierta, ¿cómo se sentiría si la empresa está en un lío? Leer más capítulos en novelas web traducidas al español. Mi cuñado podría despertarse, pero sin mi hermana, se sentirá peor si se despierta. Fixin entendió a Inchu más de lo que Suyu había imaginado. Suyu no sabía qué más decirle a este joven. Hermano mayor Suyu, el hermano mayor Gao Ran me dijo que mis dos sobrinas están en su casa. Sí lo son. Por favor, cuídalos bien. Lo haré, Suyu le hizo la solemne promesa. De hecho, incluso si Inchu no le hubiera dejado el mensaje de cuidar a los gemelos, lo habría hecho de todos modos. Bien. Bien, Fixin asintió repetidamente con lágrimas en los ojos. Entonces, hermano mayor Suyu, no te quitaré más tiempo. Si mi cuñado se despierta, por favor llámame de inmediato. Bueno. Suyu observó cómo Fixin salía del café con la cabeza gacha. En el momento en que salió por la puerta, Fixin se derrumbó y lloró. Continuó llorando hasta que subió al auto y comenzó a conducir. Aturdido, incluso se saltó un semáforo en rojo. Solo tenía un pensamiento en su mente: su hermana había muerto, su amada hermana que lo había amado toda su vida los había abandonado y se había ido a otro mundo. Fixin era simple y no tenía ni un atisbo de esperanza como Suyu. Estaba tan triste y dolorido que no reaccionó lo suficientemente rápido para girar el volante cuando un automóvil corrió hacia él en dirección opuesta. Capítulo 2986. El maníaco asesino Luyan 6. Afortunadamente, el conductor del otro coche frenó a tiempo y detuvo el coche. ¡Idiota! ¿No viste la luz roja? ¿Quieres morir? El conductor asomó la cabeza por la ventanilla y le gritó a Fixin. Pero a Fixin no le importó y no estaba de humor para responder. Por miedo a que su madre viera algo en su cara, no se atrevió a volver a casa. En lugar de eso, fue a la casa de Bella. Al oír los golpes, Bella abrió la puerta y vio a Fixin parado allí llorando. Dios mío, ¿qué pasó? Fixin abrazó fuertemente a Bella y lloró como un bebé. Como nunca lo había visto así antes, Bella estaba aterrorizada. Fixin, no llores. ¿Qué pasó? Dime. ¿No me asustes? Bella perdió su compostura habitual. Bella, mi hermana, está muerta. Fixin levantó la cabeza abruptamente, mirando a Bella, forzó la salida de estas palabras. ¿Qué? Bella estaba estupefacta. Mi hermana está muerta, repitió Cixin. Cixin, no bromees, no es gracioso y mi corazón no está bien. Como empleada de la empresa, Bella no había oído nada sobre el secuestro de Huo Mian y su caída del acantilado. Cuando Cixin le contó la noticia, se sintió como si estuviera en un sueño. El grandullón malvado Huo Xiqian secuestró a mi hermana y la arrastró por el acantilado con él. Era un acantilado alto sobre el océano agitado. Mi hermana es frágil y no puede sobrevivir a eso. Bella, ¿qué debo hacer? No puedo perderla. Crecí con ella y nunca imaginé que me dejaría tan pronto. Solía bromear con ella y decirle que la cuidaría cuando fuera mayor. Sin importarle lo desordenado que se veía, Cixin lloró como un bebé. Cixin, ¿de dónde sacaste la noticia? ¿Estás segura de que es verdad? Bella intentó mantener la calma. Es cierto, al hermano Suyu le gusta mucho mi hermana, no bromearía al respecto. Entonces Suyu te dijo que, al escuchar la fuente de la noticia, el corazón de Bella también se hundió. No te quedes aquí. Entra. Bella abrió la puerta y condujo a Cixin hacia la habitación. ¿Tienes vino o algo? Me siento tan triste. Quiero emborracharme. No creo que beber pueda resolver el problema, Cixin. ¿Dónde está Inchu? Después de que sucedió algo tan importante, ¿qué dijo Inchu al respecto? Preguntó Bella. Mi cuñado está en coma en el hospital del ejército. Un desastre tras otro, los ojos de Bella estaban llenos de dolor. No sé qué será de nuestra vida sin mi hermana. ¿Qué haremos mi mamá y yo? Pasaremos el resto de nuestras vidas extrañándola. Y Pudding y Little Bean aún no tienen 4 años. ¿Qué será de ellos sin su madre? Sí. Los niños serán los que más sufrirán. ¿Dónde están ahora? ¿Alguien se ocupa de ellos? Pueden quedarse conmigo, dijo Bella. Están en la casa de Suyu. Escuché que mi cuñado los envió allí antes del accidente. El presidente In es sabio y puede pensar en todo. Espero que despierte pronto. Pero no han encontrado el cuerpo del presidente Huo, ¿verdad? Creo que aún tenemos un rayo de esperanza. Tal vez no esté muerta y haya sido rescatada por algunos pescadores cercanos, tal vez solo haya perdido la memoria, esperaba Bella. No seas tonta. Bella, ni siquiera un tipo tan simple como yo lo creería, respondió Cixin con voz ronca. Luego se quedaron en silencio. En un país productor de petróleo asolado por la guerra en Oriente Medio, jefe. Informe urgente. Eso espero, o te arrojaré al océano y alimentaré a los tiburones, dijo Luyan enfadado. Tu hermana mayor, ¿tienes noticias sobre mi hermana? Luyan estaba un poco emocionado. Tu hermana ya está muerta. Sin atreverse a mirar a Luyan a los ojos, el chico dijo con cautela y con la cabeza gacha. Capítulo 2987. El maníaco asesino. Luyan 7. Al escuchar sus palabras, Yao Fei, que estaba cerca, se congeló por un segundo y luego miró a Luyan de inmediato. ¿Vio que su rostro se ponía lívido? El tipo que dio el informe tembló de miedo. ¿Qué? ¿Dijiste? Luyan pensó que no lo había escuchado bien y exigió con los dientes apretados. Jefe, es un informe de China. Su hermana cayó del acantilado de la montaña Yuan con Huo Xiqian y murió. En el momento en que dijo eso, Luyan le apuntó con una pistola plateada a la cabeza. «Mierda. Te dispararé». Luyan estaba furioso. «Yan, cálmate. Primero, conozcamos los detalles. No descargues tu ira en ellos». Yao Fei extendió la mano para detenerla. «Si dices otra palabra, te dispararé también». Luyan miró a Yao Fei con ojos carmesí. Yao Fei sabía que solo el profesor y Huo Mian podían hacer que Luyan perdiera la compostura. Para Luyan, ellos eran su única familia en el mundo. No resolvería nada incluso si nos disparan. Lo hecho está. Será mejor que lleguemos al fondo del asunto y veamos si es una conspiración, dijo Yao Fei con sensatez. Jefe, no me dispare. Yo no lo hice. Solo di la noticia. El hombre estaba muerto de miedo. Cuando los hombres de Luyan recibieron la noticia, todos tenían miedo de comunicárselo a ella, pero si le ocultaban una noticia tan importante, su jefe se pondría aún más furioso. Después de algunas deliberaciones, eligieron al mensajero a través de piedra, papel y tijeras. Este desafortunado hombre perdió el juego y tuvo que entregar el mensaje arriesgando su vida. Si no fuera por Yao Fei, podría haber terminado como un cadáver. Llama a los holgazanes de China. Quiero saber todos los detalles. Después de que pasó la primera ola de furia, Luyan le ordenó con frialdad. Sí, jefe. Iré a ponerme en contacto con ellos. En ese momento, Luyan se olvidó de la guerra en la que estaba y arrojó el arma al suelo. Con su largo cabello ondeando al viento, miró a lo lejos, sintiéndose perdida, se preguntó cuál era el propósito de la vida. ¿La gente vive en el mundo solo para ver sus pérdidas? Nacieron sin nada y luego, a medida que crecieron, comenzaron a poseer cosas. Luego, vieron cómo sus familias, amigos y amantes se iban yendo uno por uno. Esto fue lo más cruel que Dios había dispuesto para los humanos, ¿verdad? Desde esta perspectiva la vida era solo sufrimiento. Luyan no lloró porque no podía. Si la noticia sobre la muerte de su hermana era cierta, ¿qué podía hacer? Ella no pudo devolverle la vida a su hermana. Luyan sintió que le dolía tanto el corazón que le costaba respirar. Al mirar el cabello desordenado y la ropa desaliñada de Luyan, Yao Fei se sintió herido por dentro, extendió la mano, queriendo alisar su largo cabello. No me toques, dijo Luyan. Al escuchar sus palabras, la mano de Yao Fei se congeló en el aire. No me toques. Déjame en paz. Cuando Luyan estaba herida, se aislaba del mundo y nadie podía acercarse a ella, ni siquiera Yao Fei, a quien amaba. Al ver su dolor, Yao Fei se sintió aún más herido por dentro. En ese momento, el reloj de Luyan sonó. Ella miró hacia abajo y lo presionó. Inmediatamente, la imagen de quien llamaba apareció en el aire. Jefe, lo sentimos. Por favor, castíguenos. Mi hermana. ¿Cómo murió? La voz de Luyan estaba llena de dolor. Capítulo 2988. El maníaco asesino. Luyan 8. Joven señora, ella. La gente allí parecía tener mucho miedo de Luyan y tartamudeaban mientras hablaban. La joven dama fue secuestrada por Huo Mian y llevada a la montaña Yuan. Entonces, In Chu, tu cuñado, inmediatamente trajo gente para rescatarla. En ese momento, también fuimos para poder ayudar cuando llegara el momento. Pero nadie anticipó que Huo Mian haría algo tan extremo y elegiría sostener a Huo Mian en sus brazos mientras saltaba del acantilado. ¿De verdad saltó? Luyan obviamente no lo creía. Es cierto, varias personas lo vieron con sus propios ojos. Tu cuñado era el que estaba más cerca, debió haberlo visto todo. ¿Dónde está ahora mismo? En este momento se encuentra en el hospital militar del distrito recibiendo tratamiento. Está inconsciente. ¿Inconsciente? ¿Qué quieres decir? La expresión de Luyan se desvaneció. Cuando la joven dama se cayó del acantilado, el señor Inchu comenzó a escupir sangre y se desmayó. Supongo que fue demasiado para él. Yao Fei estaba detrás de Luyan. Solo escuchaba, pero se sentía desconsolado. El humor de Luyan era aún peor. ¿Has visto la zona del otro lado del acantilado? ¿Hay una cueva debajo que pueda esconder gente? ¿Huo Mian es muy astuto? No creo que cavara su propia tumba. Luyan había visto mucho y no creía que fuera tan simple como saltar del acantilado. Lo hemos comprobado, jefe. Debajo está el acantilado, no se ha tocado nada con las manos ni los pies, tampoco hay cuevas sospechosas cerca. Después de escuchar esto, el corazón de Luyan se hundió nuevamente. Jefe, lo siento. Hemos estado asumiendo la tarea de proteger a la familia de la joven señora, pero desafortunadamente no fuimos lo suficientemente cuidadosos. Si quiere castigarnos, no tenemos quejas. El hombre bajó la cabeza y expresó su pesar a Luyan por teléfono de larga distancia. Pero Luyan todavía no estaba de humor para hablar con él sobre el castigo. En pocas palabras, se sintió como si 10.000 alpacas le hubieran pisoteado el corazón. Ella quería gritarle a alguien, pero las malas palabras no salían de su boca. Luyan inmediatamente presionó su reloj y finalizó la llamada. Yao Fei quería decir algo para consolarla. Psicópata Yao, digamos, si papá descubre que mi hermana está muerta, quedará tan destruido como yo, ¿verdad? Este incidente, Sucedió tan repentinamente que no creo que podamos sacar conclusiones demasiado pronto. ¿Será mejor que volvamos a China y lo veamos por nosotros mismos?, dijo Yao Fei. ¿No dijiste que regresar no sería lo correcto? Lu Yan lo miró con un poco de sorpresa. Esta vez es diferente. Algo le ha pasado a tu hermana. Deberíamos volver y ver qué está pasando. Yao Fei era un hombre de principios sencillos. No le interesaban las sutilezas innecesarias, pero creía firmemente en ayudar a las personas cuando lo necesitaban. Cuando Yao Fei recibió el disparo anteriormente, necesitó una cirugía muy complicada, pero Inchu voló personalmente a Rusia para realizarla. Ahora, con lo que le pasó a Huo Mian, Inchu en coma y un par de lindos bebés en casa, nadie podía quedarse de brazos cruzados y no hacer nada. Además, Lu Yan también era la tía de los gemelos. Sí, regresemos inmediatamente. Debido a que algo le sucedió a Huo Mian, Lu Yan dejó de luchar en el país petrolero. Por no completar su tarea, también le impusieron una multa del doble de la comisión del cliente. Para Lu Yan, el dinero siempre había sido su vida, pero esta vez estaba dispuesta a dejar de lado la cautela. La repentina retirada de Lu Yan también alertó a Yan, que estaba lejos de Israel. Lu Yan dejó el campo y además tomó la iniciativa de pagarle al empleador una comisión doble. Esto es muy vergonzoso. La conozco desde hace tantos años, no es el tipo de persona a la que no le gusta el dinero, dijo Yan en un inglés fluido mientras se frotaba las sienes y entrecerraba los ojos. ¿Tal vez sea algo urgente? Después de que ella se fue de allí, ¿sabes a dónde fue?, preguntó Yan. No pude rastrearla, hay un radar antirrastreo y posicionamiento en el avión en el que viaja, por lo que no podemos encontrar su ubicación. Jeje, esto es muy interesante, ¿estás jugando a las escondidas conmigo otra vez? Yan sonrió con su habitual sonrisa espeluznante. Capítulo 2989. El maníaco asesino. Lu Yan 9. ¿Aún no puedes comunicarte con Huo?, preguntó Yan. Correcto. ¿Qué pasa con nuestros hombres de allí? Aún no hemos recibido noticias de ninguno de ellos, respondió el subordinado. Muy bien, parece que se han llevado a todos. Para saber qué ha pasado, parece que la única forma es ir allí y verlo, dijo Yan con una sonrisa y se puso de pie. Tarde en la noche, Villa de Suyu, después de que la señora Su y la niñera bañaron a los dos niños y les cambiaron la ropa, los llevaron de regreso a su habitación. Suyu trajo un par de tabletas electrónicas para poder jugar con los gemelos. Al final, como Little Bean estaba demasiado cansada, se desmayó. Pudding, por otro lado, estaba sentado tranquilamente en la cama. Ella llevaba un pijama de color rosa. Pudding, ¿aún no estás dormido? Guapo Su, ¿dijiste que mi mami todavía va a volver? Aunque Pudding era muy precoz, en ese momento, ella era solo una niña pobre que había perdido a su madre. Cuando ella le preguntó esto a Suyu, su nariz comenzó a llenarse de lágrimas. Sí, creo que volverá seguro. Los ama tanto a ambos que nunca los dejaría, ¿verdad? Sí, creo que ella también volverá. Me lo dijo antes, quiere vernos crecer y casarnos algún día. Dijo que cuando Little Bean y yo nos casemos, ella y papá llorarán a mares. También dijo que Handsome Su también llorará. Suyu, ¿de verdad estaba hablando así de mí a mis espaldas? Aunque Suyu fingió estar muy enojado, de hecho, su corazón estaba particularmente triste. Sí, mamá dijo que Handsome Su se preocupa tanto por nosotras que siempre nos ha tratado como a sus propias hijas. Así que ella me tenía en tan alta estima. Suyu frunció los labios. Ya es tarde. Deberías irte a dormir, Pudding. Guapo Su, mañana quiero ir a ver a papá. Aún no se ha despertado, dijo Suyu. Lo sé, no lo molestaré, solo quiero verlo. Solo una mirada rápida, eso es todo. Al menos sabré que sigue ahí y que no nos ha abandonado. Entonces, ¿qué va a hacer Little Bean? Suyu tenía miedo de que Little Bean se enterara. Leer más capítulos en novelas web traducidas al español. Te tengo una idea, la abuela Su puede llevarla a comer el postre y mientras ellas salen yo iré contigo en tu auto. Bueno, veamos qué pasa mañana. Lo que tienes que hacer ahora es dormir. Si no, no te verás bonita. Bueno. Buenas noches, mi pequeño Pudding. Buenas noches, guapo Su. Suyu besó suavemente a Pudding en la cabeza, como un padre que mima a su hijo. Después de despedir a los gemelos y marcharse a la cama, Suyu no pudo dormir. Al repasar los detalles de su relación con Huo Mian, los últimos días parecieron una película. Esos fragmentos reaparecían constantemente en su mente y no podían borrarse. Suyu se acostó en la cama, sacó su teléfono celular y miró una foto del álbum de fotos de Huo Mian de hace mucho tiempo. Eso fue cuando Huo Mian era médico en Southside y vestía una bata blanca y gafas negras. Por supuesto, ella vestía de manera muy antigua, pero siempre tenía un brillo en sus ojos. Una vez que la gente se enamoraba de ella, nunca la dejaban ir. Doctor Huo, ¿tiene miedo de que siga persiguiéndolo y se sienta mal si me rechaza? Y si me acepta, Inchu se pondrá triste, así que simplemente huyó y se escondió. Si regresa, no lo perseguiré. Incluso si me vuelvo gay, no lo molestaré más ni complicaré las cosas ni causaré problemas para usted o su familia. Mientras esté vivo, simplemente regrese. Haré cualquier cosa, absolutamente cualquier cosa. La voz de Suyu se hacía cada vez más tranquila. A la mañana siguiente, tomó un mechón de cabello que había retirado cuidadosamente de la cabeza de Pudding la noche anterior y planeó compararlo con el ADN del cadáver femenino desconocido. Capítulo 2990. El maníaco asesino Luyan 10. Apuesto Su, ven aquí. Tang Chuan llegó incluso antes que Suyu. ¿No dormiste anoche? Al ver que Tang Chuan tenía bolsas más oscuras debajo de los ojos, Suyu preguntó. Ni me lo preguntes, era la primera vez que esa jovencita se quedaba a pasar la noche en mi habitación, y estuvo llorando toda la noche. Gastó montones de pañuelos de papel y sollozó sobre 2 de mis camisas Armani hasta que se empaparon y, finalmente, se durmió. Pero, incluso entonces, seguía teniendo pesadillas. Como yo la vigilaba para asegurarme de que durmiera bien, yo tampoco dormí mucho. ¿Cuándo te convertiste en el novio modelo de China?, dijo Suyu mientras miraba a Tang Chuan. No, soy la prometida de China. Ah, es cierto. Suyu, ¿trajiste el cabello de Pudding? Lo hice. Suyu sacó una bolsa de papel blanca. Dentro estaba el cabello de Pudding. Para ser franco, no entiendo. Quería preguntarte ayer. ¿No está embarazada Mian? ¿No podría simplemente mirar directamente el cadáver y decir si estaba embarazada o no? Tang Chuan estaba confundido. Bestia sin educación, absolutamente aterradora. Tang Chuan, ven aquí, Hansen te va a dar una lección hoy. Primero, si resulta que el cuerpo femenino también es el de una mujer embarazada, ¿eres capaz de confirmar que la identidad de la mujer embarazada es Huo Mian? ¿No es esa muy poca información? Solo una comparación de ADN permitirá a la policía reconocer la verdadera identidad del cuerpo. No hay nada sobrenatural involucrado. No puedes convertir a esa persona en lo que crees que es simplemente diciendo que lo es. Tang Chuan, En segundo lugar, Mian se cayó de un lugar tan alto y si estuvo sumergida en el mar durante tanto tiempo, es muy probable que haya sufrido un aborto espontáneo, por lo que no puedo estar segura de que todavía esté embarazada. ¿Qué puedes comprobar? E incluso si lo compruebas y ves que todavía está embarazada, aún no puedes verificar su identidad. Será una pérdida de tiempo. Tang Chuan, tiene sentido. Afortunadamente, fui yo quien te lo dijo. Si le preguntaras a Gao Ran, probablemente se reiría de ti. Si todos los policías fueran como tú, entonces todos estarían despedidos. Está bien, entonces, apresurémonos. Tang Chuan parecía incómodo y decidió no discutir con Suyu. Los dos se acercaron y le entregaron el cabello al inspector. Después de media hora, joven maestro Su. ¿Ya salieron los resultados?, preguntó nerviosamente Suyu. Sí, se ha confirmado con certeza que el cadáver no pertenece a la señorita Huo Mian. Está bien entonces. Cuando escuchó esto, Suyu dejó escapar un largo suspiro de alivio. Las grandes piedras que pesaban sobre su corazón finalmente se habían levantado. En realidad, esta es una buena noticia para nosotros. Tang Chuan también estaba un poco feliz. Continúen con el equipo de búsqueda y rescate, amplíen el área de búsqueda, le dijo Suyu a Tang Chuan. Bueno. ¿Y tú, te diriges a tu oficina? A Tang Chuan se le ocurrió que desde el incidente, Suyu aún no había ido a Imperial Star. Voy al hospital del distrito militar. Los expertos de la ciudad de Jing ya han llegado. Hoy le haré una consulta a Inchu. Guapo Su, realmente eres el rival del amor de China. Largarse. Está bien, te has retrasado, así que deberías darte prisa. Bien, Wei Liao puede venir en un momento. Escuché que Xiaobei también está gravemente enferma. Tiene fiebre alta que no baja. Está bien entonces. Luego Suyu se dirigió directamente al hospital del distrito militar. Ya estaba en camino cuando recordó que debía llevar a Pudding, así que la llamó por teléfono. El conductor de la familia Su la llevó hasta el lugar donde estaba estacionado Suyu. Luego, los dos fueron juntos al hospital del distrito militar. Pudding, pronto veremos a papá, no llores, lo sé. Hoy, el tío Su invitó a un grupo de médicos increíbles para que nos ayuden a examinar a tu padre. Estoy seguro de que se despertará en poco tiempo. No me mientas, lo sé. Existe la posibilidad de que no se despierte, dijo Pudding. ¿Quién te dijo esa tontería? Suyu arqueó ligeramente las cejas. Capítulo 2991. El maníaco asesino Luyan 11. ¿Aún necesito escucharlo de boca de algunas personas? Si la condición de mi papá no fuera grave, entonces no sería necesario llamar a un experto de la ciudad de Jing, dijo Pudding. Suyu no sabía qué decir. Para que puedas transferir a alguien de los hospitales militares de la ciudad de Jing, significa que la condición de mi padre es muy mala. Suyu, no es así, Pudding. Déjame explicarte. Pudding, hermoso Su, no quieres que esté tan triste. Lo entiendo todo, está bien. Está bien de verdad. Ya he considerado el peor escenario. El corazón de Suyu se dolió por un momento, luego extendió la mano y tocó la cabeza de Pudding. Entonces, ¿confías en el guapo Su? Por supuesto, dijo Pudding mientras asentía. ¿Crees en tu papá? Preguntó Suyu. Por supuesto. Está bien, entonces. Tienes que creer que tu papá estará bien y tu mamá también. ¿Está bien entonces? Sé que solo estás tratando de hacerme sentir mejor, pero siempre es mejor pensar de esta manera. Con esto, Suyu tomó a Pudding de la mano y los dos caminaron hacia el hospital. Cuando llegaron, Jian Xiaobei y Wei Liao ya estaban allí. Gao Ran también había venido. Suyu, ese cadáver femenino. Gao Ran quería preguntarle a Suyu sobre lo que sucedió cuando fue a identificar el cuerpo que el equipo de búsqueda y rescate había encontrado. Pero cuando vio que Pudding estaba a su lado, Gao Ran se detuvo y no terminó su oración. Suyu miró a Gao Ran y él inmediatamente cambió de tema. Dijo, los expertos ya están adentro haciendo sus exámenes. Todo lo que podemos hacer es esperar los resultados. Sí, claro. Entonces esperaremos con paciencia. Suyu se acercó a Pudding y se sentó en el banco junto a la entrada. Pudding, ¿por qué no vienes con la tía a nuestra casa y te quedas con nosotros unos días? Yunchu sigue preguntando por ti. Cuando Jian Xiaobei vio a Pudding, se agachó y le pellizcó las manitas con indulgencia mientras él hablaba. Al ver que los ojos de Jian Xiaobei estaban rojos e hinchados, era obvio que ya había estado llorando mucho. Además, se dijo que debido a que tenía fiebre persistente, Wei Liao la había llevado al hospital del ejército para que también pudiera ver a un médico. Está bien, tía Xiaobei. Mi hermana y yo estamos muy bien en la casa del apuesto Su. Entonces la tía vendrá en unos días a buscarte para una excursión. Jian Xiaobei siempre estaba pensando en formas de hacer pequeñas cosas para los niños. Si Huo Mian realmente estuviera muerta, entonces estos dos pobres niños se quedarían huérfanos de madre. Está bien, si queremos salir, llamaremos a la tía Xiaobei y también puedes llevar a Yunchu, ofreció Pudding. Con lágrimas en los ojos, Jian Xiaobei asintió. En lugar de decir que Jian Xiaobei estaba consolando a Pudding, sería mejor decir que Pudding la estaba consolando a ella. En realidad, dado el estado mental actual de la niña, ¿cómo podría estar de humor para salir? Pero si ella se negaba, ¿no se preocuparían los adultos? Entonces, para hacer que Jian Xiaobei se sintiera mejor, Pudding dijo esto sin realmente querer decirlo. Aprovechando la conversación entre Jian Xiaobei y Pudding, Gao Ran llevó a Suyu a un lado. Los dos y Wei Liao comenzaron a discutir en voz baja. ¿Qué pasó con la identificación del cadáver?, preguntó Gao Ran. Ya salieron los resultados. No es Mian, dijo Suyu. Eso es genial entonces. Gao Ran y Wei Liao dejaron escapar un suspiro de alivio. Viejo Wei, sobre lo que pasó ese día, Suyu miró a Wei Liao con un poco de vergüenza y quiso disculparse por ser tan impulsiva. Habían sido hermanos durante muchos años, pero nunca habían tenido una disputa tan grande. No fue nada, ni lo menciones. La cuestión ahora es, ¿qué deberíamos hacer? ¿Quieres seguir interrogando a los secuaces de Wozikian para obtener respuestas y tal vez ver si su jefe tiene otros planes? Siempre he pensado que él no es el tipo de persona que se suicida y mata a Huo Mian juntos así como así, dijo Wei Liao. Capítulo 2992. El maníaco asesino Luyan 12. El viejo Wei tiene razón. Yo también quiero participar en esto. Gao Ran, ¿por qué no te dejo esto? El negocio de Wozikian no es exactamente legal. Antes, podíamos recopilar mucha información sobre actividades delictivas. El joven maestro Sen también tiene mucha información. Aprovechemos la oportunidad para sellar primero la corporación Wo, luego traer a algunos tipos para que entren y realicen arrestos. ¿Y después de los arrestos?, preguntó Gao Ran. Incluso podrías extraerles confesiones mediante tortura. Lo que quieras. A ver si puedes conseguir que admitan algo. ¿Cheng no le mencionó algo a Inchu sobre una pequeña isla antes? Pero Cheng ya desapareció sin dejar rastro. Desde el accidente de Inchu, Cheng básicamente desapareció, y ni siquiera sabemos si se escapó o fue asesinado por uno de los hombres de Wozikian. No pensemos en Cheng por ahora. Aparte de él, Wozikian todavía tiene otros tipos trabajando para él. Atrapemos a todos y no dejemos pasar ni una sola pista valiosa. Está bien, entonces lo entiendo. Enviaré gente para que realice los arrestos y tú me traerás las pruebas criminales de Wozikian. Ningún problema. Suyu asintió. Los tres estaban charlando cuando se abrió la puerta de la sala del hospital. Suyu se acercó rápidamente. Vio al profesor Luo, que había venido desde la ciudad de Jing. El profesor Luo no era un desconocido para nadie. Era un profesor famoso en la ciudad de Jing y había invitado a Huo Mian a ir allí varias veces, pero Huo Mian siempre se negó. Pero, en teoría, también era el maestro de Huo Mian. Gracias a sus esfuerzos, Huo Mian había ganado muchos premios e incluso había recibido un ascenso excepcional. El profesor Luo estaba envejeciendo y ya había alcanzado la edad de jubilación. Pero debido a sus exquisitas habilidades médicas, el hospital militar de la ciudad de Jing se había mostrado reacio a dejarlo ir. Además, el elder Luo y el abuelo de Suyu siempre habían tenido una profunda amistad, por lo que, siempre que fuera Suyu quien le pidiera un favor, él lo cumpliría de inmediato. «Profesor Luo, ¿cómo está mi amigo?», preguntó Suyu con ansiedad. Esta fue la primera vez que Suyu admitió abiertamente que Inchu era su amigo. Sinceramente, cuando Suyu dijo esto, incluso el corazón de Gao Ran se calentó al escucharlo. Yu, la condición de tu amigo no se ve muy bien. El profesor Luo dejó escapar un suspiro. Cuando Suyu escuchó esto, su corazón se paralizó. Todos los demás también se pusieron nerviosos, y Jian Xiaobei claramente sintió mientras sostenía la pequeña mano de Pudding que gradualmente se había enfriado. «Profesor, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Puede contarme en detalle?». Suyu comenzó a entrar en pánico. Fue porque sabía que si incluso el profesor Luo no podía hacer nada, entonces básicamente no había nada más que se pudiera hacer. En la actualidad, se encuentra inconsciente y en coma profundo, sus signos vitales son muy débiles. Hay dos puntos especialmente importantes. En primer lugar, el propio paciente no tiene deseos de despertarse. Es decir, el paciente se ha dado por vencido. En segundo lugar, hay toxinas en el cuerpo del paciente que se han ido acumulando durante un largo periodo de tiempo debido al uso prolongado de fármacos. Se trata de un fármaco antipsicótico que inhibe la corteza cerebral. El fármaco es algo tóxico y su hígado ha empezado a parecer dañado. Entonces, ¿qué pasará al final? Suyu quería preguntar sobre el peor resultado posible. Pudding miró al anciano y a Suyu que estaban frente a él y que estaban enfrascados en una conversación desgarradora. El profesor Luo miró a Inchu para verificar sus estadísticas físicas y miró a Suyu. Respondió lentamente: a decir verdad, si esto continúa, tal vez en menos de un año, el paciente prácticamente morirá. Si el hígado no estuviera dañado, podría sobrevivir tal vez 3 o 5 años en estado vegetativo, posiblemente incluso 8 o 10 años. Pero ahora que está en coma, la necrosis del hígado se ha acelerado, lo que solo conducirá a una muerte más rápida. ¿Muerte? Suyu respiró frío. Capítulo 2993. El maníaco asesino Luyan 13. Así es. No puede seguir mucho más tiempo en estas condiciones. Cuando su hígado se deteriore, no habrá forma de que se recupere. ¿Entonces no hay nada más que se pueda hacer? Sí, hay 2 maneras de salvarlo. Cuando el profesor Luo terminó de decir esto y antes de que Suyu pudiera responder, Pudding se puso de pie de repente. Por primera vez, se sintió grosera por interrumpir a los adultos mientras hablaban. Profesor, ¿qué se puede hacer para salvar a mi papá? El profesor Luo miró a Pudding con un poco de sorpresa. ¿Es este el hijo de Huo Mian?, preguntó. Como sabía que el paciente era el marido de Huo Mian, descubrió quién era el niño tan pronto como la escuchó llamar a Inchu su papá. Sí, claro, es una de sus hijas gemelas, dijo Suyu. El profesor Luo miró a Pudding con ternura. El profesor Luo asintió y continuó con lo que estaba diciendo. En primera instancia, si la conciencia del paciente es muy fuerte y tiene una fuerte voluntad de sobrevivir, entonces tal vez pueda despertar. Una vez que despierte, todo lo demás será fácil de manejar. Entonces, ¿qué pasa con la segunda instancia?, preguntó Suyu. En el segundo caso, que, para ser sinceros, es una posibilidad más remota, se podría encontrar un médico más capacitado que esté dispuesto a extirparle la parte necrótica del hígado mientras está en coma. No es una cirugía muy difícil, pero el riesgo radica en que si el paciente no recupera la conciencia, permanecerá en estado vegetativo. En ese momento, el hígado puede seguir deteriorándose, a menos que el médico que realice la cirugía pueda encontrar una forma de eliminar las toxinas de su cuerpo. Después de la extirpación, el hígado ya no estará necrótico. Otra posibilidad es que incluso si encuentras a este médico y opera a Inchu y le hace una desintoxicación, pero Inchu sigue sin querer recuperar la conciencia, entonces se producirá el mismo resultado. Las personas en estado vegetativo pueden vivir entre 8 y 10 años. En cualquier caso, todo lo que podemos hacer es intentarlo lo mejor que podamos, pero también estar preparados para lo peor. La explicación del profesor Luo fue algo complicada, pero todos entendieron. Después de escuchar esto, Jian Xiaobei abrazó a Pudding y comenzó a sollozar en voz baja. ¿Cómo puede ser esto posible? ¿Qué pasará con Pudding y Little Bean? Jian Xiaobei se estaba volviendo loca. La noticia de la muerte de Huo Mian había sido un golpe doloroso para sus amigos. Ahora la situación de Inchu era aún más preocupante. Fu Lingling no podía hablar en casa debido a su garganta. Su cavidad bucal estaba llena de úlceras y le dolía todo. Incluso beber agua era muy doloroso. Originalmente, ella quería ir al hospital con Gao Ran ese día. Sin embargo, cuando Gao Ran la vio así, sintió que sería mejor que no lo hiciera, ya que ir solo la haría sentir más triste y enojada. Efectivamente, después de que el profesor Luo terminó de hablar, todos estaban de mal humor. Estos últimos días, el estado de ánimo de Suyu solo podía describirse como explosivo, pero ya ni siquiera tenía energía para gritarle a nadie. Profesor, ¿podría usted realizar la cirugía? Lo siento, Yu, ¿no puedo? No es que no quiera o que no esté dispuesto a ayudar, es que no tengo suficiente confianza, dijo lentamente el profesor Luo. Si ni siquiera tú tienes la confianza suficiente para hacer la cirugía, entonces no creo que ningún médico en China esté dispuesto. Suyu se sintió casi desesperanzado. Mi sugerencia es que intentes contactar con un hepatólogo en Estados Unidos, así como con un doctor en farmacia. Primero haz la desintoxicación y luego haz la cirugía. ¿Inchu no estudió en la Facultad de Medicina de Harvard? Creo que puedes intentar contactar con su facultad y encontrar un mentor suyo o de algunos de sus compañeros de clase. Tal vez, aún haya esperanza. Bueno, supongo que eso es todo lo que podemos hacer. Gracias, profesor. Suyu parecía abatido. De nada, no hice mucho. Por cierto, sobre Huo Mian, ¿la has encontrado? ¿Ha habido alguna noticia? Cuando el profesor Luo se enteró de que Huo Mian había desaparecido, también se preocupó mucho por ella. Capítulo 2994. El maníaco asesino Luyan 14. Todavía no, dijo Suyu descorazonadoramente. Oh. Lamento mucho oír eso. El profesor Luo también parecía un poco triste. Básicamente ese es mi diagnóstico. Ahora regresaré a la ciudad de Jin. Está bien, profesor. Ya he hecho los arreglos para que vengas en coche y en avión. Gracias por las molestias. No hay problema. Saluda a tu abuelo de mi parte cuando lo veas. Con seguridad. Con eso, el profesor Luo y su asistente abandonaron el hospital del distrito militar. Después de que el profesor Luo se fue, Suyu se acercó y abrazó a Pudin. Acordaste que no llorarías. Pero él va a morir. Pudin estaba haciendo todo lo posible para ser fuerte y no llorar, pero no podía evitar que las lágrimas fluyeran. No, no lo hará, créeme. Seguiré intentando ponerme en contacto con médicos en Estados Unidos para que lo atiendan y luego encontraré a alguien que se ponga en contacto con Rick. Sí, el tío Rick debería poder ayudar. ¿Sabes cómo ponerte en contacto con él?, le preguntó Suyu a Pudin. No para el tío Rick, pero creo que puedes ponerte en contacto con la tía Sixi. Deberían estar juntos, dijo Pudin. Así es, ¿por qué no pensé en eso? Xiaobei, ¿tienes el número de teléfono de Sixi en Estados Unidos? Suyu preguntó mientras miraba a Xiaobei. Xiaobei sacó su teléfono celular y lo revisó, luego negó con la cabeza. Solo tengo su contacto de WeChat, pero desde que se fue a los casi nunca usa WeChat. Ha pasado un tiempo desde que publicó una actualización. Sin embargo, su hermana debe tenerlo. Suyu inmediatamente sacó su teléfono y llamó a Nie Xuan. Nie Xuan, que estaba en el set de una película, respondió al llamado de Suyu y ella estaba extasiada. Presidente Su, ella estaba haciendo todo lo posible por ocultar su emoción. Dame el número de teléfono de tu hermana menor en Estados Unidos. ¿Tienes algo que necesites discutir con ella? Sí. Está bien, dame un momento. Te lo enviaré por WeChat. Bueno. Con esto, Suyu colgó. Todos deberían regresar. Me pondré en contacto con Rick y le pediré que se ponga en contacto con los médicos de allí. Debe haber una manera de tratar a Inchu, dijo Suyu a todos. ¿Qué pasa con Mian? ¿Qué hacemos?, preguntó Xiaobei con voz ronca. Y con respecto a Mian, ya le pedí al equipo de rescate que continúe con su búsqueda. También haré que Gao Ran busque a los subordinados de Wosikian y los interrogue a fondo para ver si Wosikian todavía está al acecho en alguna parte. Suyu miró a todos y habló claramente. Todos confiaban en que Suyu haría exactamente eso. No estaba solo echando humo. Él haría exactamente lo que dijo que haría. Guapo Su, no es de extrañar que Little Bean y yo te amemos tanto. Pudin frunció los labios y le dio un beso en la mejilla a Handsome Su. En ese momento, Pudin pensó que el guapo Su era increíblemente guapo. No importaba cuánto tiempo tomara, mientras hubiera esperanza y aún no hubiera encontrado el cuerpo de Huo Mian, nunca dejaría de buscarla. ¿Qué clase de obsesión era esta? Wei Liao y Xiaobei no se sorprendieron en absoluto. Sabiendo lo que Suyu sentía por Huo Mian, esto era de esperar. Cuando encuentre a tu mami, ambos tendrán que amarme aún más. Al ver a Suyu mimar a un niño de 3 años, todos se quedaron sin palabras. Después de que todos abandonaron el hospital, Suyu dejó que Xiaobei y Wei Liao se llevaran a Pudin primero. Se suponía que Pudin debía regresar directamente a la casa de Suyu, pero en lugar de eso, la llevaron de regreso a la casa de Wei Liao para ver a Wei Yunchu. Suyu fue directamente a buscar a Senmingxi. Corporación Sen oficina del presidente. Cuando la secretaria trajo a Suyu, vio a Senmingxi alimentando a la hija de Wo Yanyan. Los dos sonrieron de cariño el uno por el otro. Parecía que lo que decían sobre que Senmingxi había traído al niño con él después de la ruptura era cierto. Suyu, ¿estás aquí? Cuando Sen Mingxi vio a Suyu, se puso de pie inmediatamente. Mingxi, toma toda la información que documenta la actividad criminal de la corporación Huo y dámela. Dame todo lo que tengas, lo más rápido posible. Suyu fue directo al grano. Capítulo 2995. El maníaco asesino Luyan 15. ¿Te estás preparando para encerrarlo? Sen Mingxi se sobresaltó un poco. No. Después de que Suyu respondió, Sen Mingxi quedó aún más confundido. Huo Mian secuestró a Huo Mian y luego saltó hacia su muerte, dijo simplemente Suyu. Sen Mingxi. La expresión de Sen Mingxi mostró que estaba completamente perdido. El peso de estas dos frases era demasiado para que él pudiera procesarlas. Así, Sen Mingxi no tuvo tiempo de digerirlo todo. ¿Qué significa esa expresión en tu rostro? Suyu miró a Sen Mingxi con una mirada perpleja. Joven maestro Su, por favor, era obvio que Sen Mingxi no le creía. ¿Parece que tomaría la vida de Huo Mian tan a la ligera? Suyu la miró fijamente. Entonces, ¿realmente le pasó algo a Huo Mian? Sí, claro, respondió Suyu en tono hosco. ¿Por qué no me he enterado de nada? Sen Mingxi estaba estupefacto. Yo oculté el incidente, ¿cómo te enteraste? Entonces eso es lo que pasó. Entonces, dado que Huo Mian se fue, ¿por qué quieres todos estos documentos? Tengo mis razones. Suyu claramente no estaba dispuesto a decir más. Está bien. Te los daré ahora mismo. Sen Mingxi fue fácil de convencer. Abrió directamente la caja fuerte de la oficina con una serie de contraseñas y luego sacó una gran pila de archivos. Todo lo que he reunido está aquí. Huo Yanyan probablemente todavía tenga algo más. Pero ahora está un poco maníaca. Su estado de ánimo no es muy estable, así que no sé si me lo dirá. ¿Por qué no le preguntas si lo ves? Cuanto más, mejor. Quiero asegurarme de que la familia Huo desaparezca por completo de esta ciudad, dijo Suyu furiosamente. Sí, eso sería lo mejor, un hombre como Huo Mian está mejor muerto. Al ver que Suyu no hablaba, Sen Mingxi agregó, pero es una lástima lo de Huo Mian. Los ojos de Suyu se oscurecieron y parecía estar aún más deprimido. Inchu debe estar aún más molesto, ¿no? Preguntó Sen Mingxi. Inchu, no importa, te lo diré cuando tenga más tiempo. Ahora mismo tengo algo más importante que hacer. Está bien, entonces sigue adelante. Si necesitas algo más, solo házmelo saber. Sí, Suyu asintió y se preparó para irse. Miró a la hija de Huo Yanyan, Tian, y le preguntó a Sen Mingxi. Si Huo Yanyan sigue loca para siempre, ¿de verdad planeas traer a este niño a tu casa y criarlo? No he pensado en eso a futuro, pero por el momento, no puedo descuidarla. Tian es inocente, dijo Sen Mingxi mientras miraba con compasión a Tian. ¿Y después qué pasará? ¿No te volverás a casar? La gente como nosotros, ya sea que tenga un hijo o 10, siempre encontrará una mujer dispuesta a casarse con ellos, ¿no? Bromeó Sen Mingxi. Supongo que eso depende. Si todavía quieres estar con Wei Ying, entonces tal vez no. Las palabras de Suyu provocaron un escalofrío en el corazón de Sen Mingxi. Tenía razón. Parecía que cualquier mujer probablemente aceptaría a Tian, con excepción de Wei Ying. La animosidad entre Wei Ying y Huo Yanyan era irreconciliable, y hasta ahora, seguía siendo igual de fuerte. Si todavía quería estar con Wei Ying, entonces el niño sería el mayor obstáculo. Es imposible que pase algo entre Wei Ying y yo, ¿verdad? Sen Mingxi se rió de sí mismo con resignación. Sabía que lo que había hecho antes había entristecido a Wei Ying. No te desanimes. Puedo decir que todavía estás interesado en ella, dijo Suyu. Pero ahora el hijo de la familia Ye está rondando por ella. ¿Ese chico de la familia Ye es tu oponente? Sen Mingxi, mírate ahora mismo. ¿Cómo puedes seguir sin tener confianza? Preguntó Suyu con un poco de irritación. Capítulo 2996. El maníaco asesino Luyan 16. No es que no tenga confianza, es que realmente no tengo suficiente cara para verla más. Si no tuvieras cara, la mayoría de las parejas del mundo se separarían. En el amor, siempre debe haber una persona más desvergonzada. Si ambas partes tienen demasiado respeto por sí mismas, entonces ninguna de las dos cederá ni correrá el riesgo de acercarse a la otra. Joven maestro Su, ¿es usted un experto en el amor ahora? Olvídalo, ¿no tengo tiempo para hablar contigo de esto? De todos modos, deberías pensar detenidamente sobre este tema con el niño. ¿Mi mamá te llamó?, preguntó Sen Mingxi. No te preocupes por eso. Te cuento todo esto porque me importas. No tienes que enviar a la niña a una agencia de asistencia social, pero puedes encontrar a alguien que la adopte, no tienes que llevártela contigo, dijo Suyu. Entonces, joven maestro Su, si algo le sucediera a Huo Mian y Inchu no pudiera cuidarlas, sus hijas gemelas no tendrían a dónde ir. ¿Podrías quedarte sentado y observar? Por supuesto que no. Suyu ni siquiera lo pensó. Así que, eso es todo. Ponte en el lugar del otro. No es lo mismo, Mingxi. ¿Cómo es que no? Ambas son las mujeres que amamos. Sen Mingxi forzó una sonrisa. Nunca ha habido ningún resentimiento o malentendido entre Mian y yo, a diferencia de ti y Huo Yanyan. En el corazón de Suyu nadie podía compararse con Huo Mian. Sen Mingxi también sabía que no podía discutir más con Suyu sobre Huo Mian ya que había cometido este error en el pasado. Está bien entonces, eres guapo, así que todo lo que dices es verdad. Suyu, me voy, ponte en contacto conmigo si lo necesitas. Suyu se dio la vuelta y salió de la residencia en cuando recibió un mensaje de WeChat de Nie Lingyi con el número de teléfono de Sixi en Estados Unidos. Sin detenerse a pensar, Suyu marcó el número. Hola, respondió un hombre. Hola, estoy buscando a Sixi, dijo Suyu en inglés. ¿Quién es este? El hombre parecía disgustado. Suyu reaccionó de inmediato y no respondió a su pregunta, sino que preguntó, ¿es este Rick? Sí. Este era el típico Rick. Siempre era frío y no perdía el tiempo con tonterías. Perfecto, en realidad te estaba buscando. Suyu volvió al chino. ¿Y tú eres? Rick y Suyu no se conocían muy bien, por lo que no pudo saber por la voz quién era. Suyu. ¿Qué pasa? Continuó Rick con el mismo tono frío. Algo le pasó a Inchu, ¿lo escuchaste? ¿Qué pasó? Luego, Suyu le dio a Rick un resumen rápido sobre cómo Huo Mian fue llevada por el costado del acantilado y Inchu estaba en coma. Después de escuchar, Rick permaneció en silencio. Rick, ¿sigues ahí? Suyu estaba deprimido y le resultaba difícil comunicarse con este tipo silencioso. No podía entender por qué a la hermana de Nie Lingxi, Sixi, le gustaba este hombre. Estoy escuchando, ¿qué necesitas hacer ahora? Rick sabía que Suyu debía tener un plan si intentaba buscarlo. El médico militar de la ciudad de Jing dijo que esperaba que pudiéramos ponernos en contacto con uno de los mentores de Inchu o con algún compañero de clase de la Facultad de Medicina de Harvard. Si podemos encontrar un hepatólogo excelente que pueda administrar un antídoto, entonces espero que puedan venir y operar a Inchu. Bueno. Sigamos en contacto. Si tienes alguna novedad, por favor, cuéntamela. Bueno. Rick colgó. Así era él. Una vez que le contabas la situación, sabía exactamente qué hacer. No hay necesidad de presionarme, estoy segura de que puedo encargarme de esta tarea. La falta de expresión o reacción no significa que no me importe. Después de colgar el teléfono, Rick se sentó en una esquina del sofá y bajó la cabeza, sin decir una palabra. Rick, ¿qué pasa? Cuando Sixi bajó las escaleras, Rick ya llevaba 3 minutos sentado allí, inmóvil. Son Inchu y Huo Mian, algo les ha pasado. Rick levantó la cabeza, la tristeza en sus ojos era difícil de ocultar. Capítulo 2997 El maníaco asesino Luyan 17. ¿Qué les pasó? Al oír esto, Sixi comenzó a entrar en pánico. Es un poco complicado. Voy a salir un rato y tú puedes irte a dormir temprano. Rick, Sixi realmente quería saber qué estaba pasando. Tiró de la manga de Rick y no lo dejó irse. Rick giró la cabeza y miró la expresión lastimera en los ojos de Sixi. Su tono se volvió suave. Estás embarazada ahora, y lo más importante es prestar atención a tu salud. Sería mejor que no preguntaras sobre estas cosas. Cuanto más sepas, más te preocuparás, y eso no ayuda. Déjame todo a mí para que me encargue de ello. También tienes que tener cuidado. Bueno. Con esto, Rick salió de la villa y la instó a ella y a los sirvientes unas cuantas veces más antes de irse. Cuida a la joven señora, no dejes que nadie la toque. Sí. Sixi tenía menos de 2 meses de embarazo. Los dos llevaban muchos años juntos. Ahora, por fin iban a ser padres. A los ojos de Rick, el embarazo de Sixi era motivo de alegría y preocupación. Él amaba profundamente a Sixi, naturalmente, también amaba a la niña. Pero con la situación actual de Rick, si alguien se enterara de esto, entonces tanto Sixi como el niño estarían en riesgo. La familia de Rick siempre había tenido muchos enemigos, y él temía que mucha gente estuviera esperando para atacarlo en su punto más débil. Pero Sixi parecía muy feliz y había sido muy cuidadosa después de quedar embarazada. Incluso prestaba mucha atención a su dieta. Aunque le encantaba comer cosas frías, incluso dejó de tomar helado por el bien de su hijo que estaba por nacer. Lo único que faltaba en todo esto era una boda. Debido a los antecedentes mafiosos de la familia de Rick, era imposible organizar una boda y una recepción para los invitados. Decirle a todo el mundo que tenía una esposa sería sin duda otra debilidad. No estaba dispuesto a dejar que Sixi divulgara demasiado porque temía que estuviera en peligro. Entonces, cuando se enteró de que Sixi estaba embarazada, Rick pensó mucho en ello. Finalmente decidió buscar una isla bonita y celebrar con amigos. Rick no tenía muchos amigos, pero tenía una relación cercana con Inchu y Huo Mian. Antes, cuando le contó esto a Inchu por teléfono, Inchu también estuvo de acuerdo con Rick en que debería celebrar una boda discreta. De esa manera, podría expresar su compromiso con Sixi y también garantizar la seguridad de ella y sus hijos. Fue solo una casualidad que Huo Mian también estuviera embarazada, por lo que no podía volar largas distancias, y Wosikian estaba al acecho a la vuelta de la esquina. Entonces los dos hombres hablaron de ello, y después de discutir el asunto, resolvieron los detalles de la boda y decidieron celebrarla después de que todo esto terminara. Fue una lástima. El hombre planea, Dios se ríe. El gran movimiento de Wosikian tomó a todos por sorpresa. Rick sabía que si Suyu lo llamaba personalmente, no debía ser una noticia falsa. Además, Suyu y Inchu vieron a Wosikian saltar del acantilado mientras sostenían a Huo Mian. El humor de Rick es muy pesado. Su personalidad era similar a la de Inchu. Cuando estaba de mal humor, hablaba incluso menos de lo habitual. Después de recibir la llamada telefónica de Suyu, Rick tomó algunos hombres y fue directamente a la escuela de medicina donde Inchu estudiaba en los Estados Unidos para ver si se podía hacer algo para ayudar a Inchu. Mientras tanto, Luyan y Yao Fei habían llegado a la ciudad C de manera discreta. Como Luyan era una criminal buscada internacionalmente, cambiaba su identidad cada vez que ingresaba al país, y su apariencia cambiada le permitía pasar fácilmente. A principios de junio, en Ciudad C ya hacía mucho calor y las multitudes en las calles y callejones vestían camisetas de manga corta y ropa ligera para protegerse del sol. Luyan estaba vestida con unos sencillos pantalones cortos de mezclilla con tirantes y una camiseta blanca de manga corta de Minnie Mouse. Su cabello largo estaba atado en una cola sencilla, y aunque para empezar no era tan mayor, ahora parecía una estudiante de secundaria. Para combinar con ella, Yao Fei también llevaba pantalones cortos de mezclilla y una camiseta blanca de manga corta de Mickey Mouse. El atuendo de pareja a juego era simplemente adorable. Incluso en el aeropuerto, la gente confundió a la pareja, que llevaba gafas de sol, con celebridades del entretenimiento chino. Oye, belleza, te amamos. Un grupo de fans los envolvió, y Luyan estaba tan asustada que casi sacó un cuchillo arrojadizo. El maníaco asesino Luyan 18, ¿qué estás haciendo? Al ver que Luyan estaba a punto de hacer un movimiento, Yao Fei se exasperó y atrapó la mano de Luyan, que se había movido hacia la parte posterior de su cintura. Los demás pensaron que era un gesto de amor entre jóvenes enamorados. Antes de que pudiera responder, los gritos entusiastas de los fans los devoraron. Yao Fei le tomó la mano y la sacó de la multitud. «Estás equivocado. Ella no es una celebridad», explicó Yao Fei. «No lo puedo creer». «Sí, hermosa niña, quítate las gafas y muestra tu cara. Tu piel es impecable, ¿qué maquillaje utilizas? Cuéntanoslo, por favor. Tu última película es increíble. Fui al cine 3 veces para verla con mi novio. Belleza. ¿Puedes publicar más selfies en tu cuenta de Weibo? ¿No dijiste que estabas soltera? ¿El chico que lleva la misma ropa es tu novio? ¿Es él tu agente? Abrumada por los gritos de los fanáticos, Luyan sintió como si su cabeza fuera a explotar. Si no estuvieran en el aeropuerto, juró que detonaría un montón de bombas y haría explotar a todos esos fanáticos maníacos. En ese momento, una joven estrella de cine salió de otro pasillo VIP. Su agente y su asistente llevaban sus maletas y caminaban al frente, con guardaespaldas a su lado. Era un espectáculo grandioso. ¿Eh? Parece que nos hemos equivocado de persona. Ella es a quien queremos, dijo uno de los fans. Entonces todos los fanáticos se alejaron instantáneamente y se abalanzaron sobre la estrella de cine con flores, regalos y gritos. Luyan había volado alrededor del mundo desde que era pequeña, pero no había visto a ningún fan actuar así, ni siquiera cuando las grandes estrellas de Hollywood caminaban por las calles. Los fanáticos del país mostraron demasiado entusiasmo por las celebridades del entretenimiento. Por el contrario, Luyan vivió en peligro toda su vida y nunca se cruzó con ninguna celebridad. Después de todo, eran personas de mundos diferentes. Mierda, casi los mato a todos. Al ver a los fanáticos alejarse, Luyan finalmente se calmó. Ella puso un bolso de viaje LV de última moda en la mano de Yao Fei. Exageraste. Eran solo un grupo de jóvenes fanáticos. Yao Fei se rió entre dientes, pensando que el incidente era ridículo y divertido. Pasó de repente, ¿cómo podía saberlo si no había algún asesino entre ellos que quería matarme? Sí. Es bueno mantener la guardia alta. Pero creo que fue nuestra ropa informal la que provocó el malentendido. Nadie cometería el mismo error si llevaras puesta tu cazadora negra. Mierda. ¿Es verano y quieres que me ponga la cazadora? ¿Quieres matarme con el calor y heredar mi gran fortuna? Yao Fei, ¿Su Majestad está pensando demasiado? Quería decir que a la mayoría de los asesinos les gusta usar ropa negra, no les gusta usar ropa de manga corta que exponga su piel, explicó Yao Fei. Luyan se puso un chicle en la boca y lo masticó. Soplando una burbuja, respondió, eso es porque tienen miedo de que los lastimen y los descubran sus enemigos, perderían así. Entonces, ¿por qué no sigues las reglas? Yao Fei miró a Luyan con perplejidad. Porque no me van a herir. Cualquiera que pueda herirme me matará. Incluso si llevara una chaqueta de invierno, igualmente moriría. Al escuchar sus palabras, Yao Fei respondió después de unos segundos de silencio, de hecho, eres la asesina más arrogante de la historia. Te equivocas. Nunca fui un asesino. Soy un verdadero mercenario. Luyan sonrió con aire de suficiencia. Bien. Su Majestad mercenario, ¿qué hacemos ahora? Vamos a matar a algunas personas. Lanzando estas palabras por encima del hombro, Luyan avanzó y Yao Fei la siguió de cerca. Capítulo 2999. El maníaco asesino Luyan 19. Al igual que Luyan, Yao Fei rara vez regresaba a China, por lo tanto, no estaba familiarizado con la ciudad. Cuando escuchó a Luyan hablar de matar gente, Yao Fei pensó que solo estaba bromeando. Pensó que ella visitaría a Inchu primero después de que regresara. ¿Pero se equivocó? En un callejón estrecho y oscuro, Luyan puso su pie sobre el cuello de un hombre. Cuéntame el plan de Wosikian. En realidad no lo sé. Solo hice recados para él. ¿Cómo puedo saber sus planes? ¿No lo sabes? Muy bien. En el momento en que dijo eso, levantó su cuchillo y cortó hacia abajo. Como no podía pasar el control de seguridad del aeropuerto con armas pesadas, Luyan había descubierto una forma de llevar un cuchillo afilado. Equipado con dispositivos para perturbar las señales, el cuchillo había engañado a la seguridad del aeropuerto. Este cuchillo había estado con Luyan durante muchos años. A pesar de su apariencia ordinaria, estaba hecho con materiales especiales y podía cortar rocas como si fueran papel. El profesor Lu se lo regaló en su cumpleaños número 12 para su propia protección. Él mismo había fabricado el cuchillo. Había añadido algunos elementos especiales al cuchillo. Algunos de ellos eran materiales aeroespaciales utilizados para fabricar cohetes. Ningún otro cuchillo o bala podría dejar un rasguño en él. En los últimos años, Luyan formó un vínculo especial con él. Cada vez que lo desenvainaba, mataba sin fallar. Luyan estaba sincronizado con él y lo usó como si fuera parte de su cuerpo. Con un destello frío, la cabeza del hombre se desplomó y dejó de respirar. Luyan miró su reloj y leyó la información que sus hombres habían descubierto para ella. Estos tipos eran los lacayos de Huo Mian, y ella conocía la ubicación de sus casas como la palma de su mano. En menos de 3 horas desde que Luyan llegó a Ciudad C, había matado a 7 personas. Después de todo, era una asesina profesional. Te lo preguntaré una última vez. ¿Lo sabes o no? Realmente no lo sé. Por favor, ¿no me mates? El hombre tembló de miedo. Luyan lo miró con frialdad y le cortó la garganta. El hombre ni siquiera tuvo la oportunidad de gritar. Yan, es suficiente por hoy, y Yao Fei intentó detenerla. ¿Qué? ¿No puedes soportar ver más? Luyan miró a Yao Fei. No, no quiero que te canses. Ja. Me sorprende tu respuesta. Pensé que me dirías que es cruel matar a tanta gente. Luyan se rió entre dientes. No, en absoluto. Eres la reina del mundo mercenario y muchos asesinos tiemblan de miedo cuando oyen tu nombre. No me sorprendería que mataras a una compañía de soldados, por no hablar de estas pocas personas. Después de todo, eres una soldado que ha matado para salir de una pila de cadáveres. ¿Una soldado que ha matado para salir de una pila de cadáveres? Me gusta esta descripción. Guardando su cuchillo, siguió el consejo de Yao Fei y dejó de matar. ¿Encontraremos un lugar para descansar un poco? Yao Fei estaba preocupado ya que Luyan no se había tomado tiempo para descansar después de que el avión aterrizó. Lo haremos más tarde. Ahora te llevaré a un lugar. Subieron al coche y se fueron. En un bar de aspecto corriente en el distrito este de Ciudad C, Luyan condujo a Yao Fei al bar y descubrió que estaba oscuro y lleno de humo. Luyan miró a su alrededor y no vio a la persona que buscaba, luego se dio la vuelta para caminar hacia la escalera que conducía al segundo piso. La detuvieron antes de las escaleras. Oye, ¿qué estás haciendo aquí? Estoy buscando a alguien, dijo Luyan. ¿Buscas a alguien? Quienquiera que sea a quien buscas no está arriba. El hombre que le gritaba era un hombre musculoso de 1,9 metros de altura. Todavía no he empezado a buscar. ¿Cómo sabes que la persona que estoy buscando no está arriba? No me jodas. El segundo piso es la oficina privada de nuestro jefe y nadie ajeno a él puede entrar. Vete, pequeña. Al mirar a la joven que vestía una camiseta de mini de manga corta y pantalones cortos de mezclilla, el hombre pensó que ella era simplemente una alborotadora. Estoy aquí para ver a tu jefe, insistió Luyan.